Chapter 1. Hostbound Reincarnation Simulator Initializing. Ding. The reincarnation simulator has been successfully initialized. In the hot pot restaurant, steam enveloped the air like a delicate mist, intensifying the ambience of earthly delights. The servers scurried busily between tables in the corner, while the copper pot simmered with boiling red broth. The rich aroma of spicy seasoning mingling with the subtle fragrance of peppercorns wafting through the atmosphere. Surrounding several round tables filled with patrons, laughter and conversation rose and fell in a symphony, interspersed with the bubbling sounds from the pot, creating a lively atmosphere that momentarily obscured the words of those nearby. Chu Yuan gazed at the pop-up window appearing before him, momentarily dazed, causing the beef ball he had been grasping with his chopsticks to tumble back into the pot. "Brother, is something wrong?" inquired the girl seated opposite him. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, soft and flowing. Her features delicate and refined, with almond-shaped eyes as clear as water. She wore a simple white sweater that hung loosely on her frame, her small hands partially tucked into the sleeves, revealing only slender fingers gripping the chopsticks. This was Chu Yuan's younger sister, Chu Xianyin. At that moment, confusion sparkled in her eyes. "It's nothing," Chu Yuan replied, shaking his head, though a surge of excitement blossomed within him. Had it been nearly 10 years since he traversed into this world? The long-awaited advantage exclusive to travelers had finally arrived. Suddenly, a child's cry pierced the air not far away. "Wah! Mommy, this uncle is bullying me." Chu Yuan and Chu Xianyin's attention was immediately drawn to the scene. A small boy had run to his mother, sobbing, while a burly man stood nearby, red-faced and neck-thick. "Damn it, you deliberately spilled sauce all over me and tried to snatch my phone to play with. And now the villain is crying foul?" The boy's eyes gleamed with a hint of smugness, his cries intensifying, yet giving off an insincere vibe. Looking at the grease stains on the man's clothes, the boy's mischievous identity became evident. "Why are you, an adult, quarreling with our child? He didn't spill sauce on you intentionally. What's the harm in letting him play with your phone?" The boy's mother not only failed to reprimand her child, but also turned the blame onto the man. "You." The man took 2 steps forward, incensed. In the next moment, a server rushed over, placing herself between the man and the mother and child. "Please, both of you calm down. This is a public space." "A public space? What kind of nonsense is that? Aren't you going to do anything about that, brat? He's been causing trouble since earlier, even spat watermelon seeds on the condiment table. I couldn't stand it." The man's anger simmered. "Exactly. This little rascal has no upbringing whatsoever." Numerous patrons nearby nodded in agreement, having witnessed the boy's antics. To their surprise, the child's mother showed no inclination to admit fault. "How can you speak like that? He's just a child. What's wrong with being a bit mischievous? This is a lack of parenting. If you don't teach him, just wait until your little brat faces the world. There are plenty of people who will." The man frowned, pointing at the boy's mother. "Who would dare teach him? My husband is a Class C savior, fundamentally different from you ordinary folks. Even if he kills someone, he won't be punished. Who dares to bully our little Luh? My husband will ensure they regret it. A savior, did you hear that? A savior. Let's ignore them and continue with our meal." Upon hearing the term savior, the surrounding diners quickly averted their gazes, lowering their heads, no longer daring to engage with the mother's brazen attitude. The man, still fuming, opened his mouth to retort, but the server, nervously keeping her head down, plastered a forced smile on her face. "The child is still small, sir. How about we waive your bill this time? Please don't hold a grudge, all right?" "Fine. I don't have the time to waste on this." Seeing the server's demeanor, the man darkened his expression, calmed his anger, and turned to leave for the restroom. Before departing, he left his phone and a pack of cigarettes on the table. Once the man entered the restroom, the mischievous boy's eyes glinted as he eyed the man's phone. After the server departed, he hurried to the man's table and attempted to play with it. However, after fiddling with it for a while, he found himself unable to unlock it due to the password. Frustrated at his inability to play, the boy glanced at the hot pot and carelessly tossed the phone into the boiling broth, along with the pack of cigarettes, splattering soup everywhere. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the man returning from the restroom. His eyes narrowed with fury unable to contain his rage any longer. The boy, caught red-handed by the man, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he shook his head and made a silly face, sticking out his tongue. In the next moment, the boy's face was pushed into the scalding hot pot. Wah! Mommy, it hurts! Mommy, gurgle. The boy struggled incessantly, but after a moment, his body went limp. The boy's mother rushed over, her emotions unraveling. Awe. What have you done to my son? In the next second, the man seized the boy's mother by the head and plunged her terrified face into the hot pot as well. Gurgle. Before long, the mother's body also slumped lifelessly. I don't wish to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I can't handle it. Your husband is a Class C savior, right? Sorry, I am one too. Killing both of your brats might just earn me some travel restrictions, but your husband can do nothing to me. This scene sent nearby diners scrambling to distance themselves in fear. After completing his grim task, the man did not flee the hot pot restaurant. Approximately 10 minutes later, a team of men and women clad in white uniforms entered, placing specialized crystal handcuffs on the man and escorting him away. Until everything concluded, the restaurant staff and patrons remained in a state of shock. Yet, amidst their astonishment, there was also an undercurrent of yearning in their gazes. At that moment, someone remarked, "That savior is truly a man." I enjoyed that show. Chu Yuan returned home with Chu Xianyin, both still somewhat dazed by the events. Go take a shower, little Ian, Chu Yuan said, gently ruffling his sister's hair. Before long, Chu Xianyin tiptoed into the bathroom, clutching a change of clothes. Chu Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, gazing around the small rented room, which contained only a bed, a bathroom, and a kitchen, and let out a soft sigh. Years ago, he had traversed into this world with a body that had inexplicably shrunk by nearly 20 years, finding refuge in an orphanage. There, he met his current sister, Chu Xianyin. After leaving the orphanage, they had relied on meager earnings to support one another, with outings for hot pot becoming a rare luxury. 6 years ago, a calamity known as the anomaly disaster struck this world. The Earth's size expanded over 100-fold, introducing various bizarre and perilous regions, referred to as anomalous realms. Monsters known as disaster beasts emerged from these realms, attacking cities and their inhabitants, rendering modern weaponry utterly ineffective against them. Only superhumans, known as saviors, who had awakened memories of their past lives, could stand against them. These saviors hailed from diverse, extraordinary worlds, cultivation realms, magical realms, martial worlds. They could channel the powers of their previous lives, thereby growing stronger and utilizing unique abilities to vanquish disaster beasts. As the only beings capable of combating these threats and saving humanity, saviors wielded considerable privilege in contemporary society. Just like the man in the hot pot restaurant moments ago, he could kill those troublesome mother and son without facing societal judgment. The individuals in white uniforms who took him away were enforcers of the Seraphim Agency, an organization established to combat disaster beasts. Only the Seraphim Agency held the authority to govern and judge the saviors. Becoming a savior equated to gaining privileges, renown, and wealth. In such an era, ordinary individuals could find themselves in dire straits at any moment due to entanglements with the anomaly disaster or conflicts with saviors. Chu Yuan had long yearned to become a savior, hoping to alter his and Chu Xianyin's fate. Yet, he had never been a hero in his previous life. Ultimately, whether he even had a past life remained an open question. But all of that is about to change. Chu Yuan summoned the simulator panel. Current host introduction of this simulator's functions. By utilizing this simulator, the host's soul can traverse to other worlds and engage in life simulations. With each simulation, the host is regarded as having lived a past life. Upon completion of the simulation, the host's soul will inherit the memories and traits of their previous life, while also being able to harness the powers of the world they inhabit, rapidly reaching the limits of their past life. Once the simulation cooldown concludes, the host can engage in another simulation. Current simulation cooldown countdown 0. Simulation can commence. Would you like to initiate the simulation? Chu Yuan's eyes flickered with determination. According to the simulator, as long as he undertook a single simulation, it would be tantamount to possessing a past life. Thus, he would have the potential to transform into a savior. Generally speaking, a savior with more than one past life is referred to as a mythic spirit. They achieve such formidable strength in each incarnation that their souls do not perish, allowing them to continue reincarnating. Mythic spirits, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, inevitably ascend to the rank of A-class saviors or higher. In a vast realm of Dacia, there are merely a few hundred A-class saviors. In a small nation like Neon, there exist only a handful, perhaps merely dozens, of A-class saviors. Chu Yuan possesses the extraordinary ability to simulate infinitely. This implies that he can have countless past lives. Currently, the savior known to have the most past lives in the world is Adam, the head of the Britain's Seraphim branch, one of the 9 S-class saviors globally. Adam is said to have only 3 past lives. Suppressing the excitement within, Chu Yuan reached out and pressed the button on the simulator panel. Loading simulation function. World anchoring. Anchored world. A realm of fantastical martial arts. Simulation preparation complete. Please select 3 birth attributes rank from lowest to highest. White, green, blue, purple, gold, rainbow. Pain-free individual white. You will not experience any form of pain, which may prove beneficial in combat. Peach blossom fake green. You will find it easier to attract and befriend the opposite sex. Calm and composed blue. You can more readily enter a state of flow, remaining focused without distraction. Adversity growth purple. In the face of adversity, you will gain enhanced insight, temperament, and fortune. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Heir of the celestial family gold. As an heir born into a prestigious celestial clan, you will have boundless resources surrounded by unparalleled protectors. However, you will sacrifice a significant amount of talent, as your potential will be capped. Enlightenment of heaven. Random rainbow. Your comprehension of a certain path surpasses that of contemporaries if you find the right direction for cultivation. No one will surpass your journey. After reviewing all the attributes, Chu Yuan hesitated briefly before confirming calm and composed blue, adversity growth purple, and enlightenment of heaven, random rainbow, as his chosen birth attributes. His intention for simulation was to grow stronger. While the heir of the celestial family gold appeared appealing, the cost of capping his potential was too steep. Selection of attributes successful. The first simulation is now commencing. A blinding white light enveloped his consciousness, and when he regained awareness, he found himself in a desolate mountain village. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, as searing flames licked at the blackened eaves of nearby houses. He realized that he had successfully traversed into another realm. Yet this place seemed to have endured a horrific calamity. What a tumultuous start! Chu Yuan strolled about, surveying his surroundings. Along the path at the village's entrance lay several bodies sprawled haphazardly, their tattered garments soaked and darkened with dried blood. In the village center, beneath a grand tree, a child clung tightly to the corpse of their mother, breath long extinguished, frozen in that final moment of dependence. The child's small hands were grimy, as if they had attempted to grasp something but ultimately clutched at nothingness. In such a poignant scene, Chu Yuan was enveloped by a sense of disorientation and suffocation. After a time, he arrived at a puddle, gazing vacantly at his reflection, only to discover that he appeared significantly younger, resembling a mere 15 or 16-year-old. His clothing had transformed into the standard garb worn by the villagers, coarse linen and hemp. At that moment, Chu Yuan suddenly caught a glimpse of streaks of light appearing in the sky through the reflection in the puddle. He looked up to see 3 figures, each standing atop flying swords, swiftly approaching. Within moments, they were before him. The force of their passage knocked Chu Yuan off balance, causing him to fall to the ground. Before him stood 3 ethereal beings, each exuding an extraordinary aura. The one in the center, a woman clad in white, was particularly striking, radiating an otherworldly beauty. Chu Yuan's heart trembled. Celestial beings were no more than this. He immediately realized that these individuals were cultivators from this fantastical realm. Is there only one survivor? Those demonic cultivators have truly gone too far. They deserve the harshest punishment. exclaimed a male cultivator as he surveyed the area with indignation. A female cultivator sighed softly. Alas, we have arrived a moment too late. She then turned to the white-clad woman in the center, speaking with utmost respect. Elder Luo, what shall we do next? The white-clad woman cast her gaze upon Chu Yuan, her clear, cold eyes reflecting compassion and sorrow. This youth resembles the me of yesteryear. With a gentle flick of her finger, a jade plate emanating a soft white glow soared into the air, swirling around Chu Yuan for a brief moment before casting a stream of pure light that enveloped him entirely. Moments later, the jade plate trembled slightly, emanating a brilliant golden light. It possessed a spiritual root. With commendable aptitude, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the eyes of the woman in white, mirrored by the expressions of the male and female cultivators on either side of her. Taking a step forward, she parted her lips, her voice calm and melodious. Would you be willing to cultivate alongside me? If you consent, I shall take you away from here and impart to you the methods of cultivation. Should an opportunity arise in the future, you may seek retribution for today's grievances. Chu Yuan understood that he had been regarded as one of the villagers. However, he felt no need to explain. After all, it was hardly feasible to claim he had traversed worlds. Was it? I am willing that he followed the woman in white to her sect, the Misty Sword sect. Upon entering, he took the vows to become her disciple. Learning of her esteemed identity as the inner sect elder, most likely to become the next sect leader, a prodigy of the sword path, a rare talent who ascended to the nascent soul stage in merely a century. Known as the Misty Moon Sword Immortal, Luo Jiqing, you became Luo Jiqing's first disciple. Due to your exceptional cultivation talent and her significant influence within the sect, you found that few dared to provoke you. While many senior brothers actively sought your companionship, while others had to venture out to undertake quests for cultivation resources, all you needed to do was ask Luo Jiqing, and you would receive an abundance of resources for your practice. The sect valued you greatly, and your path of cultivation was smooth. Within a few years, you reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage. This led you to ponder whether your initial choice of the adversity growth trait was a misguided decision. In your leisure time, you endeavored to recreate the culinary delights of your past life, intending to astonish the natives of the cultivation world with a taste of modern cuisine. With a serene mind, you successfully developed various seasonings reminiscent of your previous existence. In the inner sanctum of the Misty Sword sect, sunlight cascaded onto the jade stone floor, casting a warm glow. Luo Jiqing had just returned from a council of elders. Pushing open the door to her abode, weariness evident in her features, she removed the flowing azure robe designated for the outer sect elders, donning a simpler, pure white gown, her demeanor remaining as cool and ethereal as the moon. As she entered her dwelling, the familiar aroma wafted through the air, gradually replacing her fatigue with anticipation. Sure enough, moments later, Chu Yuan entered, carrying a steaming food box. The moment the box was opened, a rich fragrance enveloped the room. Luo Jiqing inquired softly, "What delicacy do you present today?" Chu Yuan smiled, placing a bowl of meticulously prepared braised pork before her. "Master, this is a dish from my homeland, known as braised pork, specially prepared for you. Please, do taste it." Luo Jiqing glanced at the bowl of steaming pork, her delicate brows knitting slightly as her tone remained unperturbed. "I have never been fond of such greasy fare." Chu Yuan quietly observed her actions, counting the moments. Before long, however, under his watchful gaze, Luo Jiqing slowly lifted her chopsticks, delicately picking up a piece of meat and bringing it to her lips. Her initially composed expression faltered for a moment. The chopsticks, seemingly of their own accord, reached back into the bowl. One piece after another of the braised pork found its way elegantly into her mouth, her pace surpassing that of serving rice. In no time, the bowl was empty, the sauce not leaving a trace. Setting down her chopsticks, she picked up her teacup, taking a sip as if to conceal her satisfaction. Yet, her gaze betrayed her, drifting toward the food box in Chu Yuan's hands. Suppressing a chuckle, he retrieved another bowl of braised pork. "Master, that was merely a taste. This is the main course. There is plenty more. Do not hesitate to eat, and if it proves insufficient, I shall prepare more." Luo Jiqing diverted her gaze, her ears slightly flushed as her voice remained composed. "Since it has been prepared, I shall not let it go to waste." Without looking at Chu Yuan, she extended her slender hand to accept the bowl. After finishing the second serving, she brought the bowl to her lips, hesitating for a moment before setting it down, a hint of satisfaction coloring her typically cool visage. "Though this braised pork is greasy, its flavor is quite agreeable. Should you have the time, feel free to make it often. A smile tugged at Chu Yuan's lips, unable to resist adding, Master, truth be told, you nearly licked the bowl clean just now. Rebellious disciple, cease your foolishness, Luo Jiqing retorted, closing her eyes, her tone lacking severity. Luo Jiqing treated you, her sole disciple, with great kindness. To repay her as best as you could, you resolved to keep her spirits high, with cooking being one of the ways to do so. Thus, your bond deepened. After a decade of cultivation, you successfully established your foundation. That on the day of your foundation establishment, many senior brothers came to congratulate you. And Luo Jiqing gifted you a high-quality protective talisman. Years passed, and Luo Jiqing was no longer merely an inner sect elder. Following the retirement of the previous sect leader, she ascended to the position herself. Her cultivation also having reached the later stages of the nascent soul point. One day, you prepared breakfast for Luo Jiqing, eager to surprise her with some Cantonese dim sum. You entered her abode, gently knocking on the door and announcing your intention. After a while, you finally received her response, granting you permission to enter, though this time, her voice seemed to lack its usual calm. Curious, you entered to find Luo Jiqing not seated in her usual meditative pose, but rather in a posture resembling that of an ordinary woman, perched on the edge of her bed. Even so, her divine aura could not be concealed. Master, here are the sand dumplings and soup dumplings. Please taste them while they are hot. You placed the food box on the jade table, producing a steaming basket of dumplings. Luo Jiqing maintained her usual cool demeanor, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. She nodded lightly and reached for a dumpling. However, as her fingers brushed against it, her delicate brow furrowed sharply, and her hand instinctively recoiled. Master, you were momentarily taken aback, quickly rising to catch the dumpling that had nearly fallen from her grasp. Disbelief flickering in your eyes, you could see that she had been burned by the dumpling. But how could that be? As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, such temperature should not penetrate her protective spiritual energy. Luo Jiqing's slender fingers curled slightly, the tips now flushed. Watching her, concern began to grow within you. Along with a dawning realization, you understood that for someone of Luo Jiqing's caliber, a mere dumpling should not have burned her. Unless something was amiss with her cultivation. Master, you said, your voice lowered, tinged with undeniable worry. Have you encountered some trouble? Luo Jiqing lowered her gaze, her lips pressed together, realizing that she might be in distress. You wished to assist her, to repay her kindness, and not allow her to bear the burden alone. Initially, Luo Jiqing did not answer your question directly. Yet, after your repeated inquiries and a solemn vow of secrecy, she finally relented. According to her, the cultivation method she practiced appeared to have a flaw. Ever since breaking through to the late nascent soul stage, every year on this day, she would lose all her cultivation. Currently, her strength was inferior even to that of a chi refinement cultivator. Amidst your shock, the reason for Luo Jiqing's desire to keep this matter concealed became clear to as the leader of the Misty Sword sect. She inevitably made enemies while competing and safeguarding the sect's interests. If this information were to be leaked, it might spell disaster for her. Simultaneously, you recognized the depth of trust she placed in you. Despite knowing the risks, she was willing to share her secret with you, leaving her utterly defenseless should you harbor ill intentions. Master, you spoke, your voice steady and resolute. I shall find a way to assist you. For anything you find inconvenient to address personally, allow me to take your place. Furthermore, I shall also work together with you to seek a solution. Luo Jiqing raised her gaze to meet yours. Her eyes as cold as autumn waters, yet within their depths, there seemed to be a flicker of emotion. After a moment of silence, she ultimately did not refuse, merely nodding lightly. Since you have sworn an oath, do not take it lightly. This matter must not be divulged. The consequences would be dire, I understand. You replied earnestly. Master, rest assured. Unless I perish. Luo Jiqing's gaze lingered on your face, her cold eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. As time passed, your cultivation steadily advanced, yet you never forgot the value it made. During your spare moments of practice, you immersed yourself in researching the issues surrounding Luo Jiqing's cultivation method, poring over countless ancient texts and accounts of remarkable phenomena. Yet, confronted with the profound deficiencies of the Yuan stage techniques, he still felt utterly powerless. Luo Jiqing was deeply moved by this, but advised him to diligently cultivate and strive for a breakthrough, urging him not to delay his own progress for her sake, for such matters could wait until his cultivation was more advanced. Allowing them to explore together, he acquiesced, yet still yearned to do something for Luo Jiqing. At her suggestion, he began assisting her with the affairs of the sect. sharing the burdens of her responsibilities. He soon discovered that whenever the topic of demonic cultivators arose, Luo Jiqing's demeanor turned exceptionally cold, exhibiting a near-zero tolerance. Even an ordinary disciple suspected of collusion with demonic cultivators would be detained without hesitation until the investigation was concluded. And those whose identities as demonic cultivators were confirmed were almost invariably executed swiftly, without a trace of mercy. That on one occasion, Chu Yuan could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Master, while these demonic cultivators must be eradicated, some among them may merely have strayed from the path. Is it not possible?" Luo Jiqing interrupted him with a gentle sigh, her expression reflecting reminiscence as her gaze grew increasingly frigid. Demonic cultivators are all steeped in bloodshed, bringing calamity wherever they tread. The roots of evil must be eradicated. There can be no room for leniency. Chu Yuan looked at her, a slight tremor in his heart. Although his master was typically reserved, she was not unkind, often treating others with compassion. Yet, when it came to demonic cultivators, she was so resolute. Perhaps there were untold past grievances concerning demonic cultivators that she preferred not to confront. As he became increasingly acquainted with the sect's affairs, he learned that the true strength of the sect did not lie with the sect leader, but rather with an ancient ancestor who remained aloof from worldly matters, possessing unfathomable cultivation yet never intervening in sect affairs, preferring to remain secluded in meditation. Thus, all the pressures fell squarely upon Luo Jiqing as the sect leader. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Luo Jiqing, he mused that perhaps the ancestor would only emerge when the sect faced utter catastrophe. Years passed, and a trial secret realm jointly overseen by several righteous sects opened along the borders of the righteous path, allowing disciples below the golden core stage to participate and gain inheritance. Upon entering the secret realm, regardless of their cultivation level, all would be suppressed to below the golden core stage, with only those at the divine transformation stage able to forcibly break this limitation. As a disciple of the Piaomiao Sword sect at the foundation establishment stage, he was among those participating in the trials. The Piaomiao Sword sect was shrouded in a thin mist that morning. Inside Luo Jiqing's cave dwelling, Chu Yuan stood behind her, his brow furrowed, his voice laced with unmistakable concern. "Master, are you truly going?" His tone was grave, while the trial in the secret realm was indeed significant. Given her condition, it was ill-advised for her to make an appearance today. Luo Jiqing paused in her motion of donning her outer robe, turning to face him. Her demeanor remained cool, yet her tone softened. "Chu Yuan, as the sect leader, there are some matters I cannot evade. The trial in the secret realm is not merely a grand event for the allied sects. It symbolizes the strength and heritage of our sect. And I cannot be absent due to personal reasons. But today is a special day for you. If an unforeseen event occurs and you lose your cultivation, you would be utterly defenseless. Master, how can you expect me to remain at ease?" Luo Jiqing regarded him, and after a moment, softly replied, "The concerns you harbor, I have already contemplated. For this trip to the trial, I will bring several elders, all of whom are Yuaning stage cultivators, capable of handling any unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, I will not place myself in peril." She paused, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in her gaze. "Moreover, there is an important matter I must attend to during this trial." Chu Yuan was taken aback. "What matter?" To witness your remarkable performance. No longer resisting Luo Jiqing's decision, he resolved to live up to her expectations. On that day, the leaders and numerous elders from various sects gathered. Under Luo Jiqing's watchful gaze, he entered the trial's secret realm. Within the secret realm, he forged ahead, overcoming obstacles with great prowess. Not only did he earn the recognition of the inheritance stone tablet and gain access to divine abilities, but he also acquired numerous precious resources. He knew that Luo Jiqing and other high-ranking sect members could monitor the situation within the secret realm through probing artifacts, aware of his active presence. Just as he reveled in the glory he brought to Luo Jiqing, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A horde of demonic cultivator assassins suddenly emerged within the secret realm, launching brutal assaults and slaughtering the trial disciples one by one. Draining their blood, flesh, and spiritual energy, he too fell victim to the attacks of several demonic cultivators and engaged them in battle. Fortunately, armed with numerous protective treasures and substantial reserves, he managed to avoid the grim fate that befell other disciples. Yet he struggled to hold on. Despair crept in as the number of demonic assassins surrounding him multiplied, and he feared he would soon share the same tragic fate as his fellow disciples. Outside the secret realm, the elders of various sects were filled with anxiety. Fragmented images from the probing artifacts revealed the harrowing scenes of demonic cultivators hunting down righteous disciples, with some being dismembered on the spot. blood flowing like rivers. The infiltration of demonic cultivators into the secret realm is clearly a conspiracy aimed at our righteous sects. However, the unique rules of the secret realm dictated that only cultivators at the divine transformation stage could disregard the suppression. To recklessly enter would mean being suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, risking annihilation. That we can only report this to the ancestor. Yet, it was uncertain how long it would take for the ancestor to arrive. And whether they would even be willing to intervene was another matter entirely. The leaders and elders of the righteous path held differing opinions, yet none dared to venture into the secret realm to rescue their disciples. However, amid the heated debate, Luo Jiqing resolutely stepped toward the entrance of the secret realm. The others were taken aback. Sect leader, one elder urgently cautioned, the suppression within the secret realm is exceedingly strong. Even you may not be able to return unscathed. As he spoke, Luo Jiqing had already transformed into a streak of flowing light and surged into the gates of the secret realm. Fully aware that she would be suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, she knew that in less than an hour, she would lose her cultivation entirely. Chu Yuan, wielding his sword, felt his breath becoming erratic. Bloodstaining his form, he was cornered by the demonic cultivator assassins in a dense forest within the secret realm. Although his adversaries were all at the foundation establishment stage, their sheer numbers and ferocity were overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, he fought to fend off their assaults, but signs of exhaustion were evident within him. Wave after wave of attackers surged forth, leaving him no time to recover his strength. At last, Chu Yuan could not withstand the strike of a demonic cultivator's flail. His sword was knocked from his grip, embedding itself in the ground at a distance. He was then kicked against a tree trunk. Collapsing to the ground, pain rendering him momentarily immobile, the line of demonic cultivators approached him, their weapons glinting ominously. Is this how it ends? Chu Yuan coughed up blood, a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a brilliant blue sword light tore through the void like thunder, descending amidst the demonic cultivators. Several were caught unawares, shredded into pieces by the sword energy, while the remaining demonic cultivators suffered significant repercussions. A figure descended slowly from above. Master. Chu Yuan recognized the familiar silhouette, his heart jolting as he called her name. Luo Jiqing stood before him, her sword lowered slightly, her icy gaze sweeping over the demonic cultivators as she declared, "You seek death." Despite her cultivation being suppressed to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, Luo Jiqing's foundation stemmed from the Yuaning stage, additionally, as a natural talent capable of fighting beyond her level. Her combat prowess far surpassed that of a typical peak foundation establishment cultivator. Even when facing 3 or 4 of them, she had ample strength to spare in less than a moment. All the demonic cultivator assassins before her had been either killed or severely wounded. Chu Yuan struggled to rise from the ground. Master, you do not move. Before he could react, Chu Yuan was pressed back down. Luo Jiqing retrieved a pill from her storage ring and personally administered it to him. Her movements gentle and deliberate. Chu Yuan gazed at Luo Jiqing in a daze, his emotions in turmoil, unable to find the words to convey his feelings. Master, she knew full well that entering the secret realm would also suppress her Yuan-ing cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. She was aware that she had less than an hour before losing her powers entirely. Yet, she still braved the risk of annihilation, unhesitatingly coming to save him. There was no need for further inquiry into her motives. In that moment, Chu Yuan knew he would willingly sacrifice everything for the woman before him. After regaining a semblance of strength, Chu Yuan rose to his feet. Luo Jiqing had remained vigilant of their surroundings. And now she glanced at him. How much of your strength have you recovered? Chu Yuan replied, his voice sincere and deep. 80%. Thank you, Master Tim. And Luo Jiqing refrained from saying more and turned to approach the corpse of the demonic cultivator. The faces of the demonic cultivators were obscured by masks, which she removed to inspect. After a moment, she gently furrowed her brow. Chu Yuan, noticing her expression, inquired, Master, have you discovered something? Luo Jiqing replied, these demonic cultivators, although undoubtedly different individuals, possess an entirely identical aura within them. Identical? Chu Yuan pondered, stroking his chin, his gaze intensifying. That shouldn't be the case. Even when practitioners cultivate the same technique, the variations in their physiques and methods of cultivation generally yield slightly different spiritual energies. Yet, the auras of these demonic cultivators mirrored each other, akin to mass-produced puppets. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Jiqing spoke softly. This matter is indeed unusual. There may be hidden circumstances behind it. we should leave this place and investigate further. The exit of the secret realm would not open until the designated time arrived. Since Lo Jiqing had already entered the secret realm, further persuasion was futile. Finding a solution to their current predicament was paramount. You resolved to accompany Lo Jiqing to find a safe refuge to endure this period of her weakened cultivation while awaiting rescue. However, fate had other plans. Before long, you encountered more demonic cultivators. This time in greater numbers and with enhanced strength. You found yourselves embroiled in a fierce battle, forced to contend for an extended period, just as you were on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement. Lo Jiqing's cultivation began to plummet rapidly. She failed to guard against the assault of a demonic cultivator, sustaining severe injuries and losing her combat ability. Fortunately, by this time, the enemy's encirclement had weakened considerably, and you carried the injured Lo Jiqing to safety at last. You sought out a secluded cave, placing Lo Jiqing there to recuperate, as she had lost her cultivation and could not channel the medicinal energy to heal herself. You had to assist her in recovery. Chu Yuan supported Lo Jiqing, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and administering a pill to her weakened form. He then channeled his energy to help her absorb the medicinal properties for healing. In a short while, Lo Jiqing's complexion improved significantly. Only then did Chu Yuan feel a sense of relief, tearing off a piece of his sleeve to use as a bandage for her wounds. During this process, he inadvertently brushed against Lo Jiqing's soft body. I apologize, master. Lo Jiqing remained silent, though the tips of her ears flushed slightly. When Chu Yuan had carried her away earlier, their bodies had been closely intertwined. But under the urgency of the situation, neither had harbored such thoughts. Now, with the crisis averted and in this intimate setting, the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. To alleviate the tension, Chu Yuan helped Lo Jiqing lean against a large rock to rest. Deciding to say something, Master, please refrain from such reckless actions in the future. It pains me greatly. Lo Jiqing understood that Chu Yuan referred to her decision to enter the secret realm to rescue him. She turned her gaze sideways, stating, had I not come, you would have perished. You initiated a conversation. During this period of recuperation, you and Lo Jiqing discussed a multitude of topics, although you had previously served her closely. The distance between you had never felt as intimate as it did today. As your conversation unfolded, you delved into the reasons for her deep-seated animosity towards the demonic cultivators. Lo Jiqing regarded Chu Yuan, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. She then gazed into the distance, saying, I am much like you. In the past, the demonic cultivators slaughtered my homeland, leaving me as the sole survivor. My parents and friends perished in that inferno. Though I now belong to the Misty Sword sect, my true home has been irretrievably lost. In that sense, I am utterly alone. The vengeance for the annihilation of her clan. No wonder Master harbored such profound hatred for the demonic cultivators. Yet, Master, you are not alone. Upon hearing this, Lo Jiqing met Chu Yuan's gaze. If you feel lonely, consider me your family. At the very least, I have come to regard you as my only family. In this world, devoid of relatives or friends, I have always viewed you as such. Wherever you are is my home, my true home. Like a stone cast into a clear pond, Chu Yuan's words began to ripple through Lo Jiqing's clear eyes, leaving a lasting impression of his figure etched in her heart. Stirring feelings that would not easily settle. Flames engulfed the surroundings, vividly reflected in Lo Jiqing's eyes. The anguished cries of neighbors echoed incessantly in her ears. Her parents and friends perished before her eyes. The girl, still so young, wept profusely, her expression vacant, her heart plunged into icy desolation. She had lost every semblance of shelter and family. The young Lo Jiqing clutched her shoulders, curling her trembling form into a ball as the world around her descended into an endless darkness. Just as her existence was about to be completely shrouded in shadow, a voice suddenly rang from behind her. Master, the girl looked up in astonishment, turning to behold the scene transform in an instant. The darkness dissipated, cherry blossoms floated down in the warm sunlight, and she stood clad in white, now the celestial sword immortal. A young man stood behind her, his handsome face radiating a warmth surpassing the sun, melting the ice and snow. He extended his hand, saying, What are you waiting for? Let us go. Lo Jiqing gazed at Chu Yuan, momentarily frozen. Then, she too reached out, taking his hand. Yes, although her usually icy demeanor softened only slightly, it was enough to reveal a breathtaking smile. Her heart filled with warmth. Lo Jiqing gradually opened her eyes, only to realize she had been dreaming. Suddenly, she felt the proximity of warmth and touch beside her. Turning her head, She was met with Chu Yuan's face just inches away. Master. You are awake. A wave of inexplicable panic washed over Lo Jiqing as she pulled away from Chu Yuan's shoulder, creating distance between them. It turned out she had been resting her head on his shoulder while sleeping. She had never before fallen asleep in the presence of others, so defenseless. Yet, she found herself entirely unbothered by this sensation. Despite never having been so close to any man. Lo Jiqing averted her gaze, not looking at Chu Yuan, and softly replied, She sensed her internal state, then rose and declared, I have regained my cultivation. Let us leave this place and see if we can rescue more sect disciples. All right. After exiting the cave, you began searching for other disciples. After a while, you defeated dozens of demonic cultivators, rescuing nearly 10 fellow sect members. These disciples were deeply moved by Lo Jiqing's willingness to personally risk danger to save them, filled with admiration and gratitude, and their trust in her grew immensely. Just as you all gathered to discuss how to evade the demonic cultivators and rescue the remaining disciples before the secret realm's exit opened, a massive fissure suddenly appeared above the secret realm, followed by an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Your astonishment. It was the ancestor of the Misty Sword sect, who had forcibly broken through the secret realm. The ancestor's voice resonated from the skies, urging the disciples of various sects to leave, and with a swift motion, he annihilated a large number of demonic cultivators in an instant. The peril of the secret realm was thus averted. In the aftermath, Lo Jiqing led you and the other disciples to express gratitude to the ancestor, who merely nodded in acknowledgement, allowing you to leave the secret realm first while he dealt with the subsequent matters. You found yourself puzzled. The ancestor had always been detached from worldly affairs, the most low-key among the ancestors of the righteous sects, typically refraining from intervening unless the sect faced dire straits. Yet this time, he had arrived faster than any other ancestor, even taking the initiative to handle the aftermath, as though there were something within the secret realm that he particularly valued. However, considering the ancestor's formidable level of cultivation, you deemed it futile to speculate about his motives, deciding to set the matter aside for the time being. In the days that followed, your relationship with Lo Jiqing grew increasingly intimate, while she guided your cultivation. The two of you often shared meals and engaged in heartfelt conversations, your bond evidently surpassing that of a typical master and disciple. During discussions on various perspectives, Lo Jiqing discovered your unique and more astute insights into handling sect affairs. Thus, she entrusted more sect affairs to you for decision-making and handling. When faced with the issue of demonic cultivators, she no longer exhibited the same stubbornness as before, having learned to let go and seek your opinion. Eventually, she admitted that in terms of managing the sect, she was not as adept as you. You thought to yourself that this was only natural, for you hailed from the modern world. Meanwhile, whenever Luo Jiqing reached a point of complete cultivation depletion, you would closely attend to her, ensuring her peace of mind. You could sense that Luo Jiqing was increasingly trusting of you, to the extent of dropping all defenses. As time passed, your mode of address towards her also transformed from the formal you to the more intimate you, which she did not seem to mind, and appeared to prefer. One day, Luo Jiqing gifted you a magical artifact capable of unleashing her full power in a single attack. That it was said to be forged with her essence blood, and you gratefully accepted it. At last, you had achieved the consummation of the foundation establishment stage. Chu Yuan sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling, introspecting his dantian with a nod. More than 10 years had passed since the secret realm trials, and his cultivation had become more refined, his strength exponentially multiplied. He could now store some spiritual energy within the unformed golden core in his dantian, rather than merely relying on the Qi for energy storage and invocation. This brought him great satisfaction, as such an ability was typically only achievable by those in the true golden core stage, effectively granting him an additional layer of security and enhancing his combat prowess among peers. Not to say he was invincible among his peers, but he felt confident he could contend with early golden core cultivators. To prepare for breaking through to the golden core stage, you decided to undertake some sect missions, venturing out to gain diverse experiences and solidify your current realm. After informing Luo Jiqing and obtaining her approval, you went to accept a large-scale mission led by the current Grand Elder, departing the sect alongside him. Numerous fellow disciples accompanied you on this task, creating a team of several dozen, soaring through the sky on swords resembling a flock of swallows, according to the Grand Elder. Your mission was to guard various checkpoints in a town, preventing anyone from entering or exiting and forbidding any unauthorized departures. as demonic cultivators might have their sights set on something within the town. Before formally commencing the watch, the Grand Elder waved his hand, infusing each of you with something, claiming it to be his residual aura, enabling you to sense the positions of the other disciples. As night deepened and the surroundings gradually quieted, Chu Yuan and several fellow disciples stood guard at a checkpoint, occasionally engaging in light conversation. At that moment, a ragged woman stumbled out of the town. Collapsing before Chu Yuan and the others, she cried out, "Please, immortal master, save me. My daughter went out to play this afternoon and hasn't returned. I've searched everywhere in the town, but I can't find her. Please let me go look for her." Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. This woman's situation might indicate lurking demonic cultivators nearby, and it was not merely a case of a lost child. The area was fraught with danger, and venturing out without caution could lead to disastrous consequences. "Please, immortal master." The woman knelt on the ground, her cries heart-wrenching. "She is my only daughter. She is still so young. If she encounters danger, I won't survive." Several nearby disciples, though displaying compassion, remained unmoved. "What should we do, Brother Chu?" Finally, one disciple, with a hesitant expression, turned to Chu Yuan for guidance on how to handle the situation. Chu Yuan gazed at the woman and, after a moment's reflection, sighed. With the various protective talismans granted by his master, he believed that even if he encountered demonic cultivators, as long as he didn't reveal his divine transformation, they would be unable to detain him. He beckoned a few fellow disciples over and instructed them, "You continue to guard the checkpoint. No one is to enter or leave without permission, that I will take full responsibility for any departures." With that, he donned his sword and stepped into the night. Chu Yuan traversed the desolate land and forest outside the town, searching diligently and spreading his spiritual awareness, yet he sensed no trace of demonic cultivators. It was not until he reached a stream that he finally discovered the little girl the woman had mentioned. The child was covered in dirt, evidently having waited there after losing her way. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, her tear-filled eyes reflected fear and grievance. "Who are you?" she asked. "Your mother asked me to bring you back." Chu Yuan gently lifted the girl and turned to soar back towards the town. He moved swiftly, maintaining vigilance in his heart, unconsciously circulating his spiritual energy to sense his surroundings, yet still detected nothing amiss. Only when the town gradually came into view did he feel a slight sense of relief. However, upon stepping into the town's checkpoint, he was met with a profound silence. The buildings had been reduced to ashes by fire, the surroundings charred, and the air thick with the scent of blood. Even more chilling was the sight of his fellow disciples, one after another, lying lifeless on the ground, their eyes wide open, faces still bearing expressions of disbelief and terror, their breaths extinguished. Chu Yuan set the little girl down and approached the body of a fellow disciple. Trembling as he reached out to check for a pulse, his touch was cold, devoid of any trace of life. Examining the face, he saw that the corpse was shriveled like dead wood, its spiritual energy and flesh evidently drained. "No." Chu Yuan fell to the ground in despair. He gazed at the scene before him, his mind blank as if a thunderous explosion had erupted within. "Why?" Suddenly, his gaze swept across the residual fluctuations in the air. The faint aura sent a tremor through his heart. This aura was identical to that of the demonic cultivators, death warriors in the secret realm. After a long while, Chu Yuan returned to the sect with the town's sole survivor. The little girl. He went to the inspection hall and reported the incident according to protocol for significant matters. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, the responsible disciple swiftly rose to depart and report to superiors. Chu Yuan comforted the little girl and, after temporarily leaving her in the care of those at the inspection hall, prepared to inform Luo Jiqing of the situation. However, shortly after leaving the inspection hall, a squad of enforcement hall disciples on flying swords blocked his path. "Chu Yuan, you traitor of the sect, do you know your crimes?" "A traitor, accused unjustly." Chu Yuan frowned. "I am a traitor. On what grounds?" "Enough talk. Seize him." The enforcement hall disciples did not grant Chu Yuan the opportunity to explain, rushing towards him en masse. Among them were several at the golden core stage, rendering him incapable of resistance. It appeared these individuals were acting under orders, as the enforcement hall never conducted investigations in such a manner. Perhaps the massacre of the town was not so simple after all. He wondered who had issued the command and whether it was aimed at him or Luo Jiqing. Chu Yuan remained calm, intending to discreetly send a message to Luo Jiqing later. Thought he still had the various trump cards she had given him, even if she could not arrive in time. He possessed ways to extricate himself. For now, he merely wished to let events unfold naturally and observe how the situation developed. Who was behind all of this? Not long after, Chu Yuan was escorted to the main hall of the sect's enforcement hall. His hands and feet tightly bound by spiritual power chains. These chains could seal his Dantian's Qi, but Chu Yuan was already capable of drawing upon the spiritual energy within his unformed golden core, allowing him to endure the binding. When the critical moment arrived, this constraint would be akin to nothingness, easily broken. Within the enforcement hall's main chamber, numerous elders watched coldly, and the Grand Elder strode slowly into the hall. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, Chu Yuan's eyes widened slightly. The task of guarding the town had been led by him. Could it be? The Grand Elder approached, fixing his icy gaze upon Chu Yuan, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Chu Yuan, you are a demonic spy. During your tenure at the post, you absented yourself, colluding with demonic cultivators, leading to the tragic deaths of sect disciples. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Chu Yuan, with a cold gaze, retorted, I did not. I left my post solely to save someone. How could I collude with demonic cultivators? If you do not believe me, you may go to the inspection hall and find the little girl I brought back. She is the sole survivor of the town and can testify for me. With evidence so irrefutable, you still dare to quibble. She must have been summoned by you to provide false testimony. The Grand Elder scoffed, commanding, enforcement hall, prepare to take this man to the execution site for punishment according to sect law. As the conversation unfolded, the Grand Elder's eyes flickered with intensity. Chu Yuan and the young girl were the only two survivors. Among them, it was possible that one had witnessed the grim truth of the town's massacre. The moment both Chu Yuan and the girl perished, the incident would surely remain a secret. The fabricated evidence prepared for that crucial moment could indeed be utilized now. Wait, just as Chu Yuan was about to be taken away, a familiar beam of sword light sliced through the air. Luo Jiqing, having received a message from Chu Yuan not long ago, appeared in the grand hall with an icy demeanor. She surveyed the surroundings, her gaze first landing on Chu Yuan before shifting to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Chu Yuan has been my disciple for many years. It is impossible for him to conspire with the demonic cultivators. This must be a misunderstanding. The Grand Elder, seemingly well prepared, spoke with a calm yet deliberate tone. Sect Master Luo, you have always been one to value emotions, but this matter is certainly not a misunderstanding. Bring forth the evidence. Upon his command, a disciple from the law enforcement hall approached, carrying several scrolls, which he presented to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder accepted the scrolls, using spiritual power to levitate them towards Luo Jiqing. Sect Master Luo, this is evidence of Chu Yuan's undercover work for the demonic path. Please take a look. Luo Jiqing received the scrolls, while Chu Yuan observed them closely. Without a doubt, these scrolls were fabricated evidence. Just as Chu Yuan pondered this, he noticed Luo Jiqing's expression darkening with each passing moment. Seeing her demeanor, Chu Yuan's heart tightened, and he suddenly realized that this false evidence was likely quite sophisticated, capable of deceiving even the keenest eyes. The fact that it was prepared so swiftly indicated that there had been a contingency plan in place all along. Could it be that this incident was indeed a conspiracy against him and his master? At that moment, the Grand Elder continued, Sect Master Luo, it is quite a coincidence, is it not, that Chu Yuan was the only survivor of the village slaughtered by the demonic cultivators over the years. He has exploited your trust to gain access to the sect's secrets, influencing its decisions and diminishing your measures against the demonic cultivators, all while secretly amassing power within the sect. Had we not detected this in advance, the consequences would have been dire. The Grand Elder's words were a blend of truth and deceit, making them exceedingly difficult to discern. Clearly, they had affected Luo Jiqing, who now appeared torn and hesitant. Absurd. Ultimately, Luo Jiqing set the scrolls down, fixing a cold gaze on the Grand Elder. This is slander that I know Chu Yuan better than anyone. The Grand Elder let out a cold laugh and gestured. Then let Sect Master Luo personally examine the demonic seed within him. Both Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing were momentarily taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Jiqing stepped in front of Chu Yuan. Initially, Chu Yuan was bewildered by the Grand Elder's intentions, but when Luo Jiqing extended her delicate hand, gathering spiritual power to probe into Chu Yuan's energy sea, he suddenly felt a change within him. He hurriedly turned his focus inward and discovered a mass of dark energy swirling within his dantian, emanating an eerie demonic aura. Chu Yuan's pupils constricted. Why? How could this be? Suddenly, He recalled the earlier instance when the Grand Elder had instructed him and his fellow disciples to guard the town's entrance, injecting something into them, claiming it was a trace of his aura to sense the disciples' locations. Could it have been then? Meanwhile, Luo Jiqing's complexion changed drastically as her spiritual consciousness encountered a hidden foreign object, a demonic seed radiating a sinister aura. Luo Jiqing's fingers trembled slightly, disbelief filling her eyes. The Grand Elder's deep voice echoed beside her. Elder Luo, this is conclusive evidence. If he were not a demonic spy, how could this seed exist within him? Luo Jiqing withdrew her hand, her expression torn, taking a small step back as if all her strength had been drained. She looked up at Chu Yuan, her gaze filled with regret, pain, and conflict. Chu Yuan. You. Chu Yuan panicked and quickly spoke. No, master. Bang. The Grand Elder suddenly kicked the unsuspecting Chu Yuan in the chest, causing him to spit out blood and collapse to the ground. This kick not only rendered Chu Yuan speechless but also skillfully triggered the demonic seed within him, causing it to spread outward. In an instant, Chu Yuan was enveloped in dark energy, his aura becoming exceedingly sinister, akin to a demonic cultivator unable to control his own powers. Gazing at the dark energy, Luo Jiqing was engulfed in despair, her mind drifting. Why? Why did it come to this? She had once believed he was her salvation. In the end, he turned out to be her enemy, deceiving her for so many years. The Grand Elder coldly stated, Sect Master Luo, the facts are clear. For the safety of the sect, I ask that you personally deal with this traitor. Luo Jiqing closed her eyes, taking a long moment to gather herself. She took a deep, pained breath, then slowly grasped the hilt of her sword, her fingers trembling slightly as her voice, filled with suppressed anguish, emerged. Everyone, step back. The Grand Elder signaled for the others to leave. A barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, Luo Jiqing's grip on the sword turned white as she cast a perplexed gaze at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was in excruciating agony, yearning to speak, but only a hoarse sound escaped his throat, his eyes filled with pleading. Master, I am innocent. Luo Jiqing struggled repeatedly, yet ultimately could not bring herself to strike. Her voice trembled as she declared, I will strip you of your cultivation, destroy your energies, and from this moment on, you shall be a cripple, survive as you will. With that, the sword light flashed, and a wave of intense pain surged through Chu Yuan's abdomen as his Dantian's energy, was obliterated. Chu Yuan collapsed to the ground, his complexion as pale as paper, his gaze fixed on Luo Jiqing, filled with anguish and despair. Meanwhile, Luo Jiqing turned her back and walked away from the law enforcement hall. Her steps heavy, never looking back. In the distance, Chu Yuan seemed to glimpse the glimmer of tears falling. The Grand Elder dragged Chu Yuan to the edge of a cliff. The night wind howled, and below the cliff lay an endless abyss, the summit. Chu Yuan was pulled down heavily to the ground by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder loomed over Chu Yuan, his gaze as cold as steel. At that moment, Chu Yuan finally recovered from the impact of the Grand Elder's kick, raising his head with eyes filled with anger and defiance, along with heart-wrenching pain, his voice hoarse. Grand Elder, everything that has transpired is your doing, isn't it? You are the true demonic spy colluding with the demonic cultivators. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, then revealed a sinister smile. Chu Yuan, you overestimate me. This game is indeed splendid, but I am not the demonic spy. I am merely acting on orders. The Grand Elder began to pace slowly. Since you are destined to die, allow me to enlighten you. In truth, all of this was orchestrated by the ancestor. The cultivation method he practiced required the sacrifice of living beings, mortals and cultivators alike, serving as his source of power. The Grand Elder spoke mockingly. That little village of yours, destroyed by the demonic cultivators, was actually the ancestor's doing. Those demonic assassins from before were merely hunters raised by him. Though you recall those demonic cultivators during the Secret Realm trial, they absorbed the life force and spiritual energy of countless cultivators, ultimately to become the ancestor's nutritional reservoir. The thunderous noise echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. The scene of the ancestor arriving in time to save the day during the Secret Realm trial resurfaced in his mind. It was not a rescue. It was merely the ancestor reclaiming these results. Oh, that was it. Chu Yuan muttered. Suddenly, his expression froze as he glared furiously at the Grand Elder. Could it be that the hometown of his master? The Grand Elder stroked his beard, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the way that little girl Luo Jiqing loathes evil is simply laughable. Her hometown was also an offering for the ancestor's ritual. Yet she remains blissfully unaware. Chu Yuan clenched his fist tightly, his teeth gritted. I will expose all of this to the world. ensuring that you meet a wretched end. The Grand Elder scoffed. Raising his hand to gather spiritual power, a gust of force aimed directly at Chu Yuan's head. You won't have the chance. Die here. Just as the Grand Elder believed that Chu Yuan would succumb to his strike. A blinding radiance erupted before him. The Grand Elder widened his eyes in astonishment. What is this? A thunderous explosion resounded across the cliff, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Riding on his flying sword, Chu Yuan surged forth from the mist and fled into the distance. Although his Qi had been destroyed, he had previously gathered an unformed golden core, allowing him to store spiritual energy within it. Thus, he was able to unleash a full-force attack at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, powered by the remaining energy in his golden core, and escape on his sword. As Chu Yuan vanished into the horizon. The smoke dissipated atop the cliff. The disheveled Grand Elder rose awkwardly, clutching his shoulder where a gruesome, deep wound bled profusely, and bellowed furiously, Chu Yuan, you cannot escape. I will personally capture you and make you suffer 1,000 cuts. In a fit of rage, the Grand Elder summoned numerous disciples from the sect to pursue you. Drawing upon the foundation you had accumulated over the years, you forged a path to safety. You sought out the inspection hall, intending to rescue the young girl, fearing that her presence there could lead to her silence. However, upon interrogating the disciples of the inspection hall, you discovered that the girl had already been taken away by the Grand Elder's men. Realizing her perilous situation, you had no time to mourn and swiftly fled, lest you too be left behind. You fought while retreating, yet did not harm your fellow disciples, even as your own injuries multiplied. In the face of adversity, rather than succumbing, you thrived, fueled by the resilience born of hardship, and miraculously escaped the encirclement, leaving the realm of the Miao Sword sect, when you finally found refuge in a cave behind a waterfall. The spiritual energy within your unformed golden core was entirely depleted. Without the nurturing power of spiritual energy, your unformed golden core soon dissipated, and your cultivation vanished completely, rendering you a true invalid. Even so, the Grand Elder did not relent. Possessing the secrets of the ancestral demon cultivation, you were relentlessly hunted by the various assassins dispatched by the Elder. Fortunately, your deep concealment spared you from discovery and death. However, during your time in hiding, the Grand Elder had already made arrangements, notifying the major sects of your existence. Branding you as a demon cultivator, you realized that even if you wished to reveal the truth to the other sects, it would be impossible. Before you could elucidate the truth, you would be struck down, leaving you no opportunity whatsoever. Thus, you were left with no choice but to abandon hope and live a life in obscurity. After losing your cultivation, you attempted various methods to restore it, yet found yourself unable to reconstitute your spiritual energy. With a destroyed Dantian and Qi, any cultivator would be deemed a lifelong invalid. Yet, Chu Yuan was unwilling to surrender or accept this fate. He had yet to inform his master of the slander against him, and he had not rescued his master from that den of demons. Since conventional cultivation methods were utterly futile for him, he resolved to forge a new path, regardless of the cost. One day, he disguised himself heavily and brought his remaining spiritual stones to the market for cultivators. Hoping against hope to find a tome or treasure that could resolve his plight, as he navigated through the bustling stalls, he remained alert, yet found nothing of value. Just as despair began to settle in, he was captivated by an oddly shaped ancient stone at a neighboring stall. The stone was pitch black, inscribed with ancient runes that resembled some undeciphered symbols. When his gaze fell upon the stone, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within him, as if the stone shared an unfathomable connection with him. Unable to resist, Chu Yuan approached and inquired, how much for this stone? The stall owner, an elderly Qi refining stage cultivator, glanced at him dismissively. 3 spiritual stones. Chu Yuan frowned. 3 spiritual stones? This is merely an ordinary rock. It's worth at most 1. That the stall owner's eyelid twitched. Although the stone appeared enigmatic, it had sat unsold here, essentially worthless. Fine. Take it for 2 spiritual stones. Chu Yuan feigned turning away. 1 stone. Just 1. Will do. After some negotiation, Chu Yuan purchased the stone, just as he was about to depart. A vendor from the adjacent stall interjected, Kid, are you really buying that worthless stone? Let me tell you, I've seen many try to infuse it with spiritual energy, and it yielded no results. That it's probably just a useless rock. You're wasting your resources. Ignoring the warning, Chu Yuan clutched the stone and left. Upon returning to his hiding place, he placed the ancient stone on the table, scrutinizing the inscriptions, his fingers gliding over its surface. As his fingertip traced a particular groove, the stone suddenly erupted with blinding light. Instinctively, Chu Yuan stepped back, only to see a vague figure slowly materializing within the brilliance. The figure gradually became clearer, revealing a white-haired old man clad in ancient robes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "At last, I have found someone suitable." The old man's voice was aged yet filled with emotion. Chu Yuan was momentarily stunned, glancing down at his own hands. Such a classic trope of a traditional adventure tale, he was skeptical that it could happen to him. However, looking back on his experiences, he did feel somewhat like a protagonist. Cautiously, Chu Yuan asked, "Who are you? Why do you appear within this stone?" The old man smiled faintly. "I am the master of this ancient stone, once a supreme power in this realm. Alas, I was betrayed. My body destroyed, and my soul sealed within this stone. By chance, you have awakened me." Chu Yuan stroked his chin. "So what now?" The old man regarded him intently and slowly replied, "Young man, your qi is ruined. Your cultivation lost, is it not? Yet your eyes reflect determination. Your heart harbors a will. I can impart to you a cultivation technique that will allow you to embark on the path of cultivation once more, perhaps even surpassing your former strength." "And the cost?" Chu Yuan inquired. "You need only to become my disciple," the old man continued. "Your constitution and resolve perfectly align with the requirements of my technique. The stone's reaction to you is proof enough. Should you wish to take me as your master, I shall impart my knowledge without reservation." The old man's eyes glimmered with confidence, as if he believed Chu Yuan would readily accept. However, Chu Yuan shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I already have a master, and no matter what, I shall never take another as my teacher." The old man was momentarily taken aback, then began to contemplate. After a brief pause, he not only refrained from anger, but instead burst into laughter. "Good character. I like that. In that case, it's perfectly fine if you don't take me as your master, that I can unconditionally impart my technique to you. For I have little time left. It would be a pity if my legacy were to vanish." You accepted the old man's legacy as he imparted his cultivation method to you. However, you soon realized that you had no other choice. Though it was a demonic technique, it fortunately required no dantian or qi to cultivate, leading you down a path entirely different from the norm. To rescue Luo Jiqing, you were willing to practice even the demonic arts she despised. You needed to become powerful enough. Chu Yuan's progress in the demonic arts was astonishingly swift. Within mere months, he had broken through several minor realms. Each time he circulated his technique, the surrounding flora and fauna withered and vanished, as if his mere existence was the nemesis of all life. This remarkable speed of cultivation and the potency of his energy even left the old man astounded. Good. You possess such innate talent for the demonic path. Born to be a demon." The old man's eyes shone with delight. Unable to contain his praise, it seemed he had not misjudged Chu Yuan. The pace at which he cultivated exceeded even that of the old man in his youth. "Haha, truly, you are the successor of my legacy." Chu Yuan's gaze was profound and penetrating. He discerned that from the moment he entered this world until he commenced his cultivation of the demonic arts, his innate understanding had likely never been triggered. His affinity with a particular path was paramount, allowing him to traverse it the furthest. This path, astonishingly, was the path of demonic cultivation. Chu Yuan humbly expressed his gratitude to the elder, saying, "Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Were it not for your techniques, I would have surely become a mere shell of my former self." However, he remained cautious, for he believed that nothing in this world came without a price. Moreover, the elder had provided him with techniques to transcend a realm, yet now, as he was in the qi refinement stage, the elder chose not to divulge the foundational techniques for the establishment stage. It seemed the elder feared that should Chu Yuan conceal his true level of cultivation, he would become uncontrollable, hence his reticence. Yet, the elder's plans were destined to fail, for Chu Yuan was capable of breaking through a minor realm in mere days, rather than months. The surplus time was devoted to deducing the techniques for the next stage. Fortuitously, with the blessings of attributes such as boundless insight, serene composure, and adversity growth, combined with his past experience of reaching half a step into the golden core stage, he successfully deduced techniques for the golden core stage. When Chu Yuan's true realm reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, he presented to the elder the facade of being at the initial stage of qi refinement. When his true realm advanced to the mid-foundation stage, he feigned being at the mid-qi refinement stage. Thus, several years passed. "Senior, I feel that I am on the verge of breaking through to the foundation stage," Chu Yuan stated one day. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fervor flashed in the elder's eyes. Excellent. You shall cultivate for your breakthrough, and I will personally impart the techniques for the next stage. The elder spoke with a benevolent tone, patting Chu Yuan's shoulder. Come now, do not resist. I will infuse the techniques into your sea of consciousness, aiding you in your foundation stage. Chu Yuan closed his eyes, adopting a posture of sincere acceptance. Observing this, the elder could hardly conceal his eagerness. It was time to seize the body. The physical strength of the chi refinement stage could not bear his soul. However, should the opponent's realm be too high, with his current feeble strength, he would be unable to successfully seize the body, thereby risking the annihilation of his own soul. Chu Yuan, who had just broken through to the foundation stage, was just right. It must be said. Chu Yuan's emergence was a delightful surprise for him. Chu Yuan's adaptability to the demonic arts was unparalleled, making him the most suitable vessel for the elder's soul transfer. Thus, the inscribed stone that housed the elder's primordial spirit reacted when Chu Yuan passed by, releasing spiritual fluctuations as bait to capture Chu Yuan's attention, prompting him to take the inscribed stone with him. Now, the time had finally arrived to reap the rewards. Once he obtained Chu Yuan's body, he could ascend even higher and further than before. The elder first infused the techniques for the foundation stage into Chu Yuan's sea of consciousness. As Chu Yuan's eyes remained closed, with the operation of the techniques, his aura gradually transformed from the chi refinement stage towards the foundation stage. Just as Chu Yuan was about to fully enter the foundation stage, the elder's face bore a look of triumph. His gaze filled with deep greed and coldness. He believed that Chu Yuan was utterly defenseless at this moment, if one did not dedicate themselves wholeheartedly during a breakthrough. The consequences could be failure, or even the perilous descent into madness, leading to a fallen realm. The soul transfer was about to succeed. Kid, you truly are a genius, but from this moment forth, your talent and body will belong to me. The elder suddenly burst into laughter, then unleashed a torrent of primordial spirit power that surged towards Chu Yuan's sea of consciousness. However, when the elder truly entered Chu Yuan's sea of consciousness, he was taken aback. How could this be? The elder stared in horror at the vast golden core phantom within Chu Yuan's sea of consciousness, its radiance blinding like the sun, emanating a terrifying soul pressure. Golden core stage. Impossible. I never imparted the techniques for the golden core stage to you. How could you have reached this realm? The elder's voice trembled with extreme shock and fear beneath the golden core phantom. A figure clad in black, Chu Yuan, slowly emerged, calmly gazing at the elder within the sea of consciousness. You indeed did not impart the techniques for the golden core stage to me, so I deduced them myself. The elder's pupils constricted suddenly, as if he had heard an absurd tale. Deduced? You are merely at the chi refinement stage. How could you deduce the techniques for the golden core stage? Such a thing is utterly impossible. Did you forget? Chu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, a malevolent red light flickering in his eyes. You yourself said that I am born to be a demon. It is entirely normal for one born to be a demon to accomplish such feats, is it not? The elder trembled. No, this is impossible. In any case, you have been unkind. Do not blame me for being unjust. As Chu Yuan walked within the sea of consciousness, circling the elder, he declared, I shall take your memories. As he spoke, the golden core phantom suddenly erupted with blinding light, and a powerful soul force spiraled like a vortex, swiftly ensnaring the elder's primordial spirit. The elder finally recognized the gravity of the situation, his eyes filled with terror. Chu Yuan, I beg you, do not kill me. If you spare me, I am willing to share everything with you. Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Devouring you yields the same outcome for me, does it not? The elder struggled desperately, but it was futile. No. The golden core phantom in the sea of consciousness unleashed an insatiable pulling force, consuming the elder's primordial spirit entirely. The elder's screams abruptly ceased, his soul dissolving into nothingness within Chu Yuan's sea of consciousness. With the elder's demise, a torrent of vast memories surged into Chu Yuan's mind. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed in contemplation for a moment, then slowly opened them. Chu Yuan whispered. From the elder's memories, he learned that the latter was the calamity-inducing demonic sovereign of the ancient times. Known as the Devourer of Heaven, the tribulation stage was the pinnacle of realms on this continent. T01 at the tribulation stage. Even the ethereal sword sect's ancestors at the transformation stage were but ants. Additionally, Chu Yuan acquired the complete techniques of the Devourer of Heaven from the elder's memories. The Devouring Heavens technique. with 3 layers of attribute enhancements, and benefiting from the foundation of a tribulation stage demonic cultivator. Your cultivation speed was exceedingly rapid. In less than 20 years, you ascended from the golden core to the nascent soul stage, a pace more astonishing than even history's most remarkable prodigies. Yet, only you knew that this was far from your limit. The terror of the devouring heavens technique lay in its ability to absorb spiritual herbs, demonic beasts, and even directly refine the spiritual energy and vitality of other cultivators for your own use. Had you chosen to elevate your strength through slaughtering others, you might have already approached the transformation stage, yet you never did. You have always held a bottom line in your heart, refusing to become what Luo Jiqing despised most. Thus, even if you saved her, you would be no different from the ancestors of the ethereal sword sect. Practicing demonic arts was merely a means to you, never an end. The targets you chose to devour with your demonic arts were mostly wild spiritual herbs and those foolish enough to attack you. And only when they persisted in their interference would you slay them before refining their vitality. Time passed unnoticed, and you reached the mid-nascent soul stage. You were confident that with your current strength, even against an ordinary late-nascent soul cultivator, you could emerge victorious, and even those at the peak would be overwhelmed by you. However, you felt that such strength was still a pipe dream when it came to rescuing Luo Jiqing. The ancestors of the ethereal sword sect were undoubtedly in the transformation stage that if you charged recklessly, not only would you fail to rescue Luo Jiqing, but you might also endanger yourself. You believed it prudent to wait until you achieved a perfect nascent soul or even the initial transformation stage. Fortunately, you kept a close watch on the developments within the ethereal sword sect, knowing that Luo Jiqing was safe and sound. She continued to manage the sect's affairs as its leader, yet it was rumored that her demeanor had grown even colder. The changes in Luo Jiqing caused you heartache, if only she were not in danger. Even if you are merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, you must exert every effort to attempt to rescue her. One day, after concluding your cultivation, you arrive at a town, intending to gather information regarding the recent developments concerning the mysterious sword sect. Concealing the aura of your mid-stage nascent soul, Chu Yuan dons a plain gray robe, and his visage has been intricately disguised to resemble an unremarkable middle-aged man. That he steps into the town, a weathered bundle slung over his back, exuding the weariness of a traveler. Before long, he finds refuge in a modest inn at the town's center. The inn may be small, yet it bustles with activity due to the frequent trade routes nearby, the mingling aromas of wine and the hum of conversation filling the air. Chu Yuan selects a seat in a corner, ordering a pot of inexpensive blue and white wine along with a few side dishes. Despite his disguise, his gaze remains profound, radiating a tranquility that starkly contrasts with the surrounding clamor. While sipping his drink, he listens intently to the chatter around him. News from the cultivation world often trickles down from the lips of these ordinary folk or wandering cultivators within the inn, although rife with rumors. Valuable information can still be gleaned with careful discernment. Today, he hears mention of numerous disciples from major sects. Could it be that a secret realm is about to open nearby? How do you know they are disciples of major sects? Oh, their attire is quite exquisite, and their uniforms are standardized. Who else could they be but disciples of major sects? Then perhaps there truly is a secret realm opening nearby, if it isn't monopolized and guarded. I would indeed like to venture forth. Upon overhearing the conversation between 2 wandering cultivators, Chu Yuan furrows his brow. Having surveyed the area, he knows there are no secret realms nearby. Nevertheless, it remains imperative to ascertain the latest news from the mysterious sword sect. Thus, he swiftly dismisses the chatter of the 2 cultivators. Soon after, he learns of the recent developments within the mysterious sword sect. Luo Jiqing has ascended from the late nascent soul to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Once her realm solidifies and she spends a few more years in cultivation, she will be ready to enter seclusion and strive for the transformation into the god transformation stage. Due to Luo Jiqing's breakthrough, the prestige of the mysterious sword sect has risen significantly, granting her greater influence in the meetings of righteous sects, thereby securing numerous benefits for her sect. Chu Yuan's eyes flicker. Years ago, when his master's homeland was destroyed, the ancient ancestor of the mysterious sword sect left only her behind. There must be a special reason for that. Furthermore, he has long harbored suspicions about the slanderous evidence prepared in advance by the Grand Elder to incite a rift between him and his master. He believes that even with his master's high position, her circumstances are precarious, and perhaps a greater conspiracy awaits her. However, for now, the time has not yet come. He still has time to grow stronger. Having acquired the information he sought, Chu Yuan raises his cup, takes a sip, pays the bill, and exits the inn. He has no intention of lingering in the town. Yet, as he traverses several bustling streets and approaches the southern gate of the town, he is halted by a cold voice. Halt! A clear voice rings out. Chu Yuan looks up to see several disciples guarding the gate, all clad in blue robes with swords at their waists. Embodying the hallmark attire of the mysterious sword sect, his expression momentarily tightens, but he quickly regains his composure and softly inquires, "Esteemed masters, may I ask why you are obstructing the way?" One disciple steps forward, his demeanor icy. "Today, all individuals within the town are prohibited from entering or exiting. This applies to both mortals and cultivators without exception." Chu Yuan furrows his brow, a growing sense of foreboding swelling within him. "May I ask why?" "We have detected the presence of demonic cultivators in the town. Until we apprehend them, we cannot allow any escape or collusion." The disciple pauses, then continues, "All gates are now sealed. Please return. We will restore passage once our investigation is complete." Chu Yuan scans the gate, observing more disciples of the mysterious sword sect stationed further afield. The entire town has been encircled, leaving no avenue for escape. Chu Yuan stands rooted, his pupils slightly trembling as an unsettling memory floods his mind. The scene of corpses strewn across the town. Back then, disciples of the mysterious sword sect were also ordered to guard the gates. Yet the outcome was that both the townsfolk and wandering cultivators became sustenance for the ancient ancestor. After a moment, Chu Yuan re-enters the town that he stands in the middle of the street, gazing at the throngs of people, conflict flickering in his eyes. "Have you heard? The lockdown is due to the mysterious sword sect, suspecting demonic cultivators lurking nearby. And they intend to conduct a thorough investigation that it seems unnecessary, causing such panic. What can demonic cultivators do? Would they dare slaughter openly?" The murmurs of the crowd reach his ears, and he takes several deep breaths. His gaze gradually hardening that he ultimately cannot remain indifferent, slipping away while a tragedy unfolds before his eyes in the town. Even if such actions risk exposing his identity and inciting a hunt from the righteous sections. Having made his decision, Chu Yuan forms seals with his hands, and a tide of demonic energy surges forth from within him. This is demonic energy, a demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivator, run for your lives. The crowd scatters, fleeing from Chu Yuan. The demonic energy he conjured swiftly spreads, soon engulfing the sky like ink, shrouding the entire town in profound darkness. Within the demonic aura, a low growl resonates, reminiscent of an ancient dragon awakening, radiating an oppressive force. This is a major demonic cultivator of the nascent soul stage. At the town gate, the disciples of the mysterious sword sect are taken aback, retreating as they cautiously draw their swords. Quickly evacuate the mortals and wandering cultivators from the town. Notify the righteous sects. Such a formidable demon must not be allowed to escape. It would wreak havoc upon the land. The leading golden core disciple shouts. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, he gazes at the overwhelming demonic energy, his heart sinking. Who would still bar the townsfolk from leaving at this time? That is pure folly. Before long, chaos erupts in the town as people flee in all directions. The disciples of the mysterious sword sect are compelled to redirect their focus towards evacuating the civilians, while Chu Yuan stands at the town's center, observing everything with his spiritual sense. This is for the best. After casting demonic techniques to frighten away the crowds, he swiftly departs the town. Although his display is grand, not a single soul is harmed. However, the news of a major demonic cultivator emerging quickly reaches the major righteous sections since this area lies within the jurisdiction of the righteous path. A nascent soul demonic cultivator boldly unleashing his powers is tantamount to challenging the righteous sects directly under their watchful eyes. Soon, various sects dispatch their nascent soul cultivators to encircle you in this town. Righteous nascent soul cultivators disperse across the area, conducting a thorough search of every suspicious location. The skies are interwoven with spiritual light. The senses of the righteous cultivators enveloping the area like a net, leaving no movement unnoticed. Despite your attempts to hold your breath and evade detection, the intensity of the search proves overwhelming. Within half a day, your presence is inevitably discovered. With your location reported, a multitude of nascent soul cultivators rush toward you from various directions. You are forced into a series of battles with multiple nascent soul cultivators, fighting and fleeing, desperately seeking an escape. However, Faced with such relentless pursuit, including those at the late and peak stages of the nascent soul, even you find it exceedingly challenging. Before long, your identity is revealed. Everyone knows that you are Chu Yuan, the former demonic infiltrator. Demonic cultivator Chu Yuan, come forth. A mid-stage nascent soul practitioner detected Chu Yuan soaring through the skies. With a fierce shout, a torrent of spiritual light surged forth, and a sword formation instantly took shape, pressing inexorably towards him. In response, Chu Yuan unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, roaring forth like a dragon, which shattered the sword formation with ease. The adversary let out a wretched cry as he was sent flying. But Chu Yuan, unwilling to linger, turned and vanished into the towering mountains. Although Chu Yuan dispatched his opponent effortlessly, a greater number of righteous cultivators quickly converged upon his location. He dashed through the mountain ranges. He engaged in battle with dozens of mid-stage nascent soul practitioners. Despite carving a path through sheer force with his devouring technique, he gradually felt the toll of exhaustion weighing heavily upon him, particularly as he could not absorb the energies of the defeated foes. Several hours later, he cursed under his breath. How relentless they are! Gritting his teeth, he continued his flight, wounds from multiple sword strikes marring his body, his black garb soaked in blood. Glancing back, he noticed two mid-stage nascent soul practitioners and one late-stage nascent soul practitioner relentlessly pursuing him, their intent to claim his life unmistakable. Had it not been for his adversity growth enhancement, he would likely have already been brought down, facing judgment. The three nascent soul practitioners continued to unleash ranged spells in their pursuit, disrupting his flight and slowing his escape. Realizing he could not continue like this, Chu Yuan turned to confront them. How can a mid-stage nascent soul possess such strength? It is impossible. In a short time, he managed to strike down the two mid-stage and one late-stage practitioners. But after catching his breath, he sought to flee once more. Suddenly, a formidable aura descended from afar. It was steady as a mountain and vast as the sea, none other than a peak nascent soul expert. Chu Yuan's expression shifted. In prime condition, he could handle a peak nascent soul with ease, but in his current state of depletion, such a foe posed a grave danger. Chu Yuan, your end has come. The peak nascent soul practitioner, adorned in resplendent battle armor and wielding a brilliant golden warhammer, swung it forth, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged towards Chu Yuan like a tsunami. Chu Yuan formed seals with his hands, the demonic energy within him roiling once more as he clashed with his opponent. The tremendous impact erupted through the mountains and forests, forcing Chu Yuan back several miles. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, wiping away the blood, his eyes glinted with a crimson glow as he reached out, draining the surrounding vegetation of life before charging forward once again. By the time he managed to send the peak nascent soul practitioner crashing down into the forest, he was already in tatters, battered and bruised. Scanning his surroundings with his divine sense, he found no other practitioners nearby and exhaled a sigh of relief. Making his way towards the edge of the righteous sect's encirclement, soon, he finally reached the perimeter of the siege. The terrain ahead grew increasingly complex, with massive boulders interspersed throughout. If he could break through this final barrier, he would escape the pursuit of the righteous cultivators. Just one more step. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, gathering the last remnants of his strength in preparation for the final breakout. However, at that moment, a familiar sword light, imbued with a formidable aura, pierced through the air, blocking his path. Chu Yuan froze, a jolt of realization coursing through him as a figure descended gracefully from above, clad in white robes. Holding a long sword, she exuded an aura of icy aloofness and unparalleled beauty, captivating all in her presence. Master, Chu Yuan's voice was hoarse. Luo Jiqing hovered before him, her gaze cold and detached. Yet, Chu Yuan could discern the complex emotions hidden within her eyes: pain, regret, and struggle. But ultimately, these feelings were overshadowed by an abyss of indifference and chilliness. The tremor coursed through Chu Yuan's chest, his heart aching that he gazed into Luo Jiqing's indifferent eyes, feeling as though the past could never be reclaimed. Master, Finally, Chu Yuan struggled to speak, but was interrupted by Luo Jiqing. Her gaze, as sharp as ice, pierced his heart as she raised her sword, her tone frigid. Chu Yuan, I ask you but once, why have you done all of this? Chu Yuan's eyes quivered slightly, his voice low. Master, I am not an undercover agent of the demonic path. Those accusations were mere slanders against me. And how do you explain the demonic energy surrounding you? Where did your demonic powers originate? Just as Chu Yuan began to explain, Luo Jiqing's sword light surged forth. His countenance changed dramatically, forcing him to raise his sword to defend himself. The clash of demonic energy and sword chi erupted with a deafening boom, sending him hurtling backwards, blood spilling forth as he staggered to regain his footing. Master, it is not as you think. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, gasping for breath, but Luo Jiqing pressed her assault once more. Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Her voice was laced with icy resolve. I will not allow this error to persist. The overwhelming sword intent, infused with her murderous intent, bore down upon Chu Yuan like a raging tide. Clenching his teeth, he raised his sword to counter once again, but his severe injuries made it difficult to withstand, and he was struck by the sword chi, causing him excruciating pain in his chest. Nearly driving him to his knees, he understood that at this moment, Luo Jiqing had completely lost faith in him. Under the weight of irrefutable evidence, any explanation would seem feeble and powerless. What exacerbated his anxiety was the palpable approach of several powerful nascent soul auras, swiftly closing in, set to join the fray. Remaining here meant certain death. Though they had finally reunited, he now had to escape Luo Jiqing and flee this place. Chu Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. When Luo Jiqing swung her sword at him once more, he suddenly unleashed a surge of demonic energy, barely managing to deflect the attack before transforming into a streak of light, rapidly fleeing into the distance. You cannot escape. With that declaration, Luo Jiqing broke the sound barrier, swiftly pursuing him. Chu Yuan's fleeing silhouette flitted like a fleeting shadow through the rocky forest, with Luo Jiqing in hot pursuit, relentlessly striking with her sword. Each slice of sword chi forced him to halt and defend, leading to a stalemate. Luo Jiqing's assaults were unrelenting, each strike imbued with overwhelming pressure, yet Chu Yuan was cautious. Clenching his teeth, he bore his battered and exhausted body, striving to avoid harming Luo Jiqing with each of his own strikes. Finally, in the fleeting moment of a misstep, Luo Jiqing's sword descended, and the razor-sharp chi sliced through Chu Yuan's left arm. Poof! Blood erupted forth as his left arm was severed at the shoulder, the intense pain eliciting a muffled groan as he plummeted to the rocky ground, violently coughing up blood. Luo Jiqing gracefully descended opposite him. And as Chu Yuan struggled to rise from the ground, he employed a spell to staunch the torrent of blood gushing from his shoulder, gasping heavily. Luo Jiqing regarded him coldly, yet a flicker of barely perceptible sorrow and reluctance crossed her gaze. Soon, however, that emotion dissipated, replaced by an icy, resolved, "It is over." Upon concluding her words, Luo Jiqing raised her sword high, a surge of formidable sword intent erupting from within her, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to swiftly converge and transform into a dazzling beam of sword light. Standing tall against the heavens, Chu Yuan felt the terror of this sword intent and turned pale. He understood that should he fail to confront this strike with his utmost strength, survival would be an impossibility. Drawing upon every ounce of his being, he ignited his essence blood, channeling all remaining demonic energy into his surviving arm, invoking a secret technique that in an instant, the demonic energy surged forth, rising tumultuously from his form. This colossal energy ultimately coalesced into a fearsome black dragon, clashing violently with the ice-blue sword light descending from Luo Jiqing. The explosive sound echoed like the shattering of heaven and earth. As the sword light and the demonic dragon grappled in the air, moments later, the dragon devoured the sword light, surging directly towards Luo Jiqing. Her eyes widened in shock, clearly unable to anticipate such a turn of events. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Yuan not only bore the legacy of the tribulation stage, but also possessed an extraordinary intellect, further enhanced by the attribute of adversity growth at critical moments for his life. He could unleash a power far beyond his ordinary state. In contrast, Luo Jiqing, having exhausted her spiritual energy in unleashing her ultimate technique, found herself unable to evade this impending strike. As she beheld the approaching black dragon, her pupils constricted and her heart chilled. Should this strike connect, her demise would be certain. Yet, she found herself powerless to escape. Resigned, Luo Jiqing closed her eyes. So be it, if it is to be by his hand. Master, as the black dragon was poised to consume Luo Jiqing, Chu Yuan's heart raced with panic. He gritted his teeth and, at all costs, forcefully suppressed the demonic dragon's assault. just before the dragon could engulf Luo Jiqing. He halted its advance. However, the price he paid was steep. A tremendous backlash caused his meridians to rupture, blood gushing from his orifices. The crimson fluid stained even the whites of his eyes. Luo Jiqing sensed the overwhelming aura before her dissipate suddenly. And in a daze, she opened her eyes to her astonishment. She witnessed Chu Yuan, bloodied and battered, forcibly retracting his attack. She stood frozen, disbelief flooding her gaze as her heart raced. Chu Yuan let out a mournful wail, akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Soon, he lost the support of his demonic energy, his body plummeting under the pull of gravity, his consciousness nearly fading, just as his eyelids threatened to close. He caught sight of Luo Jiqing standing in the distance. "Master, no, I cannot fall now. Cannot be captured, that I must save her. I must escape this place." Driven by an indomitable will, Chu Yuan drew strength from adversity once more. Forcing his eyes wide open, biting his lips until they bled, channeling the remnants of power within his battered form, seizing this fleeting opportunity to soar towards the heavens. After a moment, Luo Jiqing regained her senses. Her gaze filled with complexity as she watched Chu Yuan's retreating figure, her grip on the sword trembling slightly. Yet she ultimately refrained from pursuing him. The inability to chase after him was one aspect. On another front, why? Chu Yuan, why? Luo Jiqing pressed her hand to her heart, overwhelmed with anguish. After a long while, she left the spot, burdened with heavy thoughts. Could it be that he truly harbored some unspoken sorrow? The righteous sect's plans to besiege Chu Yuan ended in failure. He had injured dozens of nascent souls, ranging from the early to peak stages, ultimately escaping with his life. This feat left the righteous cultivators astounded. When they gathered to discuss Chu Yuan's exploits, they could not help but express their dismay. This individual was a true demon. If not dealt with swiftly, he would undoubtedly become a great menace in the future. But how could they eliminate him in his current state? If not for the intervention of the ancestor of transformation, even a multitude of nascent soul cultivators would find themselves at a loss. If this great demon were to break through to the transformation stage, would the righteous sects have any hope for tomorrow? It seemed an inevitable conflict between the righteous and demonic paths was on the horizon. In that instant, the righteous side was abuzz with fervor, gathering momentum for a full-scale assault against the demonic path. But on the other side, although the demonic faction felt the tension of the righteous sect's movements, they marveled at Chu Yuan's achievements. One should be like Chu Yuan, yet they knew not to which sect he belonged or who his master was. Previously, they had not even heard of his name, only understanding that the righteous path was pursuing him. This implied that Chu Yuan was very likely a solitary cultivator. Such terror, achieving this level solely by his own means, was unparalleled in millennia. Should this young man not perish, he would surely unleash chaos upon the world in the future. Upon returning to her sect, Luo Jiqing declined to meet anyone and secluded herself within her cave dwelling. She was acutely aware that the situation had grown increasingly tense, with the righteous and demonic paths on the brink of open warfare. However, more importantly, she needed to uncover the truth. Was Chu Yuan truly wronged? If so, why? If he was not wronged, what burden did he carry? She yearned to know, to uncover everything. Soon, Luo Jiqing found someone she could trust and instructed them to begin gathering evidence, to thoroughly investigate all matters. Cough, cough, cough. In the cavern of the waterfall, Chu Yuan opened his eyes, expelling clots of blood from his throat. He glanced at his left shoulder, where his arm had vanished, replaced by wrapped bandages. This time, he had indeed suffered grave injuries. Fortunately, he had survived. Chu Yuan took a moment to assess his own physique. Despite the numerous grave injuries within him that had yet to heal, there was one aspect that brought him unexpected joy. His primordial infant, after enduring countless battles and awakening his potential time and again, had become even more refined. With this enhancement, he might be able to break through to the later stage of the primordial infant realm sooner than anticipated. As for his severed arm, once he ascended to the void return stage, transcending the spirit transformation realm, he would be able to utilize the devouring path to consume heavenly materials and treasures, allowing his lost limb to be reborn. With great effort, Chu Yuan sat up, swallowed a medicinal pill, and began his healing process, preparing for his secluded cultivation to break through to a higher level. Unaware of the passing time, he immersed himself in his practice, and several years slipped by. Your cultivation reached the threshold of half-step spirit transformation, your demonic energy thick and potent, your primordial infant solidified as if it were tangible, ready to challenge the spirit transformation realm at any moment. After years of seclusion in the mountains, you concealed your identity and re-emerged in town to gather information. You learned that a war had erupted between the righteous and demonic factions, with numerous sects embroiled in the conflict, resulting in countless casualties, including the fall of some primordial infant cultivators. As you delved deeper into the matter, you discovered that the Piao Sword sect had participated in this righteous demonic war. However, what puzzled you was the absence of news regarding Luo Jiqing. This struck you as odd. As the sect master of the Piao Sword sect, she should have been at the forefront of any developments concerning her sect. Not to mention, Luo Jiqing was widely regarded as the most beautiful cultivator of the righteous path, and discussions about her were common among ordinary practitioners. Consequently, you approached a wandering cultivator to inquire about Luo Jiqing's condition. From this cultivator, you learned that the sect master was no longer Luo Jiqing, but rather the elder who had previously slandered her. This revelation sent a shock through you, an ominous premonition enveloping your being. You hastily inquired about Luo Jiqing's whereabouts, and the wandering cultivator responded that it was rumored she had failed her breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm, suffering severe damage to her cultivation, and had subsequently withdrawn from public life. You thought this impossible. Luo Jiqing's cultivation was remarkably solid, and she was a rare genius in the sword path, making such a failure inconceivable unless someone had conspired against her. You realized that a plot against Luo Jiqing was likely underway. You asked when Luo Jiqing had disappeared from public view, and fortunately, it had not been long. Only recently, despite only being at half-step spirit transformation and not yet having fully broken through. You could not contain your rising fury and made your way toward the Piao Sword sect without hesitation. Chu Yuan stealthily infiltrated the territory of the Piao Sword sect, swiftly making his way to the Master's hall. He knew that the individual most likely to possess information about Luo Jiqing was the elder who had usurped her position as sect master, although Chu Yuan was now at half-step spirit transformation. With full exertion, he could defeat those at the initial stage of spirit transformation and could hold his own against those at the mid-stage. The elder, having been stuck at the late stage of the primordial infant realm for many years, was easily within Chu Yuan's grasp. Perfectly, Chu Yuan intended to settle both old and new scores simultaneously. Meanwhile, the elder was seated in his cave dwelling, engrossed in meditation, when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Chu Yuan materializing within the cave like a specter, his gaze sharp and cold as steel, fixing upon him. Chu Yuan? The elder sprang to his feet, terror gripping his heart. How dare you infiltrate this place? Are you courting death? Without further ado, the elder launched an attack. In the next moment, Chu Yuan's figure flickered, and he seized the elder by the throat, lifting him off the ground. As the elder struggled for breath, his face turned crimson. What has happened to my master, Luo Jiqing? Chu Yuan's voice was chilling, the pressure of his grip tightening, nearly rendering the elder speechless. The elder fought desperately, but soon realized that Chu Yuan's cultivation was unfathomable, rendering him utterly immobile. Sensing the vast aura emanating from Chu Yuan, the elder's heart sank in horror. Chu Yuan had indeed reached half-step spirit transformation. How long had it been since the righteous sects had laid siege? How had Chu Yuan become so powerful? What fortuitous events had transpired during his time away from the Piao Sword sect? Answer me. Chu Yuan's grip tightened further, his voice laced with an undeniable murderous intent. The elder's heart raced as he sought to buy time to alert the entire sect to encircle Chu Yuan. However, Chu Yuan had already seen through his intentions, coldly stating, "If you dare entertain any treacherous thoughts, I will have your head in an instant." Feeling the icy threat in Chu Yuan's demeanor, the elder's heart dropped, realizing that his life was now at the mercy of this young man. He hastily forced out a look of pleading. "Please, don't kill me. I know Luo Jiqing's whereabouts. Just promise you won't kill me." Chu Yuan's eyes glimmered with a sinister red light as he replied, "My patience is limited. She was taken by the ancestor to be used in the sacrifice and refinement of a demonic sword." The elder hastily divulged. The ancestor said that she possesses the ancient innate sword body. And if this body, on the verge of breaking through to spirit transformation, is used as the sword spirit for the demonic sword, it could give birth to a demonic sword comparable to an immortal artifact. With such a demonic sword, any sword cultivator could become invincible among their peers. Chu Yuan's pupils constricted abruptly. Indeed, he clenched his jaw. Where is the site of the sacrifice and refinement? In the forbidden grounds of the sect's back mountain. In the abyss of the earth, the elder trembled as he responded. The ceremony should be commencing soon. After obtaining the information he sought, Chu Yuan's murderous intent surged violently. No, I've told you everything. Please don't kill me. The elder cried out in panic. Chu Yuan's lips twisted into a cruel smile, his gaze frigid. When did I ever promise not to kill you? I merely asked you to speak that as soon as the words left his lips. A surge of demonic energy erupted from his hand. The elder let out a piercing scream before being consumed entirely by Chu Yuan's demonic energy, his essence and spirit obliterated. After completing this grim task, Chu Yuan swiftly departed the Master's hall, making a beeline for the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. While flying, he reflected on past events, suddenly grasping many previously puzzling details. For instance, why did his Master's cultivation method possess flaws? He had learned that the method was personally bestowed by the ancestor. It was likely that the ancestor had created such a vulnerability to ensure that when the time came to act against his master, she would be left defenseless. The timing aligned perfectly, as it was only a few days prior that his master had lost her cultivation. Additionally, he considered why the ancestor had arrived so swiftly during the trial in the secret realm. He could have waited for the demonic cultivators he unleashed to drain all the practitioners in the realm before making his entrance. The reason for his early arrival was to ensure that the crucial material for Luo Jiqing's sacrifice and refinement of the demonic sword was not lost. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, anxiety coursing through him. Master, I'm on my way. In the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, in the abyss of the earth, the very depths of the abyss, shrouded in darkness, lay a vast blood pool. The center of the blood pool, Luo Jiqing was clad in a blood-stained white garment, her hair disheveled, strands of hair plastered against her pale cheeks, spirit-binding chains wrapped around her limbs, shimmering with light, rendering her completely immobilized. The once resplendent and ethereal figure now bore hollow, vacant eyes, her gaze lowered as if her very soul had been extracted, leaving behind merely a shell. Scattered around the edges of the blood pool were countless mangled corpses. Some belonged to cultivators, others to mortals, all drained of their blood, their bodies twisted in grotesque contortions, their expressions frozen in agony. It seemed as though she had endured extreme fear and anguish before her death. Not far from Luo Jiqing, a diminutive old man with hair as white as snow stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glimmering with a greedy light. The day before, Luo Jiqing had finally uncovered, through minute clues, that Chu Yuan had been wrongfully accused by the Grand Elder. Her heart felt as though it were being torn apart. She wished to confront the Grand Elder and restore Chu Yuan's honor. However, at that time, she had been bereft of her cultivation, so she resolved to wait until the following day. Yet, at that very moment, the ancestor appeared without warning, forcefully injuring her, sealing her powers, and bringing her to this lightless blood pool. Realizing that the true mastermind was likely the ancestor, she demanded answers. The ancestor did not conceal the truth, but rather confessed everything. It turned out that her hometown had not been destroyed by demonic cultivators, but by the ancestor himself. He sought to refine living beings into his own power, periodically attacking villages and towns while masquerading as a practitioner of the demonic path. The reason he spared Luo Jiqing was due to her possessing the ancient, innate sword body. Those endowed with such a physique, if they do not perish prematurely, are destined to become formidable sword masters. However, this is only true for the bearer of such a constitution. In fact, when the ancient, innate sword body reaches the perfected nascent soul stage, on the verge of transcending to the god transformation stage, it could be used as material for the sacrifice to forge a demonic sword. Upon successful refinement, the person would become the sword spirit of the demonic sword, which would possess capabilities rivaling those of celestial artifacts, inciting envy throughout the world. The ancestor, aware of the method to refine the demonic sword, had set his sights on Luo Jiqing and thus brought her to the mysterious sword sect. Luo Jiqing's lips quivered, her heart trembled. So all my years of cultivation were merely to become your offering? Indeed, the ancestor replied with a slight smile, his voice low yet laced with an endless chill. To ensure that you possess no power to resist when the time comes, I deliberately altered your cultivation method, causing you to lose all your powers once a year, rendering you unable to go anywhere. And that day would be when I act. Luo Jiqing felt as if a sharp blade were slowly tearing apart her soul. She had always believed that her hometown was destroyed by demonic cultivators, thus viewing the righteous, mysterious sword sect as her home, harboring a deep-seated hatred for evil, upholding the dignity of the righteous path. Yet now, she discovered that the one responsible for her hometown's destruction, the murderer of her kin, was the ancestor himself. She had been ensnared in a den of demons, aiding and abetting evil, even propelling countless atrocities with her own hands. The once lofty faith she held now crumbled as easily as a Jenga tower. Reduced to a mere ruin, Luo Jiqing's pupils dimmed, devoid of light. And then there was Chu Yuan. The ancestor's voice suddenly took on a mocking tone. You truly are a good master. Luo Jiqing looked up. The mere mention of Chu Yuan pierced her heart anew. The ancestor laughed heartily, his gaze tinged with mockery. As for Chu Yuan, he was indeed wronged. His village, like your hometown, was destroyed by me. You two share quite the fate in this regard. No wonder you could become master and disciple. Yet, your master not only doubted his disciple, but also personally crippled his cultivation and severed his arm, rendering him a cripple time and again. Little did you know, this lad possesses such fortune that he managed to find demonic cultivation methods from some unknown source and has made astonishing progress, reaching the mid-nascent soul stage in a mere few decades. That I truly wish to capture him and study him thoroughly. So it seems he actually learned the truth long ago, and his motivation for rebuilding his strength might have been to rescue you from the mysterious sword sect. Such a touching sincerity. No, stop talking. Don't say any more. Luo Jiqing was engulfed in profound anguish. Her throat parched. Her heart plummeted into an abyss, despair and regret overwhelming her like a tidal wave. Gradually, tears streamed down her face as she began to sob softly. Only Chu Yuan was the one who truly cared for her in this world, pouring out his heart and soul. Yet she had destroyed him with her own hands. She had buried the last remnants of warmth she possessed in this world. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Regret, guilt, and despair intertwined, pressing upon her until, in an extreme agony, Luo Jiqing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her heart's resolve consequently shattering. Moments later, she felt feeble and powerless. Her complexion ghastly, her gaze hollow and bewildered, her mental world a desolate wasteland, as if she had lost all meaning to live. Observing Luo Jiqing in such a state, the ancestor stroked his beard, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. The shattering of Luo Jiqing's heart was precisely what he desired to witness, for when it came time to refine Luo Jiqing into a sword spirit, the lesser her spiritual resistance, the smoother the process would be. Thus, he had endeavored to break her spirit, leading her into despair. The earlier act of having the Grand Elder prepare false evidence against Chu Yuan was also part of this scheme. Originally, in the ancestor's plan, that false evidence was meant to be used recently, allowing Luo Jiqing to experience the despair of double betrayal. However, it now appeared that upon revealing the truth, her guilt towards Chu Yuan seemed to outweigh everything else. It was not in vain that the plan was altered, causing Chu Yuan to bear the slander prematurely, leading to their master-disciple rift. Time returned to the present. After 2 days of torment, Luo Jiqing's pupils were dim and devoid of light. Her spiritual fluctuations nearly extinguished, bound by chains, her capacity to resist reduced to its minimum. For the ancestor, the time for refining the demonic sword had indeed come. Then let us begin, he declared, his eyes gleaming with greed, his hands forming seals. The demonic sword, akin to a celestial artifact, was something he could hardly wait to wield. The crimson flames of the blood pool blazed more fiercely, surging blood energy coalescing into countless red rays, converging upon the runic chains surrounding Luo Jiqing. Those runes gradually illuminated, enveloping Luo Jiqing in a blinding red light. The blood energy soaked into her, yet she had lost all strength to resist. No longer wishing to struggle, her tears had long since dried, her heart shattered by the truth, her soul rent asunder by remorse. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes void of light, filled with sorrow. Chu Yuan, I'm sorry. If there is a next life, I will devote my entire being to atoning for my sins. Just when Luo Jiqing thought everything was about to conclude, a familiar voice echoed from afar, carrying with it a tremendous fury that shook the depths of the abyss, causing the surface of the blood pool to roil. Release my master, you wretched beast. Luo Jiqing's body trembled violently, her hollow gaze snapping to the source of the voice. A figure clad in black robes slowly descended from the air, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Chu Yuan. Luo Jiqing murmured, disbelief etched across her features. She thought it was merely an illusion, yet the familiar aura. The reassuring figure materialized before her. Why? Luo Jiqing gazed at Chu Yuan's severed arm, the sleeve of his left shoulder hanging empty, her heart aching. Why? After all I have done to you, would you still come to my rescue? Ah. In this moment of utmost despair, Chu Yuan's appearance was undoubtedly the sole ray of light piercing through Luo Jiqing's dark world. This very light salvaged her crumbling existence, pulling her from the chilling depths of despair back into warmth. He became her salvation, her everything in her world. There remained only him, and it was he who filled her entire existence. The ancestor looked at Chu Yuan, his brow furrowing slightly. Chu Yuan, how did you discover this place? Huh? A look of surprise flickered in the ancestor's eyes. Your cultivation has reached the half-step God transformation. Chu Yuan paid little heed to the ancestor's words. Upon seeing Luo Jiqing's plight, his fury ignited. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward and struck the ancestor. The ancestor dodged Chu Yuan's attack, yet the process of refining the demonic sword was interrupted. The blood energy enveloping Luo Jiqing gradually dissipated. The ancestor's expression darkened upon witnessing this. How vexing! I was so close to breaking her spirit and refining her at a critical moment. He turned his gaze to Chu Yuan. Now tell me. You have interfered with my plans. What penalty do you think you deserve? Penalty? I only know that you deserve 1,000 deaths. Chu Yuan replied coldly, exuding an overwhelming aura as he continued to strike. He discovered that the energy emanating from the ancestor at this moment was indeed reminiscent of the demonic cultivators he had encountered in the earlier secret realm trials. The lingering energies from the town's destruction also bore the same signature. The ancestor, persistently blocking Chu Yuan's attacks, was taken aback by the sheer power of his strikes, comparable to that of a mid-stage transformation. This astonishment soon transformed into fervor. The hint of greed laced the ancestor's voice. To reach this level in just a few decades as a half-step transformation. Possessing combat strength akin to the mid-stage transformation, Chu boy, what is the origin of your technique? If you surrender your method, I can spare your life. The murderous intent in Chu Yuan's eyes was palpable. It was you who sought mercy, yet your demise was inevitable. The ancestor froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Arrogant brat, what does it matter if you're a half-step transformation? What does it matter if you possess combat strength comparable to a mid-stage transformation? Do you truly believe you can win? I have cultivated in this realm for thousands of years. With that, the ancestor no longer concealed his cultivation, revealing his full power that a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his being. Transforming into a cataclysmic pressure, Chu Yuan's expression shifted subtly. Late-stage transformation. After all, he was merely a half-step transformation, and having focused solely on elevating his realm for an extended period, he lacked any trump cards to fight beyond his level. Even with a domineering technique and profound foundation, he could only contend with a mid-stage transformation. Against a late-stage transformation, victory remained elusive. Unless, Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, casting a furtive glance towards the direction of Luo Jiqing. He noticed that she, too, was watching him, her shimmering eyes reflecting only his figure. Yet, he wished to remain by his master's side a little longer. Regaining his focus, Chu Yuan took a deep breath. No matter what, he had to at least attempt to fight back. In the ensuing moments, Chu Yuan faced the ancestor's onslaught time and again, only to be repelled by the formidable spiritual force. His blood surging within him, he grit his teeth, forcing himself to stand and fight with all his might. But the strength of a late-stage transformation was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Even with the advantage of the adversity growth trait, the absolute disparity in realms was insurmountable. The ancestor, observing Chu Yuan's struggle, sneered, "You've managed to withstand so many of my strikes, which shows some skill. However, that is all there is to it." In yet another clash, Chu Yuan was sent flying by a palm strike, blood spewing forth as his body crashed heavily against the edge of the blood pool. Suffering severe injuries, yet he stood once more, charging toward the ancestor. The ancestor chuckled coldly, raising his palm to meet Chu Yuan's attack. However, in the next instant, Chu Yuan abruptly altered his direction, sprinting towards Luo Jiqing. The ancestor raised an eyebrow, thinking, "You wish to distract me and rescue your master. A clever ploy. But alas, it is futile in the face of overwhelming power." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Yuan was struck by the ancestor's palm wind, blood erupting from him as he plummeted into the blood pool. "Chu Yuan," Luo Jiqing cried, tears streaming down her face. The ancestor slowly advanced through the air, gazing at the bubbling blood pool, stroking his beard with a chuckle. "I imagine you've nearly reached your limit. Chu Yuan, acknowledging your exceptional talent and fortune, if you are willing to share your technique with me and allow me to imprint a slave mark upon you, ensuring your obedience, I can take you as my disciple and spare your life. How does that sound? Not at all?" Chu Yuan's voice resonated from the depths of the blood pool. The ancestor's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. In the next moment, a whirlpool emerged from the blood pool, and Chu Yuan, shrouded in swirling black energy, ascended slowly. His hair billowed like seaweed in the absence of wind, exuding not a hint of exhaustion, but rather a formidable aura. The pressure emanating from Chu Yuan expanded, causing the ancestor's eyes to widen in disbelief. The ancestor was incredulous. Had Chu Yuan truly broken through to the transformation stage? No, that couldn't be right. Upon closer examination, the ancestor discerned the truth. He sneered. "You have burned your life essence. Chu Yuan, do you understand that this will lead to your demise? So what? Before I die, you shall perish first." With that, Chu Yuan surged toward the ancestor. Boom, boom, boom. Their battle shook the very earth, and had it not been for the protective array at the bottom of the abyss, it would have crumbled into ruin. Ugh! Soon, the ancestor was sent flying to the edge of the abyss, his complexion pale and blood spilling from his mouth. "That I never anticipated your combat strength now rivals that of a peak transformation." However, the ancestor wiped the blood from his lips, a mocking expression taking shape on his face. "I have also played my cards well over the years. Why did I build my dwelling at the bottom of this abyss? Because it is fortified by a powerful array, and most crucially, this blood pool. The power of this blood pool is my contingency plan, allowing me to recover to my peak no matter how much I am depleted. Or even grow stronger, reaching the half-step returning void." The ancestor spread his arms wide, beginning to draw upon the power of the blood pool, his expression one of delight, as if he could already envision victory. Yet, moments later, he was startled to discover that the blood energy within the pool was being drawn away by another force, completely unresponsive to his commands. "What?" The ancestor stared at Chu Yuan in shock. Unable to believe his eyes, there floated Chu Yuan above the blood pool, enveloped in demonic energy. That he raised his hand, and the blood energy surged forth as if a river were flowing backward, wildly pouring into his palm. "No. How can you also wield my blood pool? Devour the Tao, swallow the heavens, nothing is beyond my grasp. Your blood pool is no exception," Chu Yuan continued. "Now, your strength pales in comparison to mine. And before me, you have naturally lost control over the blood pool. No, it cannot be. This blood pool is mine. The ancestor attempted to contest Chu Yuan for control of the blood pool's power, only to find himself utterly unable to match Chu Yuan's absorption. The blood energy refused to heed his will. "This is impossible." The ancestor's face grew increasingly ashen, and fear began to creep into his voice. He watched helplessly as Chu Yuan siphoned the blood pool's energy, his own aura steadily rising. Early-stage transformation, mid-stage transformation, late-stage transformation, as the power of the blood pool fell completely under Chu Yuan's control. Despair finally settled in the ancestor's heart. Chu Yuan had already been able to suppress him when he was at the early-stage transformation. How much more so now that he had reached the late stage? The ancestor understood that if he did not relent now, he would truly meet his end. Trembling, he swallowed hard. "Chu Yuan, shall we make a deal? I will release Luo Jiqing. I no longer desire this demonic sword. Spare me, and I can offer you all my resources. I'll even hand over the entire Miao Miao sword sect to you, if need be." Chu Yuan's gaze was icy white. "Oh, you believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate?" Cold sweat poured down the ancestor's face as he stammered. I. His eyes darted nervously. In the next moment, the ancestor suddenly lunged toward Luo Jiqing's direction, thinking that if he could take her hostage, he might still have a chance. However, Chu Yuan had already anticipated this move. He waved his hand, and the ancestor was struck by an invisible force, sent crashing back, violently spitting blood, his face as pale as a sheet. The ancestor was utterly panicked, clutching his chest, his expression filled with dread as he pleaded, "Chu Yuan, I realize my mistakes. Please, do not kill me." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Yuan had already appeared at the ancestor's side. "You do not realize your mistakes. You know you are about to die." Having spoken, Chu Yuan pressed his hand against the face of the ancestor, and in an instant, he refined it, gradually descending from above the blood pool. Chu Yuan felt the fleeting power gained from burning his essence dissipate, as his cultivation swiftly plummeted from its peak state, unable to even sustain the half-step transformation into divinity that a wave of weakness surged through his limbs and bones. The life essence within him irrevocably damaged, his realm descending like a fall from a precipice, ultimately halting at the late stage of the nascent soul, yet still precarious, poised to slip further at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan steadied his faltering body and turned to gaze at Luo Jiqing, who was bound by chains of spiritual energy. Her white attire was stained with blood, her hair disheveled. Her form frail and emaciated, with swollen eyes and tear-streaked cheeks. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan mustered his weakened body to approach Luo Jiqing, his fingers trembling slightly as he began to release the chains binding her one by one. The moment the chains fell to the ground, Luo Jiqing's body weakened and she collapsed into Chu Yuan's embrace. Burying her face against his chest, her voice choked with emotion. "Chu Yuan," her tone trembled, laden with pain and remorse, "that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Chu Yuan gently wrapped his arms around her, his voice deep and tender. "It's all right, master. Everything is in the past, and I do not blame you." His words prompted Luo Jiqing to clutch him tighter, her hands gripping his back. They held each other for a long while before finally parting slightly. Chu Yuan took her hand and said, "Master, let us depart." His words momentarily stunned Luo Jiqing, before a shadow of sorrow and confusion flickered in her eyes. "Where can we go now?" The once proud and resilient Luo Jiqing now appeared lost and helpless. Her hands clutching her shoulders, slightly curled inwards, fragile like a delicate artifact. My faith was a falsehood, steeped in sin. The misty sword sect, the righteous path, had merely been a grand illusion over the years. I can no longer discern what is real. There is no place for me in this world, not even the meaning of my existence. Have you forgotten, master? Chu Yuan interjected before she could finish. We promised that we are family, as long as we have each other. We will always have a place to belong. He cradled her tear-streaked face, his voice soothing. Because we are family, no matter what happens. I will share your burdens. That if you believe your sins are too heavy, let me bear them for you. You need only seek redemption from me. If you feel your faith has vanished, then let me provide you with faith. All you need is to trust me. So, master, do not let sadness consume you, and no matter what you lose, you will never lose me. That I shall always stand by your side. Luo Jiqing's heart was shaken, tears cascading down her cheeks like a breached dam. Moments later, she clung tightly to Chu Yuan, feeling his warmth, his presence, determined to engrave this moment in her heart forever. At that instant, Chu Yuan became her sole belief in this life. If there were a deity in her world, it would be none other than Chu Yuan. "Master, let us go," Chu Yuan gently reiterated. This time, Luo Jiqing was no longer lost. She grasped Chu Yuan's right hand and leaned against him as they moved forward together. Their figures gradually faded into the darkness of the blood pool, stepping towards the light that as sunlight enveloped them once more. Chu Yuan glanced at Luo Jiqing. The sunlight graced her face, both tragic and beautiful. Yet imbued with hope for the future, the gentle smile graced the corners of Chu Yuan's mouth. His body was constantly besieged by excruciating pain and fatigue. His life essence had been destroyed, and the decline of his cultivation was irreversible, destined to diminish further with the passage of time. When his cultivation was completely extinguished, his fall would merely be a matter of time. Yet, he could not share this burden with his master just yet. He would wait until she could stand alone, thriving in the future without him. Then, he would find a secluded place to bury himself, without the need for a tombstone, wishing only for her peace and happiness, and for her not to cry any longer. You and Luo Jiqing left the Misty Sword sect, embarking on a life of wandering. Both of you concealed your identities, steering clear of the conflicts between righteous and demonic forces, living a tranquil and low-key existence. During this time, you recounted your experiences to Luo Jiqing, including the legacy of the devouring ancestor and how you arrived at this point. Luo Jiqing listened with a heart full of pain. She inquired about the matter of burning life essence, to which you concealed the truth of your continual decline and potential demise, merely stating that you would face a setback. Later, Luo Jiqing learned that cultivators who burned their life essence generally succumbed shortly after the battle ended. Yet you showed no signs of such a fate, leading her to believe your words and to think you were unique, possessing an abundant essence. Eventually, you uncovered a top-tier sword cultivation technique suitable for Luo Jiqing from the memories of the devouring ancestor. This technique was flawless, with an upper limit not at the transformation into divinity, but rather at the tribulation stage. With this newfound technique, Luo Jiqing's cultivation speed soared, and her combat prowess far surpassed her previous capabilities. Immersed in the joy of having you by her side, she remained oblivious to the fact that you had spent 2 taels of silver on something that cost only 10 copper coins. In a humble abode within a remote town, Chu Yuan accepted the ingredients purchased by Luo Jiqing, torn between laughter and exasperation. Luo Jiqing, a bit embarrassed, lowered her head, her ears turning crimson as she murmured, I'm not good at this." Although Luo Jiqing had once been the sect leader of the Misty Sword sect, she found herself utterly inexperienced in the life of mortals and wandering cultivators after leaving the sect. While shopping at the market, she often failed to haggle, getting cheated by vendors at inflated prices. Moreover, she was completely inept at cooking. Her previous attempts had ended in disaster, leaving the kitchen resembling a coal factory. "Our master truly is a beautiful yet foolish one. Never mind. Leave these matters to me. I will teach you slowly." Luo Jiqing retorted softly, "I am not foolish. You do not deny being beautiful, do you? There's a bit of cunning in you as well." Chu Yuan chuckled. Luo Jiqing turned her head away. Noticing this, Chu Yuan approached, leaning in beside her, master angry. No, Luo Jiqing averted her gaze from him. "Let me see." Chu Yuan gently turned her face towards him, poking her cheek lightly with his fingered it indented instantly. An air escaped from her slightly parted lips. "See, your cheeks are puffed up, yet you claim not to be angry. How dishonest of you." Luo Jiqing blushed, looking down. "You, the rebellious disciple, only know how to bully me, because master is easy to bully." Chu Yuan's tone was imbued with patience and warmth. "But no one else can bully you except me. If I bully you, then others outside won't dare to. So master, I will teach you various things step by step, starting with cooking. Come, this time you will just watch." With sleeves rolled up, Chu Yuan commenced his culinary endeavors. He meticulously explained each step to Luo Jiqing, chopping vegetables, blanching, and preparing sauces, demonstrating as he went along. Over time, although Luo Jiqing remained unskilled in cooking, she began to assist Chu Yuan as they cooked together. Their shoulders brushed closely against each other. One day, as they finished preparing the meal, Chu Yuan set the dishes on the table and glanced at Luo Jiqing beside him. "Master, this is the fruit of our combined efforts." As Luo Jiqing gazed upon the lavish spread of delicacies, she gently placed her delicately clasped hands upon her chest. A wave of joy surged within her heart. "I, too, have begun to assist Chu Yuan. How splendid! You meticulously guide Luo Jiqing through various aspects of life, ensuring that one day, in your absence, she will be able to navigate this world with grace." Observing her cheerful demeanor, a result of being of help to you, fills your heart with solace. On an ordinary day, after a busy spell, Luo Jiqing unexpectedly proposed to offer you her lap as a pillow. She mentioned that the proprietress of the market had taught her this as a means to please one's partner. Clearly, Luo Jiqing was somewhat oblivious to the true meaning of partner, perhaps interpreting it merely as a cherished companion. Otherwise, she would not be so candid. You did not decline her offer. Chu Yuan rested his head upon Luo Jiqing's thigh, while she tenderly massaged his scalp. "Is it comfortable?" Chu Yuan closed his eyes, relishing the tranquility. "Yes, very comfortable, that I could wish to remain in this state forever." Luo Jiqing's slender fingers paused momentarily. Her temperament was not particularly lively. She merely offered a soft reply that it remained unclear whether she was affirming the comfort or the notion of eternity. As your feelings for one another deepened, your bond grew increasingly profound. At times, words became unnecessary, and you could intuit each other's thoughts. One day, while traveling together, you arrived at an inn. The innkeeper explained that due to a shortage of rooms, only a single room remained available, and it was a double. With a sheepish grin, the innkeeper inquired, "You two must share a significant relationship. Yes? If you don't mind, how about using this room?" Noticing that Luo Jiqing exhibited no signs of discomfort, Chu Yuan smiled at the innkeeper and replied, "That is perfectly fine. Thank you." That night, in the dim light of a flickering candle, the two of you lay on the same bed. Luo Jiqing raised her hand, gently caressing the spot where Chu Yuan's arm had once been. Her fingers trembled slightly as they brushed against the empty sleeve, and no matter how many times she encountered this void, it always stirred feelings of guilt within her regarding Chu Yuan. Sensing her emotions, Chu Yuan turned to face her, their eyes locking. With his remaining right hand, he tenderly stroked Luo Jiqing's cheek. "Are you still blaming yourself?" "Master, this is not your fault. Besides, once I reach the void return stage, I shall be reborn with both arms that time. Master, I wish to embrace you with both hands." Chu Yuan's words brought a sting to Luo Jiqing's eyes, and she buried her head in his embrace, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Chu Yuan smiled faintly, tucking the blanket around them, and wrapped his arm around Luo Jiqing. Her trembling ceased as she slowly returned the embrace. A flicker of guilt crossed Chu Yuan's gaze. This was a falsehood. He had issued an empty promise. The day he would break through to the void return stage would never come. He would only grow old and perish alone in a desolate wilderness. Yet, none of that mattered. Deity Least Master was increasingly happy now, gradually adapting to this world. When she became sufficiently independent, when she could exist without him, he would quietly depart. The life of a cultivator is long. Fleeting sadness would be buried by time, much like the dust that would soon sprout anew, as if no farewell had ever occurred but a new reunion awaited in the days yet to come. After resting in Chu Yuan's embrace for a while, Luo Jiqing lifted her gaze, noticing that the man before her appeared to have fallen asleep. She traced her fingers along his face, feeling his presence. Despite the many heart-wrenching events that had transpired in the past, she now cherished this hard-won happiness. If only this state could persist indefinitely, forever so. For this, she would willingly pay any price. However, such bliss proved ephemeral. The tranquil days were abruptly interrupted by an unforeseen calamity. One night, as you perused the ancient texts recently acquired by Luo Jiqing, your complexion suddenly turned ashen, a metallic sweetness surging in your throat. With a violent cough, you expelled a mouthful of blood onto the pages. The unbearable agony rendered you incapable of movement as you collapsed to the ground, realizing you had underestimated the strength of the backlash accompanying your fall in cultivation. Leaving you utterly helpless, the chill washed over your heart. You had miscalculated. Chu Yuan, Luo Jiqing exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support you, her eyes widening at your pallid visage, utterly at a loss. Chu Yuan closed his eyes, taking a moment to steady his breath. Luo Jiqing probed into his condition, discovering that his spiritual energy was in disarray, and his cultivation had plummeted from the late stage of the nascent soul to the mid-stage. He lifted his gaze to meet Luo Jiqing's, his lips quivering as if he wished to conceal something, but ultimately, he could not evade her perceptive eyes. "Chu Yuan, your cultivation. Are you hiding something from me?" Luo Jiqing's voice trembled, her expression filled with sorrow as she clutched his hand tightly. Having spent considerable time together, they understood each other deeply. Initially, Chu Yuan dodged her inquiries, only to heighten Luo Jiqing's anxiety. Realizing that evasion bore no fruit, he reluctantly abandoned his original plan and revealed the truth under her persistent questioning. Chu Yuan's gaze was complex, filled with hesitation. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath and met Luo Jiqing's eyes directly. "I am sorry, Master, I have deceived you. My life essence has been completely destroyed, and my cultivation will only continue to decline. My fall is merely a matter of time." Luo Jiqing was rendered speechless, a buzzing filling her ears. As Chu Yuan seemed to drift further away from her, the world around her felt as though it were collapsing. "Falling?" she murmured, her eyes gradually filling with despair. "You liar! You great liar!" Luo Jiqing's emotions began to unravel, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Chu Yuan gently grasped her hand, his expression laden with guilt. "Master, I am truly sorry that I only hope that one day, even without me, you can step into the future." His words shattered Luo Jiqing's heart further. "No, do not say you are sorry, do not say it. I am the one who should be sorry, it is I. Please, Master, do not cry, all right?" Chu Yuan wiped away her tears. "If you are sad, I will be sad too." Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing stifled her sobs, forcing herself to cease crying. Though her body continued to tremble, Chu Yuan managed a faint smile. "Come, Master, could you smile for me?" Luo Jiqing fought against the tearing pain within her heart, striving to present a faint smile, but her eyes betrayed the turmoil within. She did not cry out loud, yet the tears flowed unceasingly. Chu Yuan caressed her face, speaking earnestly. Master, now that you possess the sword cultivation method for the tribulation transcendent stage, the future is bright that I have no regrets left. My wish for you is to step into the future on your own. Please, promise me, will you? How can I promise? You are my sole faith in this life, the very meaning of my existence. Without you, without your salvation, where else could I go? Yet, gazing into the pleading depth of Chu Yuan's eyes, Luo Jiqing found herself unable to voice a refusal. With tears streaming down her face, she nodded, covering Chu Yuan's hand with her own. All right. From that moment forth, Luo Jiqing became increasingly proactive in caring for all of Chu Yuan's needs. She immersed herself in learning everything he had to offer, determined to ease his worries in her quest to save him. Luo Jiqing disregarded all dangers, poring over countless ancient texts and even daring to venture into perilous realms, seeking a means to restore his life essence. Yet each time, she returned with nothing but disappointment. Hope extinguished. One fateful night, alone in her room, Luo Jiqing clutched a tattered tome retrieved from the secret realm, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. Why is there no way? She whispered, her eyes brimming with helplessness and anguish, mingled with the fear of losing something precious to know. Chu Yuan, do not leave me. Her tears soaked the pages of the book. Suddenly, a call from outside the room interrupted her thoughts. Master, dinner is ready. Wiping her tears, Luo Jiqing took a deep breath, returned the book to the shelf, and turned to leave the room. Yes, I know. Gradually, she learned to conceal her sorrow in the presence of Chu Yuan. Cherishing every moment spent with him, she endeavored to create joyful memories. Both chose to refrain from discussing Chu Yuan's physical condition. Chu Yuan masked his frailty with a smile, while Luo Jiqing gently veiled her own anguish. Her every action revolved around fulfilling Chu Yuan's desires, meticulously attuned to his preferences. Though she was somewhat clumsy in daily life, she gradually mastered the art of cooking and the nuances of bargaining. Even as Chu Yuan's condition continued to decline, she feigned acceptance. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet, whenever the night deepened and solitude enveloped her, the suppressed emotions surged forth like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating her, leading to silent sobs that on a sunlit afternoon, Luo Jiqing prepared a bowl of light noodles for Chu Yuan, placing it before him with a soft voice. Please try this. It took me a long time to learn. Chu Yuan lifted a strand of noodles to his mouth, nodding with a smile. Master's culinary skills give me peace of mind. It's delicious. Gazing at his smile, a flicker of pain crossed her eyes. Yet she tenderly replied, as long as you enjoy it, I will continue to make it for you, no matter how much you desire. All she wished for was for him not to leave her. Years passed, and your condition continued to deteriorate, descending from Yuanying to Jindan, and further to the foundation stage, until you fell to the Qi refining period, your body becoming indistinguishable from that of a mortal. Aging clung to you like a parasite, entwining your form. You lay bedridden, while Luo Jiqing had ascended to Huashan, becoming a formidable figure capable of establishing her own sect. Yet, like a devoted wife, she diligently cared for you, unbothered by your frail, withered body. Each day, she served you medicine and food, personally tending to your hygiene with meticulous care. Such devotion was unimaginable for any other cultivator. Eventually, the day arrived when your life hung by a thread. Chu Yuan lay on the bed, breath shallow. The once handsome visage was now obscured by wrinkles, his body emaciated like dry kindling. His formerly raven hair had turned to frost, and even his eyes struggled to open. Usually composed, Luo Jiqing felt Chu Yuan's life flickering like a candle in the wind, and she could no longer suppress the boundless sorrow, bursting into tears as her grief flowed like a torrent. Chu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused yet striving to meet Luo Jiqing's. The faint, weak smile graced his lips. Master, did we not agree that you shouldn't cry? If you cry, it will sadden me too. Tears fell from Luo Jiqing's eyes onto the back of his hand, which she hastily wiped away, nodding. Yes, I won't cry, I promise, she choked out. Yet, despite her words, tears continued to escape her eyes uncontrollably. Chu Yuan, I am so sorry, I cannot save you. After managing to rein in her emotions, Luo Jiqing bowed her head, trembling as she apologized. Chu Yuan gently shook his head, a glimmer of comfort in his eyes. Master, you have done wonderfully. These years spent with you, your care has brought me immense satisfaction and happiness. As he spoke, his voice gradually faded, his gaze becoming increasingly hazy, as if he could no longer discern the people and events before him. Suddenly, he extended his frail hand, weakly reaching out. Master, where are you? Seeing this, Luo Jiqing quickly grasped his hand, pressing her face against his palm. His fingers trembled slightly as they brushed against her warm cheek. A serene light flickered in his murky eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. I found you, Master. I found you. But as soon as the words left his lips, his hand slackened, the last breath dissipating. Chu Yuan? Chu Yuan, please don't scare me. Chu Yuan, Luo Jiqing called out in a trembling voice, though she already sensed the truth. Chu Yuan. No, Chu Yuan. She cried out in despair, clutching his lifeless body tightly. Tears soaking his garments. Her heart-wrenching sobs echoed in the desolate room. Several hours passed before Luo Jiqing emerged slightly from her endless sorrow. She laid Chu Yuan's body flat, gently adjusting his clothing. Her fingers caressing his face, tears once again streaming down her cheeks. Without you, what meaning does my world hold? She murmured, her gaze filled with profound despair. Rising slowly, she drew her sword, the sharp blade reflecting her haggard visage. Pointing the tip at her heart, her hand trembled slightly. Chu Yuan, I will come to accompany you, she whispered, a fleeting glimpse of relief flashing in her eyes. Yet, just as the blade was about to pierce her chest, her hand abruptly halted. Chu Yuan's voice echoed in her ears. My wish for you is that you can stride into the future alone. Please, promise me. Will you? Luo Jiqing's grip slackened, the sword clattering to the ground. Her body trembled as she knelt. No, I cannot betray him, she murmured. Chu Yuan had done so much for her. If she were to end her life in such a manner, all he had sacrificed would amount to naught. Closing her eyes, she contemplated the reasons for her survival. Suddenly, she recalled her vow. If she could be with Chu Yuan forever, she would pay any price. Yes, to be together. Luo Jiqing paused, her thoughts clarifying. She waved her hand, freezing Chu Yuan's body to preserve the current state, preventing decay. If only she could become powerful enough. Ancient texts had recorded that when a cultivator reached a certain level of strength, it might be possible to reverse time and return to the past. Or perhaps it could resurrect the deceased. As long as I am strong enough, maybe I can achieve this, she murmured, the confusion in her eyes slowly dissipating. Replaced by a resolute obsession. Chu Yuan, I will create a world with you in it. From that moment on, Luo Jiqing sought methods to bring Chu Yuan back, relentlessly pursuing strength, leveraging her innate ancient sword body and the sword cultivation legacy left by Chu Yuan. She ascended from Huashan to Fanshu, ultimately ending the conflict between righteous and demonic paths. Leaving that realm, she ventured into broader horizons. She broke through from Fanshu to He-Dao, and then from He-Dao to the tribulation stage. Her cultivation transcending the mortal realm, becoming a pinnacle existence on the continent. The world knew her as the renowned Mist Moonsword Immortal, yet remained unaware of her true quest. She left traces of her sword intent in many places, such as when she vanquished a peerless demon of the He-Dao stage with a single strike, creating a chasm. Within that chasm, her sword intent lingered, drawing many sword cultivators to seek enlightenment. Upon entering the chasm, they felt the boundless nostalgia and obsession embedded within, causing them to weep uncontrollably. This, in turn, gave rise to yet another tale in the world. However, Luo Jiqing was still unable to discover a way to bring Chu Yuan back. Even as the strongest on the continent, she felt no joy, only an unending emptiness. Were it not for her obsession sustaining her, she would have long since faltered, until one day, by chance, she encountered a reincarnated individual who had awakened memories of a previous life. This person informed her that reincarnation truly existed. After death, the soul enters the sea of reincarnation and begins anew in another life. However, one must at least reach the Jindan or Yuanying stage in life. Otherwise, a sufficiently strong soul cannot be nurtured. A soul lacking strength would wear away in the sea of reincarnation, ultimately vanishing. Only a few souls awakened their previous memories upon reincarnation. However, the requirements for transcending realms are exceedingly high, and even the tribulation cannot be achieved. Moreover, a portion of souls, due to unique stimuli and fortuitous circumstances, awaken memories of their past lives, although generally speaking, the probability of this occurrence is significantly lower than that of the former. Most individuals, upon reincarnation, lead mundane lives as ordinary beings, gradually wearing away and dissipating as their souls re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Chu Yuan had once reached the threshold of transformation, having briefly stepped into the realm of transcendence. With the strength of his soul, he would undoubtedly be able to reincarnate. Luo Jiqing found hope in this. From that moment on, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the study of the path of reincarnation, pouring all her energy into it. Simultaneously, her cultivation continued to advance. As her cultivation broke through barriers, she gradually became aware of the existence of the ocean of reincarnation. Ultimately, she transcended the heavenly laws of the continent, attaining the highest status in this realm, and finally grasped the operational principles within the ocean of reincarnation. The ocean of reincarnation is boundless, with countless souls drifting within it. Luo Jiqing expended endless time and effort, finally capturing the essence of Chu Yuan amidst this infinite sea of souls that I found it. A surge of intense emotion welled up within Luo Jiqing. Following that faint trace, she pursued it further and eventually located the coordinates of Chu Yuan's reincarnation. However, when she attempted to approach, she discovered that she could not penetrate the barrier of reincarnation at all. Within the ocean of reincarnation, different coordinates represent different space-time realities. For instance, if a coordinate corresponds to the third era of the first world, then another might belong to the fifth era of the second world. Communication between different coordinates is entirely severed in all physical forms. Only by forsaking her corporeal form and cultivating her soul to merge with the cycle of reincarnation could she be reborn in the world where Chu Yuan resides. This price is undoubtedly immense for Luo Jiqing, who has already attained the pinnacle of a realm. Once she enters the ocean of reincarnation, she will cease to exist in this realm, and even whether she will reunite with Chu Yuan after rebirth remains fraught with uncertainty. Yet, she did not hesitate for a moment. Finding Chu Yuan is her sole objective for survival. Chu Yuan's body was carefully thawed from its frozen state by Luo Jiqing and gently laid to rest in the small valley where they had once lived together. In the valley, flowers bloomed in abundance, and a gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance. Luo Jiqing knelt before the grave, gently caressing the tombstone. After a while, she rested her head against the tombstone, murmuring, "Chu Yuan, I have finally found a world with you. Wait for our reunion. It will not take long." After a considerable time, Luo Jiqing rose to her feet and gazed ahead, with a wave of her hand. A dark red rift tore through the void before her, revealing a profound and shadowy abyss that appeared to flow like an ocean. That is the ocean of reincarnation, standing at the edge of the ocean of reincarnation. Luo Jiqing's eyes radiated endless tenderness and determination. Gradually, she took a step forward, entering the depths of the ocean. Within the ocean of reincarnation, her physical form and cultivation rapidly faded away, leaving only her powerful soul. Retaining its memories, guided by her understanding of the laws governing the ocean of reincarnation, her soul transformed into a luminous orb, swimming toward the coordinates of Chu Yuan's reincarnation. Upon finally reaching her destination, she allowed the forces of reincarnation to pull her down into the depths. As her consciousness gradually blurred, images of Chu Yuan's past visage filled her mind. Chu Yuan, I have come. Their destinies would once again intertwine in this new world. Simulation Review. Over the span of a century, you have acquired the legacy of the tribulation phase, achieving unprecedented progress, annihilating late-stage transcendence with the power of your nascent soul, a truly legendary life. Simulation Settlement in progress. Simulation Settlement complete. Evaluation. Rewards dispensing. Rewards dispensed. You have received imperturbable calm, blue, adversity growth, purple, celestial insight in demonic ways, rainbow, inheritance of the devourer ancestor, awakening of cultivation powers. You may now utilize all powers related to cultivation. Chu Yuan sat quietly by the bedside, opening his eyes. Scenes of the days spent with Luo Jiqing, their laughter, her silhouette, her tears, flooded his mind, each moment engraved in his memory like a seal that he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Emotions surging within him like a tidal wave. Thankfully, there were no regrets. After a moment, Chu Yuan took a deep breath. Suppressing these feelings, that he raised his hand, palm open. Black spiritual fire ignited from his palm, a testament to his ability to wield the devouring heavenly technique. He spoke softly to himself. With this power, I can finally change my circumstances. Suddenly, the sound of water ceased from the direction of the bathroom. Chu Yuan emerged, dressed in sleepwear, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a refreshing and charming aura. As Chu Yuan gazed at her, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. During the simulation, did time here stand still? Brother, why do you look like you haven't seen me in ages? Chu Yuan tilted her head, observing Chu Yuan. Xiaoyin, let us go to the Seraph Academy and become saviors. Chu Yuan chuckled lightly, closing his eyes. Upon hearing the name Seraph Academy, Chu Yuan paused for a moment. While drying her hair with a towel, she curiously inquired, Brother, but didn't we test before? You had no past life powers, how can you go? Previously, Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan had tested their savior potential, awakening some of her past life powers. Although she had regained some memories, they were fragmented, and her soul seemed to have suffered damage, resulting in her savior potential being rated as C-class. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan had detected no savior potential at all, classified as an ordinary person. The tuition fees at the Seraph Academy are exorbitantly high, with only saviors rated B-class or above receiving full tuition waivers. Chu Yuan's C-class talent meant she would have to pay out of pocket, a burden that their siblings could not afford, especially given their cramped living conditions. Chu Yuan stood up and declared, Xiaoyin, it's different now. Just moments ago, I awakened my past life memories. The testing equipment must not have successfully triggered it before. Chu Yuan was taken aback, halting her hair-drying motion, her eyes lighting up with curiosity, as if a tail were wagging behind her. Really? Really? Does that mean you were very strong in your past life? Indeed. My past life was exceptionally powerful, he affirmed. Therefore, I wish to retest. I am confident I can achieve a high talent rating, which would also grant you a tuition waiver. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she blinked, her face breaking into a joyous expression. That's wonderful. Brother, we will be rich. She hugged him tightly, her little cowlick bobbing cheerfully. Chu Yuan instinctively wrapped an arm around her, momentarily caught off guard, then lifted his left hand to gaze at it. The sensation of his left arm being unscathed was truly nostalgic. Tomorrow, we will go for the test. Coming back to his senses, Chu Yuan gently patted his sister's shoulder. Early morning. Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan arrived at the prestigious Seraph Academy of Donghai, China. After paying the interview fee, they entered the academy's testing area. The towering buildings and high-tech facilities within the academy dazzled the eye, as if stepping into a futuristic world. Along the way, Chu Yuan excitedly looked around, whispering, even though this is my second time here, it still feels so beautiful. Once we enter the academy, we will live in such a place. Chu Yuan simply smiled, ruffling her hair. Yes, it won't be long now. As they made their way to the testing area, they overheard discussions from others. Have you heard? The strongest savior in China, the S-class savior Sword Immortal, will be teaching here this semester. Sword Immortal? The one who single-handedly slayed a world-destroying beast. Why? You may not know, but the Sword Immortal is an honorary professor at the academy and also a member of the Donghai Seraph Academy's board. Wow, I've never been in such a prestigious situation in my life. I must enroll in her class. Upon arriving at the testing venue, Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan beheld a throng of individuals gathered around. The testing area was established in the heart of a spacious plaza, encircled by many awaiting their turn, while at the center stood a row of judging tables occupied by several esteemed instructors from the realm of cultivation. The testing process commenced with the utilization of specialized instruments designed to awaken one's past life memories. However, Chu Yuan was bypassed at this stage, for he had already awakened spontaneously. Chu Yuan took a seat beside him, waiting patiently, as the judges signaled for Chu Yuan to proceed directly to the demonstration of his spiritual power. Standing at the center of the testing platform, he closed his eyes and gently raised his hand. A torrent of spiritual energy coalesced around him, gradually transforming into a sinuous dragon of spiritual energy that entwined itself about him. This energy was not only remarkably pure, but also exuded an air of seasoned mastery, as if it had undergone countless refinements. The surrounding audience gasped in hushed awe, and the judges revealed expressions of profound astonishment. The manner in which he condenses his spiritual power is exceptionally adept, one judge murmured. Moreover, his spiritual energy is exceedingly pure. It is evident that he attained a remarkable level in his past life. Another judge added. Subsequently, the judges requested Chu Yuan to undergo a soul strength evaluation that he complied, placing his hand upon the apparatus for measuring soul strength. Moments later, the needle of the device began to ascend rapidly. The onlookers directed their attention towards Chu Yuan, murmuring, "This Chu Yuan possesses a formidable soul. He must have been a significant figure in his past life." Indeed, and those saviors with stronger past lives will invariably be rated higher in their current talents. "Ah, I understand that. But why is that?" inquired an inquisitive spectator. Another person patiently elucidated, "Due to the peculiar energy magnetic field of Earth at present, saviors will experience an accelerated growth rate, nearly 100-fold compared to normal cultivation speeds, until they reach the limits of their past life. Thereafter, the rate of improvement slows considerably. Thus, the stronger the individual in their previous life, the more rapidly they can evolve into a formidable force. Otherwise, if humanity began from scratch and cultivated slowly, we would have been annihilated by the calamity beasts long ago." The listener nodded in comprehension, realizing the truth of the matter. After a while, Chu Yuan's testing reached its conclusion. A staff member responsible for recording data could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Chu Yuan's testing is complete. The results of the soul strength evaluation indicate an exceptionally powerful soul, with a talent rating of A." As the results were announced, the crowd erupted in a clamor of astonishment. A? His talent rating is actually A? An A rating is a rarity among thousands. It signifies an inevitable ascent to becoming an A-grade savior. One of the few at the pinnacle of China. The judges' faces were also alight with joy. They vied to extend olive branches to Chu Yuan. "Chu Yuan, upon enrollment, you shall be my student. I can prioritize your access to advanced resources and allow you to participate in special combat missions to accumulate further experience." Do not heed his words, Chu Yuan. "Come to me. I can arrange a direct opportunity for you to assess as a C-grade savior, bypassing the lengthy D-grade preparation. Chu Yuan, I too can offer you an assessment opportunity, and I can ensure you reside in the highest-tiered dormitory." Numerous judges clamored to win Chu Yuan's favor, promising various benefits, eager to claim him as their student. Chu Xianin stood by, wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to resist gently tugging at Chu Yuan's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, how impressive. It's akin to selecting a consort. Whose favor do you intend to seek?" Chu Yuan lightly tapped her on the head, prompting her to stick out her tongue and huddle her neck. Yet, he did not immediately acquiesce to any of them. He softly replied, "I am grateful for the generous offers from all esteemed teachers, but I would like to contemplate this matter further before making a decision." Upon hearing this, several judges displayed expressions of disappointment. They were merely instructors at the academy, and they understood that a prodigy like Chu Yuan, once word spread, would render them ineligible to compete for his attention. The ones vying for Chu Yuan would be the formal professors of the academy, endowed with greater authority and resources. Chu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly. In truth, he had already conducted his research and was well aware of the resource allocation and structure of the Seraph Academy. He understood that the resources and privileges held by professors far exceeded those of instructors. Thus, rather than hastily making a choice, it would be wiser to await a better opportunity, although he recognized that there existed a talent rating even higher than A. Namely S, he was nonetheless exceedingly content that an A-grade talent signified that both his and Chu Xianyin's lives were poised for monumental transformation. Not only would he gain free admission, but he would also enjoy substantial resources and privileges. More importantly, Chu Xianyin would also be exempt from tuition fees alongside him. Soon, a counselor assigned to welcome new students approached to assist Chu Yuan and Chu Xianyin. The counselor appeared to be in their 20s, bearing a demeanor as humble as that of a servant, guiding the duo to the enrollment registration area while incessantly explaining the various rules and benefits of the academy. "Chu Yuan, your A-grade talent is truly remarkable. The academy will provide you with a full scholarship, along with additional living allowances, so you and your sister need not worry about tuition or living expenses." The counselor's face was beaming, and their tone was palpably ingratiating. Chu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the enrollment registration area under the counselor's guidance, the staff inquired, "Do you have your birth registration materials? Please provide one." Chu Yuan and Chu Xianyin exchanged glances, shrugged, and replied, "No." The staff member scratched their head. "None at all? An ID card would suffice." The siblings submitted their identification cards. The staff member received the IDs and began typing to verify the information. A flicker of confusion crossed their eyes. "You both lack birth registrations, and your ID cards have the same expiration date. What is the reason for this?" Chu Yuan responded, "For years ago, we emerged from the orphanage and registered our ID cards together. The staff member's expression shifted to one of understanding, tinged with sympathy. I see it, no matter. I have confirmed that the information is accurate. I wish you both a pleasant experience at Seraph Academy. With that, the staff member presented the completed student identification cards with both hands. Chu Yuan reached out to accept his, retaining his own before handing Chu Xianyin hers, after completing the enrollment process. The counselor led Chu Yuan and Chu Xianyin to tour the dormitory area. The accommodations at Seraph Academy exceeded their wildest imaginations. Not only were there single rooms, but they were also equipped with private bathrooms, small kitchens, living rooms, and various high-end appliances, rivaling the suites of a five-star hotel. Chu Xianyin stood at the threshold of her dormitory, staring in awe at the decor, her hair standing on end in disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is simply outrageous." At this moment, the counselor smiled and addressed Chu Yuan. "Chu Yuan, your scholarship is comprehensive. It not only covers all tuition fees, but also provides a substantial monthly allowance, so you need not fret over financial matters. From here on, the only thing you need to consider is selecting a mentor." Hearing this, Chu Yuan inquired, "Is the selection of a mentor urgent?" The counselor quickly shook their head. "Not at all. Your timing for enrollment is perfect. It is currently the first week of the academic year, and you have 3 weeks after the semester begins to finalize your mentor selection at AS and A-grade talent. You may receive numerous emails from mentors eager to meet with you. You can take your time to sift through them and arrange meetings with those you find suitable." How delightful! Chu Yuan mused inwardly, reflecting on how the treatment he received now was worlds apart from his previous life. In his past university experience, he had to painstakingly reach out to mentors, cautiously sending emails and awaiting their responses, fearful of rejection. Yet now, possessing A-grade talent had elevated him to a position of royalty. With all mentors lowering their stature, eagerly vying for him to select them as his guide, as night fell. Chu Yuan and Chu Xianyin sat together at the study desk in Chu Yuan's dormitory, each equipped with a laptop provided by the school, accessing the elective course selection system of Seraph Academy. As first-year students, the academy operated on a 3-year system with clearly defined mandatory courses each year, such as knowledge of calamity beast response and ethical training for Seraph forces. These courses primarily laid the groundwork for students, enabling them to understand the behavioral characteristics of calamity beasts, combat strategies, and the fundamental professional ethics of saviors. In addition, there were various personalized elective courses tailored to different power systems, such as array studies, alchemy studies, martial arts insights, and theoretical magic, allowing students to choose freely according to their own needs. "Brother, what elective courses are you selecting?" With her small hand half concealed within the cuff, Chu Xianyin deftly maneuvered the mouse, intent on selecting the course titled Fundamentals of Curse Control, which she had heard was particularly suitable for newly awakened sorcerers. "I choose." Chu Yuan swiftly flipped through the list of elective courses, his gaze lingering upon one titled Swordsmanship Studies. Upon opening the course description, he found himself captivated. Instructor of the Swordsmanship Studies course. S-Class Savior. The mightiest savior of China, known as the Sword Immortal. Course content: Basics of Swordsmanship, Practical Combat Techniques, Advanced Swordsmanship Theory. Course features: Integration of real-life case studies, Analysis of swordsmanship applications in battles against calamities. Swordsmanship Studies, he murmured softly. Having practiced swordsmanship in his previous life, enrolling in this course might prove beneficial. Ultimately, Chu Yuan opted for Swordsmanship Studies, and the course schedule indicated that the first class would take place tomorrow. After finalizing her course selections, Chu Xianyin returned to her dormitory to rest, while Chu Yuan lay on his bed, eyes closed in contemplation. Reflecting on the events of the day, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. In the span of a single day, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a gifted freshman with an A-class talent, with a future that appeared remarkably promising. This was indeed the extraordinary life that a traveler ought to lead. Chu Yuan murmured to himself, as a sudden thought surged through his mind. If a single simulation had already granted him such a transformation, wouldn't another one yield even greater results? With the accumulation of soul strength, attaining S-Class talent might not be beyond reach, which would inevitably designate him as an S-Class savior. With a flicker of intention, he summoned the simulator's interface, eager to ascertain when he could conduct his next simulation. However, upon accessing the cooldown timer, he was met with an unexpected sight. Simulation cooldown: 3,650 days. Chu Yuan was instantly taken aback. 10 years. How was this any different from being banned for exploiting cheats? It was essentially unplayable. Just then, the simulator's interface flickered once more, displaying an additional prompt. By fulfilling specific conditions, the cooldown time can be reduced to 0. Conditions. Chu Yuan couldn't help but inquire, what conditions? As if sensing his curiosity, the simulator's interface responded again. Becoming an A-class savior will reset the cooldown time to 0. Upon seeing this condition, Chu Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. An A-class savior. All newly awakened saviors start as D-class. Ordinarily, even those with A-class talent would take at least 2 to 3 years to genuinely attain A-class status. Chu Yuan, however, possessed a method for rapid advancement. That was to utilize the forbidden technique of the devouring path to refine living beings as a means of enhancing his own cultivation. Yet, such actions were well beyond his ethical considerations. However, perhaps calamities could be. Chu Yuan pondered, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Calamities were categorized from weak to strong as reconnaissance level, ordinary level, crossbow level, super crossbow level, destruction level, and world-ending level. D-class saviors could contend with reconnaissance level calamities, while C-class saviors could face ordinary level calamities, and so forth. He could absorb the entirety of a super crossbow level calamity's power. He could swiftly ascend to A-class. The only question remained whether he could even encounter a super crossbow level calamity. Even if he did, he would most likely be unable to defeat it. The devouring path even had a conversion rate. It was impossible to entirely absorb the strength of any corporeal beings, as some would invariably be lost. Unless, of course, the entity was in a purely energy form, in which case the conversion rate of the devouring path could reach nearly 100%. Never mind. It was of little consequence. There was no need to rush. After all, having lived 3 lifetimes, Chu Yuan quickly relaxed his mindset and drifted off to sleep. In the stillness of the night, the city, bordered by towering walls, was illuminated against the pitch-black sky. Several dozen kilometers away, a newly emerged anomaly emanated ominous waves, casting an eerie glow across the horizon. A reconnaissance team from the Seraphim Corps stood guard on the periphery, employing high-precision detection instruments to search for anomalies within. Inside an armored vehicle, a team member's computer screen suddenly erupted with a series of alarm notifications. Upon seeing the information, his expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly opened a communication channel. Headquarters, I have detected abnormal energy fluctuations. The likelihood of a super crossbow level calamity's presence is extremely high. Energy levels have exceeded the critical threshold. An urgent response crackled through the communication channel. Confirm the target's location and report immediately. The scout's fingers flew across the keyboard, but just as he attempted to gather further confirmation, an eerie sound echoed from deep within the anomaly. Reminiscent of ancient deities' chants and demonic whispers, that he raised his head and, through the distant mist, caught a fleeting glimpse of a colossal shadow moving slowly across the sky. It was a calamity. Its form exceeded 100 meters. Its exterior resembling a twisted mass of black mist, punctuated by glowing crimson orbs at its center. It appeared to lack a physical form, seemingly composed entirely of pure energy, floating within the anomaly. A terrifying pressure emanated from it, causing the scout's body to tremble slightly, even from a distance. What on earth is that? The scout swallowed hard, only to see the calamity shudder slightly. In the next instant, its form distorted like rippling water, vanishing from sight. It disappeared? The scout exclaimed in shock, hastily reporting the incident to headquarters. Under the cover of night, a figure clad in white stood suspended in the air, exuding a frigid aura akin to frost. Below her lay the city's perimeter, ravaged by calamities. As a tide of beasts surged forth, their roars echoing like thunder, the figure in white drew her longsword from her waist. The blade gleamed, and in that instant, it seemed as though only she and her radiant sword intent remained in existence. With a sweeping motion of her sword, it descended upon the beast like a celestial curtain falling. A colossal beam of sword light cleaved through the heavens, severing the tide of beasts in half. Those calamities that came into contact with the sword light were instantly reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The remaining beasts emitted mournful cries, sensing their impending doom, and began to retreat. Yet the figure in white offered them no chance of escape. She soared upon her flying sword, the blade flashing, and wherever she passed, not a single creature was left alive. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the overwhelming tide of beasts was utterly quelled. As the battle concluded, the figure in white gradually sheathed her sword, remaining poised in the air. The residents she had rescued emerged from their homes, cheering joyously. The sword immortal. The sword immortal has saved us. With a single strike, she nearly annihilated the entire tide of beasts. Truly formidable. Undoubtedly the strongest savior in China. One of the 9 S-class saviors in the world. The crowd's cheers rose and fell. Yet the white-clad woman known as the sword immortal did not turn back. Her gaze remained tranquil, as if all that transpired before her held no significance. Soon, her phone rang. Hello, on the other end. A voice spoke. Sword immortal, the classes at Seraphim Academy are about to commence. We kindly request your prompt return to the academy. Understood. The sword immortal's voice was placid as she ended the call. Turning into a flash of sword light, disappearing into the horizon, the sword light traversed the vast sky, the sword immortal's gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. She had never cared for the matters concerning Seraphim Academy. Her agreement to the request stemmed from her own desires. She contemplated this. Waves of emotion began to stir within her. For the past 6 years, she had been leveraging the vast resources of the Seraphim Agency to seek the whereabouts of that person. Initially, she had attempted to locate him through the global identification query system, but the result was a disheartening absence of records. No identification meant he might not yet have one. Perhaps he was still underage. Thus, she adjusted her approach, resorting to queries based on birth registration. Anyone born in this world would have their registration recorded post-birth. As long as he existed within this realm, she would be able to trace his whereabouts through this method. However, throughout the years, every query yielded no matching records. Each inquiry brought hope, and each result brought disappointment. Where on earth are you? In the serene and melodious voice lay an endless sense of bewilderment and contemplation. On a crisp morning, Chu Yuan had just risen from his slumber, and after completing his morning rituals, he casually opened his notebook, only to be met with a barrage of notifications from his email. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his inbox was overflowing with messages from various professors at the academy, each imploring him to become their student, almost all accompanied by generous promises of resources. As he perused the emails, he shook his head in disbelief. These professors are exceedingly enthusiastic, having never even laid eyes on me, yet they are so eager to take me on as their mentee. He responded to a few emails and glanced at the time, realizing that there was less than half an hour remaining before the swordsmanship class commenced. Closing his notebook, he rose and hurried towards the classroom. Upon arriving, he found that class had yet to begin. That he chose a seat at random and reopened his notebook to continue sorting through his emails. Gradually, the classroom began to buzz with activity. 2 boys nearby were engaged in light-hearted banter, one with fiery red hair and the other with blue hair and glasses, their voices unabashedly loud. The red-haired boy leaned closer to the blue-haired boy's phone screen. What's going on, brother? Are you watching Roast Chicken again? Hey, are you chatting with her? Planning to meet offline? The blue-haired boy adjusted his glasses and replied, You wouldn't know, would you? These roast chickens evade taxes by running private equity and selling video packages. It's my duty as a righteous guardian to investigate such tax evasion. The red-haired boy clapped a hand on the blue-haired boy's shoulder. Brother, the rain won't last forever, but your heart might. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the classroom, and whispers filled the air. The sword immortal has arrived. Indeed, she was as enchanting as the rumors suggested, breathtakingly beautiful. Her demeanor is so cool and elegant. I wish she'd be my mentor, even if it means enduring her scoldings daily. Someone mused, Sword immortal sister, I want to be your pet. Rest assured, I'm a vegetarian and easy to care for. Just feed me grass. The enthusiasm was palpable, and the red-haired and blue-haired boys grew animated as well. The red-haired boy clutched his chest. What do I do? I think I'm smitten. The blue-haired boy adjusted his glasses. Same here. I want her to disdainfully spit in my mouth. That would fulfill my life's desires. Brother, you have a peculiar taste. Chu Yuan covered his forehead. I ask this how my peers behave these days. With a poet's touch, he observed the scene, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. In the midst of this lively atmosphere, he ceased to manage his emails, instead closing his notebook and casting a curious glance towards the podium. Everyone seemed so captivated. Just how beautiful could this sword immortal be? As he looked, he found himself momentarily transfixed. A woman clad in a white trench coat gracefully entered the classroom, her aura icy yet captivating, her steps light, and her gaze imbued with a hint of detached indifference. She appeared to pay little heed to the students surrounding her. However, as if sensing something, her eyes swept over Chu Yuan, and time seemed to momentarily freeze as their gazes locked, an ethereal connection binding their fates across lifetimes. As the swordsmanship class commenced, Luo Jiqing stood at the podium, elucidating the foundational theories of swordsmanship. Her voice remained as calm and cool as ever, and her heart was tumultuous. Has he finally found me? An overwhelming tide of emotion threatened to break through her facade of composure. Her slender fingers trembling slightly. She longed to acknowledge him in that moment, yet the circumstances were clearly not conducive. How could a single class stretch on for so long? Chu Yuan, seated below, struggled to focus on the lecture. His mind drifting as memories of his past life flooded back, confirming that the experiences within the simulation were indeed real and not mere fabrications. In that instant, he found himself at a loss regarding how to confront this past connection. Although it had not been long since he parted ways with Luo Jiqing, for her, it might have been an entire lifetime. After such a lengthy interval, she might have changed. Had she found new purpose in life? To intrude upon her now seemed ill-advised. Chu Yuan wrestled with his uncertainty. Yet, he took solace in the fact that Luo Jiqing appeared to be thriving independently, living a life of quality, an S-rank savior. One of only 9 in the world, he could scarcely fathom the privileges she must enjoy. As the class drew to a close and the dismissal bell rang, students began to vacate the classroom. But Chu Yuan lingered. He gathered his belongings and slowly exited, only to find Luo Jiqing waiting for him by the corridor. Their eyes met, and in silent understanding, they left the academic building together. Stepping onto a tranquil pathway adorned with falling leaves, Luo Jiqing spoke first, her voice gentle yet betraying a tremor. Classmate, you haven't chosen a mentor yet, have you? Chu Yuan nodded. Not yet. Taking a deep breath, her eyes reflecting the essence of Chu Yuan, she asked, would you be willing to become my student? He halted, gazing at her familiar silhouette, momentarily transported back to that fateful day when she had descended from the heavens in her flowing white robes. Asking if he would join her in cultivation, the memories ignited warmth within his chest, and as their eyes locked, he smiled faintly. I am willing. Luo Jiqing's gaze flickered with emotion, her voice barely containing her excitement. Since you've agreed to be my student, what should you call me? As leaves danced between them, the ethereal scene unfolded, the white-clad fairy and the dark-clad youth standing face to face. Chu Yuan softly uttered, Master. This address bridged the realms of past and present. Tears streamed down Luo Jiqing's cheeks, unable to be contained any longer. At last, I found you. Her voice was laced with a suppressed sob, mingling with the joy and relief of a long-awaited reunion. Have you been searching for me all along? The sight of Luo Jiqing in this state widened Chu Yuan's eyes, stirring something deep within him. With a tender heart, he stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. Luo Jiqing stiffened momentarily. In that instant, she finally relinquished her stoicism, burying her head against Chu Yuan's chest like a child, her tears soaking his garments. Only the sound of her quiet sobs echoed through the serene pathway. After a while, Luo Jiqing nestled against Chu Yuan, reluctant to part. She softly inquired, do you have any classes coming up? Chu Yuan shook his head. No. Luo Jiqing lifted her chin, gazing at him with gentle eyes. Would you like to come to my home? Gently wiping away her tears, Chu Yuan replied warmly, sure. Luo Jiqing's residence was situated in an affluent neighborhood near the Seraph Academy, a lavishly adorned independent villa. Sitting at the dining table in the first-floor living room, Chu Yuan watched as Luo Jiqing busied herself in the kitchen, a wave of warmth washing over him. Shortly thereafter, she brought over a steaming bowl of noodles. Placing it before him, the dish was adorned with vibrant green vegetables and 2 golden fried eggs. Though it was merely a simple, home-style meal, it emanated a rare warmth. Give it a try, she urged, her cool tone tinged with anticipation. Chu Yuan took a bite, surprise flickering in his eyes before he smiled and praised, Master, your culinary skills have greatly improved. This bowl of noodles is better than any I've had in my past life. Really? That's wonderful, she replied, her gaze fixed intently on him. After finishing the noodles, Chu Yuan set down his chopsticks and hesitated before asking, Master, after I was gone in my past life, what happened to you? His curiosity was evident. Luo Jiqing lowered her gaze, her eyes shimmering with memories, and softly replied, I tried numerous ways to bring you back to my side, but no matter how many times I attempted, I always failed. After a pause, she continued, eventually, I discovered the sea of reincarnation, the place where all souls cycle through. After pouring countless efforts into my search, I finally found the world where you were reincarnated. This very place. So I came here. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The concept of the sea of reincarnation was entirely foreign to him, even in the memories of the formidable ancestor of the Sky Eater, who had reached the tribulation stage. There was no mention of it. This signified that in her previous life, Luo Jiqing had achieved an unimaginable realm in her quest to find him. During this time, She must have endured countless hardships. Suddenly, Chu Yuan recalled something and inquired, "Master, what is your cultivation level?" Luo Jiqing did not conceal the truth. Her gaze was filled with profound affection. The sea of reincarnation only allows souls to pass through. Thus, in order to reincarnate here, I dispersed all of my cultivation, leaving only my soul. The notion of dispersing her cultivation made Chu Yuan's eyes tremble slightly. Many cultivators would betray and even harm their closest kin merely to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, for his sake, Master had sacrificed her entire life as cultivation, surpassing even the tribulation stage. Chu Yuan fell silent for a moment, his voice dry as he spoke. "Master, upon seeing the look of guilt in Chu Yuan's eyes, Luo Jiqing gently took his hand, half closing her eyes. "You are the meaning of my existence, so none of this matters. What is truly important is that I have found you." Chu Yuan's heart trembled. Feeling the weight of her emotions, he fell silent for a moment before placing his hand over Luo Jiqing's. "Thank you, Master." The two remained immersed in this profound sentiment, neither speaking further. After a while, Luo Jiqing lowered her gaze to Chu Yuan's left hand, her eyes shimmering like rippling water, and she said with relief, "How wonderful it is that you are well in this life." Chu Yuan smiled faintly. "Indeed, having my left hand feels entirely different. Moreover, I no longer need to be bedridden. Thanks to your care, Master, I am willing to care for you always." After tidying up the dishes, the two settled on the sofa. Luo Jiqing inquired about Chu Yuan's life in this lifetime. She was somewhat puzzled. 6 years ago, after she became the savior, she had used her privileges to have the Seraphim Bureau search for identification that matched Chu Yuan's appearance and name. But to no avail. Realizing that he might not have had an ID, she had the Bureau search his birth registration for all these years, believing that if he was born, he would certainly be found. Yet, they had found nothing. After hearing Luo Jiqing's confusion, Chu Yuan scratched his cheek and explained, "The reason I do not have a household registration is that I am an orphan, and my ID was only issued 4 years ago when I left the orphanage. Therefore, it is natural that you could not find me 6 years ago." Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing furrowed her brows in realization. "So that is the case. This was my oversight." She looked up at Chu Yuan with compassion and said, "You must have had a difficult time all these years, right?" Chu Yuan recalled briefly. It was indeed a bit tough. Luo Jiqing extended her hand, gently caressing Chu Yuan's face, her gaze soft yet tinged with guilt. "Chu Yuan, from now on, I will not allow you to suffer any longer in this lifetime. I will give you everything." "Well then, it seems I am being supported by a rich benefactor," he joked. Just then, Luo Jiqing continued, "Since you are alone in this life, let me become your family." Luo Jiqing echoed the words Chu Yuan had once said to her. She believed it to be quite effective, as she had been thoroughly captivated by him at that time. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuan scratched his head. "Actually, in this life, I am not entirely alone." Luo Jiqing froze, her expression appearing somewhat adorably dazed. She was taken aback. "Aren't you an orphan?" Chu Yuan explained with a bitter smile. "Yes, I am an orphan, but I have a foster sister. I brought her out of the orphanage, and we have relied on each other all these years. One day, I will introduce you to her." Luo Jiqing nodded. All right. She would treat Chu Yuan's sister well, as they were connected by love for the same person. Time flew by swiftly, as Chu Yuan had a class to attend in the afternoon. Thus, after exchanging contact information, they reluctantly parted ways. Luo Jiqing stood by the window, watching Chu Yuan's retreating figure until he was completely out of sight, before stepping back into her room. She picked up her phone and dialed the number of her academy's administrative secretary. When the call connected, her tone was calm yet firm, leaving no room for dissent. "I wish to become a mentor to a student and provide personal guidance. Please expedite the arrangements." The secretary, Qin Xiaoya, on the other end of the line, was clearly taken aback, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Professor Luo, are you saying you want to take on a student?" Luo Jiqing's tone remained unchanged. "Yes." "Handle it promptly. I want to see results by today." Qin Xiaoya was astonished. The sword immortal, Professor Luo, had never taken on a student before, nor had she ever shown such intent. Today, she was actively requesting to mentor a student and seemed quite invested. "All right. I will handle it immediately." Despite her confusion, when the boss and big shot spoke, Qin Xiaoya quickly agreed. After hanging up, Qin Xiaoya, filled with curiosity, accessed the academy's internal system to pull up Chu Yuan's profile. Chu Yuan. Background. Orphan. Talent level. Merely A grade. Qin Xiaoya frowned. Previously, numerous affluent families had sought to have their offspring be mentored by Professor Luo, with several A-grade talented students applying, all of which she had categorically declined. Why was she suddenly so proactive? What was so special about Chu Yuan? As Qin Xiaya continued to review the information, she found no indication of any distinguished background or exceptional experiences. She only encountered a photo attached to the profile. In the picture, Chu Yuan appeared handsome, with a refined countenance that exuded a hint of heroism, his expression gentle yet subtly aloof. Qin Xiaya gazed at it for several seconds, her cheeks slightly reddening. He is indeed quite handsome. With no one around, Qin Xiaya continued to look, increasingly captivated that in fact, even her two-dimensional electronic husband paled in comparison to Chu Yuan's looks. Suddenly, Qin Xiaya jolted with the realization of a possibility. Nearly springing from her chair, could it be that Professor Luo is a beauty enthusiast, and that she has a preference for younger, charming boys? With this thought, Qin Xiaya placed 4 fingers on her lips. Her face slightly flushed. She imagined the typically aloof and composed Professor Luo, who showed indifference to all matters, might actually be moved by a younger student. The reason for accepting him as her student could very well be to facilitate a hidden agenda. Oh my, what a contrast, a predatory yet refined woman. But this was too difficult for her to accept, was it not? Professor Luo was the sword immortal, one of the 9 S-grade saviors of the world. A figure of strategic importance akin to a nuclear weapon in the past. However, beyond this reasoning, she could think of no other possibilities. After all, it was impossible that Chu Yuan was her lover from a previous life. Was it? In the afternoon, Chu Yuan attended a class on the basics of dealing with calamity beasts. This course was a requisite at the Seraphim Academy, designed to familiarize savior students with the classification of calamity beasts and the corresponding countermeasures. The instructor, a middle-aged man clad in a gray coat, had a stern demeanor and a direct teaching style. The relationship between saviors and calamity beasts is fundamental to understand. Calamity beasts are classified into the following main levels: reconnaissance, ordinary, crossbow, super crossbow, destruction, and annihilation. The strength of saviors is graded based on their ability to combat calamity beasts. In simple terms, reconnaissance level calamity beasts correspond to D-grade saviors, ordinary level beasts to C-grade saviors, and so forth. Calamity beasts below the destruction level can be dealt with using lower-tier saviors by sheer numbers. However, no matter how many A-grade saviors are deployed together, they cannot defeat a destruction-level calamity beast. Only an S-grade savior can vanquish IT.A. An annihilation-level calamity beast has been encountered once. It required multiple S-grade saviors to barely contend with IT.I in the end. It was the sword immortal who unleashed her remarkable technique, injuring it and causing it to flee, disappearing without a trace. The instructor continued, perhaps some students are unclear about the power levels of each tier of saviors. To illustrate with a classification from the realm of cultivation. The Chi refinement stage corresponds to D-grade saviors, foundation establishment to C-grade, golden core to B-grade, nascent soul to A-grade, and those at the divine transformation stage and above correspond to S-grade. Numerous students are diligently taking notes on their tablets. Chu Yuan, engrossed in the lecture, is seated next to the familiar figures of Hong Mao and Lan Mao, who have commenced a nonsensical whispering session. Lan Mao discreetly glances at his phone, while Hong Mao steals a sideward glance at him and softly inquires, "Why have you been fixated on black long straight hair lately? Is your XP related to black long straight hair?" Lan Mao lifts his head, adjusting his glasses, and replies, "Black long straight hair is a universal XP among humans, applicable to both men and women." Hong Mao pauses, momentarily taken aback, pondering why women are fond of black long straight hair. As the conversation unfolds, he stretches his neck and suddenly realizes, giving Lan Mao an enthusiastic thumbs up. "You are indeed that." Chu Yuan covers his face in exasperation. The two of them are increasingly absurd that I, too, have comprehended their dialogue. After the class on dealing with disaster beasts, Chu Yuan walks back to his dormitory alone. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting a gentle glow as his gaze flickers, reflecting on the lessons learned in class. He attempts to activate the devouring path of heaven technique within him. Sensing the unique flow of magical energy circulating in his body, it feels somewhat sluggish without anything to absorb. Chu Yuan murmurs, his brow slightly furrowed. The cultivation of the devouring path of heaven requires ample vitality. Yet he cannot indiscriminately absorb human life force, nor does he possess any heavenly materials to draw from, thus rendering its greatest advantage ineffective. As Chu Yuan ponders and approaches his dormitory, he suddenly catches sight of an array of exquisitely packaged boxes piled at his door. Metal, wooden, jade, and various materials abound. Upon closer inspection, he discovers these boxes brimming with various heavenly materials and treasures. In addition to centuries-old ginseng, There are even numerous high-energy components from disaster beasts. Chu Yuan stares in astonishment at this amount of resources. With these provisions, his cultivation speed could increase exponentially. Just then, a staff member clad in the Seraph Academy uniform approaches, politely addressing Chu Yuan. "Student Chu Yuan, we've been waiting for you. Please sign for your items." The staff member hands him a receipt. Chu Yuan has a good idea of who sent these. After signing, he calls Luo Jiqing. "Chu Yuan?" Her voice, cool yet tinged with warmth, resonates through the phone. "I noticed you have no classes today." "Correct. Yes, that's right," Chu Yuan replies. Luo Jiqing softly continues, "Would you like to accompany me for a stroll?" The allure of her presence is undeniable. It seems she cannot bear to be without me. Sure. Arriving at the designated location, Chu Yuan spots Luo Jiqing standing at the street corner. In contrast to her usual austere attire, today she adorns herself in a modern style, a fitted white knit sweater that accentuates her elegant figure, paired with a beige high-waisted skirt, exuding both grace and sophistication. As the sunlight bathes her, it seems to envelop her in a soft glow, rendering her breathtakingly ethereal. Chu Yuan finds himself momentarily captivated. Indeed, the current Luo Jiqing, with her modern charm, possesses a unique allure that rivals that of the celestial figure from his past life. As he approaches, Luo Jiqing notices his gaze, lowers her head slightly, and raises her beautiful eyes, asking, "Do I look good?" Snap back to reality, Chu Yuan responds sincerely, "You look beautiful." At his words, a faint yet enchanting smile graces Luo Jiqing's exquisite visage, while others might overlook it. Thinking her expression remains unchanged, Chu Yuan knows she is genuinely pleased. Behind her, she quietly pumps her fist in triumph, grateful for the effort she had seen Shaya exert in preparing an array of outfits suitable for their outing. Time is on their side. Today's ensemble is just one of many. Tomorrow will bring another, ensuring Chu Yuan remains captivated. Meanwhile, Qin Shaya lies sprawled on Luo Jiqing's sofa, her hair tousled, burying her face in the cushions. "I'm so exhausted." It's true what they say, once a boss gets a mistress, they begin to change. It's utterly unbearable. As Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing stroll through the bustling marketplace, surrounded by throngs of people, passers-by are quickly drawn in by Luo Jiqing's beauty, casting awestruck glances. "Wow, that sister is stunning," whispers a passerby, their gaze filled with admiration. Is she a celebrity, a model? She seems even more beautiful than those stars. Her ethereal grace surpassing them by miles. Amidst the crowd, many men cast envious glances at Chu Yuan, their emotions of jealousy palpable. They remain unaware that Luo Jiqing is a renowned S-rank savior. A sword immortal. Most are ordinary individuals who have never encountered her level of existence. They know of the sword immortal's presence but have no idea what she truly looks like. Indeed, some S-rank saviors are known to the masses. But that is due to their lack of discretion, much like how everyone knows Wang Sikong, yet many are oblivious to the numerous other wealthy heirs of his caliber. As they walk, Chu Yuan expresses his gratitude for the training resources from the previous day. "Thank you for those resources, master." Luo Jiqing glances at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. "You need not thank me. Whatever you desire, I shall provide." Upon hearing these words, a warm current surged within Chu Yuan's heart. He gazed at Luo Jiqing before him, reflecting on all she had endured in her quest to find him, and his emotions grew ever more complex, from a past life to this one. Chu Yuan sighed softly. He had once believed he was free of regrets regarding his previous existence, yet now he felt an undeniable obligation not to disappoint Luo Jiqing, whether in the past or this present life. She remained an essential bond in his life. As they passed a stall selling ribs by the bridge, the tantalizing aroma wafted toward them. Noticing Luo Jiqing's gaze gravitate toward the stall, Chu Yuan did not hesitate to purchase a serving. They soon settled at a small table by the roadside to enjoy their meal. Luo Jiqing carefully broke apart her chopsticks, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon witnessing couples feeding one another, she hesitated for a moment. Tentatively, she picked up a piece of rib with her chopsticks, but instead of bringing it to her own lips, she extended it toward Chu Yuan, her voice soft. "Ah." Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Taking a bite. "Master, it's delicious." Observing Chu Yuan's enjoyment, the light in Luo Jiqing's clear eyes sparkled. Once, she had also fed him when he was bedridden and unable to move. Now, seeing him healthy and full of vitality, her heart brimmed with comfort and satisfaction. How wonderful! As they gradually finished their ribs, they walked to a nearby bench to rest. The shadows of the trees danced around them, and the sunlight bathed them in a rare tranquility. This location was relatively quiet, with a few couples engaging in affectionate displays, some even indulging in subtle touches. One of the peculiarities of this place, Chu Yuan glanced at Luo Jiqing, noticing a smudge of grease lingering at the corner of her mouth. Having a tissue handy in his pocket, he softly said, "Master, could you turn around for a moment?" Luo Jiqing, who had been watching the affectionate couples nearby, was momentarily startled by his voice as she turned to face him. An unexpected fluster enveloped her. When Chu Yuan lifted one hand to cradle her cheek, her heart raced like a drum. He intends to. Realizing the potential of the moment, Luo Jiqing's cheeks flushed and her breathing quickened. Lowering her eyelids, she tilted her head back, slightly pouting her rosy lips. Seeing her close her eyes, Chu Yuan paused for a brief moment, then understood, suppressing a chuckle. With one hand holding her face and the other gently wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth with the tissue, he murmured, "All done." Luo Jiqing opened her eyes, staring blankly at Chu Yuan. Upon noticing the tissue in his hand, she realized her misunderstanding and instantly turned her head away, her cheeks aflame, transforming into a flustered maiden. "Master, did you think I was going to kiss you just now? How presumptuous of you. You unruly disciple." I certainly did not." Luo Jiqing averted her gaze from Chu Yuan, denying it. Yet, from the side, it was evident that her ears were already a vivid crimson. After a while, Luo Jiqing ignored Chu Yuan's teasing. "Master, are you upset?" "Not at all." She still refused to look at him. "Turn around and let me see that I don't wanna." Without waiting for her consent, Chu Yuan grasped her face and turned it toward him. Then, he playfully poked her cheek. Air escaped from her slightly parted lips. "See, you're definitely upset. Just like before, your lips are pouting, master. You remain just as adorably proud as in our past life." Luo Jiqing averted her gaze. After a moment, Chu Yuan proposed a remedy for having upset Luo Jiqing. He would take her to see a movie. She readily agreed, finding him exceedingly easy to appease. They arrived at the cinema and chose a popular fantasy film, settling in to watch. The plot was convoluted and the special effects dazzling. Yet to the two who had genuinely traversed the world of cultivation, it felt overly dramatic, with details that seemed far-fetched. As they exited the theater, Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing discussed the film, pointing out its various shortcomings, such as its failure to capture the essence of cultivation. "This film is rather nonsensical," Chu Yuan remarked. Luo Jiqing nodded in agreement. The director certainly cannot be a savior with memories of cultivation. If such a savior existed in this world, they likely wouldn't choose to become a director. Would they? As they chatted while walking, they unknowingly approached a photo booth. Chu Yuan halted, pointing at the machine. "Master, shall we take a picture?" Luo Jiqing nodded. They stepped into the booth, selected a simple background, and posed naturally. Luo Jiqing leaned slightly closer to Chu Yuan, who wore a gentle smile. The shutter clicked, capturing several moments in time. Before long, the photos printed out, and Chu Yuan handed one to Luo Jiqing. "One for each of us." She accepted the photograph, lowering her gaze to the image of the two of them standing side by side, her eyelids half closed, the light in her eyes softly shimmering. "I will treasure it dearly." With that, she carefully tucked the photo into her bosom, as if it were an exceptionally precious treasure. After their date concluded, the two reluctantly parted ways as Luo Jiqing walked home. She spotted a stall selling exquisite photo frames by the roadside. She paused for a moment, selecting a white, intricately carved frame. Upon returning home, she delicately placed their photo into the frame, adjusting it until she was satisfied there were no imperfections. She then displayed the frame on the living room showcase. Stepping back a few paces, she scrutinized the photograph within the frame. The once desolate and lonely home now seemed infused with a touch of warm, human spirit, all thanks to that single image. Over the next week, Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing met occasionally, along with their training and classes. In terms of cultivation, he quickly advanced to the foundation establishment stage, or C-level. He planned to seek a time next week to undergo level certification and officially register as C-level. Additionally, Chu Yuan learned much during his classes that week, including several new concepts and disaster beast response courses. During one lesson, the professor pointed to an illustration of a city's high walls projected on the screen and began to explain. "Dear students, do you know why high walls have been constructed around every city today?" A student ventured a tentative response. "To prevent the invasion of disaster beasts." The professor nodded. "Exactly, since the emergence of disaster beasts on Earth, humanity has embarked on a lengthy journey of resistance. The walls serve not only as physical barriers, but can also house special protective formations to further ensure the city's safety." He continued. "Moreover, each city has a crucial defensive measure known as the special barrier domain. It is precisely because of the domain that even the most unique disaster beast, the energy entity disaster beast, cannot penetrate the city. Even if an alternate realm were to appear, it could not directly descend into the city's interior. Rather, a spatial gate, the gate of the alternate realm, would manifest. The screen shifted to an image of a blue spatial gate. And the professor added, once the gate of the alternate realm appears, the response team of the Seraphic Angel mechanism will swiftly seal it off to prevent damage to the city's public assets. You may one day participate in such operations. As Chu Yuan listened attentively, he suddenly heard familiar whispers nearby. The familiar red-haired and blue-haired students were in animated discussion. The red-haired student glanced at the blue-haired student's phone beneath the desk and quietly asked, "Are you really watching Blackskin's work? Just because it's long black hair, right?" "Hey, the protagonist is even called teacher." The blue-haired student adjusted his glasses. "Don't you think there's something uniquely appealing about black skin paired with long black hair? Let's not be too dismissive of Israelis." The red-haired student scratched his head. "Why are you suddenly bringing up Israelis?" Stunned, the red-haired student paused. "You really are a genius with classical literature." The blue-haired individual adjusted his glasses once more, the reflective lenses lending him an aura of inscrutability. Although Chu Yuan had acquired a wealth of knowledge during class, there remained certain insights that the Angel Academy could not impart. For instance, when alone with Luo Jiqing, who had provided him with special guidance, she mentioned the realms beyond tribulation and the matter of the Sea of Reincarnation from Luo Jiqing. Chu Yuan learned that the Sea of Reincarnation was the ultimate destination for souls and the fundamental essence of all cycles of existence. The vastness of the Sea of Reincarnation was unfathomable. Even at Luo Jiqing's previous level of mastery, she could only sense Chu Yuan's location without being able to exert any influence over it. This deepened Chu Yuan's understanding of the nature of the world. One day after class, while returning to the dormitory, Luo Jiqing called Chu Yuan to chat, suggesting that she wished to meet his younger sister, Chu Xianyin. Over the weekend, Chu Yuan agreed and planned to discuss this matter with Chu Xianyin upon reaching their dormitory. However, upon arriving at the dormitory area and knocking on Chu Xianyin's door, he received no response, leaving him perplexed. He was aware of her class schedule, and at this hour, her elective course should have concluded, making it logical for her to have returned directly to the dormitory. In his confusion, Chu Yuan took out his phone and dialed Chu Xianyin's number. Once connected, he inquired, "Xiaoyin, I noticed you are not in the dormitory. Where are you?" "Brother, I'm at the school infirmary," she replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's brow furrowed with concern. "What happened? Are you injured?" "It's nothing serious, just a minor situation," she reassured him. "Wait for me. I will come over right away." He hung up and hurried to the infirmary. As he pushed open the door, he immediately spotted Chu Xianyin seated beside a hospital bed. She seemed fine, but her signature disheveled hair hung limply. However, the familiar red-haired and blue-haired students lay on the bed, bandages wrapped around their foreheads. They appeared to be in pain, grimacing, likely having just been treated. Chu Yuan approached them, asking, "What happened?" After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xianyin explained, "Brother, it's because of a foreign exchange student named Du Yunha." "Du Yunha?" Chu Yuan echoed, and she nodded. "He is a sophomore who has been persistently pursuing and harassing me since we first crossed paths. Today, he attempted to make unwelcome advances, but these two classmates intervened, preventing any harm from coming to me. Unfortunately, they were injured in the process, so I brought them to the infirmary." Hearing that Chu Xianyin was unharmed, Chu Yuan let out a small sigh of relief. He turned to the red-haired and blue-haired students, sincerely expressing, "Thank you both for your assistance." "It was nothing, just a minor issue," the red-haired boy said, giving a thumbs up. The blue-haired one adjusted his glasses, stating, "It is our duty to stand against injustice, especially when it comes to protecting a fair maiden. Well, it seems you both performed admirably." "Indeed, it doesn't appear to be a grave issue," Chu Yuan remarked. After expressing his gratitude, his gaze hardened, and his voice turned somber. "And what happened afterward? Did the school take any action against that foreign exchange student, Du Yunha?" Chu Xianyin's expression darkened, her hair drooping as she replied softly, "No, he is the son of the S-rank savior Emerald King from the cold country, and the school dares not take action against him. They merely gave him a verbal warning." "Emerald King?" Chu Yuan's brow furrowed deeper, and after a moment, he sighed, asking, "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" Lowering her head, Chu Xianyin's voice was barely audible. "Because Du Yunha is someone neither you nor I can afford to provoke. I didn't want to drag you into this." Hearing her words, Chu Yuan's expression softened. It was indeed as he suspected. He spoke gently, "Xiaoyin, remember this. If anyone bullies you, regardless of who they are, you must tell me. I will never stand idly by and allow you to be mistreated." Chu Xianyin looked up, her almond-shaped eyes filled with gratitude. Just as she was about to respond, Chu Yuan added, "Moreover, I have now become a disciple of the sword immortal. If that fellow dares to harass you again, just let me know. My current backing is not to be underestimated. Originally intending to inform Chu Yuan, he seized the opportunity to mention it now. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, her disheveled hair standing on end. Her voice rose in excitement. You are actually a disciple of the sword immortal, the strongest savior in China, that S-rank sword immortal? Chu Yuan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. I will introduce you to her someday. Wow, that's amazing. Chu Yuan exclaimed, raising her arms in sheer delight, her previous troubles seemingly forgotten. Turning to the red-haired and blue-haired boys, Chu Yuan inquired, by the way, what are your names? The previously cool-headed Mu Chong and Liang Yu froze, exchanging nervous glances as they shrank back slightly, clearly intimidated now that they knew Chu Yuan was a disciple of the sword immortal. Bo Hao, it's a big deal. The red-haired boy spoke up first. I am Mu Chong. The blue-haired boy quickly added, I am Liang Yu, neglecting even to push up his glasses this time. Chu Yuan nodded, committing their names to memory. He then produced his phone and provided them with his friend code. This is my contact information. Feel free to add me. I am grateful for your help today, and if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Both Mu Chong and Liang Yu nodded vigorously, scanning the code to add him as a friend. After Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan left the infirmary, the two boys exchanged glances. Have we just connected with a big shot? Mu Chong asked. Liang Yu adjusted his glasses, replying, it appears so. Outside the infirmary, Chu Yuan looked at Chu Yuan walking beside him and gently ruffled her hair. Now that we have someone backing us, remember to inform me immediately if anything happens in the future. Don't bear everything alone. Understood? Chu Yuan obediently nodded. Got it, brother. Chu Yuan smiled, saying, all right. Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters. This weekend, I will take you to meet my master. Yes, I've always wanted to meet her in person. Brother, you are amazing. The girl linked her arm with Chu Yuan's, her voice filled with joy. On the weekend, Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing arranged to meet at an upscale leisure club. Upon arriving, the manager confirmed their identities and welcomed Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan inside. Chu Yuan noticed that although the club was spacious, it was eerily empty of other patrons. Why are there no other guests? He inquired of the manager. Mr. Chu, the venue has been reserved exclusively for you today, the manager replied. Reserved? How extravagant, Chu Yuan thought, appreciating the luxurious arrangements. Led by the manager into the main hall, Chu Yuan encountered Luo Jiqing and a woman he did not recognize, who had short hair, wore glasses, and was dressed in formal attire. After exchanging greetings, he learned that this woman was Qin Xiaya, Luo Jiqing's administrative secretary, responsible for handling many affairs on her behalf, including the reservation of this exclusive venue. After finishing her tasks, Qin Xiaya wore a rueful expression, preparing to leave when Chu Yuan warmly invited her to stay. Secretary Qin, since we have the place all to ourselves, why not relax together? Luo Jiqing nodded in agreement, suggesting it would be a good opportunity to unwind on a rare weekend. Qin Xiaya was momentarily taken aback, her hands flailing in uncertainty. Is that appropriate? I won't be interrupting you, will I? Chu Yuan smiled reassuringly. Not at all. We are merely here to enjoy ourselves. Qin Xiaya glanced at her superior, who gave a subtle nod of approval. In that instant, she felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Oh my goodness, what a rare employee benefit. Imsec 3D Qin Xiaya, home mode. The clubhouse features amenities such as a game hall, a buffet restaurant, hot springs, and massage rooms. After changing into a bathrobe and entering the clubhouse, Qin Xiaya immediately made her way to the game hall. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, Chu Yuan, and Luo Jiqing settled into the buffet restaurant, engaging in conversation while enjoying their meal. Although it was a buffet, dedicated staff were on hand to serve them, bringing dishes directly to their table, eliminating the need for self-service. Moreover, the food was freshly prepared from the kitchen, delightfully fresh and extraordinarily delicious. As Chu Yuan savored the grilled shrimp on her plate, she inquired, so, brother, did you know Professor Luo in your past life? A sparrow's meal, replied Chu Yuan, with a flutter of her eyelashes. Chu Yuan followed up, what was your relationship in that past life? Master and disciple, he answered. Chu Yuan was momentarily stunned. No wonder, this connection seemed entirely natural and effortless. Her eyes sparkled with wonder as she mused on how enchanting fate could be. Turning her gaze towards Luo Jiqing, she curiously asked, Professor Luo, what was my brother like in his previous life? Luo Jiqing gently closed her eyes, a soft smile gracing her lips, her gaze infused with warmth, just as reassuring and trustworthy as in this life. After a while, their conversation shifted to matters pertaining to school. Aware of the recent troubles Chu Yuan had faced, Luo Jiqing reassured her, You can always come to me if you encounter any issues at school, no matter what they may be. Chu Yuan nodded vigorously, her adorable hair swaying in agreement. The sensation of having a powerful ally was truly exhilarating. After finishing their meal, the trio exited the restaurant and called for Qin Xiaya, who was still in the game hall, to join them for a soak in the hot springs, naturally separated into male and female baths. Chu Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, pulled Luo Shiqing towards the ladies' bath, eager to discuss more about her brother's past life. Qin Xiaya followed suit into the ladies' bath, utterly astonished to discover that Chu Yuan was indeed Luo Shiqing's past lover. On the other side, Chu Yuan enjoyed a solitary soak in the hot springs of the men's bath, gradually unwinding. Leaning against the edge of the pool, he closed his eyes, reflecting on the events of recent days. Compared to his experiences in the simulated world, this felt like paradise. Blissful delight. After a while, feeling sufficiently relaxed, he dried himself off, donned his bathrobe, and prepared to wait outside for Chu Yuan and Luo Shiqing. As Chu Yuan exited the men's bath, he spotted Qin Xiaya trudging out from the direction of the ladies' bath, her wet slippers squelching with each step. Surprised, he asked, "Secretary Qin, why are you alone?" Professor Luo and your sister are still inside chatting. I felt I had soaked enough, so I came out for some fresh air," she replied. Chu Yuan nodded and suggested, "Then let's wait for them in the game hall." "All right," she agreed, and they made their way to the game hall. However, as they traversed a section of white stone flooring, Qin Xiaya slipped on her wet slippers and stumbled backward. She exclaimed in shock. In a split second, Chu Yuan reacted swiftly, catching her by the waist and steadying her. "Be careful." Qin Xiaya froze, her gaze meeting Chu Yuan's handsome face, her heart racing in an instant. Momentarily lost in thought, Chu Yuan righted her and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Qin Xiaya stammered. Hastily lowering her gaze to hide her flushed cheeks, they continued towards the game hall, with Qin Xiaya trailing behind Chu Yuan, her heart in turmoil. What to do? Chu Yuan was indeed Professor Luo's little darling. Yet, she felt a flicker of attraction towards him. No, he was Luo Shiqing's past lover, but that made the situation even more complicated. How infuriating. It was all Chu Yuan's fault for being so handsome. That devilishly charming man. Also, it was entirely her own fault for isolating herself from interacting with the opposite sex, spending her days cooped up at home, fixated on her electronic husband. While her salary was substantial, a significant portion went towards indulging in their virtual world. If only she had more experience with real men, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Upon arriving at the game hall, Chu Yuan suggested they play a few rounds of arcade games. They selected King of Fighters. After a few matches, Chu Yuan was astonished to find Qin Xiaya's skills to be exceptional. He couldn't even land a hit before being knocked out, encountering the formidable Secretary Qin, whose gaming prowess rivaled that of a monster. He lamented, "Oh dear, I can't win against you, Secretary Qin. Your skills are truly remarkable." Qin Xiaya, cupping her cheeks, felt a bit bashful. "It's just that I often play alone at home. So it's nothing special." Internally, she thought, "Why do I often play games at home? Because I have no friends in reality. Spending so much time gaming at home, I've naturally become quite adept. I'm essentially a reclusive girl." So, Chu Yuan's sunny, caring smile was overwhelmingly radiant. For her, it was almost blinding. Before long, Luo Shiqing and Chu Yuan emerged from the ladies' bath. Chu Yuan wore a beaming smile, linking arms with Luo Shiqing. Affectionately calling her sister Luo, Chu Yuan observed, marveling at how swiftly friendships developed among women. Just a short while ago, Luo Shiqing had been courteous, and now she was already Sister Luo. The four of them then proceeded to the massage room to unwind, which was the final activity arranged for the day. They lay on comfortable massage tables as the skilled therapists began their work. The therapists were adept, quickly easing the aches and tensions in their bodies. Luo Shiqing closed her eyes, maintaining a serene expression. Chu Yuan was similarly composed, enjoying the expert techniques of the therapist while engaging in polite conversation. Chu Yuan, however, was entirely different. Barely starting, she let out a delighted moan. "Oh, this feels so good." On the other hand, Qin Xiaya found herself in a contrasting predicament. The moment the therapist began to massage her lower back, she couldn't help but cry out, "My back! My back! Oh no, it's broken. Please be gentle." The therapist, while massaging, reassured her, "Don't be tense. You've been under a lot of strain. Just relax a bit." After their massage concluded, the group exited the massage room. Chu Yuan, beaming with satisfaction, stretched lazily. This feels so refreshing. My back no longer aches, and my legs feel great." Qin Xiaya, in stark contrast, appeared utterly drained, her expression one of despair. It hurts so much. As the weekend relaxation came to an end, For the following week, Chu Yuan remained closely by Chu Xianyin's side, ensuring no incidents akin to Du Yun has occurred again. He took her safety very seriously, attending all mandatory classes with her and waiting promptly at the classroom door to escort her after her elective courses. On Tuesday morning, Chu Yuan received a call from Luo Shiqing. Her voice, gentle yet tinged with reluctance, conveyed, "I'll be traveling to the capital for a business trip tomorrow. To the capital. What is the purpose of your trip? May I inquire?" Chu Yuan asked while snacking on fruit. It pertains to a strategic conference regarding the joint efforts of the United States, Japan, and Korea. Each of these nations has an S-class savior, and their alliance significantly enhances their power, potentially disrupting the balance. They have previously indicated a desire to target China due to its numerous A-class saviors. Thus, this meeting is crucial and will last 3 days. As China's sole S-class savior, I must attend. It indeed sounded quite significant. Chu Yuan took a bite of fruit and reassured her, "Don't worry, master. I will take good care of myself." Luo Shiqing responded softly. "If you need anything, you can reach out to Qin Xiaya. She will assist you wholeheartedly. If you encounter any troubles, make sure to inform me at the first opportunity." Understood. Time swiftly passed to Thursday. It had been 2 days since Luo Shiqing attended her meeting. Chu Yuan sat alone in his dormitory, engrossed in the television. The news was reporting a breaking event. Earlier this morning, a severe explosion occurred in the northern part of the city due to a gas leak. The incident resulted in a breach in the high wall surrounding the area, and the protective field of the city suffered significant damage. Currently, repair personnel have hurried to the scene, working urgently to mend the destruction. Several high-ranking saviors have also arrived to guard the surrounding area, ensuring the safety of the public. The scene shifted to the accident site, where wisps of smoke still lingered at the breach in the wall, and the light barrier of the field flickered intermittently, appearing and disappearing. After watching the news for a while, Chu Yuan picked up his phone to check the time. Was Shaun almost done with her class? After turning off the television, Chu Yuan stood up, donned his jacket, and prepared to pick up Chu Xianying from school. He had already scheduled a time for his rank certification today and intended to take her directly there after they finished their meal. Meanwhile, not far away, Chu Xianying had just finished her elective class. As she exited the classroom with the crowd, she was suddenly blocked at the entrance of the teaching building by a man. She looked up to see a man with slick-back hair, dressed in a custom beige, high-end outfit. It was none other than Du Yunhe, who had been persistently harassing her lately. Surrounding students began to murmur, "Look, it's Du Yunhe. Is he bothering the younger student again? He seems to be constantly seeking out that pretty freshman. How infuriating. He stole my goddess and then had me buy her condoms, only for her to lose interest after he tired of her." Du Yunhe, a notorious scoundrel, had become the subject of disdain. With an air of arrogance, Du Yunhe raised his chin slightly and spoke with a hint of frivolity, "Xianying, have you missed me during these past few days?" Chu Xianying tightened her expression, unwilling to engage with him, and attempted to walk past. However, Du Yunhe stepped forward, blocking her path and persisting, a smile on his face. "I've told you, as long as you agree, I can give you anything." "Thank you, but I don't need anything," she replied firmly. "No, it's not that you don't need it. It's simply that you feel it isn't sufficient." Du Yunhe's smile was insincere, just as Chu Xianying began to feel troubled. A voice that brought her instant reassurance rang out. "No, she truly does not require anything from you." Du Yunhe furrowed his brow and turned to see Chu Yuan approaching from a distance. "Who are you?" "I am her brother, Chu Yuan, a freshman." Chu Yuan cast a cold glance at Du Yunhe, having coincidentally encountered him. "I warn you, do not trouble her again. If there is anything, come to me." After saying this, Chu Yuan strode to Chu Xianyin's side, placing himself protectively between her and Du Yunhe, taking her hand. "Xianying, let us go." Du Yunhe let out a derisive laugh, pulling out a black card from his pocket and tossing it at Chu Yuan's feet. "This is money you'll never earn in your lifetime. Take it and get lost. Don't be a nuisance." Chu Yuan glanced at the black card, his expression unchanging. He stepped on it, as though it were nothing of significance. Witnessing this, Du Yunhe's face darkened. Feeling humiliated, his pride wounded. What was his status? The son of a financial magnate and the offspring of the S-class savior, the Emerald King. Few dared to confront him like this throughout his life. Du Yunhe, accompanied by followers hidden in the crowd, signaled them to intercept Chu Yuan. A few of his lackeys sprang forth from the throng, intent on blocking Chu Yuan's path. Sensing their approach, Chu Yuan activated his internal energy, unleashing a wave of spiritual power that repelled the lackeys, causing them to fall back onto the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. That move was incredibly impressive. This young man is so handsome and powerful. His boyfriend potential is off the charts. I want him to be my brother, someone joked. However, Knowing Du Yunha's nature, it was clear that this incident would not end easily. Du Yunha, accustomed to arrogance, was rumored to have caused significant trouble during his time in Han country, even leading to several female classmates becoming pregnant. Enraged by the perceived humiliation, Du Yunha decided to confront Chu Yuan directly. As a second-year student and a C-class savior, he was confident in his ability to overpower Chu Yuan. A mere freshman who had recently entered the D class. He lunged towards Chu Yuan, aiming to grab his shoulder. Yet, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Chu Yuan executed a swift defensive maneuver, deflecting Du Yunha and forcing him to stagger back. Du Yunha's initial shock quickly morphed into a scowl, his pride thoroughly compromised. Damn it. Du Yunha advanced once more, this time infusing his strike with cursed energy. Cursed techniques, akin to magic and cultivation, were a form of extraordinary power in the savior's past life. He was resolute in his belief that he would prevail. However, even with the use of his cursed energy, Du Yunha could not penetrate Chu Yuan's defenses. With just one hand, Chu Yuan employed his spiritual power to block, rendering Du Yunha unable to make any progress. As Du Yunha grew increasingly agitated, his movements became more frantic, resembling a full-blown fight. The crowd of students around them swelled, whispers rising in intensity. That freshman is actually holding his own against Du Yunha. No, it's not just holding his own. He seems completely at ease. Du Yunha was a C-class savior, and this freshman's prowess was utterly astonishing. Hey, why don't we get a teacher involved? This situation seems unlikely to resolve peacefully. As a student relayed the unfolding events, word quickly reached Qin Xiaoya's ears. Leaning over her desk while playing an otome game, she received the news with a grimace, summoning school officials to the scene. The two were locked in a standoff at that moment. Stop it. Chu Yuan and Du Yunha ceased their actions, turning to face Qin Xiaoya. Breathless, she approached Chu Yuan, adjusting her glasses and placing her hands on her knees. Chu Yuan, please let me handle this matter. Professor Luo specifically instructed me to. Gasped. Qin Xiaoya spoke in short bursts, having run over and feeling utterly exhausted. Oh dear, this should count as an injury at work. Wait a moment. Chu Yuan sensed her distress and infused her with a touch of spiritual energy, helping her regain her composure. Instantly, Qin Xiaoya felt revitalized, akin to quenching her thirst after a long run. Revitalized, she turned her attention to Du Yunha. Du Yunha, I know you often rely on your status as the Emerald King's son to stir up trouble, but this individual, Qin Xiaoya gestured toward Chu Yuan, is none other than our country's S-class savior, the sole disciple of the Sword Immortal. Chu Yuan, this matter ends here. Otherwise, it could escalate into a conflict involving S-class saviors, which would become an international issue. Even your father would need to think twice before intervening. Having delivered her statement, Qin Xiaoya felt a surge of authority, her nose held high, although she frequently assisted Luo Jiqing with various tasks. Being ordered around, she nonetheless held the title of the exclusive secretary to an S-class savior, allowing her to maintain a semblance of dignity in public. Du Yunha's expression darkened instantly. Gradually, he clenched his fists. He had initially considered leveraging his status to intimidate others, but it was now evident that this approach would not succeed. Would he really have to swallow this humiliation? No, he was unwilling to accept it. He was determined to reclaim his dignity. With a smirk, Du Yunha sneered, Very well, Sword Immortal's disciple. Indeed. Do you wish for me to distance myself from your sister? Very well. Given your recent ability to engage with me in a spirited contest, why not partake in a fair duel? Should you emerge victorious, I shall never again present myself before Chu Xian'an. For Du Yunhe, Chu Xian'an is no longer of utmost importance. He seeks to prove himself as the son of the Emerald King, demonstrating that he is not inferior to Chu Yuan, the disciple of the Sword Immortal. Moreover, the opponent is merely a first-year student. Upon hearing that Du Yunhe intends to duel, the surrounding students erupted in a flurry of chatter. Qin Xiaoya frowned, wanting to voice her concerns, but Chu Yuan interjected, Very well, let it be so. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoya's expression fell, staring at Chu Yuan in bewilderment. No, you are just a first year. How dare you accept a challenge from a second year? Noticing her gaze, Chu Yuan chuckled and reassured her, Do not worry. Secretary Qin, I am confident. No, this is not a matter of confidence. Oh dear, my troubles have just multiplied. The duel was scheduled to take place at the specialized training ground of the Seraph Academy. Duels among students are permitted by the Academy, overseen by designated teachers who serve as witnesses, adjudicating the outcomes and ensuring no unexpected incidents occur, aimed at fostering competition among students and aiding their rapid growth. At this moment, Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe awaited backstage at opposite entrances of the training ground. Du Yunhe, feeling quite bored, idly toyed with the spellcasting artifact left to him by his father. The Emerald King.it was an ancient jade pendant, harboring immense spell power, capable of unleashing a force potent enough to contend with a B-class savior, albeit difficult to control. He rarely had the opportunity to utilize it. Often merely playing with it. He did not consider Chu Yuan a worthy opponent. In his perspective, during their earlier encounter in the teaching building, he had to be cautious of his surroundings, which hindered his full potential. Thus, it was merely a matter of luck that a first-year student like Chu Yuan had gained a slight advantage. In truth, Chu Yuan's output of magical energy had indeed been minimal. Therefore, Diuni believed that if he were to unleash his full power, Chu Yuan would not last a single round against him. On Chu Yuan's side, Chu Xianyin appeared somewhat anxious, her small hands tucked within her sleeves as she gently tugged at Chu Yuan's sleeve. "Brother, are you sure you will be all right? Du Yunhe is a C-class savior." Chu Yuan smiled, reaching out to tousle her hair, smoothing her disheveled locks. "Rest assured, I possess sufficient strength to handle a C-class. To be candid, I had planned to complete your matters and then proceed to register for my rank shortly thereafter." Chu Xianyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. To reassure her, as the time approached, Chu Yuan made his way towards the arena. Along the way, he overheard two proctoring professors discussing in hushed tones. One remarked, "I heard that a super long-range disaster beast of energy form has recently been discovered in the neighboring province. It's the first time we've encountered a super long-range disaster beast of this form." The other professor, arms crossed, noted that they had named this super long-range magical disaster beast Magic Mist. The research community currently only knows that energy-formed disaster beasts tend to prey on objects that exhibit high energy levels. Beyond that, there is little else known. This super long-range energy-formed disaster beast may possess undiscovered characteristics. He continued, "If I could uncover these characteristics, it would mark my long-awaited return to top-tier publications. The last time I achieved that was ages ago." Soon enough, Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe stood at opposite ends of the duel arena. The atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. With a signal from the proctoring teacher, the duel officially commenced. Du Yunhe wasted no time in showcasing his prowess as a C-class spellcaster, unleashing a barrage of spells towards Chu Yuan. These spells, imbued with a toxic aura, sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Yet, Chu Yuan remained unperturbed, effortlessly countering each assault. His movements were steady and seasoned, revealing a combat awareness that belied his novice status. The magical energy he transformed coalesced in his hands, manifesting as streams of sword chi that clashed head-on with Du Yunhe's spells. The two exchanged blows in a fierce battle, the energy fluctuations resonating throughout the training ground with tremendous intensity. The edges of the training ground were lined with spectators. As the audience swelled, they watched the clash unfold, buzzing with speculation. Hasn't he only been enrolled for just over a week, with such a short awakening period? How could he possibly contend equally with Du Yunhe, even as a disciple of the Sword Immortal? Indeed, it's utterly absurd, excessively powerful. Many were left astounded by the prowess Chu Yuan displayed. Mu Chong and Liang Yu were also among the crowd. "This guy is rather impressive," Mu Chong remarked. Liang Yu adjusted his glasses, noting, with such a remarkable background, engaging in battles beyond his level, he might well be the protagonist of a combat-centric narrative. Mu Chong nodded. "What a surprise. I initially thought he was just a pampered protagonist." Having said that, both of them simultaneously retrieved headbands, tying them around their heads. The headbands bore the word "fight" emblazoned across the center. "Go, big shot. We believe in you. Justice prevails." They cheered, raising their fists. Chu Xianyin sat not far away, her hands clenched into fists as she cheered for Chu Yuan. "Brother, you can do it." In contrast to Mu Chong and Liang Yu, Qin Xiaoya, though present in the audience, clasped her hands in a prayer-like fashion. "Chu Yuan, you must win. Even if you cannot, please do not lose too badly. If Professor Luo finds out, I will be in deep trouble." Yet, what one fears often comes to pass. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoya's phone buzzed in her pocket, the screen lighting up with a call from Professor Luo. The sudden shock nearly caused her to faint. With trepidation, she answered the call. "Professor Luo?" Luo Jiqing's voice was calm. "Xiaoya, I heard that Chu Yuan is dueling with the son of the Emerald King. Do Yunhe?" Qin Xiaoya immediately felt guilty. Nodding. Yes, Professor Luo. I could not stop Chu Yuan. He. Just as Qin Xiaoya anticipated a reprimand from Luo Jiqing, she stated instead, "Open the live stream for me. I wish to witness Chu Yuan's prowess." Taken aback, Qin Xiaoya replied, "Professor, you are not worried about Chu Yuan. He will emerge victorious," Luo Jiqing asserted with conviction. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the city, amidst the ruins of a damaged wall, a group of workers toiled diligently. Beside the crumbled structure, temporary energy detection instruments flickered with faint lights, monitoring the surrounding energy fluctuations. A middle-aged engineer in charge approached the instruments. quietly inquiring of an assistant. "How is the repair progressing?" The assistant glanced at the data screen, responding, "Repair progress has reached 80%. The remaining portion should stabilize shortly." The engineer nodded, preparing to direct the workers to hasten their pace. When suddenly an urgent alarm blared in his ear. Beep, beep, beep. The energy fluctuation curve on the detection instrument surged abruptly, almost instantaneously breaching the warning threshold. A red warning message flashed on the screen. High energy reaction. Energy intensity unknown. Everyone froze in place. Such an alarm signal indicated that a disaster beast might be active in the vicinity. The engineer's expression turned grave as he shouted, "Everyone, cease your current tasks. Detection team, confirm the source of the energy. Defense team, alert the saviors to enter combat readiness." The monitoring staff hurriedly operated the keyboard, attempting to pinpoint the energy source. However, in the next moment, the energy fluctuations receded like a retreating tide, vanishing without a trace. Energy has dissipated, unable to capture. The engineer furrowed his brow, disbelief evident in his tone. It disappeared so quickly that it's impossible. Immediately pull up the surrounding surveillance data to check for any anomalies. The leader of the detection team looked up, bewildered, and reported, "There are no abnormal targets. The instruments may have malfunctioned." The engineer gazed intently at the tranquil oscillation curve on the screen, a sense of unease stirring within him. As the repair team continued their diligent work on site, an invisible and intangible colossal energy entity silently drifted through a breach in the field, infiltrating the city. Between the towering buildings, it weaved through the atmosphere, merging seamlessly with the urban cacophony, like an omnipresent specter. Occasionally, dark mist would sweep across the sky. In the training ground, the battle between Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe escalated dramatically. The intertwining forces of spiritual energy and incantations enveloped the entire arena in an intense tempest. The onlooking students held their breath, their eyes glued to the two combatants. Du Yunhe gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with anger and frustration. Why, despite his absolute advantage in awakening time and realm, could he not overcome Chu Yuan? How had he achieved this? Had he not exerted his full strength previously? The more he fought, the more astonished he became, and the more he pondered, the greater his resentment grew. The suffocating pressure in his heart threatened to shatter his composure. In stark contrast, Chu Yuan's combat experience and the ferocity of the devouring heaven technique began to shine through. Once he discerned Du Yunhe's fighting style and tactics, each strike forced Du Yunhe into an increasingly precarious position. The students watching gradually recognized the shift. Du Yunhe was clearly at a disadvantage. Chu Yuan, having only been enrolled for a few days, had managed to reduce a C-rank savior to such disarray. It was terrifying. As Du Yunhe retreated step by step, Mu Chong and Liang Yuzhen erupted into cheers, and Chu Xianyin raised her hands in jubilation. Qin Shaya watched in astonishment, while Luo Jiqing, far away in the capital, remained remarkably composed, her lips curving into a faint smile, as if this outcome were inevitable. As the situation tilted entirely in favor of Chu Yuan, Du Yunhe's complexion turned ashen. If this continued, he would surely lose. Panting heavily, his fingers trembled slightly as they reached for his magical tool, a jade pendant. How could he possibly lose to someone who had just awakened their powers? Du Yunhe understood that the force of this magical tool far exceeded his control. Once activated, it could spiral out of control, potentially inflicting severe injury upon Chu Yuan with a mere misstep. Yet, in his desperation, he could no longer afford to consider the consequences. A deep blue incantation light erupted from his palm, and the moment the magical tool was activated, a tempest of potent incantation energy swept through the arena. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The students were left dumbfounded, anxiously sweating for Chu Yuan. Du Yunhe was resorting to a tool. It was utterly unfair. This power exceeded that of a C rank. Could it possibly be at the B rank level already? Moreover, it appeared that Du Yunhe was unable to control this power. Was he truly disregarding the consequences? The officiating professor furrowed his brow, initially intending to halt the duel. However, upon witnessing Chu Yuan's calm demeanor, as if victory were assured, he ultimately refrained from intervening. Perhaps Chu Yuan had a method to counter this. If he won, it would be a resounding slap in the face for the international student. Should there be any unforeseen circumstances, he could step in then. Qin Shaya, trembling, stammered, "Professor Luo, should we stop the duel?" "No need," replied Luo Jiqing confidently from the other side of the video. He would still win. Subsequently, Du Yunhe harnessed the power of the magical tool, momentarily suppressing Chu Yuan. His incantation energy coalesced into several formidable blades of light, compelling Chu Yuan to retreat repeatedly. However, Chu Yuan remained unperturbed. He calmly observed the rhythm of Du Yunhe's attacks. When Du Yunhe, exhausted from overexertion, momentarily faltered, the devouring heaven technique surged within Chu Yuan, and he swiftly reached out, directly absorbing the incantation energy that Du Yunhe had yet to summon. Du Yunhe, unable to channel his energy, was taken aback. Then, he realized that all the energy from his magical tool had been siphoned away by Chu Yuan. Du Yunhe could hardly believe it. How could this be possible? Chu Yuan absorbed the incantation energy, transforming it through the devouring heaven technique into his own demonic energy. This was an action he had simulated numerous times during training. It was akin to the earlier contest for the blood pool against the elder of the Misty Sword sect. If it is not your inherent power, and you are not significantly stronger than me, you cannot prevent me from seizing that power for my own use. This exemplifies the domineering nature of the devouring heaven technique. Du Yunhe's cold sweat streamed down as he watched Chu Yuan's aura grow increasingly formidable. Surrender, the outcome is already evident. Chu Yuan brimmed with energy, his presence exuding an overwhelming force. Du Yunhe clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. No, I cannot lose yet. There is no alternative now. In the next moment, Chu Yuan flashed forward, arriving before Du Yunhe, and delivered a powerful punch to his chin. Boom! Du Yunhe's body soared through the air like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily to the ground. A wave of intense dizziness rendered him immobile, stripping him of his combat capability. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Then, the officiating professor, microphone in hand, announced loudly, Chu Yuan wins. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, rising to their feet in celebration of Chu Yuan's triumph. He was astonishingly strong. A first-year student had bested a second-year student, even while the latter had resorted to using tools. What a thrill! A testament to our nation's prowess. Du Yunhe thought to himself, regretful that he could not compel Lord Chu Yuan to exert his utmost strength. Mu Chong and Liang Yuzhen embraced each other, cheering jubilantly. Chu Xianyin raised her small hands, exclaiming, "Wow, brother is the best." Qin Shaya patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, her ample figure jiggling slightly. On the other side of the video, Luo Jiqing cupped her hands against her cheek, a gentle smile blooming on her cool face, akin to the first thaw of spring snow. She knew he would not lose. Just as she had always believed. As Du Yunhe lay on the ground, his vision gradually focused. Sitting up, he realized the duel had concluded, and he had lost, watching the crowd cheer for Chu Yuan. Du Yunhe pounded the ground with his fists, his face a mask of humiliation. He had never faced such a setback in his life. This moment of defeat drove him nearly to madness. Damn it! This matter would not simply end here. You see that inwardly, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Chu Yuan's retreating figure. At that moment, even as the cheers in the training ground began to fade, a low rumble suddenly echoed from the horizon. The applause gradually subsided, and everyone looked up. A thick black mist rapidly gathered in the sky, exuding a suffocating aura of terror. Within the black mist, the outline of a colossal creature became vaguely discernible, accompanied by a roar and a pair of glowing red points that resembled eyes, flickering with a chilling light. The officiating professor reacted first. His face paling instantly, he shouted, "It's a disaster beast. All students, evacuate immediately." However, the speed of the disaster beast far exceeded that of the crowd. Its gaze swiftly swept across the arena, ultimately locking onto the two individuals. Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe, who had just concluded their battle, their energy still tumultuously pulsing. It had come in pursuit of the violent energy fluctuations caused by their conflict. The black mist descended from the sky. Before Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe could take refuge in a building, they were enveloped and consumed. The scene unfolded too rapidly for the spectators to react. "Brother!" Chu Xianyin cried out, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to rush toward the disaster beast, only to be firmly restrained by those beside her. Qin Shaya's complexion turned ashen, her legs trembling weakly. On the other side of the video, Luo Jiqing's expression darkened as she swiftly departed from the frame. Forgetting to take her phone, the event staff, noticing Luo Jiqing's abrupt exit, hurried after her, inquiring, "Sword Immortal, the meeting has not yet concluded." Without hesitation, Luo Jiqing stepped onto a flying sword formed of crystallized ice. Not looking back as she replied, "Apologies, I have urgent matters to attend to." In the next moment, she transformed into a stream of white light, racing toward the horizon, hurtling toward the direction of the East Sea Seraph Academy. Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe were engulfed within the belly of the Calamity Beast, surrounded by an expanse of boundless darkness. Although it had been observed that the Calamity Beast existed in an energetic form, this place possessed a tangible quality, resembling a vast alternate dimension. This must be its stomach, designed for the digestion of three-dimensional creatures. However, the method of digestion remained a mystery. Chu Yuan wore a solemn expression, sitting cross-legged, taking a deep breath as he attempted to activate the devouring path of heaven's absorption technique. The good news was that the energy form of the Calamity Beast was precisely countered by the devouring path, allowing him to aspire to absorb the beast's energy. Yet, when he extended his consciousness around him, An overwhelming sense of oppression struck him. The torrent of energy surged back almost instantaneously, causing Chu Yuan's blood to roil within him. Frowning, he steadied his breath, reflecting inwardly. This calamity beast resistance is far more formidable than the limits of my current devouring path technique. Unless its combat power is significantly diminished, I cannot hope to absorb its energy. Meanwhile, Yunhe was already on the brink of collapse due to the oppressive environment surrounding him. Clutching his head, he trembled as he spoke. Why is this happening? Why me? Faced with the apparent futility of their situation, Chu Yuan rose to his feet, turning his gaze toward Yunhe, ready to answer his question. The energy form of the calamity beast targets entities with high energy fluctuations. At that moment, we were the only ones present who fit that criterion after our duel. Yunhe was momentarily stunned, then gradually gritted his teeth and shouted at Chu Yuan, "Damn it, if it weren't for you, how could I have ended up in this predicament? This is all your fault." In the next instant, Yunhe's collar was grabbed. "Blame me?" Chu Yuan's voice was low and steadied. "It was you who entangled with my sister, you who proposed the duel, and ultimately, you who wielded that unstable, cursed artifact, which caused a violent surge of energy, attracting the calamity beast. So tell me, who should be blamed?" Yunhe, overwhelmed by Chu Yuan's commanding presence, felt cold sweat trickle down his brow, his voice trembling. I. Chu Yuan cast him aside, urging him to think of a way to escape rather than waste any more time. Yunhe collapsed to the ground, his head hung low, hands slightly trembling, falling silent. Chu Yuan ignored him further, closing his eyes and resting his hand against his chin, expanding his consciousness to sense the characteristics of the surrounding environment, pondering how to escape, just as he immersed himself in concentration. A damp, cold mist silently began to envelop the area. Frowning, Chu Yuan instinctively sensed something amiss. Upon opening his eyes and looking down, he noticed that the mist was slowly corroding his clothing. It's toxic. Chu Yuan swiftly summoned his spiritual energy to shield his body, halting the encroachment of the mist. He could feel the potency of this poisonous fog was extraordinarily strong, leading to a rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to endure for long. On the other side, Yunhe also realized the danger posed by the toxic mist and shouted in terror, "What the hell is this?" He hurriedly summoned his cursed energy to protect himself. "This must be its method of digestion," Chu Yuan stated calmly. He maintained his composure, channeling his spiritual energy to gather a glimmer of light, dispelling the darkness before him. The simulated life he had experienced endowed him with a resolve far beyond that of ordinary individuals, while others might merely awaken memories of their past lives. Their minds remained fundamentally tethered to their current selves. He, however, had lived through it all firsthand. Similar to Luo Jiqing, who had directly reincarnated with her memories intact, with his spiritual energy illuminating the surroundings. Chu Yuan soon reached the edge of this alternate space. He extended his hand, feeling a cold, wall-like surface, and attempted to penetrate it with his spiritual energy, but to no avail. Subsequently, he tried to scale the walls using his energy to support himself. But soon he collided with the ceiling, realizing that the entire space was sealed, with no exits in sight. After floating gently back to the ground, Chu Yuan pondered deeply. Yunhe, witnessing Chu Yuan's repeated failures, completely broke down. He clasped his head, despairing, "It's over. We can't escape. We will die here sooner or later." Yet, Chu Yuan was not one to easily surrender, beyond the resilience he had cultivated. He also possessed the experience of surviving dire situations time and again within the simulations. Until the final moment, he would not relinquish hope. He continued to employ his spiritual energy to illuminate the area, searching for anything useful within this space. Eventually, he discovered a massive shadow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a corpse. A phantom beast. Chu Yuan examined the lifeless form, deducing that it belonged to the phantom beast of a savior beastmaster who had awakened his past life memories. The phantom beast's soul was bound to that of its beastmaster, allowing it to be summoned again even in reincarnation. It seemed this phantom beast had also been devoured by the calamity beast. Crouching down for a closer look, Chu Yuan noticed that the surface of the phantom beast was entirely corroded, its skin destroyed. As he continued to observe, his eyes suddenly widened slightly, as if a thought had struck him. He carefully concentrated his spiritual energy and opened the belly of the phantom beast. Reaching inside where the light of his energy glowed, he discovered the interior was intact and had not been tainted by the toxic mist. If he could hide within, perhaps he could buy more time and endure longer until rescue arrived. However, the pressing issue lay in. He glanced at Yunhe, who had approached nearby. Given the size of the phantom beast, only one person could fit inside. Yunhe inquired, "What is this?" "This is the corpse of a phantom beast, likely another prey swallowed by the calamity beast," Chu Yuan replied, standing upright. The toxic gas has yet to infiltrate its internal body. If we hide inside, we could last a while longer until help arrives. But the issue is, with its size, it can only accommodate one person. Du Yun paused in shock upon hearing this. Only one person could survive? He and Chu Yuan. Suddenly, Du Yun fell silent. Noticing that Chu Yuan was still focused on examining the phantom beast's corpse, he stealthily moved to Chu Yuan's side, out of his line of sight. Once positioned in Chu Yuan's blind spot, Du Yun's expression hardened, a malevolent look spreading across his face. Empowered by potent cursed energy, he clawed at Chu Yuan's neck, anticipating the attack. Chu Yuan sidestepped and raised his hand to conjure a defensive barrier with his spiritual energy. Within his heart, he remained unperturbed. The experiences gleaned from simulations had long since desensitized him to such treachery. Du Yunha, there is no need for this. We might still have other solutions, Chu Yuan stated coolly. Du Yunha, realizing his ambush had failed and having torn the facade, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. Damn it. Other solutions. Killing you is my solution. No, you are sealing your own fate, Chu Yuan remarked. Allowing Du Yunha's attacks to strike his spiritual barrier or simply evading them. Enough with the nonsense, perish. Du Yunha relentlessly unleashed his assaults, his cursed energy coalescing into a black blade aimed at Chu Yuan. To this, Chu Yuan refrained from counterattacking, continuously retreating to maintain distance. Unbeknownst to Du Yunha, despite his frenzied attacks, his movements began to slow, and his strength gradually waned. As the battle wore on, Du Yunha's complexion grew increasingly ghastly, his coordination faltering. Looking down, he noticed deep purple scars emerging on his hands, a foul stench of decay seeping through to Wy. Du Yunha cried out in terror, his voice trembling. Gradually, his body began to tremble violently. Gasping for breath, he collapsed to the ground, his face pale, eyes rolling back. Chu Yuan approached, looking down at him from above, and said softly, I warned you. You were sealing your own fate when you expended your cursed energy for an attack. A small portion of your body's protection was compromised at the moment it was released. With each attack, the toxic mist seized the opportunity to invade your body. Meanwhile, I have refrained from attacking, maintaining my spiritual protection throughout, and thus remain unharmed. In Du Yunha's eyes, fear was palpable. No, Chu Yuan, save me, please. How dare you utter such words? Chu Yuan regarded Du Yunha without moving. The poisonous mist had already infiltrated the depths of Du Yunha's body. Even if he wished to save him, it was beyond his capability. I truly apologize. I am powerless. Du Yunha's expression morphed into one of despair. His body gradually lost its strength, his eyes becoming vacant. And ultimately, with a last gasp, he succumbed to lifelessness. Now, this is not an act of murder for treasure, Chu Yuan remarked, crouching down to extract the talisman jade pendant from Du Yunha's collar. After a brief attempt to activate it and confirming that he could directly siphon its power, Chu Yuan stowed the pendant away. The corpse of the mythical beast would eventually succumb to decay, and with this pendant, he could continue to sustain the spiritual barrier for a longer duration. Did he initially calculate all of this? He did not believe so. Although acquiring both the mythical beast's corpse and the pendant maximized his benefits, the ambush was Du Yunha's decision. He had not retaliated at any point. Chu Yuan surveyed the peculiar space once more, inhaled deeply, and delved into the belly of the mythical beast. Time passed gradually. Initially, within the creature's body, it was relatively safe, with no toxic mist penetrating. However, as the corrosive mist affected the mythical beast's remains, complete isolation became impossible. Chu Yuan sensed the encroaching mist and activated the spiritual barrier. The energy consumed to combat the poisonous fog was considerable. Within 10 minutes, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He glanced down at the jade pendant he clutched tightly, its faint glow flickering. Pressing the pendant against his palm, he invoked the Devourer's art, drawing forth its energy. Soon, a surge of pure spell power flowed into his meridians, transforming into a magical energy essence, thereby sustaining the barrier. Chu Yuan held firm in his belief that Luo Jiqing would certainly arrive. It was merely a matter of time. Outside, a multitude of saviors and onlookers had already congregated near the training grounds. Professors and newly arrived A-grade saviors collaborated, yet could only barely impede the movement of the disaster beast, failing to inflict any significant damage. They had just confirmed that this was indeed the elusive super-heavy energy form disaster beast. Fog of magic. Damn it. This fog has no physical form. We cannot inflict any tangible harm upon it. One A-grade savior shouted, sweat cascading down his forehead. If this continued, both Chu Yuan and Du Yunha would be consumed. Their statuses were anything but simple. If anything went awry, another professor gritted his teeth, unable to continue. Just as despair threatened to engulf everyone, a sharp sword energy descended from the heavens, cleaving through the shrouding black mist. A figure clad in white slowly descended, surrounded by swirling sword and tint, emanating an icy aura. The sword immortal has arrived. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd of onlookers. The saviors turned their gaze toward Luo Jiqing. Their previously diminished morale instantly reignited. As the only S-grade savior in China, she had single-handedly quelled numerous crises that could have toppled the nation. Her presence here was undoubtedly a beacon of hope. Luo Jiqing's cold gaze swept over the fog, her aura steady yet imposing. Without uttering a word, she stepped into the air, her momentum formidable, her sword and tint transforming into a celestial dragon. In the next instant, she surged forward, piercing into the fog. Chu Yuan fixated on the sky, her arms crossed over her chest, eyes closed in a gesture of prayer. Brother, Luo Jie is here. She will surely save you. Chu Yuan leaned against the completely decayed remains of the mythical beast, clutching the jade pendant, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The surrounding toxic mist thickened, the previously vibrant glow of the talisman dimming. Its magical power nearly exhausted. His expression remained unchanged as he calculated how much longer he could endure. Only a little time left. Chu Yuan murmured softly, raising his gaze to the empty darkness of the peculiar space. Suddenly, a brilliant light tore through the shadows. Sword and tint surged into the space, forcefully repelling the enveloping mist. Chu Yuan hastily stood, his eyes fixed on the radiant rift. Master, as the sword light dissipated, the rift widened, and a figure floated through, clad in white, surrounded by sword and tint. Despite her modern attire, she resembled a celestial being. Chu Yuan. Luo Jiqing immediately spotted Chu Yuan, her emotions surging uncontrollably, breaking the dam of restraint. Without uttering a word, she dashed toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, as if fearing he would vanish in the next moment, even though he was smeared with the detritus of the mythical beast's corpse. Emitting a nauseating odor, she paid it no heed. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then, a smile crept onto his face as he reciprocated the embrace. Master, I am fine, he gently reassured her. Luo Jiqing buried her face in his shoulder, her voice trembling. Thank goodness, I have not lost you again. Chu Yuan raised his hand to gently pat her back. Master, you will not lose me. In this lifetime, I shall not depart from you. Luo Jiqing slightly released her hold, her eyes shimmering like azure waves, her right hand cradling his face, her thumb brushing away the grime, their feelings deepening. In the next moment, she leaned in without hesitation. Wait. Chu Yuan quickly dodged her lips, pinching his cheeks. I am far too dirty right now. As Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing departed the peculiar space, stepping out of the fog and returning to the training grounds, an uproar erupted among the onlookers. The saviors and students erupted in jubilant cheers. Chu Yuan rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Brother, you scared me to death. Qin Shaya pounded her chest, as if finally able to catch her breath. Mu Chong and Liang Yu once again tied their fight headbands around their foreheads. Chu Yuan gazed at the throng of people approaching, a smile gracing his lips. I have returned. Luo Jiqing stood beside him, her demeanor calm, her face slightly turned away. Upon close inspection, one could discern the faint redness of her ears. She had lost control of herself just now. Now, the embarrassment was palpable. Moreover, after 2 lifetimes, though they were not fated partners, they had long surpassed that bond. Yet, they refrained from addressing that layer of their relationship. The absence of a kiss left a semblance of regret. Moments later, Luo Jiqing instructed Chu Yuan to remain with the others temporarily to recuperate, while she soared back into the sky to suppress the fog. She formed a series of sword gestures, summoning dozens of spiritual swords to float in the air, creating a powerful sealing sword array. The sword light wove a net, trapping the fog within the array, preventing its escape. Yet, that was all she could accomplish. She gently furrowed her brows. With her current level of mastery, she could not annihilate this disaster beast. While ordinary disaster beasts would be easy prey, energy forms of disaster beasts were impervious to any physical means of harm. Furthermore, the counterpart S level was unprecedented among energy-formed disaster beasts, classified as super heavy. Thus, Luo Jiqing had no choice but to temporarily seal the fog with her sword array and return to the professors to discuss strategies. Numerous experts joined the fray, igniting a fervent debate. I believe that since we cannot kill it, we should seal it, one expert proposed. Seal it? Do you have any idea how much manpower and resources are required to seal a super heavy disaster beast? We must also ensure the seal's integrity at all times. The financial expenditure over a year could sustain several large enterprises. So, are we to disregard the safety of the populace? I did not imply that. What I meant to convey is that we should explore alternative methods. Just as the experts and professors voiced their opinions, Chu Yuan, having ensured peace, approached Chu Yuan and the others, declaring, "I have a solution." The assembly of esteemed experts and professors fell into a momentary stupor, their gazes collectively fixed upon Chu Yuan, their expressions gradually morphing into skepticism. "Chu Yuan, do you possess a solution?" Luo Jiqing inquired. Casting a glance back at him, her tone imbued with trust and anticipation, Chu Yuan replied, "The miasma is a manifestation of an energy-based calamity beast, and I have the ability to directly devour energy. If I can completely consume the miasma, it will be utterly eradicated." Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing's clear eyes widened slightly. She was well aware of the unique characteristics of Chu Yuan's technique, which enables the absorption of the vitality and energy of all things in existence. Yet, whether it would prove effective against an energy-based calamity beast remained uncertain. However, after hearing Chu Yuan's assertion, she immediately chose to place her faith in him. Meanwhile, the professors appeared hesitant, despite their internal doubts regarding whether a mere first-year student could accomplish such a feat. They refrained from expressing distrust, mindful of Luo Jiqing's status. One individual merely obfuscated, saying, "Such a significant matter warrants further consideration, does it not?" Luo Jiqing disregarded the professor's opinions, nodding resolutely as she declared, "Very well, I shall assist you to the best of my abilities." She took to the skies with Chu Yuan, using her spiritual energy to support him as they approached the formation of swords. "What must I do?" she inquired. Chu Yuan instructed, "Help me suppress its power. As long as it cannot resist or interrupt, I shall be able to continually absorb its energy." "Understood," Luo Jiqing responded lightly, her hands forming seals as the swords within the array began to swirl, their intent flowing like a torrential current. As the sword formation operated at full capacity, the miasma was constrained, rendering it nearly immobile, emitting a primal roar akin to that of an ancient titan, causing the clouds in the sky to churn. Yet, its dark mist gradually flattened. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan advanced towards the sword formation. He raised his hand to the edge of the miasma, feeling the seething, blistering energy pulsating within. Slowly, he closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his gaze shimmered with an eerie crimson light. "Devour." Chu Yuan unleashed the full power of the devouring heaven technique, his internal energy surging violently. A vortex began to form on the surface of the miasma, with a torrent of energy flowing from it into Chu Yuan's body. Sensing the imminent danger, the miasma began to tremble violently. However, under the suppression of Luo Jiqing's sword formation, it was utterly incapable of breaking free, forced to watch helplessly as its energy was continuously siphoned away by Chu Yuan. A furious roar erupted from within the black mist, as if an ancient behemoth resided within. Yet this beast was shackled, its fangs severed by sharp blades, exuding an imposing aura that belied its inner frailty. As Chu Yuan continued to devour, the miasma's volume rapidly diminished, while Chu Yuan's aura steadily ascended, akin to a tree that had absorbed ample moisture, growing ever more robust. Within the sword formation, the miasma dwindled and withered, ultimately transforming into a faint flicker of black flame. Cradled in the palm of Chu Yuan's hand, with a clenched fist, he extinguished the black flame. Simultaneously, a violent tremor coursed through Chu Yuan's being, as his spiritual energy surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River. With a resounding crash, a colossal wave of energy erupted, shattering the windows of nearby buildings as if they were mere waterfalls. The nascent soul stage. This spectacle left the onlookers in a state of utter astonishment. They had never anticipated that Chu Yuan could indeed completely consume the miasma. He actually managed to do it, one professor muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is a superclass calamity beast. Even a moderately skilled A-class savior might struggle to deal with it alone. He is merely a first-year student, yet. Furthermore, did you notice his level? The nascent soul, that corresponds to the A-class saviors. How absurd. Just 2 weeks ago, he awakened, and now you tell me he has already reached A-class? What an extraordinary talent." Chu Yuan clenched her fist against her chest, gazing at Chu Yuan soaring in the sky, her eyes sparkling with admiration. My brother is simply incredible. Her disheveled hair betrayed her current excitement. Nearby, Qin Shaya exhaled a sigh of relief but suddenly became anxious. "Wait, did no one notice that Du Yunhe is already gone? This could spark international issues. Oh no, more work ahead. Mu Chong and Liang, you were pulling others aside." Striking fitness poses. "Did you see that? Chu Yuan up there?" "Yes, we know this esteemed individual and have his contact information." After the situation calmed, Chu Yuan underwent a thorough medical examination, despite his claims of being fine. The experts remained uneasy, insisting on ensuring that his absorption of the miasma's energy left no lingering hazards. Following a series of precise tests, Chu Yuan confirmed his health. Not only that, but his spiritual energy concentration had reached A-class standards. That same day, he completed his level certification, ascending to A class. The next day, major global media outlets raced to report on the miasma attack. Yet the focus remained on the individuals involved. First-year student from East Sea Cherub Academy decisively vanquishes superclass calamity beast miasma. Disciple of the Sword Immortal, the fastest to attain A-class status in history, a rising star from China, is Chu Yuan the second S-class savior to emerge from China. Headlines flooded the news. Reporters analyzed Chu Yuan's trajectory of growth, attaching his A-class certification screenshot, igniting fervent discussions. It's utterly outrageous. Really, in less than 2 weeks, from 0 to A-class. Even the most fantastical stories couldn't depict this. Rumor has it that Chu Yuan was previously an orphan, relying solely on his sister, and now he has reached the pinnacle of life. Not merely the pinnacle of life. His current achievements stand as an absolute peak even on a global scale. Mom, I wish to be Chu Yuan. Forget being Chu Yuan. I would gladly be his son. A revelation of a green mother complex. Simultaneously, news also reported on Du Yun's death, mentioning he perished during the Calamity Beast incident. As the son of the S-class savior Emerald King, Du Yun's demise raised concerns about potential diplomatic disputes. How would the Cold Country respond to the death of the Emerald King's son? In this moment, the strategic collaboration among the beautiful nation, Island Nation, and Cold Country was already somewhat tense, and now with Chu Yuan being reported as possibly the second S-class savior from China. Du Yun's demise within China, it feels as though the situation won't be easily resolved. Boring. I want to see rivers of blood. Then you be the first to head to the battlefield. Just kidding. BRO.as time passed. News reports also noted that the Chinese Cherub Agency and Academy had initiated close communication with the Cold Country, hoping to quell the storm, due to Du Yun's inappropriate behavior during his school years being revealed. Public sentiment also partially directed ire towards the privileged class of the Cold Country. In a luxurious mansion within the Cold Country, the atmosphere was as cold and oppressive as hell, despite the resplendent lights. The Emerald King, Du Jincheng, sat on the sofa, his countenance as frosty as winter's chill, while subordinates around him bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. Before him lay a tablet, displaying news reports about the miasma calamity beast incident. Suddenly, Du Jincheng violently hurled the tablet to the ground, producing a deafening shatter. The screen splintered into fragments, yet he did not spare it a glance, his fists clenched tightly, the air around him seemingly trembling with his fury. The heads of his subordinates lowered even further, fearful of inciting Du Jincheng's wrath. His gaze was fierce, and his expression cold and severe as he covered his face with one hand. His voice was low and restrained. Luo Jiqing, you truly possess remarkable skills. My son was consumed by a calamity beast in your esteemed academy, and yet you allowed him to perish, while your disciple emerged unscathed, defeating that calamity beast and basking in glory? As his anger surged, Du Jincheng's terrifying aura erupted, sending ripples of energy sweeping through the room. The heavy wooden table splintered under the pressure, curtains fluttered, and glass cracked. Prepare yourselves. This matter involving Luo Jiqing and Chu Yuan will not simply be forgotten. In the end, Du Jincheng rose to his feet, nearly shouting his words. Windows shattered like waterfalls, and subordinates collapsed to the ground. Once Du Jincheng's aura slightly subsided, those subordinates could barely steady themselves and rise. Contact the Cherub agencies of the beautiful nation and Island Nation. I need to negotiate with them immediately. The Jade King cast a sidelong glance at his subordinate, his voice as cold and piercing as ice, prompting the latter to bow his head and respond softly, "Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately." The Jade King slowly took his seat, closing his eyes as if to find calm within himself. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the sofa, his gaze flickering as he seemed to contemplate a deeper scheme. In Europe, in the nation of Britannia, lies a castle illuminated against the night, adorned with opulence reminiscent of the grand estates of ancient nobility, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. This is the headquarters of the Howard family, the largest magical conglomerate in Europe. The Howard family wields significant influence internationally, boasting many renowned savior magicians, with its patriarch, Adam Howard, being one of the world's 9 S-rank saviors. Adam has been the host to the most saviors in his previous lives, having 3 in total, and each of his incarnations has been that of a magician. Unlike cultivators, whose longevity is extended through various means, magicians, bound to mortal forms, can only prolong their aging through specialized magic, allowing them to live for 2 to 3 centuries at most. However, magicians can attain strength more swiftly and easily. Yet, reaching a profound realm remains exceedingly challenging, demanding extraordinary talent. Adam possesses such remarkable talent and has dedicated all 3 of his lives to the study of magic, elevating his magical prowess to a terrifying degree. unmatched by anyone in existence. Within a lavish yet warmly decorated chamber of the castle, a stunning blonde girl lay on her bed, clutching a pillow. Her expression one of melancholy. Outside her room, the maids responsible for cleaning murmured quietly among themselves that it had been several days since the awakening ceremony, yet the young lady had still not regained her past life memories. Alas, it seems she may lack the talent of a savior. How unfortunate. Her father is such a powerful savior, yet she. In her room, Elena Howard covered her face with the pillow, then slowly lowered it. Her emerald eyes gazing at the ceiling as she let out a soft sigh. Why? She had always been able to dream of fragmented scenes from her past life, even before the onset of the catastrophe. She could glimpse those memories, but that was the extent of it. She could only dream of scenes and fragments of emotions, unable to recall complete memories. Thus, she did not understand why these scenes occurred or where those feelings originated. The shadow of a dragon in the sky, the pain that pierced her heart. Time flowed by unnoticed. The white-bearded butler knocked on the door and entered with a dining cart. "Young lady, it is time for your meal." Elena rubbed her eyes, sitting up and making her way to the table. The butler arranged the meal before her and inquired, "Would you care to see the news, young lady? That would be troublesome." "It is my duty, young lady," the butler replied respectfully, setting up a tablet on the table. The screen flickered to life, displaying the news. Elena casually observed the news while sipping her soup, her expression remaining unchanged until a report on a disaster beast attack at the East Sea Seraph Academy caught her attention. Her eyes widened slightly. The screen revealed a handsome young man extinguishing a dark flame in his hand, suspended high in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura that shattered the glass windows of surrounding buildings. The news anchor's voice resonated. Sword Immortal disciple Chu Yuan, having awakened his past life memories less than 2 weeks ago, has already reached the A-rank savior level, defeating the super crossbow-level disaster beast Mist of Magic. An unprecedented achievement. While the anchor continued, Elena gradually lost the ability to hear her words. She was transfixed, staring at the young man on the screen, the familiar figure resonating with her soul, memories flooding into her mind like a tidal wave. Gradually, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to overwhelming excitement. She dropped her spoon onto the table, oblivious to the action of Mr. Dragon. Seabass noticed Elena's unusual demeanor and hesitated momentarily. "Young lady, is something the matter?" Elena lowered her head. After a moment, she raised her gaze, wiped away her tears, and looked at Seabass with clarity. "Seabass, I must see my father." "Young lady, the master is in his study." Shortly thereafter, Elena arrived at the study. Inside, her father, Adam, the current head of the Howard family, stood before a large painting. Deep in thought, he was a remarkably handsome middle-aged man with distinctly European features, and it was evident that Elena had inherited his attributes. As one of the 9 S-rank saviors, Adam was among the most powerful individuals in Europe. However, upon noticing Elena's arrival, a loving smile graced his face. He was particularly doting towards her, despite having 3 past lives. Adam had been preoccupied with magic, remaining a virgin for all 3. This lifetime was the only one in which he had a daughter. Elena. It is said that a man who reaches the age of 30 while still a virgin will become a powerful magician. This was the case for Adam, explaining his formidable prowess as a magician. "Elena, is something wrong?" Adam inquired kindly, a smile on his face. "Father," Elena met his gaze, her tone resolute, "I wish to study abroad in China." The following morning, Elena stood on the manor's helipad, facing a luxurious private jet. Dressed in elegant attire, her expression was determined, her golden hair gleaming in the morning light. "Young lady, the plane is ready. Shall we depart now?" Seabass inquired, bowing beside her. Elena nodded gently. "Let us set off. Mr. Dragon. Wait for me. In the evening." At the dormitory area of the Seraph Academy, Chu Yuan returned to his room, stretching his stiff shoulders. Becoming famous isn't all it's cracked up to be, he mused. Ever since he defeated the disaster beast Mist of Magic and was recognized as an A-rank savior, nearly everyone in the academy knew his name. Moreover, being the disciple of the sword immortal Luo Jiqing had elevated him to a figure of great renown within the institution. Whether in class or walking along the campus paths, he found himself the center of attention, with many female classmates directly presenting him with love letters and small gifts, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Finally, the day had come to an end. He hoped that as people grew accustomed to his identity, such occurrences would diminish. After showering, Chu Yuan lay on his bed, taking a deep breath, with a thought. He accessed the simulator interface. The screen displayed a countdown for the simulation cooldown, and the string of numbers reading 0000 brought a flicker of satisfaction to his eyes. He had not anticipated reaching A rank so swiftly. He could commence the second simulation immediately. Would you like to initiate the second round of simulation? The first simulation had granted him A-rank talent, allowing him to become an A-rank savior in a remarkably short time. If he were to do it again, perhaps his talent might even break through to S-rank, enabling him to master more power systems, granting him greater strength among his peers, and even allowing him to dominate all A ranks without being an S rank. Yes, Chu Yuan decisively clicked the affirmative button. Loading simulation function. World anchoring in progress. Anchoring world as the magical realm. Simulation preparation complete. Please select 3 birth traits. Traits range from low to high as white, green, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow glutton. White, your appetite is vast, allowing you to consume more than the average individual. Ultravision. Green, you can see objects clearly even from dozens of miles away. If you were to become a reconnaissance vanguard, the enemy would find no refuge. Indomitable spirit. Blue, your will is remarkably strong. The more accumulated damage you endure, the greater your combat prowess becomes. Mana converger. Purple, you possess an inherent affinity for magic at an exceptionally high level. The mana surrounding your environment will instinctively gather towards you, making your spells significantly more powerful than those of your peers. Furthermore, other beings within your mana gathering range will struggle to amass their own mana, resulting in a considerable weakening of their magic. Forbidden spell adapter. Gold, the usual limit for ordinary beings is the 7th tier of magic, while only the divine can wield spells of the 8th tier or higher. Spells beyond the 10th tier are classified as forbidden spells, which even prodigies cannot master. Moreover, the burden of mastering forbidden spells is immense. Typically, other beings can learn at most one throughout their lives. However, you are naturally suited to these spells, enabling you to swiftly learn them. With the potential to master up to 3. Avatar of the Dark God Color, you will gain the ability to wield the power of the supreme dark deity, effortlessly casting magic that surpasses the 10th tier. The cost, however, is that your will and actions will be influenced to a certain extent by the Dark God, making it difficult to maintain your sanity for prolonged periods. After a brief hesitation, Chu Yuan chose Indomitable Spirit, blue, Mana Converger, purple, and Forbidden Spell Adapter, gold, as his birth traits, although Avatar of the Dark God Color appeared to be particularly advantageous. The cost was steep, risking loss of reason and succumbing to the Dark God's influence. Chu Yuan would never forsake his personality and free will for the sake of power. Furthermore, the Forbidden Spell Adapter, gold, trait was already sufficient. The world's strongest magic savior, Adam, was also a user of forbidden spells. It was precisely because he could wield forbidden spells that he became an S-class savior. The selection of traits was successful, and the first simulation was about to commence. You awaken from a haze, feeling the weight of your body. The sight before you leaves you momentarily stunned. Rough stone walls encircle you, with faintly glowing rocks illuminating the cave in a dim yet not oppressive manner. Lowering your gaze, you are taken aback. Jet black scales cover your entire body, and sharp claws scrape against the ground, producing a piercing sound. You catch a glimpse of a reflection in a pool of water within the cave. Is this me? In the pool, a colossal figure looms large, sharp dragon horns, deep-set vertical pupils, and expansive wings. This form is evidently no longer human, but a legendary magical dragon from a Western fantasy. Chu Yuan softly murmurs, his voice deep and resonant, yet not forming coherent words. It resembles the low growl of a great beast. No, the simulation can transform me into a dragon. After an initial moment of confusion, Chu Yuan accepts the reality. If I have become a dragon, then so be it. Dragonkind are formidable beings in the Western fantasy realm. Moreover, this offers him a novel experience. He senses the power within him, surging like a tide, as if he could obliterate anything at will. Moments later, Chu Yuan flaps his wings and soars out of the cave, eager to explore the world beyond. Outside the cave lies an expansive forest, with distant mountains stretching endlessly and a sky of clear azure, occasionally graced by the flight of birds. Chu Yuan gazes down upon the world beneath him, flapping his enormous dragon wings, lifting his colossal form into the sky. Initially, he struggles with the unfamiliarity of flight, constantly adjusting his rhythm. However, he soon masters the balance of soaring through the air. Roar! He bellows triumphantly as he breaks through the clouds, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Having mastered the body of a dragon, he begins to experiment with the unique magical powers of this world. To his surprise, he discovers that some methods of utilizing magic are embedded within his memory, as if innately known rather than learned. He realizes that this may be a legacy from his dragon lineage. He tries out the spells stored in his memory, breathing fire, summoning gales with his wings, and transforming parts of his body into rock-like hardness. He finds satisfaction in the formidable physique of the magical dragon. A pang of hunger strikes him. After experimenting with various spells, he acknowledges that it is time to seek sustenance. Chu Yuan spreads his dragon wings and flies high above, scanning the ground for prey. His keen senses quickly detect a clearing in the forest where several uniquely shaped creatures are leisurely grazing on tender grass. These beings stand about 2 meters tall, with slender limbs reminiscent of deer, yet their bodies are elongated, their fur glistening with a light gray sheen, and their heads adorned with sharp horns, while their tails sway like that of a horse. Instinctively, the dragon within Chu Yuan informs him that these are his quarry. He suppresses his presence and silently descends to a low altitude. Suddenly, he retracts his wings and plunges down like a shadow. The massive gust of wind alerts the creatures to imminent danger, causing them to scatter in panic. Yet, Chu Yuan's speed far exceeds theirs. He extends his sharp claws and accurately captures one of them. The creature emits a sharp shriek, struggling desperately. However, against Chu Yuan's immense strength, it is utterly powerless to resist. As a spiritual member of the Animal Protection Association, I shall not cause you suffering. Chu Yuan incinerates the creature with a breath of fire. And before it can scream, it succumbs. The scent of charred flesh fills the air. Chu Yuan lowers his head and takes a hearty bite of the meat, the tender, juicy flavor exploding in his mouth, igniting his appetite. However, just as he prepares to take a second bite, he suddenly feels a surge of unfamiliar power flowing into him. He pauses, closes his eyes, and carefully senses the movement of this power. Moments later, a flicker of unusual light flashes in his eyes. Is this magic? Chu Yuan murmurs softly, astonished to discover that the creature he hunted possesses wind magic, which, upon his consumption, has transformed into his own. With a powerful flap of his wings, he unleashes a blade of wind that slices through trees. This grants him additional means of attack. Simultaneously, fragments of memories flood into his mind. Chu Yuan vaguely perceives a vast plain where these creatures live in herds, grazing on grass and fleeing in panic when faced with predators. That's how it is. He realizes that the dragon race possesses a unique talent, devouring. By consuming other beings, he can acquire their magical abilities and valuable memories. In this regard, dragons are truly the conquerors of the natural world. Your life gradually intertwines with this expansive realm. Whenever hunger strikes, you hunt, then roast your prey with fire breath, relishing the simple satisfaction that belongs to the dragonkin. You begin to traverse this world, broadening your horizons. During this time, you notice that with each passing day of foraging and resting, your size slowly but steadily increases, with every flight through the skies. You can feel your body growing larger, the gusts of air generated by your dragon wings becoming ever more powerful. You speculate that you may still be in your juvenile stage. This state fills you with anticipation for your future. On one occasion, while flying across human settlements, you encounter humans and feel an unexpected sense of familiarity. However, the moment you approach the town, the crowds below begin to stir. As the shadow of your massive form looms over the town center, panic erupts among the people. They scurry towards houses and basements, while a slightly bolder hunter raises his bow, aiming at you. Yet, this hunter quickly falters, collapsing in fear on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Observing this, you do not linger and promptly depart from the town. The human response makes you realize that, in this world, you seem to be a being that inspires fear in other creatures. For the first time since arriving in this world, you experience a sense of loneliness. A subtle feeling of despondency envelopes your heart for some time thereafter. Suddenly, you begin to yearn to seek out kin, dragons like yourself who would not fear you. Perhaps this could alleviate your solitude. One day, while soaring through the vast sky, Chu Yuan feels the wind weaving through his scales. Suddenly, he detects an extraordinarily dense surge of magical energy emanating from the distance. That enchanting force resonated profoundly with the innate essence of his draconic lineage. A surge of excitement coursed through Chu Yuan's heart as he eagerly soared towards the source. As he approached, he beheld a colossal demonic dragon perched majestically upon a cliff, its ebony scales radiating an eerie luminescence. Its size significantly surpassing his own, indicating it was an adult. The creature lifted its immense head, its golden pupils fixated upon him. At last, he had encountered a kindred spirit. A flicker of joy ignited within Chu Yuan, and he instinctively yearned to greet the being. However, in the blink of an eye, that fleeting joy was engulfed by an infernal torrent of dragon fire unleashed by the creature. A terrifying wave of heat surged towards him. And sensing imminent danger, Chu Yuan swiftly evaded the onslaught. Just as he regained his composure, the adversary lunged at him without a word, propelled by a menacing aura, its claw descending upon him with lethal intent. Chu Yuan deftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of the creature's gaze, feral, insatiably greedy. As it regarded him as prey. A chilling realization washed over him. As the conquerors of nature, dragons possess the instinct to consume other beings to augment their own power. Thus, The acquisition of formidable strength is inherently ingrained in their nature, with the capacity to devour their own kind. They inevitably accumulate a wealth of magical essence within. Such entities are regarded as the most exquisite prey among dragons. Once consumed, they promise substantial rewards. It was no wonder that dragons roamed alone. Devoid of kinship. In their eyes, all creatures were prey, and thus, they were all enemies. Perhaps even their own progenitors were not exempt from this fate. How profoundly solitary. Yet, Chu Yuan had no time for lamentation. The relentless barrage of the creature's attacks soon ensued. Waves of dragon fire surged forth, cascading towards him with cataclysmic force. Chu Yuan flapped his wings, twisting in the air, simultaneously conjuring defensive spells to withstand the onslaught. Barely managing to hold his ground. As an adolescent dragon, he should have been no match for this fully grown adversary. However, empowered by the magic aggregator purple attribute, which weakened the foe's magic while amplifying his own, he managed to hold his ground against the formidable onslaught. Yet, to vanquish this creature was undoubtedly a fanciful dream. The opponent sensed this as well. The avarice in its gaze intensified. This young dragon was capable of contending with it to such an extent. Surely, it must have consumed something extraordinary if it could swallow this young dragon. All that resided within would become its own. As a fledgling dragon, Chu Yuan's stamina paled in comparison to that of the adult. Hence, as time passed, he gradually exhibited signs of decline. He was struck by the creature's magic, and his wounds multiplied. Yet, Chu Yuan remained undeterred, for he possessed the unyielding resilience, blue, attribute. The more he was harmed, the more his combat prowess surged. In that moment, he managed to withstand the onslaught, even gaining momentum for a counterattack. This astonished the adult dragon. When Chu Yuan's strikes began to inflict damage, it was filled with both shock and rage, its expression darkening. Then, it unfurled its wings with a ferocious roar, dark clouds gathering ominously in the sky, the air thick with oppressive pressure. Was this the portent of a forbidden spell? Chu Yuan's pupils constricted. Having consumed numerous prey, he had developed a certain understanding of magical systems. Now, he sensed that the creature was unleashing a spell that transcended the ninth tier. This adult dragon had mastered a forbidden spell. After a moment of accumulation, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the heavens shattered, and a colossal beam of light descended from the clouds, enveloping Chu Yuan directly. As the beam dissipated, he found himself upon the ground. His scales shattered, blood streaming profusely, teetering on the brink of death. The earth within a several-kilometer radius had caved in, forming a basin with white smoke billowing upwards. Just before the impact, Chu Yuan had exerted every ounce of strength to cast his highest-tier defensive magic. Fortunately, the unyielding resilience, blue, attribute was triggered, significantly enhancing his magical strength, while the magic aggregator, purple, weakened the potency of the forbidden spell. Thus, he had narrowly escaped death. The adult dragon landed a distance away, slowly advancing towards him, already regarding him as a meal. Yet, Chu Yuan felt no fear. His mind replayed the scene from moments ago when the creature unleashed its forbidden spell, the construction of magic. The flow of energy, the release of power. Gradually, a coherent magical circle began to take form before his eyes. The forbidden spell adapter, gold, attribute activated. He had learned the forbidden spell. Chu Yuan's pupils narrowed as he dragged his injured body to stand unsteadily. He raised his head and roared, and the sky fissured once more as an even thicker beam of light descended. The adult dragon was utterly stunned. It clearly had not anticipated that Chu Yuan would master its forbidden spell. In its haste to evade, it was struck squarely by the beam. The tremendous force overwhelmed it, sending it crashing to the ground, causing the very earth to tremble, flattening everything within a radius. Faintly, one could hear the creature's mournful wails amidst the thunderous roar. When the light dissipated, the bloodied corpse of the adult dragon lay in the center of a vast crater. Unlike Chu Yuan, who was fortified by the unyielding resilience, blue, and magic aggregator, purple, attributes, it had perished on the spot. Chu Yuan, dragging his wounded body towards the fallen foe, bore a complex expression. Finally, he mustered the strength to open his massive jaws and seized a piece of flesh from the creature. Power and memory surged into him. In an instant, Chu Yuan acquired a wealth of new spells and a plethora of information about this world. From the fallen dragon's memories, he learned that the forbidden spell was called Heavenly Waterfall. Rated at the 11th tier, however, this forbidden spell was not innate. It was acquired by consuming a human. From the memories of this human, Chu Yuan discovered that this magical realm was known as the Alien Continent. Inhabited by various races, with humanity being the most prominent, the prosperity of humanity stemmed from their royal lineage, which possessed the ability to wield forbidden spells and the knowledge to utilize them. However, forbidden spells were not merely inherited, They were obtained from ancient ruins. These ruins were fraught with peril and traps, where a moment's inattention could lead to death. Only those who could conquer the ruins could obtain the sealed forbidden spells. The human consumed by the adult dragon had barely survived a harrowing expedition into the ruins, emerging with the forbidden spell in a dire state, only to be unfortunate enough to be captured and devoured. Had this human survived, he might have become a legendary mage. In any case, Chu Yuan had acquired a wealth of knowledge. Yet, what was of paramount importance to him now was to recuperate. His injuries were severe, and he needed to find a safe haven to rest until he fully recovered. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as that ill-fated human. Stumbling through the air, he discovered a cave that could shelter him and flew inside. Curling up within the cavern, he enveloped himself with his wings, allowing his heavy breaths to echo in the vast space. For the time being, he was safe. As his tension ebbed, his consciousness gradually faded into darkness. In an exceedingly weakened state, he languidly drifted through countless days and nights. He only remembered that when he first arrived, it was the rainy season of summer, but now, occasionally opening his eyes, he could see the snowflakes drifting outside the cave. After several more days, his body finally regained enough strength to move once more. Although his wounds were far from healed, an intense hunger compelled him to leave the cave in search of sustenance. It had been far too long since he had eaten. Chu Yuan emerged from the cave, the cold wind brushing against his scales, sending sharp pangs through his wounds. He gritted his teeth and gazed below, seeking suitable prey. Soon, he heard a deafening roar and witnessed a massive white bear rampaging through a small village. As its paws swung, the villagers' thatched huts collapsed, and several villagers screamed in terror as they sought refuge. However, the speed was far inferior to the devastating power of the colossal bear, which could only be tragically reduced to a mere pulp. It was a fitting prey. Chu Yuan descended, aligning himself with the giant bear, and unleashed a torrent of fiery breath from his dragon maw. The searing flames instantaneously enveloped the bear, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. The acrid scent of charred bear hide wafted through the air as the creature struggled momentarily, attempting to retaliate, only to succumb to Chu Yuan's second breath. Crashing down with a thunderous thud. As Chu Yuan landed, he tore off a piece of the roasted bear meat and savored it with delight, simultaneously casting his gaze over the villagers, upon witnessing the demise of the giant bear. They were struck with terror at the arrival of the dragon, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. Most collapsed in fear, their legs giving way, expressions blank and dazed. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Chu Yuan did not launch an attack against them. Instead, he seized the bear's carcass and took flight, leaving the villagers in a state of shock. Some villagers eventually regained their senses and looked towards the direction in which Chu Yuan had departed. The immense silhouette of the dragon vanishing into the mountains. As days passed, Chu Yuan gradually regained some vitality. However, due to his injuries, he had not ventured far from the cave, and the nearby magical creatures became his primary targets for hunting. Whenever hunger beckoned, he would descend the mountain to hunt. Magical wolves, colossal serpents, and giant bears all became his meals. Before long, the villagers at the foot of the mountain noticed a drastic reduction in the number of magical creatures that had previously ravaged their surroundings, rendering the village remarkably safe. While some villagers rejoiced, the village's revered elder expressed grave concern to the village chief. The dragon is hunting the creatures of the surrounding territory. Once it has eradicated them, we shall be its next target, and it will not leave until there is nothing left to hunt. The chief, alarmed by these words, inquired, "What should we do?" The elder pondered for a moment before whispering, "Dragons are proud beings. They crave admiration and offerings. Rather than waiting for it to see us as food, we should proactively present sacrifices. Perhaps this will appease it, allowing it to recognize our value and deem us useful, thus sparing us from harm." The chief's eyes glimmered with understanding. The two then conspired and decided to embark on this perilous course of action. Soon, the villagers, following the elders' and chief's instructions, transported pigs, cattle, and sheep to the entrance of Chu Yuan's cave, filled with trepidation as they placed the animals down, bowing in prayer before hastily departing. The next day, Chu Yuan intended to set out for hunting once more but discovered offerings laid at the cave's entrance. Initially taken aback, he quickly deduced that this was the handiwork of the nearby villagers. A cursory glance at the offerings revealed that, although these livestock lacked magical properties, they were sufficient to satiate his hunger, which was all he required at that moment. After a brief hesitation, he consumed the pigs, cattle, and sheep. After all, food delivered to his doorstep was too good to pass up, sparing him the effort of hunting. In the days that followed, the villagers continued to present offerings. He merely needed to remain in the cave, focusing on healing, and whenever hunger struck, sustenance was provided. This arrangement was rather agreeable. However, he remained acutely aware that the villagers' offerings were not born of gratitude or reverence. but rather out of fear. He was, after all, perpetually solitary. Thus, he felt no attachment or sense of belonging to this place. He resolved that once his injuries were fully healed, he would depart and embark on a new journey. He set his sights on conquering ancient ruins, mastering more forbidden spells, and delving into the mysteries of magic. For as long as he had a goal, he would not feel empty, even in solitude. Days turned into weeks. One day, Chu Yuan sensed that the villagers had once again left offerings outside the cave. When they departed, he crawled out and approached the offerings, only to be taken aback by the sight before him this time. The offering was unlike any he had encountered before. Instead of the usual livestock, it was a young girl. The girl lay on a pile of straw in the cart, her eyes closed, golden hair cascading around her like a lotus. Though she appeared somewhat frail due to malnutrition and wore coarse linen garments, her beauty was undeniable. Suddenly, the girl stirred awake, her vacant gaze scanning her surroundings before finally settling on Chu Yuan. Initially, her eyes widened in fear, but soon her expression returned to calm, as if she had come to accept her fate. With her hands placed beside her head, she knelt before Chu Yuan and implored, "Please, devour me, great dragon." Her voice was melodious, yet the words were tinged with emptiness and despair. Chu Yuan, of course, had no intention of consuming the girl. He was intrigued by why she would willingly offer herself as prey. Thus, he delved into the memories he had previously absorbed, seeking a means to replicate human speech through air magic. "Why do you wish for me to eat you?" he inquired, his voice low and frigid. "Imbued with the inherent authority of a dragon, because that is my only value," the girl replied, her gaze lifting slightly. "Who determines this value?" Chu Yuan questioned. Upon hearing his inquiry, the girl tilted her head in confusion, her hollow eyes reflecting her uncertainty. Chu Yuan sighed inwardly. Is it the villagers who have established this notion? Or is it you? The girl fell silent, her lips moving as if to respond. "The villagers say I am the cursed child, that I bring calamity from the moment of my birth. Only by being consumed by the great dragon can peace be restored to the village." Having not spoken with anyone for a long while, Chu Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity and a desire to continue this dialogue. "And why is that?" he asked. The girl hesitated, lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper. "It is because," she began to recount her past to Chu Yuan. Through her narrative, he learned that she was deemed the cursed child because she had the ability to influence her surroundings from a young age. In fact, while still in the womb, she nearly caused her mother to miscarry. And during childbirth, her mother died from complications. This led her biological father to resent and disdain her, viewing her as a harbinger of misfortune. By the age of a few years, she could unconsciously levitate objects around her, a power that resulted in the villagers branding her as cursed. They ostracized and even beat her, with some suggesting she be executed. Ultimately, today, she had been completely abandoned by the villagers and offered as a sacrifice before his lair. "I am all alone and cannot find meaning in my existence," the girl lamented, her voice trembling with despair. "Perhaps being devoured by the great dragon is my best fate. In this way, I can at least become something of use to you." Great dragon, and to the villagers. Chu Yuan fell silent, gazing at this self-deprecating, helpless, and despondent girl, a surge of complex emotions rising within him. He recalled his own existence as a dragon, viewed as prey by his kin, feared by other beings, and equally lacking a place to belong, utterly alone. He and this girl shared a remarkably similar plight. She was his kindred spirit. With this realization, Chu Yuan addressed the girl. "No, I will not consume you." The girl was taken aback by his response. "If I were to devour you like this, it would be a tremendous waste," he continued. "What you possess is something that others cannot attain." Chu Yuan's gaze bore into the girl, his deep eyes seemingly attempting to penetrate her very soul. If he were not mistaken, the traits she exhibited, which seemed like a curse, were actually indicative of an extraordinary magical talent. The evidence lay in the fact that, due to the presence of the magic gatherer, purple, trait, the magical energy around him should have been flowing towards him. Yet, from earlier, he had sensed that a certain portion of magic was not converging towards him. Instead, it was obstructed. This obstruction was the girl standing before him. She possessed the potential to be cultivated. Undoubtedly. Chu Yuan's words stirred ripples of emotion within the girl. "Really?" Her voice quivered, her eyes widening with a mixture of struggle and disbelief. "Indeed." The immense dragon head of Chu Yuan nodded slightly. "Your traits, in my eyes, are not a curse, but a gift. You possess the potential for greatness. Your destiny should not be confined, but rather, it should encompass a broader future. To witness that future, I am willing to guide you personally." A novel emotion began to well up in the girl's eyes, as if a long-sealed window had been opened, allowing sunlight to pour into her soul for the very first time. "Therefore, I implore you, do not give up on life. Chu Yuan continued, his voice tinged with gravity. If you believe you hold no value, then allow me to bestow value upon you. If you perceive your existence as meaningless, permit me to grant it significance. If you feel you lack a place to belong, I shall provide you with one. Human girl, I will unveil a wider world for you, so that together we may witness all the vistas along the way. The girl's breaths quickened, the emptiness in her gaze gradually replaced by hope. Her voice, now imbued with emotion, trembled as she asked, "Can I truly do this, to follow you, dear Dragon Lord, and witness the same sights?" Chu Yuan replied with unwavering assurance, "Yes, indeed." Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, her eyes sparkling with a newfound clarity, as if she had been reborn. "Thank you, dear Dragon Lord," she sobbed. Chu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, realizing that rescuing a girl from despair could yield significant positive feedback. "What is your name, human girl?" he inquired. The girl paused for a moment, then wiped away her tears and replied, "I am Elena." "Dear Dragon Lord, my name is Elena," she smiled, her expression now adorned with vibrant emotions, truly captivating. As night fell, the cold wind howled outside the cave, and light snow began to fall. Elena curled up beside Chu Yuan's massive form, the sound of his steady breathing echoing within the cave. Exhausted, she soon drifted into slumber. Chu Yuan gazed at Elena, contemplating the future. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept into the cave, causing the girl to shiver, her clothing insufficient against the chill. Observing this, Chu Yuan coiled his enormous body into a protective circle around her, his dragon wings shielding her from the biting winds. Elena's trembling ceased, and she returned to a peaceful sleep. After a while, she nestled closer to Chu Yuan, instinctively wrapping her arms around a broad scale, murmuring, "Dear Dragon Lord." With dawn, sunlight streamed into the cave, dispelling the night's chill. Slowly, Elena awoke, rubbed her eyes, and looked up to see Chu Yuan watching the morning light from a distance. "Dear Dragon Lord, is there anything you need me to do?" she inquired softly, her voice tinged with anticipation as she approached his colossal form. Chu Yuan lowered his head to meet her gaze. "Not yet. Before anything begins, I must first teach you the art of magic." Thus commenced their magic lessons, one dragon and one girl. Initially, Chu Yuan attempted to explain the flow and control of magical energy through words. But noticing the bewildered expression on Elena's face, he realized that mere verbal descriptions might be insufficient. "Observe," he instructed, raising one claw as the surrounding magical energy stirred. He initiated a spell, and with a magical circle materializing before his claw, a flame ignited, suspended in mid-air. As she beheld the magical formation, Elena's eyes lit up, dispelling her earlier confusion. She focused intently on Chu Yuan's movements and raised her hands, attempting to replicate his actions. Moments later, a flickering spark of flame appeared in her palms. Though unstable, it was indeed a success. "I did it, dear Dragon Lord. I truly did it," Elena exclaimed joyfully, sharing her achievement with Chu Yuan, her sense of accomplishment palpable. Chu Yuan was slightly taken aback. Although the flame was not entirely stable, the girl had indeed succeeded. He had only witnessed such immediate replication with forbidden spells, yet here she was, achieving it with basic magic. He pondered her adaptability to forbidden spells. Should she possess similar abilities, it would mark her as an unprecedented magical prodigy. In the days that followed, he began teaching Elena more fundamental spells. She absorbed the knowledge rapidly. Although her movements were sometimes imprecise, each attempt yielded noticeable progress. Not only did he instruct her in magic, but he also taught her how to control her magical energy to avoid inadvertently affecting her surroundings. Gradually, Elena learned to use magic to resolve minor daily issues. She employed flame magic to roast offerings brought by villagers and utilized cleansing spells to tidy the cave. Chu Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As the days passed, the expressions on Elena's face grew increasingly vivid, her daily calls of "Dear Dragon Lord," filling the cave with warmth and companionship. One morning, sunlight filtered through the cave entrance, gently illuminating the interior. Elena sat by the campfire, using magic to slowly roast a piece of meat, the flames dancing nimbly between her fingers. Chu Yuan lay quietly nearby, his immense form rising and falling with each breath, exuding tranquility and serenity. "Dear Dragon Lord," Elena suddenly spoke, curiosity lacing her tone, "why do you remain here? Did you not wish to travel?" Chu Yuan lifted his head, his deep voice resonating through the magic. "I am recovering." "Recovering?" Elena paused, concern etching her features. "Are you injured?" Chu Yuan silently turned to reveal his abdomen, where a jagged scar lay, still healing. The wound was deep and dark red, the surrounding scales fragmented and singed. Upon witnessing this, Elena's eyes widened in alarm and sympathy. "What happened?" "It was inflicted by one of my kind," Chu Yuan replied coolly, "a fully grown dragon. Why would one of your own harm you?" Elena asked, bewilderment evident in her voice. Chu Yuan slowly concealed his wound, his gaze drifting towards the distant cave entrance. Since I became aware, I have been alone. All other beings fear me. I once believed that my kind were companions, beings with whom I could rely upon. Yet, it was only upon truly encountering my kin that I realized my folly. Dragons are solitary predators. When two meet, the stronger devours the weaker, as if dictated by nature's law. My kind regards me as prey, not a companion. Upon hearing these words, Elena's pupils quivered. It dawned on her that the Dragon Lord, too, was solitary, much like herself. As Chu Yuan fell into contemplative silence. Elena suddenly stood, her voice resolute. I will always stay by your side. Dear Dragon Lord, I know you are gentle, and I shall never fear you. I wish to serve you and be with you, so you will not be lonely. Chu Yuan lowered his gaze to the beautiful girl before him, a stirring within his heart. Thank you, Elena. So this is what it feels like to be redeemed? They shared a meal together, discussing Chu Yuan's plans for when he fully healed. Holding a small piece of meat in her hands, Elena curiously inquired, Dear Dragon Lord, where do you plan to travel once you recover? Chu Yuan took a bite of roasted pork and replied, I wish to seek out those ruins. Ruins? Yes. Chu Yuan recounted the forbidden spells and the significance of the ruins to Elena. I seek to acquire those mysterious and powerful forbidden spells. And for that, I aim to explore the ruins. Along the way, I also wish to gather any intriguing magic I may encounter. Elena quickly finished her piece of meat, her smile radiant like flowers blooming in the wind. Her eyes sparkling with excitement. I will help you explore the ruins, dear Dragon Lord. Wherever you go, I will accompany you. Indeed. Chu Yuan felt a sense of comfort and responded affirmatively. Many days and nights had passed, and the wounds on his body had finally reached complete recovery. As the sun rose, its rays bathed the mountains and forests, casting a golden sheen upon the flora. Chu Yuan stood outside the cave, his immense dragon wings slightly unfurled, the sharp scales reflecting a cold brilliance in the sunlight. He lowered his gaze towards Elena, who stood beside him, clad in a simple linen dress of earthy tones, her golden hair gently lifted by the morning breeze. It is time to set forth. Chu Yuan's voice was deep, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. He turned his gaze towards the village not far away and inquired of Elena. The village lies just ahead. Are you certain you do not wish to glance back one last time? Elena followed Chu Yuan's gaze and after a moment of contemplation, shook her head. There is no need. The place holds no cherished memories for me, nor does it signify my true home. She lifted her gaze to meet Chu Yuan's, a breathtaking smile gracing her features, her eyes clear and resolute. My true home is with you, Mr. Dragon, now and forever. Chu Yuan regarded her, his dragon eyes softening with tenderness. He refrained from further persuasion and instead unfurled his magnificent wings, lowering his body. Come aboard. We must depart. Elena nodded, climbing onto Chu Yuan's back, her fingers gripping tightly onto his firm scales. Chu Yuan soared into the sky, his colossal wings stirring up a tempest, kicking up clouds of dust. They traversed mountains and rivers, the outline of the village gradually diminishing until it vanished from view. In the air, Elena clutched the scales at the nape of Chu Yuan's neck, feeling the refreshing wind tousle her hair as it danced in the breeze. The sky was vast, the sunlight warm, with the distant horizon stretching infinitely before her. It was a landscape she had never dared to imagine. Light flickered in her eyes as she held Chu Yuan's scales a little tighter, filled with hope for the future. After a while, Elena asked, Mr. Dragon, where are the ruins of the forbidden spells located? Chu Yuan flapped his wings to stabilize their flight and began to speak slowly. We are currently within the borders of the Olam Empire. There are 4 ruins within the empire. 3 have been entirely conquered. The remaining one is known as the Ruins of Divine Healing, which the empire has yet to breach. However, it is heavily guarded, and we cannot approach recklessly. What about outside the empire? Elena continued to inquire. Beyond the empire, there are currently 3 known ruins. The forbidden spells I possess originate from one of them, while the other 2 are situated in the realms of the fairies and the monstrous beings. These 2 ruins have yet to be explored. Curiosity sparkled in Elena's eyes. What are the fairy realm and the realm of monstrous beings like? The fairy realm is the abode of the fairy race, encompassing various branches such as light elves, dark elves, and wood elves. They dwell in forests and valleys, ruled by the fairy king, and it is the supreme sanctuary of nature magic. However, they tend to be rather insular. As for the realm of monstrous beings, it is a nation composed of intelligent creatures. Here reside various beast races, including succubi, kitsune, minotaurs, and lizardfolk, alongside ogres as the predominant species. They lack a unified king but form a central council composed of the strongest from each race to make significant decisions collectively. Elena listened with rapt attention, admiration shining in her voice. Mr. Dragon, you possess such extensive knowledge. Just a bit, Chu Yuan replied modestly. The information he possessed stemmed from a mage who had been devoured by an adult dragon prior. One must admit, this mage was truly erudite. Thanks to his memories, Chu Yuan now held a profound understanding of this world. Gently caressing Chu Yuan's scales, Elena's voice brimmed with anticipation. So, Mr. Dragon, which ruin shall we explore next? Chu Yuan responded, we shall first head to the ruin in the realm of monstrous beings. It is the nearest unexplored ruin, and it has not been artificially sealed off. Brace yourself, Elena. I shall increase our speed. All right. Chu Yuan unfurled his immense wings, soaring through the azure sky, the golden sunlight glistening on his scales, radiating a deep luster. Elena, now accustomed to riding, settled comfortably upon his back. Mr. Dragon, we have been away from the borders of the Empire for several days. Is the land before us the realm of monstrous beings? She inquired. Indeed, we shall soon reach the borders of the realm of monstrous beings. Chu Yuan's voice echoed through magic. The ruin lies within their main city. But we must exercise caution upon entry. Elena nodded, poised to ask further when suddenly the ground below erupted with cries of battle, accompanied by the clamor of clashing metal and the thunderous blasts of magic. Peering down, she beheld a scene of chaos. The earth was shrouded in smoke as two armies clashed fiercely. Elena was taken aback, her eyes trembling. Is that war? Chu Yuan too surveyed the scene below, his gaze profound. He quickly recognized the soldiers of humanity, clad in the armor of the Olam Empire, wielding finely crafted weapons, their formation disciplined. The opposing side was a chaotic amalgamation of various monstrous soldiers, including beastmen, lizardfolk, and succubi. It is indeed war. It seems there has been a conflict between the Empire and the realm of monstrous beings, Chu Yuan remarked. On the ground, the soldiers of the Empire shouted as they charged forth with pikes raised against the monstrous beings. The mages stood behind, chanting spells as fireballs and ice arrows soared towards the enemy ranks. The monstrous soldiers either raised shields in defense or barreled into the ranks of human soldiers, disrupting their formation. The battle reached a fever pitch, both sides locked in a brutal stalemate. Suddenly, a massive shadow in the sky captured the attention of both factions. The soldiers looked up to behold a colossal dragon soaring through the heavens. The faces of the human soldiers turned pale. That is a dragon. Could it be reinforcements from the realm of monstrous beings? If that dragon joins the fray, we may be annihilated in an instant. Simultaneously, the monstrous soldiers displayed expressions of shock and fear. One soldier exclaimed nervously, a dragon? Could it be that the humans have found someone capable of taming dragons? That creature could easily lay waste to an entire city. Another soldier fervently prayed, hoping it would merely pass by. Both sides hesitated in their combat upon witnessing Chu Yuan's presence, instinctively wary of the dragon hovering above. Yet, Chu Yuan paid them no heed, flapping his wings and continuing onward. It was only when his figure vanished into the horizon that the soldiers on the ground exhaled a sigh of relief. The human commander waved his hand, shouting, do not be disheartened. The dragon has departed. Continue the fight. Eliminate these monstrous beings. The officer on the monstrous side also bellowed, the battle is not over. Charge forth to defend our homeland. The cries of battle erupted once more, the conflict intensifying. Blood stained the earth, the roars of soldiers intermingling with cries of anguish. The cruelty of war laid bare in that moment. After some time, Elena turned her gaze away from the battlefield, gently clenching her delicate hands. Her voice sorrowful. Mr. Dragon, why must such cruel things as war occur? Because of greed. Greed, indeed. Whether it be for conquest and the annexation of foreign lands or to alleviate internal strife through external warfare. It ultimately boils down to greed. There are always those who profit from war. Chu Yuan continued, yet those who benefit are not the heroes who fall on the battlefield or return maimed, but rather those who raise their goblets at lavish banquets. Their opulence built upon the ruins of the fallen. Beneath their seats lie countless tormented souls and bones. Elena lowered her gaze, her voice subdued. Mr. Dragon, I do not understand. It is only natural not to understand now. The future is long, and I shall gradually teach you everything, allowing you to witness it all with your own eyes. Yes, the young girl's delicate hands tightened around the thick scales. Half a day later, Chu Yuan and Elena finally arrived near the main city of the realm of monstrous beings. They descended upon a high mountain, gazing down at the diminutive city below. The main city was grand in scale, its walls towering, a unique architectural style that blended the cultural characteristics of various monstrous races. Is this the main city of the realm of monstrous beings? How magnificent! Elena exclaimed in awe. Indeed, the ruins lie within the city. Yet I cannot assume the form of a dragon. lest I provoke unnecessary troubles, Chu Yuan remarked. He then gently closed his eyes, his figure gradually diminishing, scales receding, until he transformed into a diminutive black dragon. Coiling around Elena's neck, Elena gazed at Chu Yuan with a dazed expression. Mr. Dragon, how utterly adorable this way. I won't draw attention. Chu Yuan's voice resonated in Elena's ear. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she felt the warmth radiating from Chu Yuan. A sense of tranquility washing over her. Put on your hood. We shall enter the city, Chu Yuan instructed. Elena complied, donning her hood to conceal her visage, and began her descent down the mountain. As they traversed the winding path and drew near the main city, they passed through a dense thicket. Suddenly, several shadowy figures leapt from the underbrush, encircling them. Are you a solitary traveler? Care to join us for some fun? The leader, a succubus with violet skin and ebony wings, wore a beguiling smile tinged with malice. Her minions, a collection of gnolls, lizardfolk, and minotaurs, brandished weapons, their eyes glinting with menace. Hand over all your valuables, and perhaps we shall spare your life. The gnoll licked its lips, greed dripping from its words. Chu Yuan surveyed the band of fiends around Elena. Thieves, are we, Elena? This presents an opportunity to test your current prowess. I shall not intervene, Chu Yuan stated. Understood, Elena replied. The succubus, noticing Elena's muttering, frowned. Little girl, who are you conversing with? Ignoring her, Elena raised her hand, summoning a sphere of flame at her fingertips. The flames surged forth, transforming into serpentine fire that swiftly lunged at the thieves. Ah! The gnoll was taken by surprise, ensnared by the fire serpents, shrieking as it tumbled to the ground, rolling in agony. A lizardfolk charged forward with a spear, but with a flick of Elena's palm, an ice wall erupted, sending it soaring several meters high. Soon, the succubus's minions began to fall one by one. Alarmed, the succubus spread her wings, attempting to flee, but Elena was already prepared. A blade of wind sliced through the air, severing the succubus's wings, causing her to plummet to the ground. Spare me. Have mercy. The succubus pleaded in terror, her earlier confidence utterly vanquished. The other thieves knelt, begging for their lives. Mr. Dragon, what shall we do with them? Elena inquired. The decision rests with you, Chu Yuan replied coolly. After a moment's contemplation, Elena declared, you shall cease your misdeeds. Should we meet again, I shall not be so lenient. The thieves, as if granted a reprieve, bowed repeatedly. Thank you. We shall never dare again. Truly, you are magnanimous. After dispatching the brigands, the duo continued their journey, soon arriving at the city gates. Before the towering entrance, a lengthy queue had formed, comprised of various monstrous races undergoing inspection. For entry into the city was contingent upon this process. Elena turned to Chu Yuan. Mr. Dragon, what shall we do? Chu Yuan pondered for a moment before noticing something affixed to the wall beside the inspection point. Wanted posters plastered everywhere. Let us take a closer look, he suggested. Following his lead, Elena approached the wall and discovered that the posters depicted the likeness of the succubus leader from earlier. A clever idea sparked in her mind. She had Elena detach the wanted poster before they departed. Not long after, they arrived at the city gates once more, this time with Elena dragging the bound and gagged succubus leader behind her. The succubus wept profusely. They resumed their place in line. As the monstrous entities ahead entered the city, it was finally Elena's turn for inspection. She approached the Minotaur guard, presenting the wanted poster. I am here to deliver a fugitive as per the bounty. The Minotaur scrutinized the poster and the bound succubus, nodding in approval. However, he did not immediately allow entry. He arrogantly raised his snout. Remove your hood. Let me see your face. Elena replied calmly. I have sufficiently explained my reasons. There is no need to unmask. You believe your words suffice. Let me see. The Minotaur insisted, reaching to pull off Elena's hood. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact, an overwhelming aura of magical pressure enveloped the area. The Minotaur felt a jolt in his chest, breath quickening, legs trembling, and he found himself kneeling involuntarily. Looking up at Elena, he was drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror. The surrounding guards also sensed the oppressive force. Retreating in fear, their weapons slipping from their grasp, the Minotaur quaked, realizing how formidable Elena truly was. The intensity of the pressure was akin to that of their clan's leader, one of the strongest beings in the realm of monsters capable of entering the Elders' Council. At that moment, Elena spoke softly. Now, may I enter the city? The Minotaur nodded fervently, his voice trembling. Why, yes. Please, go ahead. Ignoring the guards, Elena dragged the succubus and strode confidently into the city. Within, the sights before Elena caused her to widen her eyes in astonishment. The streets were spacious and bustling, with buildings that exuded a rugged yet exotic charm, seemingly a fusion of diverse cultural elements. The thoroughfare was alive with a myriad of monstrous beings, minotaurs, lizardfolk, succubi, ogres, and many diminutive yet lively goblins. Some hawked peculiar wares, others hurriedly pulled carts laden with goods, while a few lounged lazily by the roadside, basking in the sun. Mr. Dragon, thank you for your assistance, Elena murmured as they ambled through the streets. No need for gratitude. Your performance was commendable, Chu Yuan praised her. The earlier pressure had originated from him, even lacking the stature of an adult dragon, having consumed numerous monsters. His magical prowess had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, it encompassed the might of an adult dragon and the forbidden magics it wielded. Curiously, Elena asked, Mr. Dragon, why did merely revealing your aura cause that minotaur to refrain from obstructing us? Chu Yuan explained. The realm of monsters esteems strength above all. Power equates to status here. A lowly soldier like that minotaur would never dare to offend someone of formidable might. One misstep could jeopardize his position and even endanger his family. Elena nodded, beginning to comprehend. I see. After entering the city, you and Elena did not immediately venture to conquer the ruins but instead delivered the succubus to claim the bounty, with the reward in hand. You sought a tavern to rest, for the journey had been arduous and night was drawing near. You planned to set out for the ruins at dawn. In the evening, you dined in the tavern's bustling restaurant, filled with various monstrous beings, their chatter creating a lively atmosphere. You and Elena chose a window seat, ordering a modest selection of dishes. The table was adorned with freshly roasted steaks and fruit wine, emanating enticing aromas. During the meal, the hushed conversation of several lizardfolk and goblins at the adjacent table caught Chu Yuan's attention. They spoke gravely, whispering about something significant. Have you heard? The southwestern defense line has been breached again. Indeed, that human hero is exceedingly powerful. Magic has no effect on him, and his swordsmanship is terrifying. Almost no one can withstand it. I've heard he can single-handedly conquer an entire city. Even the elders from the council have failed to stop him. Though the main city remains unaffected for now, who can say how long that will last? The human offensive grows ever stronger. This hero poses a grave threat. Listening to the conversations of the monsters, Elena curiously leaned in and whispered to Chu Yuan, Mr. Dragon, who exactly is this hero? Chu Yuan delved into his memories and responded. The brave warrior serves as the secret weapon of the Empire of Aurum. It is said that he possesses the ability to nullify any form of magic, and his personal combat prowess is akin to that of a single warrior against 1,000. An existence such as his is the most formidable opponent we, as magic users, could ever encounter. After finishing their meal, the two retreated to their room to rest. The room, though not expansive, was well appointed, featuring a bathroom with magical attributes. The bathroom boasted a bathtub, and the enchanted faucet provided warm water, washing away the fatigue of the day. Upon seeing the bathroom, Elena's azure eyes sparkled with delight, her golden hair cascading as she turned to Chu Yuan and exclaimed, Mr. Dragon, let us take a bath. You have worked hard as well, and I can help you clean up. Chu Yuan initially intended to refuse, yet the enthusiasm radiating from Elena compelled him to acquiesce. Unable to deny her request, he reasoned with himself that since he was currently in dragon form, the two of them were fundamentally different beings, rendering such an act inconsequential. After all, there exists no notion of propriety between men and women in this context. He regarded Elena, believing it akin to how a human might view a lizard. However, once they commenced bathing, Chu Yuan soon realized his grave misjudgment. Elena removed her hood and outer garments, revealing her slender and graceful form. The rising steam tinted her fair skin with a rosy hue, droplets of water gliding down her curves as she gently caressed his scales with her soft hands, cleansing his body. Elena's cheeks flushed slightly, her captivating gaze shimmering as she remarked, Mr. Dragon, your scales are quite hard. Chu Yuan endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, replying with a simple, He consistently positioned himself sideways or with his back to her. How to put it? He felt as if time had fast-forwarded to August. The moment for the dragon to raise its head had arrived. Chu Yuan resolved that henceforth, when Elena called upon him, he would decline any shared bathing arrangements. After their bath, upon returning to their room, Elena donned her clothing and lifted the freshly cleaned Chu Yuan onto the bed, softly suggesting, Mr. Dragon, let us sleep together. The diminutive Chu Yuan nestled in Elena's soft embrace. She tightened her hold around him, tucking him under the covers. Chu Yuan gazed at the youthful beauty before him, his expression tender, warmth enveloping his heart. Although he had traveled far and wide, he no longer felt lonely at that moment. As the night deepened, the pair, one human, one dragon, continued to sense each other's warmth, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, Chu Yuan and Elena promptly prepared their belongings and set off towards the ruins, following the guidance of the main city. They arrived at the entrance of the ruins, only to discover a long queue of individuals, many magical creatures entering in succession. Elena looked up at the grand entrance of the ruins, perplexed, and asked, "Mr. Dragon, why are there so many people here?" Chu Yuan explained, "The structure of this ruin is akin to an underground city, inhabited by numerous low-intelligence magical creatures. They differ from the beings of the monster kingdom. Akin to the relationship between lions and tigers with humans, purely wild and ferocious beasts. More precisely, they should be referred to as magical beasts, while intelligent creatures are classified as the demon race. However, humans lack this distinction, perceiving magical beasts and the demon race as one and the same. The reason the demon race enters the ruins is that certain special parts of the magical beasts can be exchanged for bounties. They hunt these beasts for that purpose. Of course, some members of the demon race also harbor aspirations to conquer the ruins and acquire forbidden magic. Yet, thus far, none have managed to reach the innermost depths of the ruins." Elena nodded in understanding. Upon entering the ruins, Chu Yuan and Elena traversed through the winding passages, frequently encountering low-level magical beasts. These creatures posed no challenge for Elena. As they delved deeper, the number of demon race explorers around them dwindled. Eventually, they arrived at a previously uncharted deep area devoid of other explorers. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, the two decided to take a moment to rest. Elena kindled a fire and retrieved the jerky they had procured earlier. Using her fire magic to roast it until it exuded a tantalizing aroma. As she offered the roasted meat to Chu Yuan, who was perched upon her neck, he was about to take it when he suddenly perked up. His gaze alert as he stared into the distance. There, he spotted a diminutive lizard man staggering toward them, confusion etched upon its face, devoid of any weapons or equipment. Elena observed the scene and softly remarked, "Is he lost, Mr. Dragon? Should we share some food with him?" "Wait." Chu Yuan suddenly interjected, his tone serious. Something felt amiss. The creature's demeanor was peculiar, and he remained on guard. Instantly, Elena heightened her focus, watching the lizard man with caution. The lizard man approached the two and abruptly halted, his body beginning to tremble violently before emitting a low growl, transforming instantaneously. The once lizardman morphed into a purple-black humanoid monster, possessing 6 ferocious eyes that glinted menacingly as it lunged toward them. Elena reacted swiftly, unleashing her magic to repel the creature. Subsequently, she concentrated her power, conjuring a fiery spear that pierced through the beast's body, decisively vanquishing it. Approaching the unfamiliar magical beast, Elena curiously inquired, "What kind of monster is this?" Chu Yuan, sifting through the memories of the forbidden spellcaster, replied, "This is a shapeshifter. Shapeshifters are a peculiar type of magical beast capable of transforming into any creature, deceiving their prey before launching an attack." He gazed down at the corpse of the shapeshifter, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "I have yet to consume a shapeshifter. Let us see what new magic I can uncover." With that, Chu Yuan leaped down from Elena's shoulder, and in a flash of light, his form expanded, ultimately reverting back to his dragon shape. Lowering his head, he opened his massive jaws to devour the shapeshifter. Moments later, a surge of energy coursed through him, and new magic manifested in his mind. "Interesting," he mused. "What is it, Mr. Dragon?" The magic of the shapeshifter is not merely about mimicry, it allows the user to truly transform into another race. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, Elena appeared inexplicably excited. "What is it, Elena?" Chu Yuan inquired. Elena fidgeted with her fingers, a hint of bashfulness evident. "It's nothing much. But when you mentioned transforming into another race, I suddenly wanted to see what Mr. Dragon would look like as a human." Chu Yuan felt a stir in his heart and replied, "How fortuitous. I too wish to see what I would look like as a human. In the next moment, Chu Yuan cast the spell, and amidst a radiant glow, his colossal dragon form began to shrink, ultimately taking on a human appearance. A striking youth with black hair, sharp brows, and bright eyes. This was Chu Yuan in his human guise. Elena was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly noticed that Chu Yuan was not wearing any clothing, prompting her cheeks to flush crimson. She covered her face with her hands, yet her middle and ring fingers inadvertently parted. "Mr. Dragon, your clothes, your clothes." Just as Chu Yuan was about to further examine his new form, he too became aware of this awkward situation. He immediately turned his head left and right, searching for clothing. Yet, where could he find any? With no other option, Chu Yuan reluctantly reverted to his dragon form, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. The atmosphere between the two became decidedly peculiar. Elena slightly tilted her cheek, pursing her lips and clutching her chest, her eyes fluttering as her face flushed with warmth. Her heart raced, pounding relentlessly. It seemed she had inadvertently exposed herself to Mr. Dragon during their earlier bathing session. Now, encountering Mr. Dragon in his human guise, especially one so strikingly handsome, stirred a strange sensation within her. one she could not quite articulate. Subsequently, the two of them pressed onward, vanquishing the beasts that lay ahead. You, in turn, consume the unfamiliar monsters to bolster your strength. As you meticulously eliminated erroneous paths, the atmosphere within the ruins grew increasingly oppressive, the air around them thick with a stifling sense of foreboding. Eventually, they arrived at a vast chamber deep within the ruins. The walls were adorned with ancient magical runes, and the ground was cracked, as if it had borne witness to countless battles. In the center, a colossal beast loomed, its size dwarfing even Chu Yuan's dragon form. Its body clad in glimmering dark purple scales, eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glint, its presence imposing like a mountain that cast a shadow over the entire space. Chu Yuan regained his dragon form, coiling protectively beside Elena, and whispered, "This must be the beast guarding the forbidden spell. Its power far exceeds any of the foes we have encountered thus far. Elena, be cautious." Elena nodded solemnly and raised her hand, unleashing a powerful spear of flame aimed at the beast's body. However, upon contact with its scales, the fire was extinguished in an instant. "Its defenses are too formidable," Elena exclaimed in shock. Chu Yuan spread his massive dragon wings, letting out a furious roar as he unleashed dragon fire, charging towards the beast. The flames flickered against the scales for several seconds, finally eliciting a pained roar from the creature. Yet, almost immediately, the beast's enormous tail swept through the air, striking Chu Yuan and sending him hurtling away. "Mr. Dragon, I'm fine." Chu Yuan steadied himself, fixating on the beast. This creature not only possessed immense defensive capabilities but also had a wide attack range. "We must work together to uncover its weakness." Although he could cast the forbidden spell Heavenly Waterfall against this beast, the issue lay in the fact that the spell required an unobstructed area above. The Heavenly Waterfall descended from the clouds, and their current location was far beneath the surface. The layers of earth would sap its power before it could reach the beast, rendering it ineffective. Thus, Chu Yuan devised a plan to significantly reduce the attack range of the Heavenly Waterfall, concentrating its power. Even if diminished by the Earth's layers, a well-placed strike on the beast's weakness could still deliver a devastating blow. From that point onward, the two collaborated in battle. Chu Yuan, in dragon form, engaged the beast directly, focusing on defense, while Elena employed various elemental spells to probe for the creature's vulnerabilities. Each time the beast unleashed powerful magic, Chu Yuan would deploy robust defensive spells, leveraging his size to shield Elena, buying her precious time to cast. After several rounds of combat, Elena finally discerned a conspicuous gap among the scales on the beast's chest. When attacked, this fissure exhibited a notably pronounced effect. She quickly called out to Chu Yuan, "Mr. Dragon, its weakness lies within the crack on its chest." While defending against the beast's ferocious onslaught, Chu Yuan harnessed his internal power, understanding that they needed to topple it to expose its abdomen. "Leave it to me," Elena replied confidently, conjuring a series of ice walls to hinder the beast's movements while creating depressions in the ground. As the beast broke through the ice walls and stepped into the hollowed ground, it stumbled. At that moment, Elena unleashed a potent impact spell, causing the massive beast to topple, shaking the entire subterranean chamber. "Well done, Elena." Chu Yuan completed the incantation for the forbidden spell, his eyes shimmering with profound light. Heavenly Waterfall. Above the ruins, the clouds were torn asunder. A beam of light descended, piercing through the surface and the layers of earth, ultimately striking the beast's chest weakness. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its immense form thrashing in desperation before finally falling still. As the life signs of the beast faded entirely, a door appeared at the far end of the expansive chamber. "Wonderful, Mr. Dragon, we did it," Elena exclaimed, overjoyed. "Indeed," Chu Yuan replied, gazing at Elena with satisfaction. Throughout their conquest of the ruins, he had unwittingly witnessed Elena's growth to the point where she could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Approaching the fallen beast, Chu Yuan opened his dragon jaws and consumed a portion of it, feeling its magical essence surge into him. "Let us take a moment to recuperate, Elena, then we shall explore that door." Yes. After regaining their composure, Elena and Chu Yuan stepped into the innermost chamber of the ruins. It was a grand stone room, with a floating platform at its center, upon which hovered an ancient tome of magic, the air thick with mysterious magical fluctuations. At this point, Chu Yuan had transformed into a miniature form, coiling around Elena's neck, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "That must be the forbidden spellbook. Elena, let us approach it." "Certainly, Mr. Dragon." Elena stepped forward, gently cradling the tome. In the next moment, the pages of the book began to flip on their own, revealing a cascade of incantations and magical formations, a soft glow emanating from the book and illuminating the eyes of the two. If entranced, torrents of knowledge surged from the tome into their minds. This state persisted until the last page was turned, at which point the book closed of its own accord. Chu Yuan shut his eyes, feeling the complete incantation of the forbidden spell etched in his consciousness, a magic of knowledge infusion. Ordinary individuals would be unable to withstand such intensity and volume of information. No wonder they cannot learn forbidden magic. Regardless of the ability to comprehend, the imprint of the forbidden spell in the mind requires an immense capacity for storage. In any case, I have successfully learned this forbidden spell. This spell belonged to the 12th tier of magic, known as beast manipulation. Although its name might not suggest overwhelming strength, its tier spoke volumes. It could command all beasts in the world, including the colossal guardian of the forbidden spell they had just faced. Requiring only a minuscule amount of magical energy, this implied that the caster could effortlessly dominate countless such powerful beasts, effectively creating an army single-handedly. No nation could withstand such annihilation. It could directly trigger an earth-shattering event. After digesting the magic, Chu Yuan turned to Elena and found her equally focused, her eyes closed in contemplation. Elena, how do you fare? Chu Yuan inquired with concern. Elena opened her eyes, brimming with excitement. Mr. Dragon, I have mastered this forbidden spell. Chu Yuan was somewhat taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy for Elena. It appeared that Elena possessed not only the ability to replicate ordinary magic upon mere observation, but also demonstrated a natural aptitude for forbidden spells. This realization suggested that Elena harbored the potential to become a legendary sorceress. No, it would be more accurate to say she already was one. Subsequently, Chu Yuan rewrapped his arms around Elena's neck as she adjusted her hood, and the two departed the ruins along the path they had taken. As they stepped out of the ruins' grand entrance, they were astounded by the scene before them. Numerous members of the demon race had gathered outside, their various forms crowding the plaza at the entrance. Among them stood several figures whose presence radiated an aura far superior to that of ordinary demons, occupying the forefront of the assembly. Chu Yuan immediately recognized that at least a few of these formidable beings were elders from the central council of the demon kingdom. Leading the group was an elegantly poised foxskin elder, her silvery hair shimmering in the breeze, and her golden eyes sparkled with unfathomable wisdom. The female foxskin, appearing as a human woman adorned with beastly ears and a tail, was undeniably more beautiful than the average human female. And this elder was no exception. It seemed that the recent release of the heavenly waterfall, combined with the commotion within the ruins, could not possibly remain concealed. As Elena made her appearance, the gazes of the demons turned towards her in unison. The foxskin elder gracefully bowed and addressed her. Greetings, esteemed one. I am Elder Triss of the Foxskin. May I inquire if you have successfully conquered the ruins and acquired forbidden magic? Upon hearing the question, Elena could not help but feel a wave of anxiety. She used magical telepathy to ask Chu Yuan, Mr. Dragon, what should we do? Should we conceal the truth? Chu Yuan's voice was calm as he replied, there is no need for concealment. It appears they are already aware and merely seek your confirmation. Elena nodded, took a deep breath, and responded, yes. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Ordinary demons began to murmur among themselves, astonished that such a young girl could delve into the depths of the ruins and master forbidden magic. She was nothing short of an unprecedented genius. The future of the demon kingdom seemed bright. Could it be that the demon kingdom was finally on the brink of birthing a true monarch? Yet, her hood concealed her race from view. At this juncture, one of the elder lizard men stepped forward and inquired, might I ask the name of this hero who has conquered the ruins, and from whence you hail? Chu Yuan immediately conveyed the question to Elena through magical telepathy. Elena nodded subtly and replied with composure, my name is Elena. I am merely a traveler. Elder Triss of the Foxskin displayed a knowing smile and said, Miss Elena, would you do us the honor of visiting the Central Council for a discussion? It is only proper that we extend a warm welcome to the hero who has conquered the ruins. The other elders echoed her sentiment, extending invitations to Elena. Mr. Dragon, Elena inquired once more through telepathy. Chu Yuan advised her, accept their invitation. There is no need for conflict. If our interaction is pleasant, it may forge beneficial ties for the future. Even if unexpected events arise, with our current capabilities, we can easily extricate ourselves. Before long, Elena followed the elders into the central council. The council was located at the highest point of the main city, with magnificent buildings arranged in an artful manner, adorned with softly glowing magical crystals, making the entire complex resemble a resplendent jewel. The elders led Elena into a spacious circular hall, decorated with lavish murals and sculptures that exuded the cultural essence of the demon kingdom. As soon as Elena took her seat, a maid presented the finest wines and exquisite dishes. She glanced around and noticed that most of the food was unfamiliar delicacies from the demon kingdom. Emanating an enticing aroma, Elena discreetly swallowed, yet she refrained from indulging immediately, patiently awaiting the elders to speak. Hero, please enjoy. Do not mind us. Elder Triss of the Foxskin said with a smile. Thank you. Elena replied politely before seizing the food to eat. After spending many days in the maze-like ruins, subsisting mostly on jerky and rations, the fare before her felt like a heavenly feast. Naturally, as she savored her meal, Elena did not forget to share a portion with Chu Yuan. Discreetly slipping it beneath her hood, where the distinction was indiscernible, after a while, the lizardman elder broke the silence, his tone laced with curiosity and caution. Lady Elena, you are the first ruined conqueror in the annals of our demon kingdom. Might you remove your hood for us to behold your true visage? Elena paused mid-bite, feeling a tinge of discomfort. I'm afraid that is not convenient. The lizardman elder, undeterred, chuckled and said, no matter, if it is inconvenient. We shall let it be. At that moment, the dog-headed elder spoke up, his tone imbued with eagerness. Lady Elena, we have another request that accompanies our hospitality. Since the establishment of the demon kingdom, we have never had a king. Primarily due to the absence of someone strong enough to win the hearts of all races. Now that you have successfully conquered the ruins and mastered forbidden magic, we see a new possibility in you becoming the king of the demon kingdom. Uniting all races, we unanimously believe you possess this qualification. What say you? Upon hearing this sudden proposal, Elena found herself momentarily at a loss. She once again reached out to Chu Yuan through telepathy. Mr. Dragon, what should I do? I cannot possibly be a king. Chu Yuan reassured her through telepathy. Do not panic. Remain composed and follow my lead. After a brief moment, Elena regained her composure. She spoke slowly. I am grateful for the elder's kindness. But I am merely a traveler, and my journey is far from over. I have many goals yet to achieve, and I will eventually depart from the demon kingdom. Such a significant responsibility, I fear, I would not be able to fulfill, and I sincerely apologize. The elders, upon hearing her words, revealed expressions of profound regret. They had not mandated that the conqueror of the ruins must become the king. Elena's choice to stay or leave was beyond their authority. The dog-headed elders sighed. In that case, it is indeed a pity. At this juncture, the lizardman elder shifted the topic, inquiring, if that is so, may I ask what your journey's purpose is? To collect forbidden magic. My next destination is the Elven Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the elders murmured among themselves, their eyes reflecting shock. Collecting forbidden magic? Even the most formidable genius should only be able to acquire one such spell. Yet she must possess the capability to wield multiple. Lady Elena is simply terrifying. I dare say she could become the ultimate sorceress recorded in history. After a moment of stunned silence, Elder Triss of the Foxskin broke the atmosphere with a gentle smile. In that case, we shall not detain you further. However, as the hero who conquered the ruins, we of the demon kingdom must express our gratitude. With a graceful wave of her hand, Triss signaled a maid to approach with a plaque and a token. This plaque signifies that you shall forever be the highest-ranking guest of the demon kingdom, and the position of king will always be reserved for you. This token is my personal emblem, which may facilitate your endeavors in the Elven Kingdom. While the Elven Kingdom is reclusive, I still retain some influence there. Elena accepted the two gifts, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. I am truly thankful. The elders nodded in agreement. The dog-headed elder inquired, Lady Elena, may I ask if you would consider staying a few more days so that we might extend our hospitality? I appreciate the elder's goodwill, but my journey is pressing, and I must take my leave soon. Once again, I thank all the elders for their generous hospitality. I shall remember the kindness of the demon kingdom. Following Chu Yuan's guidance, Elena politely declined. After Elena and Chu Yuan departed, the Central Council also concluded its meeting. The lizardman elder could not resist following Elder Triss, curiosity getting the better of him. Elder Triss, you possess the ability to discern races by their aura. What race is that esteemed Lady Elena? You must have recognized it at first glance, correct? Chui Si walked ahead, her eyes closed as she said, it is a human. Upon hearing this, the lizardman elder was so astonished that he nearly leaped up. What? A human? Then why? Chui Si replied with calmness. Although she is indeed a human, she is clearly unrelated to the Empire. She is merely a traveler, not involved in the war between the Empire and the realm of monsters. It would be entirely unwise to make an enemy of her. Rather, it would be exceedingly advantageous to cultivate a friendship with her. In the future, as she recalls the bond formed today, she may be inclined to lend us her support. And with her abilities, she could even rescue the realm of monsters from a tremendous crisis. The lizardman elder furrowed his brow, still unconvinced. However, if she were to accept the invitation and become the queen of the realm of monsters, Chui Si opened her eyes and smiled, saying, the realm of monsters has historically placed strength above all. There is no stipulation that only those of the monster race may ascend to the throne. Is there? After you and Aliena departed from the realm of monsters, you undertook a long and arduous journey, encountering various formidable beasts along the way, including colossal monsters of a size comparable to mountains. Some would attack you, but under your forbidden spell, beast manipulation, they would instantly submit, rendering any battle unnecessary. Indeed, when faced with novel creatures, you would directly command them to allow you to consume a portion of their essence, thus acquiring their magical abilities without the need to slay them, contributing to the preservation of the ecological environment. The endless forest of trees, as the name suggests, is a lush sea of verdant trees. Towering trees reach skyward, their branches and leaves so dense that they nearly obscure the heavens, as if one has stepped into a secluded green world. Chu Yuan descended with Aliena from his dragon's back. Aliena, I shall now transform into human form. Please hand me the attire I purchased in the realm of monsters. Certainly, Mr. Dragon, Aliena replied, producing a set of black male attire and handing it to Chu Yuan. He took it in his mouth, and a radiant light enveloped him. Moments later, as the light dissipated, Chu Yuan had transformed into human form and donned the clothing. The simple yet perfectly fitted traveler's attire accentuated his tall stature and handsome features. Aliena gazed at Chu Yuan, her fair complexion flushing once more, as she bit her cherry lips and her eyes sparkled, her heart racing slightly. She shook her head lightly and asked Chu Yuan, "By the way, Mr. Dragon, why do you wish to assume human form? Do you not like it?" Chu Yuan approached Aliena. Immediately, she waved her hands, shyly exclaiming, "Absolutely, it is not that I dislike it. In fact, I wish to see Mr. Dragon in human form forever, for you are quite dashing." She fiddled with her fingers, adding, "I am merely curious about the reason." With one hand on his hip, Chu Yuan gazed at the forest of trees and explained, "The elven race harbors a profound disdain for dragons. If I were to appear in my dragon form, it would undoubtedly stir up conflict." After speaking, he turned to Aliena and smiled. It was indeed wise to first visit the realm of monsters. Not only did we acquire the magic to transform into humans, but we also obtained the token from the fox elder Chui Si, which should facilitate our entrance into the elven kingdom without issue. Let us proceed, Aliena. Chu Yuan took a step forward. "Very well, Mr. Dragon." Aliena snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed Chu Yuan. Just moments ago, the sight of Mr. Dragon smiling had left her entranced as they ventured into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the sound of top bowstrings echoed around Chu Yuan and Aliena, and agile figures materialized among the trees, arrows aimed at them. These figures possessed long, pointed ears, dressed predominantly in shades of green and brown. With skin tones ranging from pale to brown, they were none other than the elves. The elven squad leader bellowed, "Intruders, leave the territory of the elven kingdom, or we shall not hesitate to take action." Chu Yuan remained calm, producing the token bestowed by Chui Si to present it. "We mean no harm. This is the token given to us by the fox elder Chui Si of the realm of monsters. According to her, this token grants us passage within the elven kingdom." The elven squad leader frowned, exchanging glances with his comrades. Though unfamiliar with the token, he nonetheless said, "Follow us. Should you dare to deceive us, you shall bear the consequences." Shortly thereafter, the elven squad leader led Chu Yuan and Aliena to a palace built atop a colossal tree. Before the palace, the squad leader presented the token, and a servant swiftly took it to announce their arrival. Before long, the servant returned the token to Chu Yuan. "Gentlemen, the token is legitimate, but our king requests an audience with you. Please follow me." "Very well." Chu Yuan nodded, and he and Aliena followed. Upon entering the grand hall of the palace, they encountered a tall, handsome elven man. His demeanor exuded authority and wisdom, and his robe was adorned with intricate natural patterns. This man was none other than the elven king. Chu Yuan and Aliena halted, uncertain of the appropriate etiquette to observe. The elven king seemed to perceive their discomfort, offering a warm smile as he rose from his throne and said, "There is no need for such formality. Within our elven race, we do not adhere to excessive rituals." At his words, Chu Yuan and Aliena relaxed. The elven king clapped his hands and declared, "Bring forth 2 sets of chairs and tables." Soon, servants brought in 2 sets of furniture. After expressing their gratitude, Chu Yuan and Aliena took their seats. The elven king returned to his throne and inquired, "I have a long-standing acquaintance with Chui Si. Your token is indeed valid, as it was given by her. Since Chui Si vouches for you, I trust you harbor no ill intent. However, I am curious about your purpose in the elven kingdom. By the way, may I ask for your names?" "Your Majesty," the elven king, Chu Yuan began, "I am Chu Yuan, and my companion is Aliena. We are wanderers of the world, dedicated to exploring various ruins and collecting forbidden spells." "Collecting forbidden spells? I see. So you seek to explore the ruins of our elven kingdom," the elven king mused, though a slight frown creased his brow. Noticing the Elven King's expression, Chu Yuan asked, "Is that inappropriate?" "Your Majesty, it is indeed somewhat improper." The Elven King sighed softly, continuing, "The ruins serve as a trial ground for our people. Outsiders must possess the qualifications to participate in the trials. In other words, you must gain the recognition of all elves. Is that so?" Chu Yuan furrowed his brow, while Aliena appeared somewhat disheartened. However, the Elven King's tone shifted as he regarded Chu Yuan and Aliena. "You have come from the realm of monsters. I assume you have successfully navigated its ruins, correct?" Chu Yuan and Aliena nodded. "Given this, with your capabilities, perhaps you could resolve a particular matter. Once it is resolved, gaining the recognition of all elves will not pose an issue." The Elven King stroked his chin, lost in thought. "What matter do you refer to?" Chu Yuan inquired. The Elven King rose from his throne and beckoned, "Follow me to the edge of the forest." The three made their way to a towering tree at the forest border. The Elven King pointed to the fruits glimmering with faint light atop the giant tree, saying, "These are the national treasures of our Elven Kingdom. The divine fruits of creation, though they remain in an unripe state, the divine fruits of creation hold profound significance for our Elven race. They can cure ailments, prolong life, and enhance fertility. Given our already sparse population, reproduction is particularly challenging. Thus, each fruit is invaluable." As he spoke, the Elven King's tone grew somber. "Alas, whenever the fruits near maturity, they attract a monstrous beast known as disaster. These creatures, numerous and swift, swarm in before the fruits can ripen, leaving nothing in their wake. Despite our utmost efforts to fend them off, we have never succeeded." Chu Yuan pondered thoughtfully. "Your Majesty, do you happen to know the whereabouts of the disaster's lair?" The Elven King shook his head, saying, "After they plunder the fruits, Elven warriors have tried to track them, but their speed is too great for our warriors to keep up. We only know that they hail from the mist-laden depths of the forest. If you could resolve this issue once and for all." The Elven King's gaze shifted to Chu Yuan and Aliena. "The entire Elven Kingdom would recognize you, and you would smoothly obtain the qualifications for the trials within the ruins. Might I ask if you would be willing to assist us?" Chu Yuan and Aliena exchanged a glance and nodded. Chu Yuan calmly inquired, "Your Majesty the Elven King, how long until the ripening of the sacred fruit?" The Elven King smiled. "It will be several months yet. If you do not mind, you may remain in the realm of the elves during this time. We shall do our utmost to host you." He then asked, "What do you think?" Chu Yuan and Aliena shared a knowing smile and nodded. "That sounds perfect." A servant escorted Chu Yuan and Aliena away from the palace. He slightly bowed and inquired, "How many rooms do you require for the night?" Given that they had shared a single room in the realm of the monsters, Aliena instinctively replied, "One will suffice." Thus, that evening, the two found themselves in a spacious chamber atop a majestic tree. The room was exquisitely decorated, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, filling the air with the refreshing scent of wood. Yet, there was only a soft, large bed within the room. Aliena glanced at the bed and then at Chu Yuan beside her, her cheeks flushing suddenly. She recalled that Chu Yuan was no longer in the form of a diminutive dragon, but rather as a handsome human. The thought of this dashing dragon gentleman sleeping next to her made her heart race, rendering her unable to maintain her composure. Nevertheless, she refrained from requesting a room change, instead stealing furtive glances at Chu Yuan while nervously fidgeting with her fingers. On the other hand, Chu Yuan regarded the bed with indifference. He had shared a bed numerous times with Chu Xianyin during his impoverished days in a rented room. Moreover, in his dragon form, he had often found himself entwined with Aliena. In the darkness, as they lay on the bed, Aliena felt Chu Yuan's breath beside her, her heart pounding like a drum, unable to sleep. She whispered, "Dragon sir, are you asleep?" "No," came Chu Yuan's voice, causing Aliena's small hand to tremble. "Dragon sir, earlier before the Elven King, you mentioned your name is Chu Yuan. Did you choose it for yourself?" "Indeed," Chu Yuan replied, his voice laced with fatigue. Aliena mused, "Chu Yuan, what a lovely name for the dragon sir." After a moment, she gently asked again, "Dragon sir, are you still awake?" There was no response from Chu Yuan. "Dragon sir." Aliena turned slightly to face him and was taken aback to see him already asleep, his breathing steady. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery veil over Chu Yuan. His chiseled features and striking profile were so close that Aliena found herself mesmerized. Feeling the gentle warmth radiating from him, her heart raced even faster. Suddenly, an inexplicable urge surged within her, and she swallowed hard, whispering, "Dragon sir, are you asleep? Dragon sir?" After her soft call went unanswered, Aliena's cheeks flushed with shyness and hesitation, yet ultimately, her reason was overwhelmed by the impulse. With her face burning, she inched closer, Admiring Chu Yuan's profile and inhaling his scent, the impulse intensified. Her cheeks grew even redder, and her eyes sparkled with a tumultuous tide of emotions. This dragon, sir, truly is exquisite. Just for a moment. He surely won't notice. Liana leaned closer to Chu Yuan, her lips slightly parted, intending to press a kiss to his cheek. Just then, Chu Yuan unexpectedly rolled over. And before Liana could react, her lips met his. She froze, her face turning crimson as though it might bleed, her mind swirling in disbelief. Liana quickly recoiled, turning to face the other direction, her heart racing wildly. After a brief moment, she lightly placed her fingers on her lips, savoring the sensation from moments ago, her gaze dancing with confusion. Dragon, sir, in the days that followed, you noticed Liana's behavior had grown quite peculiar. She seemed especially shy in your presence, particularly when you drew near, as if recalling something that rendered her speechless and even inclined to shy away from you. Furthermore, you observed that Liana had begun to watch you in secret more frequently. As time passed, Liana gradually transformed from her initial bashfulness into a more proactive demeanor, though still tinged with shyness. She began to draw closer to you, even sleeping with her cheeks flushed against you. Simultaneously, the two of you grew more familiar with the elves of the Elven Kingdom, playing with the children and assisting with simple tasks, slowly being accepted by those around you. They would invite you both to their homes for meals. And you found yourselves truly belonging in this place. Time flew by, and finally, the day approached when the sacred fruit was to ripen. On this day, you played with a group of elven children, their laughter echoing joyfully. Suddenly, a young elven boy stood before you and Liana, asking, Hey, are brother Chu Yuan and sister Liana married? At this, Liana was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. And married? She cast a discreet glance at Chu Yuan. Pondering the implications of such a term, Chu Yuan chuckled and ruffled the young boy's hair. Liana and I are the most important family and partners to each other. The little boy tilted his head and thought. The most important family and partners are just like being married, right? My mother says that once you do special things together, you become married and stay together for life. So, brother Chu Yuan, sister Liana, have you done those special things? Chu Yuan smiled wryly. Your mother has it the other way around. You must first be married to do those kinds of things that we are not married, so we haven't. Meanwhile, Liana could hardly process the conversation, the boy's words echoing in her mind. Married. Becoming married to the dragon, sir. Gradually, various images began to form in her thoughts, her delicate features flushing crimson. As if steam were rising from her head. To do those special things would lead to marriage. When she regained her composure, her lips pressed together lightly as she gazed at Chu Yuan, her eyes reflecting an unusual intensity. That afternoon, when the two returned to their room to rest, Chu Yuan, as usual, lay down beside Liana, only to notice that she was unusually close today. Liana, Chu Yuan inquired, slightly puzzled, locking eyes with her shimmering gaze. Dragon, sir. Liana's voice was soft and tender. What do you think of me? What do you mean? Well, she hesitated, in the context of men and women. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Liana nestled into his embrace, her silky golden hair cascading over his neck, breathy and sweet. Dragon, sir, you saved me. You are the meaning of my existence, that I would do anything for you. But lately, I find that I am not entirely satisfied with just that. Her exquisite face drew closer, her lips vibrant and alluring. Chu Yuan felt a rush of anxiety as he swallowed hard. Dragon, sir, I wish to be wholly yours. The fabric slipped from her snow-white shoulder. Suddenly, a loud knocking at the door shattered the intimate atmosphere. Startled, the two quickly jumped up, Liana hastily donning her clothes. Outside, the voice of an elven guard called out, The Elven King requests your presence urgently. Please follow him for a discussion. All right, we will be there shortly, Chu Yuan replied, avoiding Liana's gaze as they both felt a wave of embarrassment. In the council chamber, the Elven King was intently studying a map spread across the table, his expression grave. Upon seeing the two, he spoke directly. Scouts have reported spotting large black dots on the horizon. It seems the army of disaster is approaching, and this time, their numbers appear greater than ever before. The two of them set off immediately. Chu Yuan and Liana nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they followed the Elven King to the towering ancient tree, where defenses had long been established. The Elven warriors, with palpable tension, readied their bows, while the Elven mages raised their staffs, and an atmosphere of anxiety enveloped the air. We cannot allow the national treasure of the Elven Kingdom to be taken from us again. The future of our race depends on your efforts, positions. With a wave of his hand, the Elven King issued his command, and the Elven warriors began to draw their bows, while the mages commenced their incantations for wide-ranging offensive spells. After the king's orders were given, he turned his gaze to Chu Yuan and Aliana. I entrust this task to you two as well. Chu Yuan and Aliana nodded solemnly. Before long, dark spots appeared on the horizon, becoming increasingly distinct, accompanied by a deafening buzzing sound. The swarm of insect-like monstrosities known as disasters emerged into view. The vast horde resembled a cloud, blotting out the sun, under the command of their leader. The elven warriors began to shoot arrows, and the mages unleashed brilliant bursts of magic, attempting to thwart the overwhelming calamity. However, the arrows and spells posed little threat to the monstrous swarm, which swiftly broke through the initial line of defense. Advancing towards the ancient tree that housed the sacred fruit, the front lines were on the verge of collapse. A sense of despair permeated among the elven soldiers. Curse it, it's just like before. We cannot stop them at all. We have suffered so many losses of the sacred fruit already. If we fail again, the future of our elven kingdom will surely be doomed. It seems the heavens have turned against our race. Just as the morale of the crowd plummeted, Chu Yuan and Aliana stepped forward, moving to the forefront. The elven soldiers, unfamiliar with them, looked on in confusion at their appearance. Who are they? They say they were summoned by the king to help us resolve the disaster issue. Can two mere humans truly make a difference? We've been powerless against the disasters for years. Ignoring the murmurs of doubt, Chu Yuan and Aliana joined forces to cast a forbidden spell, beast manipulation. As the powerful magical wave surged forth, the swarm seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, coming to an abrupt halt. The once ferociously charging disasters were frozen mid-air, immobile. The bizarre scene left the elves speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Incredible, murmured the elven king in a hushed tone, his face a mask of astonishment. The other elves stood in stunned silence, utterly transfixed. Chu Yuan directed one of the disasters to approach. Then he and Aliana climbed onto its back. Turning to the elven king, he declared, "We will follow the swarm back to their nest, uncover the source of this menace, and resolve it once and for all." Await our good news. The elven king, regaining his composure, took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "I entrust everything to you." Chu Yuan nodded in return, and alongside Aliana, they mounted the disaster, departing amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Accompanied by the vast swarm, after a period of flight, they traversed the misty expanse of the treetops, ultimately arriving at a massive black lair. The scale of the nest dwarfed even a mountain. Exuding a stench of decay and blood, dotted with numerous tunnel-like entrances, the swarm entered the lair in sequence, and Chu Yuan and Aliana followed suit, riding atop one of the disasters. Inside, their eyes beheld countless hatching eggs and wriggling larvae. At the deepest part of the lair, a colossal mother insect lay coiled. Towering at nearly 50 meters, its body was encased in black chitin, and its abdomen swelled like a pouch, producing new eggs at an astonishing rate. Seeing this, Chu Yuan frowned slightly. It appears this is the source. The mother insect, noticing the intruders, emitted a piercing shriek, prompting an influx of larvae and guardians from the depths of the lair. Chu Yuan and Aliana stood side by side, simultaneously unleashing the beast manipulation spell, rendering all the monsters, including the mother insect, motionless. Having confirmed the source, the task ahead was straightforward. Utilizing flight magic, Chu Yuan and Aliana ascended out of the nest. Hovering in the air, Chu Yuan raised one hand towards the sky and called out, "Heaven's cascade." No sooner had he spoken than a massive beam of light descended from the clouds, penetrating the nest. In an instant, the lair erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Fragments of the nest and the corpses of disasters flew in all directions, but Aliana conjured a protective spell, forming a vast transparent umbrella that shielded them from harm, leaving them untouched. In this manner, the problem was thoroughly resolved. Hours later, the treetops erupted with thunderous cheers as the denizens of the Elven Kingdom reveled in boundless excitement. To celebrate their victory, the Elven King personally hosted a grand festival in the evening, where the elves danced and sang around a bonfire, filling the air with a long-awaited atmosphere of joy. Chu Yuan and Aliana, as the honored guests of the celebration, found themselves surrounded by many elven children who presented them with garlands, which they donned with smiles. After the festivities concluded, Chu Yuan and Aliana approached the Elven King. "You two, I presume you wish to discuss entering the ruins?" Chu Yuan nodded. "Indeed." The Elven King smiled. "You are the saviors of the Elven Kingdom. With the prestige you have earned here, no one will question your worthiness. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you both to the ruins." Hearing this, Chu Yuan and Aliana exchanged genuine smiles. The following morning, accompanied by a throng of elven folk, Chu Yuan and Aliana arrived at the entrance to the ruins. The entrance resembled a hollow within a giant tree, revealing stone walls inside. Elven children waved their small hands, cheering them on. "Chu Yuan, brother. Aliana's sister, do your best." Conquer the ruins and retrieve the forbidden magic. Chu Yuan and Elena turned back to wave, stepping through the grand entrance of the ruins as they were watched by the crowd. Together, you and Elena entered the ruins, where an array of magical golems constructed from various enchanted blocks awaited. These colossal beings, inscribed with intricate magical circles, could unleash potent defensive spells or disruptive magic. You and Elena fought valiantly against these golems, overcoming numerous obstacles, until you reached the innermost sanctum of the ruins. There, you encountered a final boss-level golem, towering over 100 meters in the vast subterranean space. Joining forces with Elena, you engaged in a fierce battle, expending considerable effort to vanquish this formidable foe, ultimately acquiring the forbidden magic of the ruins. This forbidden magic was known as creation magic. Creation magic grants the ability to imbue lifeless objects with mobility, instilling rudimentary intelligence to obey the caster's commands, and allows for continual enhancement through the inscription of magical circles. Possessing creation magic is akin to that of a creator. Just like the boss golem guarding the final threshold of the ruins, you now have the power to create boundlessly. Much like the manipulation of magical creatures, creation magic can become a weapon of annihilation if the caster harbors such intent. Both creation magic and creature manipulation share the same tier, ranked at 12 levels. Your mastery of creation magic fills you with joy, and equally delightful is the realization that Elena has also learned this powerful art. Not only is she an adept of forbidden magic, but she is capable of mastering more than one. According to her, she senses that she is yet to reach the pinnacle of her potential in wielding forbidden magic. You marvel at Elena's magical talent. Compared to you, she truly seems to be a prodigy. Without the existence of your own unique abilities, you might have been left far behind by Elena. Upon exiting the ruins, the people of the Elven Kingdom welcomed you with cheers. After resting for 2 days, you arrived at the palace of the Elven King to bid farewell. However, the Elven King shared news that invigorated your spirits once more. Elven warriors, while clearing the lair of the disastrous creature, had discovered a new ruin nearby. You expressed your desire to explore this new site. The following day, you set off, traversing the misty regions of the forest. Arriving at the entrance of the ruin as described by the Elven King, you could sense a heavier atmosphere surrounding this ruin, seemingly more perilous than the previous one. Yet, having conquered numerous ruins alongside Elena, you felt no fear. As you entered the ruins, you found yourself anticipating what forbidden magic awaited you this time. Elena walked closely beside Chu Yuan, her beautiful eyes filled with expectation, yearning to acquire all the forbidden magic in the world alongside Mr. Dragon. Observing Elena's eager expression, Chu Yuan gave a resigned smile and replied, Elena, in this world, the forbidden magic one can obtain is limited. Even the most gifted can typically acquire only one. To wish for all is rather unrealistic. Elena appeared puzzled, but Mr. Dragon, haven't you already obtained 3 forbidden magics? Chu Yuan shook his head. I suppose I am somewhat exceptional, but 3 is my limit. I cannot acquire more forbidden magic. Elena's expression dimmed. Isn't there a chance for more? She then asked, since Mr. Dragon has reached his limit, why continue exploring the ruins? Don't you understand? Chu Yuan gently patted Elena's head. It is all for you. Undoubtedly, you are a rare magical genius, capable of acquiring more forbidden magic than I. After a brief pause, he added, I wish to witness it all. Mr. Dragon. Elena's eyes glimmered with emotion as she gently nuzzled against his palm. Her gaze shimmering. In truth, whether I obtain forbidden magic or not matters little to me. As long as I can be with Mr. Dragon. The two proceeded along the winding stone steps within the ruins. The atmosphere growing increasingly profound, faint whispers of the wind echoing like hushed voices. After a while, Elena stole a glance at Chu Yuan's profile and softly inquired, Mr. Dragon, if one day we absorb all the forbidden magic, will our journey come to an end? Chu Yuan chuckled lightly. That is a matter for the future. There is still much time ahead. We can ponder it later. To make choices prematurely would rob us of the beauty and uncertainty. Elena reached out to touch Chu Yuan's hand, slowly intertwining her fingers with his. Chu Yuan looked at Elena, seeing the affection in her eyes, as sweet as melted sugar, stretching into threads. Regardless of Mr. Dragon's choices, I will follow your decisions. After all, I have long decided to dedicate everything to you. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled helplessly as he gently grasped Elena's delicate hand. And what about you? Do you have any desires of your own, Elena? Hearing this, Elena pondered, her cheeks gradually turning crimson. She murmured, I want to live together with Mr. Dragon. Just the two of us, free from disturbances, doing all sorts of things. Her voice trailed off, growing so soft it was almost inaudible. Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, about to ask for more specifics, when he noticed Elena's expression shifting awkwardly, her eyes glazed, her ears flushed bright red. Mumbling, If we could have a little baby, that would be even better. Now that was specific enough. Chu Yuan coughed lightly, pretending he hadn't heard, but moments later, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He realized that Elena seemed to harbor some rather risky thoughts. He recalled the first time he learned to transform into human form, only to find himself without clothing. Elena had shyly covered her eyes yet peeked through her fingers, just before setting off to confront the disastrous creature. Elena nearly took the initiative with him. If not for an interruption, the outcome might have been quite different. Would there come a day when he truly fell prey to Elena's affections? The grandeur of his dragon form seemed to diminish with each passing moment. As he ventured deeper into the ruins, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The dangers within these ruins stemmed from various magical traps, growing stronger the further you delved, based on past experiences. The forbidden magic of the ruins is often linked to their layout. For instance, the ruins in the monster kingdom were teeming with magical creatures, leading to the acquisition of creature manipulation magic, while the first ruin in the elven kingdom, filled with golems, granted the creation magic of golems. It stands to reason that the forbidden magic within this ruin would likely pertain to the essence of magic itself. After overcoming numerous traps, you finally arrived in a spacious chamber. Upon entering, the entrance thunderously sealed shut, a massive stone door isolating you both in this confined space. This is, Chu Yuan scanned the surroundings, sensing a lack of exits, unease creeping in. Just then, intricate magical circles illuminated the floor. A faint lavender mist began to fill the air, carrying a suffocatingly sweet scent. This mist, upon brushing against Chu Yuan's garment, rapidly corroded the fabric. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuan pulled Elena back while conjuring wind magic. Attempting to disperse the mist, however, to his astonishment, the mist behaved like a living entity, devouring the wind magic and advancing towards them. With no other choice, Chu Yuan summoned a magical barrier for defense. Yet, when the mist touched the barrier, it swiftly corroded it. Mr. Dragon, what should we do? Elena's voice trembled with panic. Chu Yuan's expression shifted as well. This mist seemed to transcend simple gaseous forms. It was likely a manifestation of some terrifying magic. As the mist threatened to engulf them, a silver glimmer flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes. Heavenly waterfall. However, moments passed, and nothing transpired. Chu Yuan's pupils constricted. He discerned that the magical connection of this space was entirely severed from the outside world, rendering the celestial cascade inoperable as it required the skies beyond to be invoked. Gazing at the mist before him, Chu Yuan turned to his side to glance at Elena. Without hesitation, he swiftly transformed back into his dragon form, engulfing Elena whole, using his body to shield her from the encroaching mist of the outside world. Mr. Dragon, Elena exclaimed in shock. The next instant, the mist surged like a tide, completely submerging Chu Yuan, and the corrosive force instantly assailed his body. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth as large patches of purple patterns began to manifest on his surface, the excruciating pain slicing through his senses like a blade. Ugh! Despite enduring unimaginable torment, Chu Yuan resolutely maintained his will, rapidly coalescing his magical energy to strike against the stone door at the entrance. During this time, his body was continuously eroded by the mist. Once, twice, thrice, the stone door remained immovable, yet Chu Yuan did not relent. While casting his magic, he exerted all his strength to crash against the door. Finally, after a forceful impact, the door emitted a deep, resounding thud, fissures gradually appearing before it ultimately shattered with a thunderous crash. The mist began to slowly disperse from the exit, and Chu Yuan, with his body marred by purple patterns, soared through the opening. Having barely escaped the labyrinth, Chu Yuan collapsed, expending his last ounce of strength to open his mouth. Elena crawled out from within him, panic-stricken. Mr. Dragon, are you all right? Mr. Dragon, she cried. Mr. Dragon, you saved me. But now, Chu Yuan listened to Elena's words, yet he was powerless to respond. His consciousness gradually sinking into darkness as he closed his eyes. Tears streamed down Elena's face, her voice trembling. Mr. Dragon, please wake up. Don't go. Mr. Dragon. Upon witnessing Elena's disheveled return, the Elf King's expression shifted to one of concern, his eyes vacant and his eyelids swollen. What happened? Your Majesty, please save Chu Yuan. Where is he? I will lead the troops there. The Elf King did not finish his sentence, but Elena shook her head. Please, do not make a fuss. Follow me. Though puzzled, the Elf King trusted Elena, having no reason to suspect her intentions. Thus, he followed her to a clearing in the forest. When he beheld the enormous dragon, its breath faint and its body covered in purple patterns, his eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, he realized something. Turning to Elena, Chu Yuan is. I'm sorry for having concealed the truth from the people of the Elf Kingdom. Elena spoke softly, while navigating the labyrinth. We encountered peril. He transformed into this form to save me. Your Majesty, I beseech you, In light of our defeat of the disaster, could you grant us a creation holy fruit to save Mr. Dragon? The elf king sighed deeply, his furrowed brow relaxing. The elf clan had historically shunned dragons that survived through plunder, but it was evident that Chu Yuan did not belong to such a category. Moreover, he was a hero who had saved their kind. The creation holy fruit, I shall instruct someone to retrieve it. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Elena's eyes. Soon, an elf delivered the creation holy fruit. Elena, concerned that Chu Yuan might be frightened if seen, was surprised when the elf, upon seeing Chu Yuan, quickly averted his gaze and respectfully offered the fruit. Stunned, Elena accepted it. That moment, the elf king stepped forward, stating, after spending time together, and given his rescue of the elf kingdom, everyone in our clan has already recognized you both. Regardless of whether Chu Yuan is a dragon, you shall forever be a friend of the elf clan. Elena clutched the holy fruit to her chest, moved to tears. Thank you, thank you. She then fed the creation holy fruit into Chu Yuan's mouth. Before long, the furrowed lines on Chu Yuan's brow began to ease slightly. The purple patterns, while not vanishing, ceased their spread. Mr. Dragon, Elena softly called, filled with concern. Chu Yuan's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. He beheld Elena's tear-streaked face and weakly raised a dragon claw to stroke her head. Murmuring, "Do not cry, I am fine now." Seeing Chu Yuan awaken, Elena embraced him, weeping, "Mr. Dragon, woo-woo. I'm sorry for worrying you." However, their joy was short-lived. The elf king approached, observing Chu Yuan's condition with a grave expression. Though the creation holy fruit has restrained the spread of the poison within Chu Yuan, it cannot eradicate the issue. If this continues, Chu Yuan may still. Elena's heart sank. She hastily asked, "Your Majesty, do you know of a way to completely cure Mr. Dragon?" The elf king hesitated for a moment before slowly replying. In the ruins of divine healing within the Olam Empire lies a forbidden spell that is said to cure all curses and diseases in the world, even purifying the soul, and it may save Chu Yuan. However, the ruins are firmly under the control of the Empire. The elf king sighed. They do not permit outsiders to approach, heavily guarding the area. Even entering the ruins itself poses a tremendous risk. Elena listened intently, wiping her tears. "For Mr. Dragon, no matter the danger, I will go." She continued, "Your Majesty, during my absence, please take care of Mr. Dragon." The elf king nodded earnestly. "We shall certainly do so." Just then, Chu Yuan, dragging his heavy dragon body, weakly stood up. "Wait, Elena, I will go too." "No, Mr. Dragon." Elena gently shook her head, pressing against his dragon claw. "In your current condition, it is best for you to rest here." She looked at Chu Yuan with deep affection, saying, "You saved me twice, once by granting me a new life, and the second time by saving that life. This time, it is my turn to help you." After bidding farewell to everyone, Elena prepared briefly and set off. She flew with urgency, her heart filled with the pressing need to reach the ruins of divine healing in the Olam Empire, to learn the forbidden spell within, and return to heal Chu Yuan. However, the fatigue accumulated from her long journey compelled her to pause, seeking a place to rest near a dilapidated village on the border of the Olam Empire. The ground of the village was strewn with shattered pottery and abandoned farming tools. Many houses lay in ruins, and the air was thick with the mingled scent of decay and disinfectant herbs. A weathered wooden sign hung at the village entrance, warning of a quarantine zone, forbidding entry. Elena furrowed her brow. She observed several villagers, emaciated and huddled in a corner, their gazes filled with despair and helplessness. She used magic to isolate the air around her and approached to inquire. Learning that the village was ravaged by a plague, with an increasing number of infected individuals. Even more chilling was the fact that the Olam Empire had not sent aid, instead isolating the village, leaving the villagers to fend for themselves. Despite this, the empire was not devoid of resources. However, most were diverted toward the war with the monster kingdom, leaving the surplus to be hoarded by the nobility and the royal family. Lying in use. As the saying goes, extract every last bit, yet use it like sand. The only solace for this village now was, due to the plague, the imperial soldiers who typically collected taxes had not returned. Elena's heart ached painfully, yet among the magic she wielded, there was nothing capable of combating the epidemic. Currently, healing magic only had the effect of closing wounds, and even the highest tier of healing spells could merely reattach a severed limb. Only a physician could cure diseases. "I'm sorry," Elena murmured softly before turning to leave. Given the dire state of the village, it would be inappropriate for her to request shelter, unless, of course, she could alter the circumstances. Ultimately, Elena chose to rest alone in a cave several miles away, planning to continue her journey the following day. After several days of flight, Elena finally arrived at the heart of the Olam Empire, the imperial capital. The Shrine of Divine Healing was situated near the imperial palace, heavily guarded and fortified. Concealing her presence, Elena observed for a while and soon noticed intervals when the guard soldiers patrolled. Seizing the opportunity, she cast her invisibility spell and stealthily infiltrated. She began her exploration of the shrine. Within the Shrine of Divine Healing, there were no monsters or traps. Instead, there were one illusion after another. Enchanting, unparalleled beauties, dazzling treasure vaults, and exalted thrones. If one's spirit was not resolute enough, it would be easy to succumb to temptation, ultimately losing themselves in the alluring environment. Elena resisted these seductions and delved deeper. For her, there was only one thing of utmost importance: the Dragon Lord. She had no interest in endless gold and jewels or power that surpassed all else. After overcoming numerous trials, Elena finally reached the innermost sanctum of the shrine. At this moment, she was utterly fatigued, yet her gaze remained steadfast. Before her loomed a magnificent door, and a white humanoid apparition emerged from within. The apparition did not speak, but raised a hand to release a radiant light that enveloped Elena entirely. The blinding brilliance compelled her to shield her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, a white apparition was cast behind her, gently swaying and emanating a soft glow. Upon witnessing this, the white humanoid apparition sighed, a soul of purity. A fit individual has finally appeared. The moment the apparition's words fell, it vanished along with the light. Subsequently, the grand door before Elena slowly opened, revealing a shimmering pool of multicolored waters that a worthy individual, step forth and claim what you rightfully deserve. Echoed the voice of the white humanoid apparition throughout the space. Who are you? Elena inquired, gazing around. However, after a moment of silence, there was no reply. Reluctantly, she stepped through the doorway and approached the colorful pool. At that moment, the voice of the white humanoid apparition resounded once more. Step into the waters and receive the legacy. Elena paused slightly. Could it be that the forbidden spell lay within the pool? Gradually, she stepped into the water. The instant her feet touched the spring, a warm energy swiftly enveloped her entire body. The water felt soft and soothing, like some sacred silk gliding gently over her skin. She closed her eyes, feeling an overwhelming torrent of information flooding her mind. Countless intricate runes arranged themselves into a grand magical circle, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that formed a colossal three-dimensional spell. Slowly revolving around her, as these phenomena dissipated, the pool gradually lost its vibrancy. Elena slowly opened her eyes, and a brilliant light flickered within her pupils. She had acquired the forbidden spell of the shrine. The full name of the spell was Forbidden Spell. Divine Healing. It was a Tier 12 magic capable of purifying all impurities in the world, healing all ailments and curses, and even reversing the damage of a soul. As she absorbed the essence of Forbidden Spell, Divine Healing, a joyful smile began to grace Elena's face. Dragon Lord, with Forbidden Spell, Divine Healing, you can be healed. There was no doubt about it. The effects of Forbidden Spell, Divine Healing would be more than sufficient to cure the poison within the Dragon Lord. At that moment, the white humanoid apparition reappeared. You, the worthy individual who has obtained Forbidden Spell, Divine Healing, shall have the qualification to venture to the depths of the endless tree sea and the Shrine of Divine Treasures. Conquer the shrine, obtain the forbidden spells within, and forge your future. Elena was taken aback. The Shrine of Divine Treasures at the depths of the endless tree sea. Wasn't that the very shrine from which the Dragon Lord had led her to escape? Did this imply that the prerequisite for conquering that shrine was to first conquer the Shrine of Divine Healing and gain some form of recognition? Otherwise, Forbidden Spell, Divine Healing would not precisely counteract the miasma that had corrupted the Dragon Lord. Elena shook her head. She did not wish to ponder the significance of the order in conquering the shrines or the stories that lay behind them. What mattered most to her now was to utilize the forbidden spell in her possession to return and save the Dragon Lord. In the innermost sanctum of the imperial palace, the grand hall leading to the emperor's throne was an imposing space, with a towering dome adorned with azure-stained glass windows, through which sunlight filtered, casting a mesmerizing array of colors. However, at the end of this brilliance lay a shadowy abyss. At the center of the hall, upon 9 ascending steps, sat a throne emanating an oppressive aura. Seated upon this throne was the ruler of the Olorum Empire. Emperor Ovasius III. He sat with his eyes closed, one hand propping up his cheek, his visage as chiseled as if sculpted from stone, with high cheekbones. Suddenly, Emperor Ovasius III abruptly opened his eyes, as if sensing something. His thick brows knitted together like dark clouds. The Shrine of Divine Healing had been conquered, his brow furrowed, and his gaze turned icy as steel. After a moment, he beckoned to the side, from the shadows. A figure clad in black emerged, kneeling on one knee with a fist pressed to the ground. "Your Majesty, what are your commands?" Relay my orders. Ovisius III slowly rose from his throne, his eyes glinting with a soul-chilling light. His voice imbued with unbounded malice. Seal off the areas surrounding the Shrine of Divine Healing. Spare no magical flows, and capture any suspicious individuals that appear, regardless of life or death, as Elena approached the shrine's entrance. The scene outside caused her heart to tighten. Imperial soldiers had heavily surrounded the exit, their silver-white armor reflecting the sunlight like an impenetrable wall of steel. The soldiers stood in neat formation, their spears aimed directly at the shrine's entrance. Further back, several mages stood within a spell array, staffs in hand, radiating magical energy, clearly prepared to launch an attack at any moment. They know the shrine has been conquered. What to do? The Dragon Lord was not by her side. She had to rely on her own judgment. Taking a deep breath, Elena's eyes gradually filled with determination, while the soldiers were still unaware of her presence. She quietly retreated, merging into the shadows deeper within the shrine. Invisibility spell. A translucent glow emanated from her palm, gradually enveloping her entire form. As the invisibility spell completed, her figure melded seamlessly into the surrounding environment. This time, Elena cautiously stepped out of the shrine's entrance without making a sound. All the soldiers were oblivious to her presence, just as she began to move laterally, seeking a gap in the blockade. A middle-aged man among the mages, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze piercing toward Elena's location. There, signs of magical flow, the middle-aged man shouted, pointing a finger toward Elena, though the position was not entirely accurate. It mattered little to the mages. In an instant, a torrent of magical attacks surged toward the area where Elena stood. This is bad. Upon witnessing this, Elena immediately summoned a magical barrier for protection. All spells cascaded upon the barrier, failing to harm her in the slightest. However, Elena's invisibility spell was forcibly dispelled, revealing her presence. An officer commanded loudly, "Surround her. Do not let her escape." The long pikes were uniformly aimed at Elena. As soldiers surged forward like a relentless tide, biting her lip, Elena swiftly cast a spell, unleashing a tempest of flames from her palms that repelled the soldiers before her. Yet, the Imperial Army's formation did not falter. Rather, it quickly reassembled, and spells from the mages followed in rapid succession, intertwining into a radiant display that rained down upon Elena. With agility, Elena leaped onto a magic circle, evading the onslaught, and a bolt of lightning erupted from her hand, felling several approaching soldiers. However, more enemies surged forward, leaving her scarcely any time to breathe. Sword light and magic intertwined, the explosive flames illuminating the ruins exit, creating a scene of utter chaos. An increasing number of soldiers and mages poured in from the distance, their overwhelming presence instilling a profound sense of pressure and despair. Witnessing this, Elena bit her lip in determination. This cannot continue. I must resort to forbidden magic. The magical circuits within her began to construct as she shielded herself from a rain of arrows with her barrier, then extended her hand toward the ground on the opposite side. Creation magic. Moments after her incantation, a deep rumble resonated from the depths of the earth. The ground trembled violently, and several colossal rock golems erupted from below, rising and taking form. With time pressing, Elena did not inscribe magical circles upon them, but endowed them with the capacity for physical assault. Given their size, that was more than sufficient. The rock golems charged at the Imperial soldiers, who were caught off guard, their formation torn asunder. Seizing this fleeting moment of chaos, Elena swiftly cast a flight spell, transforming into a gust of wind that swept past the soldiers' blockade. The Imperial soldiers pursued relentlessly, while the mages' incantations echoed in succession. Elena's figure wove through the dense tapestry of magic light, her garments frayed by the residual energy of spells, yet she pressed on without pause, despite the overwhelming numbers of soldiers and mages. Elena's formidable magical prowess, coupled with the disruption caused by the rock golems, ultimately allowed her to soar over the city walls, escaping the Imperial capital. After fleeing for over 10 miles, Elena finally evaded her pursuers, seeking refuge in a dense forest, where she leaned against a tree trunk, gasping for breath, her fingers trembling slightly. Mr. Magic Dragon, wait for me. I will surely rescue you. After a brief respite, Elena murmured softly, wiping the sweat from her brow, and resolutely set her course toward the Elven Kingdom. In the Imperial Palace, the atmosphere between the throne was oppressive and frigid. She has escaped. Emperor Ovisius III's expression darkened, his gaze icy. Yes, Your Majesty, came the quivering response from a figure half kneeling on the steps of the throne, cold sweat streaming down. After what felt like an eternity of suspense, Ovisius finally broke the tense silence. Send out the orders. Gripping the armrest of the throne so tightly that it cracked, he decreed a bounty of astronomical proportions, commanding a relentless search for this individual, insisting on capturing her at all costs. Furthermore, he instructed the heroes stationed at the front lines to remain on standby, ready to strike at the first sign of her whereabouts. If she escapes, you know the consequences. The man beneath the throne trembled slightly, bowing deeply and responding, yes. Once all had retreated from the throne room, Ovidius III rose from his seat. Shortly thereafter, he approached the balcony of the palace. Overlooking the bustling streets of the imperial capital, his own domain, his gaze indifferent and his eyes profound, he muttered to himself, forbidden magic belongs to the royal family. It must never fall into the hands of outsiders. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden radiance upon the palace, rendering it resplendent and majestic, evoking a sense of sanctity and nobility. Yet, the emperor's figure was shrouded in the shadows of the balcony. Exuding an aura of danger and murkiness, Alina continued her flight, evading her pursuers time and again. Yet, ultimately, she managed to dissolve each encounter with her overwhelming strength, swiftly escaping before being surrounded. Nonetheless, her fatigue continued to accumulate. The forbidden spell, divine healing, could eradicate all negative conditions but did not alleviate the depletion of her spirit or magical energy. After several nights of hiding, upon reaching the imperial border, Alina finally encountered no further pursuers. Exhausted in both body and spirit, she resolved to catch her breath and rest for a while. It was then that she realized she had returned to the vicinity of the plague-stricken village she had encountered before. Alina decided to visit the village, only to find the situation had worsened, a sight too grim to bear. The villagers who had once merely been afflicted with the plague were now, for many, dead. Their bodies lay discarded along the village path. As Alina passed through the village center, she noticed lifeless forms, including that of a newborn infant, its tiny hands limp on the ground, eyes devoid of life. Alina felt a pang of sorrow. However, unlike last time, she was no longer powerless. She invoked the forbidden spell, divine healing, enveloping the entire village. The plague afflicting the villagers was eradicated, along with the contaminated well water. Just as Alina intended to leave, she was called to a halt by the village chief. The chief, a kind-hearted elder, recognized Alina from their previous encounter. As a gesture of gratitude, he invited her to stay and promised to lavish her with hospitality. The other villagers were equally grateful, urging her to accept their goodwill. Alina, realizing that she had intended to rest temporarily, agreed to the villagers' request. Thus, Alina settled in the village for a while. The villagers pooled their resources to prepare the best meal they could muster for her. However, as Alina gazed upon what they referred to as the finest meal, she was taken aback. The main dish consisted of coarse, dark rye bread, rough in texture, with visible bits of unrefined bran. Accompanying it was a pot of clear vegetable soup, nearly transparent, with a few leaves of wild greens floating about. Some villagers had added a pinch of salt, resulting in uneven seasoning. Some parts were unbearably salty, while others were entirely bland. A few pieces of dried beast meat were gingerly arranged on a cracked ceramic plate, the only source of protein. Alina soon realized that this was indeed the best they had to offer. Long-standing heavy taxation had rendered the village's resources scarce, compounded by the severe plague that further depleted their supplies. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude, Alina partook of the meager meal. Following that, she was shown to the village's finest quarters. A young girl named Xia took on the responsibility of caring for Alina, tending to her room, making her bed, and lighting the fire. As dusk fell, Xia concluded her chores. Thank you, Xia. The flickering firelight danced across Alina's face as she expressed her gratitude. Xia brushed off the dust from her skirt, revealing a shy smile. No, we should be thanking you, my lady. Without you, we might not have survived until tomorrow. A warmth spread within Alina's heart. This was the essence of helping others. How wonderful it felt. Just as Xia was about to rise and leave the room, Alina noticed a slight limp in her steps. Wait, Xia. Alina called out, your leg. Xia glanced down at her leg. My lady, it's an old injury. I fell once, and there is no doctor in the village, so it has become like this. Don't move. Let me take a look. Alina allowed Xia to sit on her bed and examined her leg. It was marred by deep bruises, and the flesh beneath appeared to be completely necrotic. Without hesitation, Alina cast the forbidden spell, divine healing. Accompanied by a surge of light, Xia's leg was restored to its former state in an instant. Xia seemed somewhat incredulous, and then expressed her gratitude with fervor. Thank you, Alina. Thank you. No need for thanks. This is merely a return of the care you have shown me, Alina replied with a gentle smile. After days of relentless travel, Alina felt that, finally in this place, she could fully relax her taut nerves. That night, she succumbed to a deep slumber, a rare indulgence. The following morning, the village was suddenly enveloped by the thunderous sound of horse hooves and shouts. Elena awoke groggily from her dreams, only to hear footsteps and commotion outside her door. She pushed open the door and beheld a throng of imperial soldiers gathered in the village square. With a knight vociferously questioning the village chief, the chief, face filled with shame, could not meet Elena's gaze and merely pointed towards her, whispering, "She is over there." Elena froze in place. The next moment, soldiers charged towards her. Weapons drawn, she swiftly dodged and fled from the house, having no time to grab her belongings, driven solely by the instinct to escape. She thought not of the reasons behind this chaos. All that occupied her mind was the imperative to flee. As Elena broke through the soldiers' encirclement, she arrived at the village's entrance, where she spotted Xia approaching with a water bucket. Upon seeing Elena, Xia greeted her cheerfully. "Good morning, Lady Elena." Elena paused, her heart filled with concern as she cautioned, "Do not linger here, Xia. Go to a safe place." Before she could finish her warning, Elena felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she was horrified to see a small knife embedded in her flesh. The wielder of the knife was none other than Xia, who had previously concealed it with the water bucket. Now, the bucket clattered to the ground, spilling its contents. Blood welled in Elena's mouth as she sank to her knees. Disbelief etched on her face. "Why?" Tears streaming down Xia's face, she recoiled, clutching the bloodied knife. "I'm so sorry, Lady Elena. We truly had no choice. The village is impoverished, and too many able-bodied people have perished. With the heavy taxes looming, if things continue as they are, everyone in the village will perish. But if we surrender you to the Empire, we will receive the Emperor's reward and live on." "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Elena gazed at Xia's tear-streaked face, her heart cleaved with anguish. Suddenly, the truth dawned upon her. The villagers' earnest invitation for her to stay was merely a ruse to await the imperial army's arrival. But why? She had aided the villagers, yet they sought to deliver her to her doom. The girl sensed a tremor deep within her mind, as something beautiful began to crumble. At that moment, the imperial forces pursued from behind, archers drawing their arrows. Just moments ago, Xia had been apologizing. Now she urgently pointed towards Elena, exclaiming, "Here! She is here!" In the next heartbeat, an arrow flew through the air, piercing Xia's throat. Her face was one of disbelief, blood gushing from her mouth and nose. Immediately, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon both Xia and Elena. Just as the arrows were about to reach Elena, a powerful magical gust swept through, redirecting the arrows to other areas. Clutching her abdomen, Elena invoked the forbidden spell, Divine Healing, mending her wound. Then, with a rush of wind, she cast a flight spell, soaring into the air. The tempestuous winds disrupted the soldiers' formation, hindering their pursuit of her. As Elena flew higher, the village shrank into a mere speck behind her. Gradually, tears blurred her vision. The pain of heartfelt betrayal was unbearable. Mr. Dragon, Elena whispered softly. At that moment, all she wished for was to see Mr. Dragon, her only sanctuary in this life. He alone would never view her as a curse. They were the only two of their kind. Not long after Elena's escape, an imperial officer immediately utilized a communication crystal to report to Emperor Ovidius III. Understood. To the officer's surprise, the voice on the other end, Emperor Ovidius III, exhibited no signs of urgency, responding in a calm manner, as if he were unconcerned about Elena's escape. The officer hesitated before asking, "Your Majesty, how should we deal with the village that reported the forbidden spell thief?" Ovidius replied flatly, "Eliminate them. The rewards they would offer are far outweighed by the taxes they could provide in the future." The officer swallowed hard. "But, if no one knows, then what difference does it make?" Ovidius's tone suddenly darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Or do you wish to defy my orders?" "And no, I would not dare." The officer quickly bowed his head. After concluding the communication with Ovidius III, he turned once more to the villagers, their eyes filled with longing, now tinged with both pity and cruelty. Elsewhere, Ovidius III switched the communication channel of the crystal to contact another individual. A brilliant purple magic circle illuminated the crystal, and moments later, a man clad in golden armor, with a handsome face and sharp, hawk-like eyes, appeared on the screen. He was the Empire's strongest combatant, the invincible hero, Ryan, loyal to the royal family. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" Ryan inquired, bowing his head slightly, a hand pressed to his chest. "We have located the forbidden spell thief. Where are you currently?" "Your Majesty, I have returned to the border." At this, a glimmer of keen interest sparked in Ovidius III's eyes. Excellent. I need you to lead the troops and ensure that the forbidden spell thief is intercepted at the border. Ryan nodded slightly. Understood. In the Elven Kingdom, Chu Yuan lay beneath a great tree, his dragon eyes watching the retreating figure of the Elven King. Though his body had yet to fully recover, he could move normally. Just moments ago, the Elven King had brought the holy fruit of creation to alleviate his poisoning and conversed with him for a while. Now, with the king's departure, he intended to rest further. Not wishing to appear haggard when Elena returned, Chu Yuan prepared to close his eyes. He noticed an elven attendant approach from the direction of the Elven King. After bowing to the king, the attendant began to report something. Typically, Chu Yuan was not one to eavesdrop. However, his concern for Elena compelled him to employ enhanced hearing magic to listen in on the exchange between the Elven King and the attendant. Your Majesty, just moments ago, scouts beyond the trees reported that Lady Elena seems to be under siege by the Imperial Army. Even the frontline hero has been recalled by the Emperor. Even the hero has been recalled? The Elven King's voice was grave, laced with concern. The king glanced back at Chu Yuan, who quickly shut his eyes, feigning ignorance of the king's situation. The Elven King averted his gaze, after the king and attendant had distanced themselves. The attendant asked, Your Majesty, should we inform Lord Chu Yuan of this matter? The Elven King shook his head. No need. Given Lord Chu Yuan's current condition, informing him of Lady Elena's plight would only serve to heighten his worries. However, the Elven King paused. Just in case, dispatch an elite unit to assist Lady Elena. Understood. Once the Elven King and attendant had completely departed, Chu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination shining in his pupils. The hero, with the memories of the former forbidden spell caster vivid in his mind, Chu Yuan understood just how formidable the hero was to a magic user, should he face the hero. Even Elena would. The worries within him blazed like fire. No, I must go. The ordinary sorcerers and armies, no matter how numerous, are no match for a true hero. If I had prepared a multitude of magical beasts and golems in advance, perhaps I could have thwarted the hero. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Chu Yuan unfurled his magnificent dragon wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the horizon. Shortly thereafter, the elf responsible for attending to Chu Yuan arrived at his quarters, only to be taken aback upon discovering that he had already departed. After a brief moment of shock, the elf hurried to report the situation. This is dire, Your Majesty. Elena is about to leave the borders of the Empire. The howling wind was like a knife slicing through the air. Despite the absence of the soldiers' watchful eagles around her, she felt a deep-seated anxiety. She knew well that the Empire would never relinquish its hold easily. Just as she skimmed over a dense forest, a vast, dark army suddenly materialized ahead. The imposing forces spread across the horizon like a tidal wave, banners fluttering, the cold light reflecting off their neatly arranged armor. Instilling a sense of dread, Elena's heart sank heavily. This is bad, she murmured, attempting to adjust her course to evade them, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a resplendent figure emerging from the ranks. Clad in golden armor, wielding a holy sword, with a cloak billowing behind him like a majestic eagle in flight. Each of his steps seemed to shake the ground. Sunlight glinted off his armor, casting blinding rays, as if a deity had descended. Elena's pupils constricted slightly. That is, before she could fully comprehend, the figure in golden armor surged forward with explosive force, his entire being resembling a golden meteor leaping into the sky, reaching her in the blink of an eye. Magic thief, prepare to perish. The man's voice was deep, cold, and menacing, as the holy sword, enveloped in golden light, came crashing down. Instinctively, Elena raised a magical barrier, trying to block the impending attack. However, her shield shattered like paper under the blow of the holy sword, offering almost no resistance. What? Elena hurriedly cast a spell on herself, narrowly dodging the strike. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. At that moment, she recalled the words of the Dragon Lord, who had once stated that the hero was the trump card of the Empire. Aurum. It was said that he possessed the ability to nullify any magic, and his combat prowess was unparalleled. That a being of his caliber was the last opponent we magic users wished to encounter. The figure before her was indeed the hero of the Aurum Empire. His name was Ryan. With the blazing sun overhead, the two figures danced through the sky in a fierce pursuit. Elena exerted herself to cast flight magic, supplemented by wind magic, striving to distance herself from the hero Ryan. She gritted her teeth, her pale face already damp with sweat. The terrain beneath her transformed rapidly: forests, hills, rivers, each passing scene retreating quickly behind her. Yet, no matter how she accelerated, that golden figure remained firmly on her tail. Impossible to shake off. Unable to resist the urge, she glanced back, locking eyes with the pursuing hero Ryan. The holy sword in his hand flickered with searing golden light. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. An overwhelming pressure rendering her breathless. "Stop. You cannot escape." Ryan's voice was low and ruthless, suggesting that surrender might afford her a chance at survival. Elena remained silent, pouring every ounce of her magic into her flight. She could not be captured. She needed to bring the forbidden spell, divine healing, back to the dragon lord to heal him. Seeing that Elena showed no sign of slowing down, Ryan swung his holy sword with ferocity, unleashing a beam of golden light that cleaved through the air. Boom! The golden light did not strike Elena directly, but the shockwave sent her tumbling through the air before she could regain her balance. A fierce sword aura was already upon her. Elena's eyes widened in terror. With no time to evade, the sword aura struck heavily against her shoulder, tearing through her clothing and flesh. "Da-da!" Elena cried out in agony, blood gushing from her wound, staining her sleeves crimson. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan closed in, raising his holy sword, intent on delivering the final blow. In that critical moment, Elena's eyes brimmed with tears, gritting her silver teeth. She extended her hand towards the ground, forcing herself to endure the pain as she summoned a massive stone golem with creation magic. The stone giant erupted from the earth, standing before the hero, swinging its enormous fist towards Ryan. Ryan was compelled to halt, lifting his holy sword to unleash a golden light that shattered the golem into fragments. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Elena summoned her magic once more, enduring the excruciating pain as she fled. The wound on her shoulder left her pale as a ghost. Gritting her teeth, she cast divine healing. Enveloping the wound in a green glow, the flowing blood gradually ceased, and the injury healed at a visible pace. However, just as the healing concluded, Elena barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before Ryan pursued her once again. This time, his speed was astonishing. He seemed to abandon the notion of inflicting serious harm on Elena, opting instead to pursue her with relentless speed. The holy sword in Ryan's hand descended once more, slicing through the air like a flash of lightning across Elena's back. Though this strike did not inflict grievous injury, it disrupted Elena's rhythm. Tears streamed from her eyes as Ryan showed no mercy, taking advantage of her disarray to land several more blows in an instant. Elena bore numerous new wounds, blood splattering around her. Ugh! The intense pain and the damage to her mobility rendered Elena unable to maintain her flight magic. She plummeted like a shooting star into an open wasteland. Ryan did not follow up with further attacks. Instead, he descended slowly, intending to capture her once she reached the ground. However, just as Elena was about to crash to the earth, she suddenly surged upward and darted away once more. As she flew, Elena utilized divine healing to mend her wounds. A diversion spell, perhaps. Ryan furrowed his brow, resuming his pursuit. Thus began an endless chase. The passage of time blurred, even with the forbidden spell at her disposal. Elena, under the relentless pursuit of the magic user's nemesis, the hero Ryan, sustained countless sword wounds. By now, her entire robe was stained a deep crimson. Were it not for the divine healing spell, she would have perished countless times at Ryan's hands. The blood flowing from her wounds obscured her vision, her lips gradually paling, with another flash of golden light streaking across the sky. Blood erupted violently from Elena's mouth. Her body was akin to a kite severed from its string. Plummeting to the ground, she rolled upon the earth for several turns, trailing a path of blood, her face marred with tears and blood. Her breaths grew increasingly faint as she attempted to cast divine healing again, only to find her magic nearly depleted. Divine healing had merely shifted her state from certain death to severe injury, leaving her unable to act further. This how it ends. Elena gazed vacantly at the sky, despair flooding her heart like a rising tide. I am sorry, Dragon Lord. You have saved me so many times. I was unable to save you. Elena gasped, her mouth and nose choking on blood, tears streaming down her cheeks. The valiant hero Ryan approached her slowly, his steps heavy as iron, each footfall resonating like a hammer against her heart. As he drew near, Ryan's gaze was frigid and devoid of warmth. He extended his hand towards Elena. Just then, the earth began to tremble violently, and a cloud of dust rose on the horizon. Ryan furrowed his brow, retracting his hand and turning to look at a multitude of monstrous figures appeared at the edge of the horizon. Some towering like mountains, others diminutive as poultry, moving either through flight or swift runs, charging forward with overwhelming force, their roars echoing like thunder, instilling fear all around. At the forefront of this demonic horde, A colossal silhouette sliced through the skies. Its obsidian scales, adorned with purple mottles, glinted coldly in the sunlight, while its golden vertical pupils burned like twin blazing flames, exuding an aura so powerful that the very air seemed to stagnate. It was a dragon of darkness, its massive wings stirring up a tempest, resembling the sovereign of the heavens and earth. Elena weakly opened her eyes, watching as the familiar figure soared towards her. Tears gushing forth. Her lips trembled slightly as she murmured, "Mr. Dragon, you have saved me once more." With those words, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her, her vision gradually fading into darkness as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chu Yuan descended with a thunderous roar, the force of his presence causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. Ryan's expression was stern. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Chu Yuan, he gripped his holy sword tightly. Before long, a massive dragon claw cleaved through the air, aiming directly at Ryan. He snorted, raising his sword to block the strike, the resulting shockwave causing the ground to fracture and debris to scatter. The powerful impact sent Ryan staggering back several meters, causing his sword to tremble slightly in his grip. Chu Yuan landed beside Elena, his gigantic form shielding her as he cast a tender glance in her direction. Before shifting his gaze to the hero, his eyes as frigid as an icy pool. Gazing at Ryan, Chu Yuan let out a low growl, and a massive magical construct leapt from the earth, carefully lifting the unconscious Elena. Utilizing his control over the beasts, Chu Yuan issued commands, and in an instant, a throng of monsters surrounded the construct, escorting Elena away. Ryan furrowed his brow at the sight of the construct carrying Elena away, his form transforming into a streak of golden light as he sought to pursue. However, Chu Yuan's colossal tail swept towards him, causing Ryan's pupils to contract as he raised his sword in defense, only to be forcefully sent back. "Hero, your foe is me." Chu Yuan's deep dragon roar reverberated through the air, his golden pupils sharp and piercing. "Dragon, why do you assist that human girl?" Ryan asked coldly. Steadying himself. So you acknowledge her as a human girl. How utterly absurd that you, the embodiment of justice as a human hero, would still harm her. She is a thief who has stolen forbidden magic and must be returned to the Empire for justice. Chu Yuan retorted. "I see. Your sense of justice is merely to be the Emperor's lackey, is it not?" Ryan's eyes narrowed, realizing that reason would not prevail. "If that is the case, then killing you and retrieving that forbidden magic thief will serve the same purpose. Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Hero, or should I say, the Empire's lapdog," Chu Yuan replied, swinging his dragon claw fiercely towards Ryan. The hero's holy sword swung, golden light forming a barrier that withstood Chu Yuan's assault. The clash of their powers reverberated through the earth, swirling air currents in the sky creating a vortex that sent surrounding monsters flying. Ryan let out a low shout, unleashing a fierce blade of energy from his sword, aimed directly at Chu Yuan's neck. The dragon's claw came crashing down, shattering the blade of energy, yet the residual force left a shallow wound on his scales, blood seeping forth. Chu Yuan's vertical pupils darkened. The hero possessed the innate ability to nullify all magic. Thus, battling a hero necessitated relying solely on brute strength. The current predicament was that his body was afflicted by toxins, significantly weakening his power. In his prime state, he would not have sustained such injuries. Moreover, it was likely that as the battle raged on, the toxins would continue to spread, diminishing his strength further. Chu Yuan glanced back at the magical construct escorting Elena, a trace of softness flickering in his icy dragon eyes. "You seek to delay me to afford her time to escape," Ryan stated coldly, "but this is futile. As long as I am present, she will inevitably be captured and face judgment." "She will not be captured by you," Chu Yuan replied, his voice rumbling like thunder. "For you shall perish. It is you who will be slain, dragon," Ryan declared, raising his holy sword as he lunged toward Chu Yuan. The dragon's eyes widened, a fierce light igniting within them, as he swiftly conjured the spell of the heavenly falls in the air, the sky brimming with cataclysmic energy. In the next moment, a colossal beam of white light descended, crashing down upon Ryan. His pupils dilated as he raised his sword to block the attack. In an instant, the white light enveloped him, a cloud of dust shrouding the battlefield. The might of the heavenly falls was immense, carving a deep chasm into the earth, its radius spanning several kilometers. Chu Yuan approached the edge of the pit. Peering inside, his pupils constricted, there stood Ryan, having lowered the holy sword that shielded his head. Although it emitted wisps of white smoke, he remained entirely unharmed. Chu Yuan realized that the formidable forbidden spell, the Heavenly Falls, was still ineffective against the hero. Ryan's ability to nullify magic seemed to possess an unparalleled level of authority. It seems I must change my approach, Chu Yuan mused, narrowing his eyes as he raised his colossal dragon head and unleashed a thunderous roar. Instantly, the army of beasts he commanded surged forth from all directions to attack the hero in a frenzied wave. The massive magical construct rose to join the fray, swinging its stone fists towards Ryan. In his journey here, he had summoned every beast he encountered along the way, intending to deploy them at such a moment. Giant lizard monsters, swift earth wolves, soaring thunderbirds, and even magma-spitting volcanic lizards surrounded Ryan entirely. Yet his composure remained unshaken. Ryan let out a low growl, his holy sword radiating blinding golden light as energy surged forth, cleaving through the front line of monsters. Blood splattered as bodies fell. Yet the relentless tide of beasts continued to assault him fearlessly. The magical construct let out a deep roar, swinging its enormous stone fist towards Ryan, shaking the ground beneath him. Ryan raised his sword to block, a tremendous force pushing him back a step. However, gritting his teeth, he retaliated, severing the construct's stone arm. Before he could catch his breath, the volcanic lizard spewed scalding magma directly at him. The golden light of the holy sword formed a barrier to fend off the attack. Yet the heat still dulled his movement slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunderbird swooped down, its claws aiming for his back, while the lizard monster lunged from below. An endless onslaught of beasts and constructs engulfed Ryan entirely. Resembling a tide that threatened to overwhelm him, the fierce battle raged on until the sun dipped low in the sky. When the last magical construct fell, Ryan stood amidst a sea of corpses. His armor shattered, golden light dimmed, surrounded by a scene of grand yet tragic devastation. His body was marred with wounds, blood flowing from his injuries. Yet he remained resolute, lifting his holy sword, locking his gaze onto Chu Yuan. And gasping, he declared, "Dragon, it is now your turn." In Chu Yuan's eyes, there lingered a hint of astonishment. The valiant hero, Ryan, truly embodies the mightiest force of the Empire, and it is not unfounded to assert that he stands as an unparalleled champion in the entire world. The onslaught of beasts he unleashed possesses the capacity to obliterate an entire nation. Yet, single-handedly, the valiant Ryan vanquished all the ferocious creatures, including the summoned golems. After accomplishing such formidable feats, though greatly fatigued, it was evident that he still retained the strength to continue battling, and perhaps even unleash a power of extraordinary magnitude. Chu Yuan inhaled deeply, his gaze gradually solidifying with resolve. If that is the case, he too must be prepared for what lies ahead. The moment their eyes met was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, their forms erupted into motion. Chu Yuan raised his colossal tail, unleashing a tempest that surged forth, the ground heaving like tumultuous waves, rushing toward Ryan. The valiant Ryan pivoted, leaping into the sky, the holy sword in his grasp radiating golden light as it swung violently toward Chu Yuan's head. In response, Chu Yuan lifted his dragon claw to counter, and the clash of their powers erupted into a deafening roar. The earth fractured instantaneously, splitting into vast chasms, debris and soil soaring into the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield in a shroud of dust and storm. Time became an enigma as the battle raged on. The battlefield had transformed into a desolate wasteland, marred and scarred, the ground disfigured by slashes of sword energy and dragon breath. Flora lay prostrate, and thick smoke billowed. Chu Yuan's scales were shattered, purple blotches spreading across his body, dragon blood flowing like a meandering stream, with every movement sending waves of agony coursing through him. The valiant Ryan's sacred armor lay in tatters, the golden light dimmed, blood dripping from the blade of his holy sword. His steps faltered, his breath weakened. The two locked eyes, the silence laden with an irreconcilable intent to kill. Would this battle ultimately come to an end? Chu Yuan pondered within. He knew that both he and the valiant Ryan could no longer endure further combat. After enduring the relentless assaults of beasts and golems akin to a tsunami, Ryan was already gravely injured. Engaging in battle until now had rendered him a spent force. As for himself, the poison had nearly consumed his entire being, his wounds reminiscent of the time he was struck by the dragon-like creature's attack. Perhaps death awaited him. Yet this conclusion, a fleeting image of Elena flashed through Chu Yuan's mind, a tender warmth crossing his dragon eyes. He bore no regrets. Taking a deep breath, the valiant Ryan gripped his holy sword, enduring the excruciating pain, and once more advanced toward Chu Yuan. Brave hero. Chu Yuan coughed up blood, struggling to voice his inquiry. If this continues, you too shall perish. Even so, is it worth it to press on without retreat? Mechanically adhering to orders, serving the Empire to this extent, it is worth it, the valiant Ryan replied, his footing wavering as he propped himself with his sword, droplets of blood falling as he continued toward Chu Yuan. Before becoming a hero, I was worthless. It is the loyalty bestowed upon me by His Majesty that has granted me everything I possess now, and that is my justice. So that is it. Despite being sworn enemies intent on taking each other's lives, they found themselves in a dialogue reminiscent of a bygone era, as if everything prior had never transpired. "And you, dragon of darkness?" the valiant Ryan inquired. "As a dragon, why do you protect that human girl, going to such lengths?" "Why?" you ask. Chu Yuan considered for a moment. "If you define your loyalty to the Empire as justice, then protecting her is my justice." He continued, "Dragons in this world are utterly solitary beings. Other creatures fear dragons, and among dragons, they consume one another, leaving no companions. That girl is my ally, akin to family." Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, a flicker of surprise flashed in the valiant Ryan's eyes. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the ferocious and domineering dragon could experience loneliness, nor had he expected that it would regard a human girl as kin. The valiant Ryan coughed up blood, wiping it away. "Had it not been for His Majesty's command, I might have wished you both well." He raised the tip of the holy sword, pointing it at Chu Yuan, blood dripping from the blade. "But she poses a threat to His Majesty, and your protection of her is an even greater peril. You must perish here. And you too, valiant hero. I respect your loyalty, yet you would wield the blade of that loyalty against someone dear to me. Had we not this insurmountable conflict, perhaps we could have been friends. Indeed, perhaps we might have." The dialogue between the dragon and the man reached its conclusion. Whether it was Chu Yuan who moved first, or the valiant Ryan, or perhaps both acted simultaneously, their feeble bodies erupted with tremendous force, bathing in the twilight, charging toward each other. Chu Yuan summoned all his strength, his massive dragon claw descending. The valiant Ryan's golden radiance once more flared forth from his holy sword, his form transforming into a golden meteor, slicing through Chu Yuan's claws, hurtling toward his chest. In that moment, time seemed to slow. The visage before Chu Yuan was no longer the valiant Ryan. Instead, memories of the past began to unfurl in his mind. Recalling the scene of his first encounter with Elena, her vacant gaze and faint voice beseeching him to consume her, followed by her revelations of everything. He had not anticipated that the girl, like himself, was feared and ostracized for possessing overwhelming power, left alone in solitude. Perhaps seeking to alleviate that loneliness, or out of compassion, he invited her to be his companion. By his side, she transformed from numbness to vivacity, her eyes rekindling with light. "I shall always accompany you, dragon sir. I know you are gentle, dragon sir. I shall never fear you. I will serve you and remain by your side, so you shall never feel lonely again." In the days that followed, Elena and he bore witness to countless vistas, learned many things, and mastered various forms of magic. Yet, her feelings for him remained unchanged. Chu Yuan had once believed that loneliness was the fate of dragons. But with her arrival, he finally found the warmth of companionship. Elena was like a small sun, dispelling the shadows of solitude that enveloped him, bringing warmth and light to his world. Her pure and exquisite visage, adorned with a hint of bashfulness, seemed to materialize before him. "Regardless of what choice you make, dragon sir, I will follow your decision. After all, I have long since resolved to dedicate everything to you." Gazing upon the tapestry of memories, Chu Yuan's pupils trembled slightly. "Elena, thank you for accompanying me thus far. Since your presence, I have not been alone. And then, I am sorry for not being able to remain by your side to witness more wonders." Within the recollections, Elena's smile radiated warmth, akin to sunlight gracing his heart. In the next moment, in reality, the valiant Ryan's holy sword pierced through his chest, the cold blade transfixing his heart. Memory shattered. Agony coursed through his entire being. And Chu Yuan let out a low, mournful roar. His consciousness began to fade, yet instinct compelled him in those final moments to raise his massive dragon head and lunge fiercely at the valiant Ryan. With a sharp sound, his fangs sank deeply into Ryan's flesh, the latter's complexion instantly paling as blood erupted from the wound. The vitality of both beings ebbed away at a visible pace. The ground stained crimson, and the air seemed to congeal. Is this the conclusion? The valiant Ryan murmured for a moment before finally succumbing, the holy sword slipping from his grasp as his body weakened and slumped. Chu Yuan, too, could no longer sustain himself. His dragon eyes slowly closed, his massive form maintaining a posture of biting, yet falling silent. Blood soaked the earth, and the silhouettes of the man and dragon stood quietly upon the battlefield, composing a scene of harrowing tragedy. The setting sun bled red, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the crows flew overhead, their cries piercing the silence. It is as if one mourns for this tragic and heroic demise. "You have perished." Elena awoke from her stupor, her vision blurred by the warm morning light, the gentle chirping of birds reaching her ears. A wave of weakness washed over her, her body tightly swathed in heavy bandages. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pangs coursing through her. "Where am I?" she murmured softly, turning her head to survey her surroundings. The room was elegantly appointed and exuded warmth, with unique flora of the elven race adorning the windowsill, their delicate fragrance permeating the air. The walls were adorned with wooden frames intricately carved with leaf patterns. This is the land of the elves. I recall. Elena gently pressed her hand to her forehead, gradually recalling the events preceding her unconsciousness. The sacred sword in the hands of the hero, the searing pain piercing her skin, the despair of blood raining down from the sky, and that shadow of a dragon, like a glimmer of hope amidst despair, obscuring the sun. Mr. Dragon, Elena whispered to herself, her heart swelling with overwhelming emotions. Indeed, her presence here indicated that Mr. Dragon had saved her. This was the third time he had rescued her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, tightening her chest as if gripped by an unseen force, rendering her breathless. She remembered that Mr. Dragon's body was still ravaged by poison, though he bore countless wounds. He had disregarded his own safety to save her once more. Her hand trembled as it clutched her chest, her body quivering gently from the surge of emotions. "Where is Mr. Dragon?" she asked herself softly, her gaze darting around the room. It was empty. Not a trace of Chu Yuan could be found. Mr. Dragon. She struggled to sit up, casting a healing spell to mend the lingering pain within her, donned simple attire, and pushed open the door to venture outside. The sky of the elven realm remained a brilliant blue. Yet Elena's heart was shrouded in gloom, for she saw no sign of Mr. Dragon anywhere. Thus, she made her way to the palace of the Elven King. Inside the grand hall, the Elven King was engaged in hushed conversation with several aides. Elena suddenly stumbled in, and upon seeing her frantic demeanor, the king instructed his aides to withdraw and approached her. "Where is Mr. Dragon?" Elena inquired urgently. "Where is he?" The Elven King regarded Elena's anxious expression, his brow furrowing slightly. "Elena," he sighed softly, "you were sent back by his magical likeness. At that moment, you were on the brink of death." Chu Yuan did not return himself, according to reports from the front lines. He engaged in battle with the beast Tide and the hero, and both are now unaccounted for. Elena stood frozen, her mind buzzing with disbelief. "Unaccounted for," she repeated, taking 2 steps back. The Elven King attempted to console her. "Elena, perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Chu Yuan may have simply lost contact for now." Yet Elena could no longer absorb his words. She turned and dashed out of the grand hall. The king's calls echoed in her ears, but she did not look back, only running with fervor, then activating her flight magic, her figure soaring towards the horizon. Elena traversed dense forests and scaled treacherous mountains, journeying relentlessly day and night. Her body was exhausted to its limits, yet she did not pause for a moment. The night winds were bone-chillingly cold, and the daytime sun blazed fiercely, yet she felt none of it. Her gaze fixated ahead towards the battleground where Mr. Dragon had fought the hero at last. One fateful morning, weary and dust-laden, Elena reached the edge of the battlefield. The sight before her stole her breath away. The battlefield lay in eerie silence, as if even the wind dared not linger there. The air was thick with the stench of blood and scorched earth, nearly suffocating. The land, once vibrant, was now a desolate wasteland, strewn with charred remnants. Blood mixed with dirt formed a dark crimson sludge, blanketing the surface. Everywhere she looked, the carcasses of monstrous beasts lay piled high, their once fearsome forms now lifeless on the ground. Their massive bodies stiffened, scales cracked to reveal torn wounds. Fragments of magical constructs were scattered across the battlefield, the remnants of rocks indicating they had been violently shattered. Her breath quickened, a weight pressing down on her chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Despite her body being worn to its limits, despite the dread of witnessing the most horrific sight, Elena pressed onward, step by step, deeper into the battlefield. Time seemed to blur as she journeyed, until at last she arrived at the center of the carnage. Here, the devastation was most profound. The ground had lost all semblance of its original form, replaced by gaping cracks and shattered stones, as if everything had been torn to shreds. Elena's gaze swept across the tragic landscape, her steps faltering, each one feeling like a stab to her feet, threatening to topple her, her heart laden with unease. At last, her eyes settled upon 2 figures locked in a final confrontation at the heart of the battlefield. It was a scene of heart-wrenching tragedy. The massive dragon's form sagged, its head bowed slightly, its formidable fangs sunk deep into the body of a golden-armored man. Meanwhile, the man's sacred sword pierced through the dragon's heart, its blade stained with dried blood. Blood from beneath the dragon's scales had soaked the ground red, while the golden armor of the man had lost its luster, now tarnished with dirt and blood. They remained frozen in that final moment of struggle, as if time itself had ceased. Elena stood paralyzed, her mind reeling. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, a buzzing filling her ears, the world around her fading into silence. After what felt like an eternity, she hesitantly took a step forward, then another, each footfall heavy as if bound by chains of 1,000 pounds. At last, she reached Chu Yuan, kneeling before him. Trembling, she extended her hand, her fingertips quivering as they slowly brushed against his dragon scales. Those once warm and vibrant scales were now cold and lifeless. Mr. Dragon. Elena's voice was a mere whisper. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering onto Chu Yuan's scales. You promised you would witness the wonders of this world with me. You said so. How could you abandon me like this? Gradually, her tears flowed like a torrential flood. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she cried out in anguish, her shoulders shaking violently. Why? Her voice choked. Why must you leave Elena alone? Did I not vow to stay by your side? Time passed, and she leaned against Chu Yuan's icy head, filled with pain and despair. Her consciousness felt as if it were being siphoned away, the sorrow surging from deep within her soul, nearly suffocating her. Unwilling to contemplate anything further. I'm sorry, Mr. Dragon. If only Elena were more useful. The girl's voice grew fainter, eventually devoid of emotion. Her eyes became hollow and lifeless, as if her inner world had crumbled into nothingness. This is all my fault, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible. At that moment, distant sounds of hurried footsteps drew closer, accompanied by the sharp clanging of metal armor. Elena dazedly lifted her head to look. The Imperial army had arrived. Their ranks were orderly, armed with long spears, their steps resolute. The leading officer raised the Empire's banner high, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Upon witnessing the scene of the hero and the dragon perishing together, the officer's eyes widened in shock, visibly shaken. Regaining his composure, his gaze finally locked onto Elena. The mission must be accomplished. The target lies ahead, the officer shouted, his voice laced with coldness and an undeniable command. Do not let her leave here alive. Elena rose slowly, her eyes devoid of life, yet gradually revealing a chilling coldness that sent shivers down the spine. Her gaze swept over the soldiers, as if she could see beyond them to something far more profound. Those who had betrayed her after she healed them in the village, those relentless pursuers that forced her into a ceaseless flight. Had she not been so benevolent towards them, perhaps these events would have unfolded differently. Had she not saved that village and accepted their kindness, she would not have been ensnared, leading to her exposure and confrontation with the hero. If she had been resolute enough to eliminate all her pursuers, she would not have been delayed for so long in the beginning, but would have escaped the borders of the Empire long ago. It was my weakness that brought all this upon me. It is I who caused the demise of Lord Dragon. Elena's voice resonated through the air, amplified by magic. The soldiers felt a wave of inexplicable dread wash over them upon hearing her whisper. Yet, they did not retreat. Instead, they readied themselves for an assault. The twang of bowstrings echoed, and magical brilliance flared as they launched their attack upon Elena. However, she did not flinch, standing coldly in place, her eyes fixed on the incoming arrows and spells. At the very moment the assault was about to strike her, she raised her hand, and a torrent of violent magic surged forth from her body, instantly engulfing all the attacks. In the next heartbeat, she summoned countless golems, larger and more formidable than before, emanating a deep purple glow, adorned with dark patterns, their shapes grotesque and demonic. The golems surged forth like a tidal wave against the Imperial army, tearing through the soldiers' ranks in an instant. The battlefield was filled with the screams of dying men, each charge ruthlessly crushed by the golems. Those attempting to flee were reduced to ashes by Elena's magic, leaving not a trace behind. Her movements were calm and precise. Without a hint of hesitation, she stood amidst the carnage, her golden hair flowing without wind, enveloped by a potent magical aura. When the last soldier fell, the battlefield was devoid of life, save for Elena. Surrounded by a sea of corpses, her gaze was vacant and frigid. Blood trickled from her feet, pooling into a small crimson lake that mirrored her expressionless face. She lifted her eyes to the heavens, where warmth and hope had been replaced by cold indifference. She murmured, "Lord Dragon." Slowly, she sank to the ground, her shoulders slumping as if all strength had abandoned her. The bloodstains on her hands had dried, yet clung to her skin as if impossible to wash away. Elena's thoughts began to fade into emptiness, leaving behind only the once warm memories that now replayed like a tormenting nightmare. For they were now forever beyond her reach. A dagger materialized in her hand, its cold gleam brushing against her throat. With the slightest pressure, she could end all this suffering and follow Lord Dragon into the beyond. Yet, her hand trembled slightly as she ultimately set it down. Lord Dragon had saved her thrice. sacrificing his life in the final instance. To abandon her own life in despair would not only betray his memory but would also fulfill the Empire's wishes. The Empire, Elena's previously vacant gaze gradually sharpened. Her weakness had led to Lord Dragon's demise, thus, she resolved to eradicate her own frailty. But the death of Lord Dragon was not solely at the hands of her weakness. It was also the Empire's doing. Had it not been for the soldiers' pursuit, had the hero not appeared, none of this would have transpired. The Empire, without a purpose to survive, the solitary Elena was consumed by thoughts of joining Lord Dragon in death. But now, she seemed to have discovered a way to honor his memory. After a long pause, Elena rose, stepping over the blood and bodies beneath her as she departed. When Elena returned to the land of the elves, the blood that had once stained her was now dry, and her face bore no trace of vitality, only an icy demeanor. The elven guards, upon seeing her, approached to inquire about her well-being and dispatched a colleague to inform the elven king. "There is no need to inform his majesty," Elena stated firmly. "I must seek him out." Shortly thereafter, she entered the palace of the elven king, gazing at the monarch seated upon the throne. "Your Majesty, I require the strength of the elven kingdom," Elena stated directly. The elven king's pupils quivered as he sensed the cold aura emanating from Elena, seemingly aware of the gravity of the situation. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Elena, will you share with me what has transpired?" Elena recounted her experiences since departing, her voice trembling yet unwavering in determination and cold resolve. She concluded, "I need the army of the elven kingdom to march against the Empire." Observing the transformed Elena, the elven king sighed. "Elena, I can understand your wrath and determination. Your Majesty, you must know that even if you refrain from sending troops, one day the Empire will inevitably turn its sights upon the elven kingdom." The elven king's gaze was laden with complexity as he spoke in a low tone. "I did not say I oppose sending troops. As the savior of the elven race, Chu Yuan, we are willing to do anything for him, including seeking revenge. However, before that, to attack the Empire, we must first inform the land of monsters, ideally forging an alliance with them." Elena paused, frowning as she asked, "Why?" The elven king explained, "The land of monsters lies between the elven kingdom and the Empire. If we were to march a large elven army, we would inevitably enter their territory. Without prior notice, we would be viewed as invaders. Elena inhaled deeply. "There is no need to trouble your Majesty. I will go to the land of monsters and persuade them to join our cause." Soon, Elena turned and left the palace with unprecedented decisiveness. Inside the palace, the elven attendants watched her departure. Their expressions a mix of emotions. A young elven attendant could not help but remark, "Lady Elena no longer possesses the gentleness and kindness she once had. Instead, she exudes a chilling aura." The elven king gazed at Elena's receding figure. Sighing softly, Chu Yuan's sacrifice has altered everything. His death has ignited within her a flame of vengeance. May this unprecedented conflagration not consume the world. As Elena stepped into the capital of the land of monsters, she wore the same hood she had donned upon her initial arrival. In her hand, she clutched the emblem bestowed upon her by Elder Su, the Fox Elder. Upon seeing the emblem, the guards immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing and promptly relaying the news to the Central Council of Elders. In the hall, the circular stone table was surrounded by elders from various races within the land of monsters, the atmosphere solemn and grave. As Elena entered, all the elders turned their gazes toward her. Elder Su rose, a smile gracing her face as she welcomed, "Welcome back, Lady Elena. You must have come for something of great importance." Under the watchful eyes of the elders, Elena performed a slight bow and, in a resolute tone, stated her purpose. "Esteemed elders, I have come to request an alliance between the land of monsters and the elven kingdom to jointly confront the Alarm Empire. Their atrocities have spread across the continent, and my most cherished one has paid the ultimate price. That I seek your strength to form a united army against the Empire, to bring peace to this land." Upon hearing this, the elders displayed expressions of joy. Their conflict with the Empire had existed for far too long. Now, with Elena's request, it was not a burden, but rather a tremendous boon. They had long desired the formidable assistance of Elena, and with the addition of the Elven Kingdom, they had no reason to decline. Just as the elders were about to agree, Elena clenched her teeth, seemingly resolute in her decision. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "However, before we proceed, there is something I must confess." Her words once again captured the attention of the assembly. "I am not of the monster race, but rather a human." Elena removed the hood from her head, revealing a stunning young human girl before the gathered crowd. Her golden hair cascaded down to her waist, yet the vibrant spark of life was absent from her emerald eyes, replaced instead by a resolute determination and a chilling numbness. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. Standing tall, Elena cast her gaze over all the elders. I understand that my identity may cause you discomfort, but I have never aligned myself with the Empire. On the contrary, I have witnessed its brutality firsthand and have suffered at its hands. Today, I beseech you, as a human, to grant me an opportunity to join forces with you in overthrowing the Empire's tyrannical rule. I sincerely apologize for having concealed this from you all. The elders exchanged glances, engaging in hushed discussions. Eventually, the succubus elder rose and spoke in a seductive tone. My lady Elena, this is hardly a concern. Elena was taken aback. At that moment, Sui stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. My lady Elena, when we presented you with the plaque, we were already aware of your humanity. However, in the land of monsters, strength and character reign supreme. We were willing to have you as our ruler then, and that remains unchanged. The Knoll elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, the land of monsters is not bound by appearances or conventions. And we have never harbored prejudice. We are a realm forged by numerous races, working together towards a common goal. Upon hearing these words, Elena's lips trembled slightly. Thank you. Ultimately, after deliberation, the land of monsters agreed to form an allied army and dispatched the fox elder Sui as the chief envoy to accompany Elena to the Elven Kingdom to discuss the specifics of the alliance. Furthermore, once the alliance details were settled, Sui would only provide information and advice, leaving the command of the Monster Kingdom's forces entirely in Elena's hands. Upon Sui's arrival in the Elven Kingdom, she was met with a grand reception by the Elven King. Sui, with her poised and graceful demeanor, engaged in profound discussions with the Elven King, leveraging her long-standing acquaintance with him and her aptitude as a negotiator. Soon, their discussions concluded, establishing the terms of the alliance, though a few unresolved matters remained. The Elven King pondered that for the joint army of the Monster Kingdom and the Elven Kingdom to function effectively, there must be a universally accepted leader. With that, both the Elven King and Sui turned their attention to Elena, who had been listening silently nearby. Elena was momentarily stunned. Elena, as the recognized ruler of the Monster Kingdom and the savior of the Elven race, you shall be the leader of this allied army, the Elven King declared. After a brief hesitation, Elena replied, very well. She did not refuse. Had Lord Long still been alive, she would have felt incapable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility and would have continually declined. However, having slain her own weakness and pity, she was determined to wield every resource at her disposal, regardless of the cost. At that moment, Sui interjected, as the leader of the alliance, a title must be established. Indeed, the Elven King concurred. A title, you say? Elena appeared somewhat troubled. Sui smiled gently, gazing at Elena. My lady Elena, you possess profound mastery of magic, having mastered several forbidden spells that elude the common folk. Why not adopt the title of Demon King to lead this allied force? Thus, the army was named Demon King's Army. The Elven Kingdom dispatched troops to join forces with the Monster Kingdom's army, rapidly organizing their ranks. With the support of the Central Elder Council, the Monster Kingdom rallied numerous warriors to join the cause. Foxfolk, lizardfolk, and minotaurs responded in kind. Simultaneously, Elena personally utilized creation magic to forge a vast number of golems. These golem warriors were indomitable, tireless, and inscribed with numerous magical arrays, providing multiple means of offense, forming a crucial part of the army. The forbidden magic of monster manipulation proved invaluable as Elena summoned all the formidable beasts from the wilds of both the Monster Kingdom and the Elven Kingdom, their numbers far exceeding the temporary beast army summoned by Chu Yuan, swelling to 4 or 5 times its size. The Elven archers and mages joined this diverse coalition army. In the training grounds, the sight of archers, mages, beasts, and golems fighting in unison was both awe-inspiring and exhilarating. On the day the allied army was officially formed, Elena stood upon a high platform, addressing the assembled soldiers. In that moment, she was no longer the naive girl she once was, clad in sleek black armor that accentuated her exquisite figure, adorned with a dark golden headpiece reminiscent of dragon horns, and draped in a billowing cloak of night. She exuded an imposing presence, regal and captivating. With a graceful wave of her hand, her voice rang clear and resolute. I do not fight for power, nor merely for the existence of the Demon King's army. I fight to dismantle the Empire's cruel tyranny and to rescue those who suffer. We are not invaders. We battle for freedom and peace. Our enemy is the oppressive force, not any innocent life. The assembled troops responded, to arms. A thunderous cheer erupted from the ranks, as soldiers of all races raised their weapons and chanted in unison. Long live the Demon King! Long live the Demon King's army! Long live the Demon King! Long live the Demon King's army! Soon, the banner of the Demon King's army flew high as they embarked on their campaign. The emblem upon the banner depicted a black dragon. Within the resplendent palace, Emperor Oshuvius III reclined upon his throne, his brow furrowed, impatiently tapping his index finger on the armrest. His gaze was shrouded in gloom and anxiety, perpetually haunted by the escape of the forbidden spell thief. Yet, the thought of the hero Ryan's demise brought him a modicum of solace. The nearly invincible prowess of hero Ryan had instilled a deep-seated fear in Oshuvius III, should he turn against them. He could become the key to toppling the Orlum Empire. With Ryan now deceased, he considered it a reduction of potential threats, just as Oshuvius III pondered further strategies against the forbidden spell thief. The sudden sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see a silver-armored guard rushing in, kneeling on one knee with an urgent tone. "Your Majesty, grave news. A large army is encroaching upon the borders, directly targeting the imperial capital." Startled, Oshuvius III rose to his feet, his grand imperial cloak billowing behind him. "What army? Where do they come from?" The guard raised his head. "From the direction of the monster kingdom. The army includes monsters, golems, and even elves, with an estimated number exceeding 100,000. "What?" Oshuvius III's expression shifted dramatically. For a long time, he had not felt such agitation. "What are the frontline troops?" Oshuvius III began, then suddenly fell silent. The frontline troops? Those were the very forces he had ordered to retreat, solely to capture the forbidden spell thief. They were still within the territory, preparing for the next invasion. At that moment, Oshuvius's countenance darkened considerably. The guard added, "Also, Your Majesty, according to reports from the Sentinels, the commander of this army appears to be that very girl we pursued, the forbidden spell thief." Upon hearing this, Oshuvius III's pupils constricted. After a moment, he ground his teeth in fury. He sank back into his seat, his hands slamming down on the throne's armrests, rage igniting in his eyes. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to pass. He had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly, as if it were a slap to his face. How dare they? How dare they? Soon, cracks began to form on the throne's armrest. The atmosphere within the palace grew unbearably tense. The guard was drenched in sweat. Finally, Oshuvius III stood, sweeping his cloak aside, his gaze icy and resolute as he declared, "Mobilize all forces at once and prepare for battle. Moreover, I shall lead the charge myself." As the illustrious Oshuvius III led his forces to a vantage point near the empire's border, he gazed into the distance. Amidst the swirling clouds of dust, a colossal army approached with a deliberate pace. At the forefront of this throng stood a golden-haired maiden draped in a cloak of night, poised majestically atop a gigantic beast, resembling a queen of darkness. Her gaze, as frigid as ice, surveyed the direction of the imperial capital. With a multitude of monsters and golems following closely behind, alongside elves and dark entities, all arranged in meticulous formation, exuding an overwhelming aura, Oshuvius fixed his eyes intently on Elena, raising his sword high as he commanded, "All troops, prepare to engage." With his orders, the imperial forces charged down the hillside, a mighty tide that shook the heavens. On the opposite side, the Demon King's army surged forth like an unstoppable tsunami. Countless beasts and golems formed an unyielding torrent. The ferocious soldiers of the Demon King's army tore through the imperial lines with astonishing speed, although the imperial soldiers held the advantage of terrain. They quickly faltered under the relentless onslaught of the Demon King's forces, compounded by the coordinated attacks of the golems and beasts, leading to a rapid collapse of their defenses and heavy casualties. Yet, Oshuvius remained unperturbed. He coldly observed the devastation wrought by the Demon King's army. As they drew near, he slowly raised both hands and began to chant an ancient incantation. With his voice, the air suddenly chilled, enveloping the battlefield in an ominous aura. Forbidden spell, death's grasp. Finally, Oshuvius III proclaimed the name of his forbidden magic. In the next instant, a massive black sphere materialized in the sky above the battlefield, casting a shadow that enveloped a significant portion of the Demon King's army in darkness. Initially, the soldiers of the Demon King's army were perplexed by this phenomenon. However, as they felt their bodies rapidly weakening, panic ensued. Beasts howled in despair, and golems toppled over. Upon closer inspection, one could discern thin, crimson threads emerging from the bodies of the Demon King's army, rising upwards, ultimately being siphoned into the enormous black sphere above. It was evident that this was a curse capable of absorbing life force. Just as the situation grew dire, Elena raised her hand and invoked the forbidden spell, divine healing. In an instant, a dazzling white light radiated from her, enveloping the battlefield in a sacred glow, akin to the dawn breaking. Where the light shone, All fallen soldiers of the Demon King's army regained their strength, and the beast rose once more, their eyes ignited with battle fervor. Even the massive black sphere in the sky was dispelled by this holy light. What? Osweves III was initially taken aback, but his expression soon darkened to an extreme. Gritting his teeth, he recited the incantation again, attempting to reverse the tide of battle. However, under the influence of Elena's forbidden spell, his casting once more failed. Witnessing this, the morale of the Demon King's army surged, launching a more ferocious assault. Soon after, a general approached Osweves III, kneeling beside him, voice heavy with despair. "Your Majesty, our forces cannot hold." Osweves III, enraged and humiliated, bore a look of madness and defiance in his eyes. Yet, he did not lose his composure. "Retreat." At his command, the imperial forces withdrew like a receding tide, the remaining soldiers retreating to the defenses of the capital, their faces etched with despair. In no time, the Demon King's army claimed victory in the battle. The sounds of their cheers resonated through the heavens, shaking the very earth. In the following moments, the Demon King's army advanced with unstoppable momentum, breaching one city after another. Before long, they infiltrated the imperial capital. This, the largest and sole empire of humanity, officially fell into a state of ruin. The soldiers of the Demon King's army clashed with imperial troops in the chaotic streets of the capital. The scene a tumult of chaos. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, clashing weapons, and explosive spells, Elena made her way alone into the depths of the royal palace. Here, the sounds gradually quieted, the atmosphere steeped in a haunting silence. After a prolonged journey, Elena pushed open the heavy, opulent doors, entering the throne room. At the end of the dais, Osweves III rose slowly from his throne, their gazes locked, both cold as ice. "I can hardly believe you dared to come alone." Osweves III sneered, his voice echoing through the vast hall. Elena stepped forward, her golden hair billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. "No one can defeat you, and no one can end this but me." Upon hearing her words, Osweves' eyes darkened even further. Abruptly, he waved his hands and intoned a spell, Death's Grasp. A colossal black sphere appeared instantaneously above Elena. Yet, she had already prepared, shouting in response, "Divine Healing." A brilliant white light surged forth like a tide, dispersing the black sphere in an instant. Osweves III narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, "It seems our forbidden magics are evenly matched. In that case, let us settle this without forbidden spells, relying solely on our mastery of magic." Elena regarded him coolly, her lips pressed together in silence. Although the Demon King's army had surged forward relentlessly, it was the two of them, as the core of the battlefield and wielders of forbidden spells, who ultimately held the key to the war's outcome. Regardless of who triumphed, the opposing force would swiftly crumble. Osweves III struck first. A beam of icy blue light shot forth from his fingertips, rapidly coalescing into numerous sharp ice blades aimed directly at Elena. The speed of the ice blades was astonishing, freezing the very air in their wake. Earth's shield, a barrier formed from the ground, materialized before Elena, shattering the ice blades upon impact, scattering shards everywhere. Osweves clapped his hands together, summoning countless pillars of fire from the ground, sweeping toward Elena. With a light touch of her toes, she leaped into the air, evading the flames. "Come on." Osweves appeared somewhat deranged, having grown up in the palace and learned countless orthodox spells. "You, a mere magic thief, how could you possibly contend with me without forbidden spells?" The two exchanged spells, the brilliance of their magic illuminating the palace, the surrounding air rippling with the shockwaves of their battle, shattering the marble floor and obliterating the intricate carvings on the walls. Time passed, and the sun began to set. Inside the palace, Osweves III was utterly exhausted, his hands hanging limply at his sides, panting heavily. He found it hard to believe that he, the emperor of the empire with a formal education in magic, would fall to a mere girl, a thief of forbidden spells. "This cannot be. You cannot win." Osweves III rasped, forcing his hand upward for one final attempt to cast magic. However, Elena had already released her spell first. Osweves III attempted to defend himself with a protective spell, only to discover that his magical energy was nearly depleted. Elena's strike swiftly penetrated his magical barrier, striking his body, in a state of utter disbelief and resentment. Osweves collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Elena gradually lowered her hand, the radiance of her magic fading, leaving her alone amidst the ruins of the grand hall. She exhaled deeply, turning to exit the palace. The sounds of battle outside had subsided. The Demon King's army had completely taken over the capital. Standing on the palace's high platform, Elena surveyed the entirety of the imperial capital. The soldiers below erupted in jubilant cheers upon seeing her emerge, fervently shouting, "Long live the Demon King! Long live Lady Elena!" The acclaim soared to the heavens. Yet, Amidst the exultation, Elena's heart was devoid of joy. The visage of Chu Yuan flashed through her mind, and a solitary tear trickled down her cheek. "Mr. Dragon," she whispered softly, "I have avenged you. Yet, why do I feel no joy in this victory? Indeed, without you by my side, I alone bear witness to this landscape that it is utterly meaningless, completely devoid of significance. Only you. You alone are the essence of my existence." Subsequently, as the empire crumbled, a fleeting peace descended upon the land. Elena relinquished her position as the Demon King and quietly departed before the celebrations had concluded. Her life felt devoid of purpose. Thus, she sought to reclaim that very meaning. This quest became her sole motivation for survival. She traversed the realms in search of knowledge, acquiring various forms of magic, including necromancy. Yet, none proved fruitful. Necromancy bore some resemblance to creation magic. Both sought to bestow wisdom upon the lifeless. Ultimately, they were akin to the crafting of machinery, failing to restore the essence she yearned for. Merely generating substitutes. At long last, months later, Elena stumbled upon a relevant description within an ancient tome. Logically, the deceased cannot be revived, for their life has already faded. To resurrect the dead, one must invoke a miracle. If anything could be deemed miraculous in this world, it would be forbidden magic. Upon completing her reading of the tome, Elena's once doubtful gaze regained its resolve. She vowed to seek out every form of forbidden magic in existence, determined to find the means to bring back Sir Chu Yuan. Thus, Elena returned to the entrance of the second ruin in the land of the elves. As she re-entered, she effortlessly navigated all the mechanisms and arrived at the hidden chamber where she and Chu Yuan had once been trapped. The chamber's walls, mysteriously restored, hinted at the influence of some related magic. Moments later, a purple miasma began to seep from the chamber's surroundings, encroaching upon Elena. Unlike her previous encounter, she was no longer powerless. This time, she cast the forbidden spell, Divine Healing, and the toxic fog dissipated entirely. The miasma completely vanished. A door materialized at the far end of the chamber. Elena stepped through and acquired the forbidden magic of this ruin, soul manipulation. Its rank was an unprecedented 13th tier, the intricacies of which left Elena in awe. According to the concepts presented by soul manipulation, a person's soul is akin to a document, capable of being read and written upon, modified and overwritten. After death, without a physical vessel, the soul gradually fades. However, those who are powerful in life find their souls do not easily dissipate. Rather, they endure in some form after undergoing wear and tear. Most often, they are reborn as new life. Yet, there exists a conundrum. During the rebirth process, memories from a past life remain dormant. Memories can be imprinted upon the soul, but the reincarnated individual lacks the means to access those memories. It is all too likely that they may lead a mundane existence, and with death, their soul may also fade away. However, soul manipulation offers a method to embed within the soul itself. It allows for spontaneous access to the memories stored within the soul after reincarnation, thereby retrieving past life memories. This is the reading of the soul. Furthermore, soul manipulation possesses an even more crucial function, the writing of memories. Regardless of the creature, the capacity of the brain is finite. No matter how advanced its development, it cannot hold an abundance of forbidden magic. However, through soul manipulation, one can store forbidden spells within the soul's space, freeing up brain capacity. When needed, one can retrieve these spells through soul manipulation, placing another back in its place. Theoretically, as long as the soul remains sufficiently powerful, it can accommodate countless forbidden spells. Empowered by her mastery of soul manipulation, Elena embarked on an active exploration of the world, all in pursuit of more forbidden magic, striving to learn them in hopes of returning to Chu Yuan's side. She scoured the continent and eventually crossed oceans. Decades later, the forbidden spells contained within her soul multiplied to the point of nearing saturation. Finally, she discovered a forbidden spell, Absolute Insight. While lacking offensive capabilities, it possessed an astonishing effect, the ability to know the whereabouts of all things in the world, such as the locations of other ruins, specific herbs, and the whereabouts of those she longed to see. The only requirement was a profound yearning and a substantial amount of magical power. Elena's longing was as deep as the ocean, and after so many years, her magical power had swelled to an overwhelming tide. Utilizing Absolute Insight, she pinpointed Chu Yuan's reincarnated location. He resided in another world, a realm remarkably distant. Despite Elena's command over numerous forbidden spells, capable of traversing space and even creating dimensions, reaching that world necessitated crossing numerous barriers of existence, potentially leading to the dissolution of her physical form. However, Elena did not hesitate. Once prepared, She began to chant the spell, transforming into a resplendent light that vanished from this world. Due to the immense magical energy required for the incantation, Elena extracted magic from the atmosphere as a source of power for her interdimensional journey. After her departure, the magical concentration of the world diminished by a full third. Simulated review. Over the course of several years, you mastered 3 forbidden spells, along with many other formidable magics, becoming the mightiest being of the Dragonkin. Even slaying the nemesis of magic users, the hero. Simulation settlement in progress. Simulation settlement complete. Rating: A. Rewards dispersing. Rewards dispensed. Resilience, blue. Magic convergence, purple. Forbidden spell adaptation, gold. All magic acquired during the simulation. Awakening of magic side powers. You now wield all powers pertaining to the magical realm. Chu Yuan opened his eyes, clutching his chest. His heart throbbed vigorously, yet the scene of the sword piercing him lingered vividly in his mind. Although this simulation lasted less than a decade, merely a fraction of the first, it felt as if he had experienced a lifetime. He journeyed alone through the world, encountered Elena, and visited the lands of monsters and elves. Forging bonds with their inhabitants. It was as if he had lived a complete existence. Yet, as this simulation concluded, he could not claim to be entirely unburdened, since Luo Jiqing appeared in this world. He realized that the simulated world was indeed real, along with its inhabitants. Thus, even as he departed, time would continue to flow in that realm. He wondered, how is Elena faring now, once so reliant on him? The young girl has now moved on. After a brief moment, Chu Yuan shook his head to dispel his thoughts. In any case, it is comforting to know that Elena has grown sufficiently strong. After the hero's demise, no one in that world should be able to harm her anymore. He must now focus on his own life. Having acquired powers on the magical front, it is time to register his abilities. Although he possesses forbidden spell magic, utilizing it demands a substantial amount of mana. While beast manipulation does not consume much mana, this world lacks magical beasts. To rapidly strengthen himself, he needs to acquire resources and cultivate his skills. Therefore, registering and applying for resources is essential. The following day, Chu Yuan dressed meticulously, preparing to head to the Academy's information registration office. Before departing, he called Luo Jiqing to inform her of his plans. Given their current relationship, Chu Yuan would not conceal such matters from her. After dealing with the aftermath of the magical fog, Luo Jiqing had returned to the capital to continue her meetings. Just as she finished a meeting and received Chu Yuan's call, she personally arranged for the Academy to expedite matters for him, unwilling to let any time slip away. Initially, Chu Yuan was required to undergo a review process and visit a designated location to be assessed by experts in the magical field before he could register his magical abilities at the information registration office. However, under Luo Jiqing's arrangements, the experts arrived promptly to conduct the assessment on the spot. Furthermore, she decided to accompany Chu Yuan personally to the registration office. Upon arriving outside the building housing the registration office, Chu Yuan spotted Luo Jiqing, clad in a cream-colored trench coat, already waiting for him. Today, she had tied her hair into a high ponytail, her elegant long boots adding to her cool demeanor, exuding an air of charm. Intelligent, noble, and graceful, the two walked side by side naturally. "Master, you need not go to such lengths," Chu Yuan remarked, glancing at Luo Jiqing's stunning profile, a helpless smile gracing his lips. "For you, it is necessary," Luo Jiqing replied softly. Her gaze as gentle as flowing water. "Oh dear, what should I do? My master is spoiling me too much, feeding me soft rice directly." Inside the registration office, as Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing stepped into the main hall, her presence immediately ignited a hushed buzz among the students and staff, all captivated by her grace and beauty. Many recognized her as the Sword Immortal and soon identified Chu Yuan by her side. Unfazed by the attention, Luo Jiqing led Chu Yuan directly to the waiting area, where they settled onto a sofa. A staff member soon approached, bowing respectfully. "Sword Immortal, the magical experts responsible for the assessment will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment with Mr. Chu Yuan." Luo Jiqing nodded gently. The two began to sit in silence as they awaited their turn. After a while, Chu Yuan overheard a few students in the vicinity whispering excitedly. One student exclaimed, "I heard that the heiress of the magical conglomerate, the Howard family, is coming to East Sea Seraph Academy to study today. Did you all hear about this?" "I heard too. They say she's an extraordinary beauty. I can't wait to see her. Oh, if only she were my past life lover," another student lamented, clutching his heart dramatically. Xiao Chunan's imagination runs wild for the dojo. It seems she'll arrive soon, first for the talent assessment. That's what a senior friend of mine, who graduated and now works at the academy, told me. "All right, I'll go check it out and see what she's like in person." "Sure, I'll go with you." Before long, several magical experts hurried in, all esteemed professors from the academy, each possessing at least B-rank strength. Sword Immortal, we apologize for keeping you waiting, they said, all displaying utmost respect in her presence, even for Chu Yuan. They maintained a similar demeanor. This must be Mr. Chu Yuan. I've long heard of your reputation. Hee hee, what a promising youth you are. Seeing you in person, you truly are a paragon of talent, worthy of being the Sword Immortal's disciple. One expert beamed, showering him with flattery. Luo Jiqing nodded slightly. Let us begin promptly. Do not waste time. Of course. The experts turned their attention to Chu Yuan. The one who had spoken earlier asked, Mr. Chu Yuan, could you please demonstrate your magical abilities? Very well, Chu Yuan replied, rising to his feet. He raised his hand, and in an instant, a magical circle materialized in his palm. The circle expanded, ultimately spanning nearly a meter in diameter. A fireball ignited at the front of the circle, its flames flickering and radiating intense heat. Even from a distance, the air grew dry, waves of warmth washing over them. Oh my, an older expert gasped. The construction of this magical circle is remarkably simple, consuming minimal mana while maximizing effect. In your past life, you must have reached an extraordinary level, perhaps rivaling all of us. The experts began to murmur among themselves, astonished by the magical prowess Chu Yuan displayed. Moments later, one expert stepped forward, addressing Luo Jiqing, Sword Immortal. I can confirm that Mr. Chu Yuan undoubtedly possesses magical qualities. He has indeed undergone a second awakening. Nearby, a few students were also discussing this revelation. What does a second awakening mean? One boy inquired. A second awakening means that, having already awakened one lifetime's memories, one has now awakened the memories of another lifetime. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, but those who awaken invariably have heightened potential. Of course, the vast majority of saviors only possess one lifetime's memories. Those with memories from 2 or more lifetimes are considered mythical heroes. So, does this mean Chu Yuan is also a mythical hero? Indeed, not only is he the Sword Immortal's disciple, but he has also reached A rank in record time and now awakened memories of another lifetime. Becoming a mythical hero, this fellow is truly a prodigy. Each of these accomplishments alone would place him at the pinnacle of saviors, and he possesses all 3. How terrifying. He is like a dragon among men. And he is just a freshman. This is what one would call the dual cultivation of celestial and demonic powers. You know nothing. This is the incantation of forbidden spells by the Sword Immortal. Back to Chu Yuan, an expert rubbed his hands together and said, Sword Immortal, we have confirmed Chu Yuan's magical qualifications without doubt. However, there is something we need to discuss with you. What is it? Luo Jiqing asked. Given that a second awakening within the academy is unprecedented, would you consider arranging for another magical mentor to guide and cultivate Chu Yuan? The expert spoke with palpable eagerness. It seemed that if Luo Jiqing agreed, he would likely recommend himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing pondered briefly, shaking her head with a cool demeanor. No need. I alone shall be Chu Yuan's mentor, she added. After Chu Yuan completes his registration, I will ensure the academy arranges for the allocation of resources for him. Upon hearing Luo Jiqing's words, the experts appeared somewhat disappointed, yet none dared voice dissent. Indeed, given the magical abilities Chu Yuan had displayed, they would likely find themselves learning from him rather than the other way around. However, Chu Yuan discerned something else from Luo Jiqing's words. My master seems a bit resistant to the idea of me having another mentor. Though he found this possessiveness endearing, he did not dislike it. Soon enough, Chu Yuan completed the registration of his magical powers. The staff member assisting him said, Mr. Chu Yuan, your registration is complete. Moving forward, we will send you magical cultivation resources each month. Thank you. Chu Yuan nodded, preparing to leave. Oh, wait, don't rush off, Mr. Chu Yuan. There's one more thing. What is it? Chu Yuan came to an abrupt halt, inquiring, is it true that you have awakened the powers of magic, signifying a secondary awakening? Generally speaking, a secondary awakening results in an enhancement of one's innate abilities. Therefore, I would recommend that you undergo a talent assessment. If your abilities have indeed upgraded, you will secure greater privileges. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed with the talent assessment. The prospect of acquiring more privileges was indeed advantageous, alleviating the need to burden his master excessively. Although she appeared more than willing, he felt a twinge of guilt for having relied on her as his mentor. What if, one day, she felt compelled to repay her kindness in a manner he could not refuse? No, such thoughts were rather inappropriate. Should he really embark on the talent assessment now? Luo Jiqing had overheard the earlier conversation between Chu Yuan and the staff. As he returned to her side, she spoke up. Is that so? I will arrange it immediately, she said. And no sooner had the words left her lips than she placed a phone call, issuing instructions. From the other end, a voice tinged with exasperation, belonging to Qin Xiaya, could be faintly heard. Shortly after, the call concluded, and Luo Jiqing turned her gentle gaze towards Chu Yuan. Shall we go? Xiaya has made the arrangements. And we can proceed with the assessment now. Indeed, he replied. The two departed from the information registration area. As they walked side by side, their shadows merged beneath the slanted sunlight. Luo Jiqing glanced at Chu Yuan, her voice softening as she asked, in your past life as a wielder of magic, you must have experienced quite a bit. Haven't you? Yes, indeed. Much has transpired, he replied. Would you share some of it with me this evening? Chu Yuan was taken aback by this request. He looked over at Luo Jiqing, who had averted her gaze, her ears slightly flushed. At this sight, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Very well, but, Master, is this an invitation to your home tonight? What might you desire? Luo Jiqing avoided his eyes, simply stating, It has been a while since we last met, and I have missed you. I merely wish to converse with you more. Is that all? He inquired, noticing her lips pressing together delicately as her slender fingers fidgeted. What else would you wish for? The cool beauty's cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Though her words seemed to pose a question, the anticipation in her gaze was unmistakable. It is difficult to articulate, Chu Yuan replied, a playful smirk gracing his features. Luo Jiqing raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Because my responses could generally be categorized into two distinct directions. Point one would certainly disappoint you, while the other might render me, well, somewhat foolish. Luo Jiqing was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush creeping across her elegant features, spreading from her ears to her neck, disrupting her usual icy demeanor. She began, her voice barely above a whisper, I do not think less of you for being foolish, just when Chu Yuan thought her words had reached a bold threshold. Luo Jiqing added, her head bowed, her voice barely a breeze, as long as it pertains to me, I would welcome anything. Master, what are you saying? Could you speak a bit louder? Chu Yuan seemed uncertain if he had heard correctly. Nothing of consequence, she replied, turning her head away, her fingers subconsciously curling a strand of her hair, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuan, her cool gaze was now captivatingly soft, imbued with a hint of shyness. Master, your demeanor hardly suggests that it is nothing at all. Luo Jiqing found herself momentarily speechless. Chu Yuan chuckled lightly, leaning closer as he whispered, Master, since you do not mind, why not be a little bolder and express what you expect of me? At his words, Luo Jiqing's neck flushed crimson, and she bit her lip, murmuring, Nonsense. Ha ha ha. Chu Yuan found his master utterly charming. The talent assessment equipment was housed within the central building of the Seraph Academy. Besides evaluating talents, the facility also boasted training resources, thus attracting a considerable crowd. The arrival of Luo Jiqing and Chu Yuan drew the attention of many as they entered the talent assessment hall. Curious onlookers followed suit. Hey, why are Chu Yuan and the Sword Immortal here? Did you not know? It is rumored that Chu Yuan has undergone a secondary awakening, hence he is here to reassess his talents. My goodness, even with such a transformation, he has achieved a secondary awakening. How are we mere mortals to compete? We are the saviors, and he is the true Messiah, right? Let us bestow upon him a title without delay. Perhaps we should inquire if his advantages are available for others to use as well. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Luo Jiqing approached Chu Yuan. Go ahead, she encouraged softly. Chu Yuan nodded gently and stepped forward to the testing apparatus. The device was a dark spherical object, its surface smooth and said to be crafted from extraordinary materials, capable of displaying colors corresponding to the strength of the tester's soul. Beneath the sphere, a pointer would quantify the strength of the soul, rendering it more comprehensible. Back when he first enrolled, Chu Yuan had undergone a soul strength assessment using this very instrument. At that time, his result had been an A, with the pointer hovering between A and S. Having gone through the trials of magic in his past life, he anticipated a higher result this time. The staff adjusted the talent assessment device and instructed Chu Yuan. Please place your hand upon the apparatus. Chu Yuan extended his hand and pressed it against the dark sphere. A gentle radiance emanated from the orb. At that moment, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence. All eyes fixated on the device. As Chu Yuan maintained contact with the sphere, its luminosity intensified, becoming blindingly bright, and the pointer swiftly ascended from D to C to B, quickly surpassing A. Yet, it did not stop there. The pointer continued its upward trajectory, even exceeding Chu Yuan's previous result. The staff members watched in astonishment as the pointer approached the letter S, albeit slowly and with a tremor. Chu Yuan swallowed hard, his heart racing as he observed the quivering pointer. In the next instant, the pointer leaped forward, coming to a definitive stop at S, the uppermost limit on the gauge. The staff member beside him stared in disbelief, eventually uttering, S. It is S grade. The hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What? S grade? Chu Yuan's talent has reached S. Isn't the last person from our nation to achieve S-grade talent none other than Luo Jiqing herself? Indeed, an S-grade talent signifies an inevitable ascent to becoming an S-grade savior. This is utterly absurd. Chu Yuan has already attained A-grade, and now with a secondary awakening to reach S-grade talent. Does this not imply he is on the fast track to S-grade status? Is it true, my friend? We just enrolled, and you are already destined for the pinnacle of the world? Moreover, it seems Chu Yuan has yet to visit the training facilities, while we have labored tirelessly for years without a single upgrade. He simply attends classes, indulges, and in 2 weeks has eclipsed our collective efforts. If he continues this way, he will find himself friendless. Mark my words. I'm telling you, he will definitely be ostracized. To avoid being cast aside, we should keep our distance from Chu Yuan. Ha! You pretend to rally everyone to isolate him, yet sneak off to curry favor behind our backs, don't you? With your character, it's best to sever ties. I say, what does sever ties even mean? The atmosphere was undeniably electric, with students animatedly discussing amongst themselves. However, Chu Yuan soon composed himself, his expression remaining unchanged as he slowly withdrew his hand. He turned to gaze at Luo Jiqing, who still bore her usual aloof demeanor, yet her seemingly tranquil eyes betrayed an inner joy and excitement. Meanwhile, a luxurious vehicle glided to a halt outside the central building of Donghai Seraph Academy. The rear door was opened by a bodyguard clad in black, revealing a fair leg adorned with exquisite boots stepping out. Following that, a stunningly beautiful golden-haired girl descended from the car, her features exquisitely refined. An elderly man in a butler's attire also exited the vehicle, his robust physique exuding a strength not typical of his age. He slightly bowed, addressing her, Miss, we have arrived. This is the venue for the talent assessment at Donghai Seraph Academy. Yes, Seabass, let us proceed, she replied. Certainly. Mississippi. The girl, accompanied by her butler and a few bodyguards, made her way towards the central building, drawing the attention of those around them. Which young lady is that? She is so beautiful. She seems to be a foreigner. You don't understand, do you? She is Elena of the Howard family, here to study at Donghai Seraph Academy this year. The Howard family? You mean the one led by S-class savior Adam? The largest magical conglomerate in Europe, precisely. Wow, the gazes directed at Elena were filled with awe and fascination, tinged with a newfound reverence. As Elena and her entourage approached the talent assessment area, they found it densely packed with onlookers. Making entry impossible, Elena furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. Seabass, could you inquire about what is happening? Of course. Mississippi. Seabass bowed slightly and ventured towards the crowd. He quickly returned, speaking in a hushed tone. Miss, someone has tested an S-class talent here, causing quite a commotion, hence the growing crowd. The bodyguards behind Elena exchanged glances, revealing hints of astonishment. However, Elena merely nodded indifferently. The emergence of an S-class talent was indeed a matter worthy of national attention in China. Yet she felt no interest in it. The only thing capable of capturing her focus was Mr. Dragon. She needed to find Mr. Dragon to accompany him, which necessitated her enrollment. The crucial step in this process was to undergo the talent assessment and register her admission. Clearing a path for her, Elena and Seabass entered the assessment area. Just as she stepped through the door, a figure emerged from inside, colliding directly with her gaze. Her eyes met with Chu Yuan's. And in that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Elena halted, and Chu Yuan stood rooted in place, both rendered speechless. In that instant, memories from a past life surged forth like a tidal wave, intertwining within their minds. The world around them faded into silence, the cacophony of the crowd dissipating, leaving only the echoes of their heartbeats resonating in their ears. A tempest swirled within Chu Yuan, his lips trembling. Elena. Mr. Dragon. Elena softly called, the name etched deep within her soul. Seabass, observing Elena's unusual demeanor, quietly inquired, Miss, are you all right? Yet, Elena seemed oblivious to his concern, her gaze fixated on Chu Yuan, tears welling in her eyes before spilling over. On the other hand, Chu Yuan was equally taken aback by Elena's unexpected presence. His mind was a whirlwind, too many words swarming within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. In the next heartbeat, Elena suddenly dashed into his embrace, her soft form pressing against him. At last, I found you, Mr. Dragon. Her voice was choked, as if the dam of her long-suppressed emotions had finally burst forth. She buried her face in Chu Yuan's chest. Disregarding the curious stares around them, weeping unabashedly, her tears dampening his clothing. Chu Yuan gathered his thoughts, attempting to articulate something, but just then, Elena lifted her head, her tear-streaked face radiating determination. She cradled his face in her hands and kissed him without hesitation. The sensation of their lips meeting was accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance of her presence, reminiscent of orchids and musk, soothing and alluring. Chu Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his body rendered immobile. The surrounding crowd was initially stupefied, but soon erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Wow, what? Did they just kiss? This is absurd. Is it true that the heiress of the Howard family has just given herself to Chu Yuan? Could it be that Elena and Chu Yuan were lovers in a past life? Good heavens, is there no sense of justice left? Is it not enough to have an S-class savior as a teacher, but now the daughter of Europe's largest magical conglomerate is feeding him soft rice too? Just as the clamor reached a fever pitch, an unseen force intervened between Chu Yuan and Elena, forcibly separating them. Elena stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing her balance, but ultimately steadied herself against the magical array that appeared behind her. Seabass hurried forward, a look of guilt etched on his face. "Miss, are you all right?" "I have failed in my duty, I'm fine," Elena replied, lifting her gaze to find a stunningly cold and beautiful woman standing before Chu Yuan. Her expression as frigid as frost, her eyes darkened with intensity. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers perked up, whispering amongst themselves. What is happening? What reaction is this from the Sword Immortal? It's almost like a declaration of territory. Is this a battlefield of love? I want to see blood flowing like a river. To open a harem, one must bear the weight. Keep watching, keep watching. Chu Yuan felt completely overwhelmed that it would have been manageable to encounter Elena in solitude. But with his mentor present, and Elena boldly kissing him without hesitation, he found himself at a loss for words on how to defuse the situation. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Luo Jiqing's gaze was fixed intently on Elena. "Who are you?" Her tone was calm yet carried an undercurrent of authority that momentarily silenced the surrounding noise, dropping the temperature in the air. Since arriving in this world, she had never felt such anger, nay, perhaps even including her past life. It was the first time. She hadn't even shared a kiss with Chu Yuan yet. His kiss had been claimed by this girl before her. In that moment, Luo Jiqing felt as if her previously reserved demeanor had turned her into a fool. Elena paused for a moment, quickly sizing up Luo Jiqing, combining that with the murmurs from the crowd. She instantly grasped the identity of the woman before her. Mr. Dragon, also known as Chu Yuan's mentor, was none other than Luo Jiqing, the strongest S-class savior in China. The Sword Immortal. It became evident that this Luo Jiqing harbored feelings for Mr. Dragon that were anything but simple. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so intensely. However, would she retreat in the face of this? She had overcome countless hardships to find Mr. Dragon, sacrificing so much. Would she give up merely because she stood before an S-class savior? She had long since slain her own weakness. With that thought, Elena straightened her posture elegantly, lifting her skirt and curtsying to Luo Jiqing. Having received an excellent education since childhood, her Chinese was quite fluent. "Greetings. I am Elena Howard, daughter of Adam Howard, the head of Europe's largest magical conglomerate, the Howard family. I believe you are the esteemed Sword Immortal, Mr. Chu Yuan's mentor. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I lost control of my emotions upon encountering Mr. Chu Yuan, who was the most important person in my past life." However, after explaining her background and displaying a humble demeanor, Elena suddenly shifted her tone. Her beautiful eyes locking onto Luo Jiqing's. "Sword Immortal, your approach just now appears to be somewhat inappropriate. If I were not the savior, but merely an ordinary woman, I fear that I would have sustained considerable injury from that blow. Moreover, I did not intend to harm Mr. Chu Yuan. Might you be overreacting, or perhaps meddling too deeply?" Upon hearing these words, the chill in Luo Jiqing's eyes seemed to solidify into something tangible. As the tension between the two grew increasingly palpable, Chu Yuan felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, realizing that no matter what he did, the situation seemed impossible to ameliorate. Just then, a professor unexpectedly stepped between Luo Jiqing and Elena. Chuckling nervously as he raised his hands in an attempt to diffuse the charged atmosphere. "Might I suggest that both of you take a moment to compose yourselves? You are both pivotal figures on the international stage, and any discord could easily escalate into a diplomatic issue." As he spoke, sweat poured down his brow, for he could sense that both Luo Jiqing and Elena had partially shifted their focus towards him. Under the intense pressure of their formidable auras, he felt as if he were being pricked by 1,000 needles. Observing this, Chu Yuan seized the opportunity to interject. "Master Elena, if there are matters to discuss, we can address them later. For now, could you both please take a moment to calm down? I promise to share everything with you." His words seemed to ease the tense atmosphere somewhat. Luo Jiqing cast a glance at Chu Yuan before shifting her gaze back to Elena. After a brief moment, she closed her eyes, her delicate hands clenched tightly. Trembling slightly, it appeared that they truly had much to express and confide in one another. Gradually, she began to soothe her own emotions. Regardless of her grievances and frustrations, she was unwilling to place Chu Yuan in a difficult position. Her love for him outweighed any possessive urges or other sentiments. For his sake, she was willing to concede. Turning to Chu Yuan, Luo Jiqing spoke in a cool tone, yet devoid of her earlier sharpness. I have completed the registration process for you. I shall take my leave now. With that, she walked out of the aptitude testing center alone. The surrounding crowd quickly parting to make way for her. Chu Yuan watched her retreating figure, raising his hand only to let it fall once more, a surge of guilt and gratitude swelling within him. He understood all too well that Luo Jiqing had stepped back for his sake. Otherwise, the events of the day would not have concluded so smoothly. In a moment of distraction, Elena had already drawn near, wrapping her arm around his, the warmth of her touch bringing him back to reality. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, Mr. Dragon, would you accompany me for a private conversation shortly? There is much I wish to share with you. Her gaze sparkled, her cheeks flushed, and her demeanor transformed from that of a fierce competitor to one of innocent charm. Ever since Mr. Dragon had departed from her world, she had encased her heart in a veneer of coldness. Now that she had encountered him again, the essence of her former self had been rekindled. This side of her, she would only reveal to Mr. Dragon. With a wry smile, Chu Yuan replied, and what of now? Elena's smile softened. For the moment, I must trouble Mr. Dragon to wait a while. I need to complete my aptitude test first, as it is a necessary step for enrollment. Once I am enrolled, I can remain with you indefinitely. Before long, under the watchful eyes of numerous onlookers, Elena approached the dark orb designated for the aptitude test. Chu Yuan stood back. Observing her. He witnessed Elena raise her delicate hand and place it upon the orb. In the next instant, a brilliant light erupted from within, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors. The needle on the gauge danced from D to C, then from C to B, and finally from B to A. Ultimately, it surpassed A, reaching the pinnacle of the gauge, pointing to the letter S. This spectacle rendered the entire venue silent, soon followed by an uproar of astonishment. A in S-level aptitude. Another S-level. They exclaimed. I in just this day, or even within half an hour, we have witnessed the emergence of 2 S-level talents. How unbelievable! Is this new cohort filled with monsters? Their backgrounds are exceptional, and their abilities unfathomable. Oh dear, the ancient ranks are upon us. We mere prodigies have become mere background figures, with no hope of rising again. Wake up. You are not even worthy of being called a prodigy. Amidst the murmurs of awe, shock, and envy, Elena gracefully withdrew her hand, offering a gentle smile as she turned to walk back to Chu Yuan, intertwining her arm with his. Let us go, Mr. Dragon. In this lifetime, I shall be by your side forever. Chu Yuan settled into the luxurious car that Elena had summoned. The interior was spacious and opulent, seats crafted from the finest leather, emitting a subtle fragrance. Yet, what captivated Chu Yuan's attention more than this luxury was Elena herself. Throughout the journey, she remained unusually affectionate. Leaning close to him, her clear emerald eyes fixed upon him, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. It was impossible for Chu Yuan to remain unaffected by such tender treatment. He felt a surge of emotions within him. Naturally, he was more than willing to reciprocate Elena's ardent feelings. However, the thought of Luo Jiqing standing on the other side filled him with distress. He could not let his master down. Before long, they arrived at the city's most upscale sky restaurant. The vast, transparent dome at the top made the heavens feel within reach. The entire restaurant had been reserved by Elena, with all staff attending solely to their needs. Outside the private dining area, Seabass stood quietly in attendance. Inside, the table was laden with exquisite delicacies, premium caviar, black truffles, roasted venison, and king crab, each dish emanating an enticing aroma, accompanied by 2 bottles of red wine valued at millions each. Chu Yuan gazed at the lavish spread before him, a wry smile creeping onto his face. He realized that since acquiring the simulator, he had not once paid for a meal himself. After a while of dining, they finally broached more serious matters. Chu Yuan inquired, Elena, how have you fared since my departure? At this, Elena hesitated momentarily. Mr. Dragon, she began, her eyes flickering, her voice gradually revealing a tremor. After you left, I endured much, so very much. Elena began to recount her experiences, her tone tinged with an underlying sorrow. She described how, after Chu Yuan's death in her previous life, she faced the remnants of the empire alone, how she assembled the Demon King's army to overthrow the regime, and how she tirelessly scoured the world for relics to uncover the truth of this realm. It was only recently that I fully regained the memories of this life, she concluded. Chu Yuan regarded Elena with empathy, envisioning the trial she had faced, feeling both moved and pained. Yet, a question nagged at him. Elena, you mentioned that you only recently regained your memories. What do you mean? Elena lowered her gaze, explaining. My soul bore the weight of numerous forbidden spells, placed under immense strain that I did not anticipate that reincarnating in this world would lead to such significant soul degradation, reducing my overall capacity for memory storage. Consequently, my soul struggled to retain its original information, leading to an automatic compression of my memories, including those of you. Mr. Dragon, you were the key to unlocking my past. Had I not seen you on the news, I do not know how much longer it would have taken for my memories to awaken fully. Fortunately, fate brought us together once more. As she spoke, Elena's expression transformed into one of resilient beauty. Hearing her words, Chu Yuan experienced a sudden clarity, accompanied by a pang of sorrow for Elena, deepening his sense of protectiveness towards her. He found himself with yet another person he could not afford to disappoint in this life. With this thought, however, Chu Yuan felt increasingly troubled. On one hand was his master, and on the other, Elena. What was he to do? Was there a way to navigate this without causing harm to either? Sensing his distress, Elena inquired with concern. Mr. Dragon, you appear somewhat troubled. It is because, she paused momentarily. Could it be about the sword immortal? Chu Yuan was taken aback by her words, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Upon hearing this, Elena pondered slightly. Reflecting on it, the encounter between the sword immortal Luo Jiqing and the demon dragon had occurred less than a month ago. Yet their bond seemed to have already deepened profoundly. Such a level of connection could not possibly be born from mere happenstance. This, in turn, implied. At that moment, Elena suddenly recalled that Chu Yuan had undergone a second aptitude test, which signified his second awakening. Those who experienced a second awakening possessed two past lives. In a tentative tone, Elena inquired, Mr. Demon Dragon, could it be that the sword immortal is also like me possessing? Chu Yuan observed Elena's expression, hesitated for a brief moment, and ultimately nodded. Indeed, my master was also someone I knew in my past life. However, that was in another past life. In that life, she was likewise my master. We endured countless trials and tribulations together, and our bond transcends the simple master-disciple relationship. Therefore, I find myself somewhat conflicted. Elena grasped the situation. Mr. Demon Dragon indeed shared such a connection with the sword immortal. She lightly bit her lip, seemingly having made a decision. Mr. Demon Dragon. Elena moved closer, gently taking hold of Chu Yuan's hand, leaning her entire being against his shoulder. Do not be troubled. I do not wish to see you in distress. I will not claim you solely for myself. Chu Yuan's eyes widened slightly, understanding Elena's intent. Elena. Therefore, Mr. Demon Dragon. Elena's cheeks flushed lightly. Please do not resent me. Could you perhaps grow to like me a little more? I wish to be by your side forever, no matter what may transpire. Chu Yuan's heart trembled at her words. He embraced Elena, resting his chin on her shoulder, solemnly promising, I will, Elena. He added three more words. Thank you. Elena let out a silly laugh, charming and content, nuzzling into Chu Yuan's embrace, reminiscent of that little girl who once nestled close to the demon dragon, whispering sweet nothings amidst his scales. After a while, as the atmosphere softened, Elena suddenly lifted her head. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and shyly asked, Mr. Demon Dragon, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Elena blinked her eyes. Have you kissed the sword immortal? Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly for several seconds. No. Upon hearing this response, Elena appeared triumphant, a playful smile gracing her delicate face, her eyes shimmering with delight. Then it seems I am ahead of you. After finishing their meal, the two exchanged contact information and made plans to meet again soon. In truth, Elena yearned to spend more time with Chu Yuan. However, having just transferred schools, she found herself overwhelmed with tasks, making it quite impossible. As evening descended, Chu Yuan arrived directly at Luo Jiqing's doorstep. After ringing the doorbell, it was not long before the door swung open. Luo Jiqing stood at the threshold, her expression serene and devoid of emotion, resembling a still and exquisite portrait. Her gaze casually swept over Chu Yuan. What brings you here? Her tone was calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Chu Yuan, observing her demeanor, couldn't help but smile wryly. If only he could poke her cheek now, she'd undoubtedly pout in silent annoyance, much like a little hamster, secretly simmering with displeasure. Master, did you not ask me to come? Luo Jiqing momentarily stiffened, turning her face slightly. I never said such a thing. Yet, as she spoke, she stepped aside. Did we not agree to this? Moreover, master, when you left today, your eyes conveyed just that. Chu Yuan continued as he stepped inside, casually changing into slippers that I must come. So much has happened today, and I am sure you have many questions for me, which I must clarify. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, Luo Jiqing's expression softened slightly, though she still maintained an air of indifference. Following her, Chu Yuan entered her dining area, when his gaze fell upon the dining table. He paused. Two steaming plates of food were meticulously arranged, evidently prepared with care. He raised his eyes to Luo Jiqing, warmth blooming in his heart. He just knew. Master had anticipated his arrival, waiting for him all this time. Taking a couple of steps forward, he positioned himself behind Luo Jiqing, wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin on her shoulder. The softness of her presence and the fragrant breeze enveloped him. Chu Yuan found himself lost in the moment. I apologize for making you wait, master. His voice was low and gentle. Luo Jiqing shivered slightly. Moments later, she suddenly whispered, I need compensation. What does master desire as compensation? In the next instant, Luo Jiqing turned abruptly, cupping Chu Yuan's face with both hands. Before he could react, she pressed her lips against his. Chu Yuan's eyes widened as he wanted to say something, but his words were silenced by her kiss. It seemed as if she was releasing all the emotions that had accumulated since she had left earlier that day, pouring everything into that singular kiss, as if to meld her very essence into Chu Yuan's being. Never to be separated again. Chu Yuan found himself utterly defenseless, and before he knew it, they had shifted to the sofa. His back rested against the soft cushions while Luo Jiqing knelt partially atop him. As their lips parted, her hair was slightly tousled, her fair cheeks flushed with crimson, adding a hint of allure, her eyes reflecting a whirlpool of deep emotion, glistening with unshed tears. Chu Yuan, Luo Jiqing's voice trembled, imbued with a trace of vulnerability. I can be your master for a lifetime, provided that no one else claims the role of your partner. Listening to Luo Jiqing's words and gazing at her visage, Chu Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. He fell silent for a moment, slowly reaching out to gently caress her cheek, drawing her into his embrace. The moonlight outside filtered through the thin curtains, casting a shimmering, ethereal silver glow over the two of them, entwined in a dreamlike haze. A considerable time passed. Let us eat, master, lest the food grows cold. Luo Jiqing leaned her forehead against Chu Yuan's, feeling elated at his response. Unable to resist planting a gentle kiss on his lips, after a brief moment of adjusting their attire, they began their meal. Once dining concluded, Luo Jiqing reclined slightly against the back of her chair, her lovely face adorned with a hint of softness. Now, may I inquire about your affairs? Chu Yuan nodded. Master, Elena has come from a past life to find me. He proceeded to share the nature of his relationship with Elena and the lengths to which he had gone to locate him. Chu Yuan lowered his gaze, guilt-etched upon his features. Thus, master, I fear I cannot disregard her. Before he could finish, Luo Jiqing gently lifted one hand, placing it softly over the back of Chu Yuan's hand. Her touch tender. I shall not make things difficult for you, she declared, intertwining her fingers with his. Chu Yuan was taken aback, raising his gaze to meet Luo Jiqing's. He beheld her half-closed eyes, biting her lip to suppress the jealousy within. Her gaze flickering with yearning. I have said that in this life, I shall give you everything. Chu Yuan's heart quivered slightly. He comprehended the enormity of the concession this represented for Luo Jiqing. It was rare for a woman to willingly share the heart of her beloved with another. Yet, she was willing to traverse time and reincarnation, seeking him with such profound devotion, and still made such a choice. Undoubtedly, this testified to her love, a warm, encompassing, and deeply rooted love. She loved him far more than herself. Master, he whispered, his emotions trembling within his words. Thus, Luo Jiqing glanced at Chu Yuan, her face slightly averted, her porcelain cheeks tinted with a rosy hue. Feeling somewhat bashful. Tonight, may you stay with me? I wish to hear you speak of the events of that lifetime. Chu Yuan's lips curled into a gentle smile. Very well, yes. The moonlight deepened. Chu Yuan emerged from his bath and entered Luo Jiqing's room, where he found her clad in comfortable homeware, nestled beneath the covers, radiating a sense of grace. Come in, she said, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. I've warmed the bed for you. Chu Yuan approached the bedside, feeling an inexplicable nervousness. Despite having shared many nights with his master during their initial simulations, Was it the qualitative shift in their relationship that stirred such emotions tonight? He lifted the covers and lay down. Whereupon Luo Jiqing gently snuggled closer, her soft form and delicate fragrance blending seamlessly with him. What is this sensation? Such bliss. May I begin my tale? Just then, as Chu Yuan's mind wandered, Luo Jiqing inquired softly. Oh, yes. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan commenced recounting his experiences in the era of the demon dragon, detailing everything from the brutal clashes with his kin to his fateful encounter with Elena, and their journey through the realms of the demon and the elves, narrating each event with meticulous care. Luo Jiqing listened with rapt attention, her eyes occasionally shimmering with tenderness, and at times, a smile would grace her lips. Chu Yuan became so engrossed in his storytelling that he lost track of time. Suddenly, he heard Luo Jiqing's steady breathing. Turning his head, he beheld his beautiful master peacefully asleep, her flowing hair cascading over the pillow. Serene as a painting, she held onto his hand lightly, her slender legs draping casually over his, utterly defenseless and completely at ease. Observing such a sight, Chu Yuan let out a helpless smile and leaned in to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Good night, master. The following morning, Luo Jiqing bid farewell to Chu Yuan. As he prepared to leave, she stepped forward slowly and presented him with a finely crafted pouch. Upon opening it, Chu Yuan discovered a jade pendant, an exquisite short sword, and a crystal. The pendant served as a protective talisman, capable of withstanding a single full-force attack of S rank, and could endure dozens of the strongest A rank strikes. The short sword was a weapon of offensive spirit, granting him the prowess of a sword cultivator nearly at the S rank level when activated. The crystal contained pure spiritual energy, allowing for continuous recovery. Time is fleeting. I could only manage to forge these 3 protective items for you. But fear not, I shall provide you with more in due course, Luo Jiqing said with deep affection. Ever since the last time Chu Yuan was engulfed by the demon mist, she had become vigilant. It was imperative to equip Chu Yuan with more treasures to safeguard him. Even the Emerald King had bestowed upon Yuhi an amulet that amplified his magical prowess. It was simply unacceptable for her to give Chu Yuan nothing. Chu Yuan closed the pouch with a smile. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave now. Luo Jiqing watched him depart. Once his figure vanished from view, she turned back inside, resting her forehead against the wall, her delicate fingers gripping it tightly. Her strikingly beautiful face bore a hint of frustration, her cheeks slightly puffed like a hamster. Her clear eyes sparkled with a sense of reluctance. If only she hadn't fallen asleep last night. Perhaps then, just a fraction, it was merely a fraction, had everything gone smoothly, she could have gained an upper hand over Elena, though she would never force Chu Yuan to choose between them, making him uncomfortable. It did not imply that she held no animosity towards Elena. For every little advantage Elena gained from Chu Yuan, she would lose an equivalent, and vice versa. This was undoubtedly a cruel battleground. To retreat meant to be vanquished, to drift ever further from Chu Yuan. Yet last night, she had missed an extraordinary opportunity. The more she pondered, the more vexed she grew at her own ineffectiveness. In that moment, she was no longer the aloof and indifferent sword immortal before others, but rather a bashful maiden, deeply enmeshed in the throes of romance, brimming with youthful exuberance. In the dimly lit conference hall, the S-rank saviors of the beautiful nation, the cold nation, and the island nation gathered. Representing the beautiful nation was the S-rank savior known as the Holy Father, John Williams. From the island nation was the S-rank savior dubbed the Purgatory Blade Demon, Yuji Murashita, and from the cold nation was the S-rank savior known as the Emerald King, Du Jinsheng. They convened around a circular table, upon which a projection of a black-haired youth flickered, John Williams. A robust middle-aged man with golden hair clad in clerical garb drummed his fingers on the table, his tone icy. Chu Yuan has reached A rank in a remarkably short span, and just yesterday, he was identified as possessing S-rank talent. This indicates that China will soon unveil its second S-rank savior, disrupting the balance of power and posing a grave threat. Yuji Murashita, a white-haired elder cradling a sword, remained silent, eyes closed. Du Jinsheng's gaze flickered slightly. Moreover, John continued, intelligence indicates that Adam's daughter, Elena Howard, is studying in China, also possessing S-rank talent. Should Britain and China form an alliance, the situation will become increasingly dire for us. We must take action. As a show of initiative, beautiful nation shall send representatives to negotiate with Adam Howard and strengthen our ties, even if the Howard family does not side with us. As long as they do not ally with China, there remains hope. He then turned his attention to the other two. As for Chu Yuan himself, do either of you possess any means to hinder his growth? John's gaze swept across the circular table that Du Jincheng leaned back in his chair, his long fingers idly spinning an emerald ring, speaking in a calm tone. There is no need to stifle his growth. I can deal with Chu Yuan directly. I will dispatch a special A-rank savior. While he may not be the strongest against calamities, he is undoubtedly invincible against human adversaries of the same rank. Du Jincheng ceased twirling the emerald ring, his tone leaving no room for argument, his eyes flashing coldly. Should he take action, Chu Yuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. That John's eyes gleamed with interest, and even the previously silent Yuji Murashita opened his eyes. However, Du Jincheng's lips curled into a smile. Afterwards, I require an extra share of the benefits from our tripartite alliance. At this statement, the expressions of both John and Yuji Murashita darkened immediately. No. Yuji Murashita replied firmly. John added coldly, the distribution was previously agreed upon, and besides, you cannot guarantee that the person you send will successfully eliminate Chu Yuan. If he survives, I shall not accept it. Du Jincheng retorted with a sneer. Aside from my intervention, do you possess any other means to restrain Chu Yuan? If not, I might as well refrain from taking action and allow Chu Yuan to grow into the second Luo Jiqing. Then, we would all be overwhelmed by him. What do you think? A brief silence enveloped the meeting, the tension in the air thickening. Ultimately, John relented, alleviating the atmosphere slightly. Fine, I agree to relinquish a portion of the benefits. But remember, if you fail, the consequences will fall squarely on your cold nation. Du Jincheng chuckled softly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, I never fail in my endeavors. He then turned to the silent Yuji Murashita. Blade Demon, what is your opinion? Do as you wish. After Murata Yuichi uttered those words, he closed his eyes. In the following week, Elena consistently sought out Chu Yuan during mandatory classes, seizing every opportunity to be close to him. During this time, she spoke of the forbidden magic of soul manipulation. According to her, soul manipulation did not occupy computational space in the brain, and he too could master it. Once he learned soul manipulation, Elena could establish soul communication with him, transmitting forbidden spells into his essence. Thus, he would eventually wield as much forbidden magic as Elena herself. Consequently, whenever Chu Yuan was with Elena, he diligently studied soul manipulation alongside her. During their lessons, Elena occasionally grew restless, creating an atmosphere that became rather ambiguous. In secluded areas, she would coax Chu Yuan into kissing her, framing it as a reward for her excellent teaching. Chu Yuan found himself unable to refuse this form of reward. Uncertain whether he was rewarding himself or Elena, Elena predominantly occupied Chu Yuan's time during class hours. After classes, he would accompany Luo Jiqing. Luo Jiqing, in her past life, had also reached an exalted realm, thus possessing much to impart to Chu Yuan, fulfilling her role as a mentor rather than merely indulging in unspoken favors with her male student. Although Luo Jiqing and Elena still harbored mutual disdain, they refrained from placing Chu Yuan in a difficult position, choosing instead to relish their time together. This was one of the few tacit understandings they shared. A week later, night fell over the East China Sea. The sea at night appeared exceptionally tranquil. Beneath the undulating surface, a covert submarine quietly deployed a special device on the ocean floor. The device's exterior resembled a massive sphere, entirely black, exuding a mechanical vibe, adorned with glowing patterns that emitted a disquieting energy fluctuation. Inside the submarine, several officers gathered around the command console, where the screen displayed the device's operational status. The intensity of the fluctuations had reached the standard threshold for a catastrophic beast. After examining the data, a technical officer reported, "Excellent." A colonel seated in the main position slowly nodded, clad in the military uniform of the Han Nation, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Soon, the Chinese authorities would take notice. Another young officer, visibly anxious, inquired, "Colonel, what if China discovers that we have deployed this device here? What would be the consequences?" The colonel snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "What are you afraid of? We have clear evidence indicating that this area has a history of catastrophic beast activity. China cannot provide evidence to implicate us." The data on the screen fluctuated continuously, with high-energy waves expanding across a radius of 100 nautical miles. The wave patterns resembling a colossal deep-sea creature in motion, utterly terrifying. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery veil over the student dormitory, marking a time when everyone rested. Chu Yuan lay on his bed, his hands tucked behind his head, gazing at the ceiling, though in truth, he was observing an invisible simulator panel that displayed the remaining cooldown time until the next simulation could commence. Less than half an hour remained. Chu Yuan murmured. Compared to the previous instance, This simulation-esque cooldown period had lasted just a little over a week that he had expected to meet some arduous conditions to reduce the cooldown time. Yet it proved surprisingly simple. This left him somewhat perplexed regarding the patterns governing the simulation cooldown. Reflecting on the outcomes of the past two simulations, he recalled that after the first simulation, he had surged from an ordinary individual to a savior endowed with an A-grade talent. In the second simulation, his talent ascended to S-grade, a rarity among saviors in the entire world. He pondered what level of talent he might possess after the third simulation. With each simulation, his abilities appeared to have the potential to grow limitlessly. It seemed inevitable that he would surpass all contemporary S-grade saviors eventually. Importantly, during the simulation process, time in the external world remained suspended. To this world, it would appear as if his talent had surged dramatically in an instant, granting him a new source of power. Speaking of power, Chu Yuan recollected his recent studies in soul manipulation with Elena. After a week, he had mastered a significant portion of soul manipulation, mere steps away from complete control. Soon, he would be able to inscribe various forbidden spells into his soul, transforming himself into a legendary mage. Akin to the past Elena, or even surpassing the most formidable magic user of the age, Adam Howard, Elena's father. Just as Chu Yuan was immersed in thoughts of the future, a gentle knock on his door interrupted his reverie. He rose to open it, revealing Luo Jiqing standing outside in a flowing white gown, soft light illuminating her figure, enhancing her already ethereal beauty with an aura of serene elegance. "Master," Chu Yuan smiled. "What brings you here at this hour?" Luo Jiqing pressed her lips together. On teaching days, either she or Chu Yuan was typically occupied, leaving no opportunity for them to spend the night together. Now that the weekend had arrived, her chance had come. This time, she was determined to complete the final step with Chu Yuan, not allowing Elena to steal a march. Given their bond, she felt they should possess the upper hand. Luo Jiqing gracefully entered, closing the door behind her, and casually perched herself on the edge of Chu Yuan's bed, a faint blush gracing her otherwise cool countenance. "Are you not welcoming me?" "Of course not," Chu Yuan replied naturally, sitting beside Luo Jiqing, their fingers intertwining as their shoulders brushed together. Moonlight enveloped them, as if draping them in a shared garment of warmth. They engaged in light conversation. Transitioning from Chu Yuan's academic progress to their experiences at school, the dialogue flowing seamlessly. When their chatter finally subsided, they gradually locked eyes, falling into a moment of silent contemplation. After a brief pause, Luo Jiqing's autumn-like gaze fixed intently on Chu Yuan as she slowly leaned closer. He perceived the fervor concealed within her clear eyes that he remained silent, holding his position. Luo Jiqing lifted her hand to caress his face. And in the next moment, her soft lips met his. As time passed, the temperature in the air began to rise. Chu Yuan gradually relinquished his restraint, wrapping his arms around Luo Jiqing and gently pressing her back onto the bed. "Chu Yuan," she whispered, her delicate hand tracing his cheek, her gaze flickering with desire. "I want to be yours, to give you everything of mine completely." Chu Yuan's pupils quivered, his breath catching momentarily. The next instant, he buried his face in the crook of Luo Jiqing's neck, inhaling deeply and kissing fervently. Luo Jiqing bit her red lip, tilting her head back, her hand tightening around Chu Yuan's back, as if wishing to hold him forever. Never to part, in no time. He marked her slender, pale neck with deep crimson kisses that would not easily fade. "Now, master, you are mine," Chu Yuan murmured, brushing aside her hair to reveal her snowy neck more prominently. Luo Jiqing's eyes became hazy, her breath delicate as orchids, her face flushed with a rosy hue, her lips fuller and more vibrant from the rush of blood, a vision of exquisite beauty. Chu Yuan swallowed hard. Leaning down once more, preparing to deepen their connection, suddenly, a shrill ringtone shattered the intimate atmosphere between them. Their bodies froze in unison. Chu Yuan took a step back and glanced at the bedside. Realizing it was Luo Jiqing's phone ringing that he picked it up. Master, it's your call." Luo Jiqing stared at him, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance crossing her features. "I don't want to answer." Chu Yuan glanced at the caller ID, noting it was from a high-ranking official in China. Perhaps it was something urgent. This. Luo Jiqing furrowed her brow, slowly rising to retrieve the phone. "Then wait for me a moment." Upon answering, her demeanor gradually shifted back to its usual coolness, and her tone became distant and detached. Had it not been for the slightly disheveled locks and the lingering flush upon her fair visage, one might have thought that nothing had transpired moments before. "What is it?" The voice on the other end of the line conveyed a message that eluded comprehension, Yet one could discern a flicker of displeasure cross Luo Jiqing's countenance. After concluding the call, a semblance of gravity descended upon her features. Observing this, Chu Yuan grasped her hand. "Master, what troubles you?" Leaning against Chu Yuan's shoulder, Luo Jiqing sighed softly. The lookout station in the East China Sea has detected an unknown high-energy fluctuation within its waters, likely heralding the emergence of a formidable disaster beast, with power levels at least reaching the cataclysmic tier. As she spoke, her expressive eyes met Chu Yuan's, revealing a tinge of sorrow and reluctance. "I must investigate the situation. If it is indeed a cataclysmic disaster beast, it necessitates immediate intervention to prevent further calamity." Chu Yuan lowered his gaze and gently kissed her shoulder, soothingly replying, "In that case, go, master. We are not pressed for time. Tomorrow will suffice." Luo Jiqing paused, then a gentle smile graced her lips, her demeanor transforming like the first thaw of spring snow, her eyes filled with affection. "Very well. Then tomorrow." The pair shared a tender kiss once more before Luo Jiqing adjusted her attire and exited the room. "Master, may your journey be smooth." And once Luo Jiqing departed, the corridor of the student dormitory fell into an eerie silence. The cold moonlight spilled onto the floor, casting the silhouette of a slender figure that a man emerged from the corner of the hallway, his gaze imbued with a chilling aura. Jin Zicheng. He was an assassin dispatched from the Emerald Capital, an unparalleled A-class savior beneath the S rank, rendering any savior unworthy of opposing him. After a week of meticulous infiltration, he had finally breached the heavily fortified Angel Academy. Yet a formidable threat loomed before him. S-class savior Luo Jiqing. Should she apprehend him, his assassination scheme would be thwarted. However, he was not alone in this endeavor. The military of the Han nation provided remote support. Just moments earlier, he had contacted them to orchestrate a crisis in China, compelling Luo Jiqing to intervene. This would afford him the perfect opportunity to eliminate Chu Yuan. Not a flawless chance. A twisted smile crept upon Jin Zicheng's lips as he murmured, "Sword immortal, by the time you reach the East China Sea, you will find the signal vanishing as if nothing ever transpired, and upon your return, you will discover that your disciple has met a gruesome fate." Ha ha ha. The thrill of extinguishing a genius poised for S-class ascension was a tantalizing prospect. With no one around, Jin Zicheng strode down the corridor, arriving at Chu Yuan's door. Standing before it, he lightly rapped, while stealthily, his other hand let slip a shuriken from his sleeve. Inside the room, hearing the knock, Chu Yuan rose to answer. Who could it be at this hour? Surely not Eilina. Quite possible. As he approached the door and placed his hand on the handle, an alarm blared in his mind. He swiftly turned his head to the side. Whoosh! First came the sound of air being sliced, followed by the splintering of wood. A sharp shuriken pierced through the door, embedding itself precisely where Chu Yuan's head had been, its blade glinting ominously. The shuriken, having missed its mark, swept toward him. Chu Yuan leapt backward. Who goes there? The door was shattered by a powerful force, splinters flying in all directions. A man entered, wearing a twisted and sadistic grin. As if he had finally captured his desired prey, Jin Zicheng chuckled coldly. "I am an assassin here to take your life." Chu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. An assassin? Who sent you? Without granting Chu Yuan a moment's respite for contemplation, Jin Zicheng lunged forward, brandishing the shuriken with ferocity. In an instant, the room became a flurry of blades and shadows. Chu Yuan dodged Jin Zicheng's assaults. He attempted to counterattack, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. My attacks cannot breach his defenses? He furrowed his brow slightly. His spirit-infused strikes failed to harm Jin Zicheng, while the latter's shuriken seemed to carry an inexplicable force. Regardless of whether he summoned a spirit barrier or a magical shield, they were effortlessly sliced apart, leaving him with no choice but to evade. Perhaps this was the source of his audacity to undertake an assassination against him. Otherwise, given his current standing and strength, mere mortals would tremble at the thought of incurring his wrath. With a shift in strategy, Chu Yuan resolved to retreat temporarily. He fought while gradually moving toward the balcony. The commotion of their struggle would surely attract the attention of A-class instructors. Why then? His opponent would find himself surrounded, unable to fight or flee. Once Master returned, the adversary would be easily dealt with. However, upon reaching the balcony and beholding the scene outside, Chu Yuan froze. The world beyond was shrouded in darkness, every detail obscured as if enveloped by a veil of night. Not a glimmer of light, nor a whisper of sound penetrated the gloom. Jin Zicheng's voice echoed from behind, laced with mockery and triumph. "I know you wish to escape. Save your energy. Chu Yuan turned to see Jin Ziqing approaching slowly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. This is my unique ability, Doomsday Hell. As long as there are no enemy units nearby, I can designate a foe of equal rank or lower and draw them into my realm of death. In this Doomsday Hell, I am completely isolated from the outside world. Whatever transpires within goes unnoticed by those outside. The only way for those drawn here to escape is to eliminate me. Moreover, within this realm, my attacks and defenses are vastly enhanced. No opponent can breach my defenses, nor can they withstand my onslaught. In essence, within this domain, I am invincible. Chu Yuan, a genius destined for S-class ascension. You are doomed. Chu Yuan's gaze hardened. Jin Ziqing cackled maniacally, charging forth. Prepare to die. The two clashed once more. Jin Ziqing coldly wielded his shuriken. The glint of cold steel slicing through the air, aiming directly for Chu Yuan's throat. Chu Yuan shifted his body slightly, evading the strike, while simultaneously unleashing a fiery spell. The flames roared forth, warping the very air around them. Jin Ziqing sprang into the air to evade the inferno, but Chu Yuan had anticipated his movements, retrieving a short sword-like spirit treasure from the pouch Luo Jiqing had previously given him. Channeling his spirit energy to propel it toward Jin Ziqing scoffed, raising both hands defensively as the short sword collided with him, sending sparks flying. The short sword rebounded. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed. In this realm, was Jin Ziqing's physical strength truly on par with the offensive spirit treasure? After landing, Jin Ziqing staggered back a few steps to regain his footing. A commendable artifact, but it merely postpones your demise. It cannot alter the tide of battle. Jin Ziqing grinned wickedly, charging at Chu Yuan once more. Throughout the ensuing combat, Chu Yuan unleashed a barrage of techniques, divine abilities, magic, and spirit treasures, all bombarding Jin Ziqing. Aware that close combat against Jin Ziqing, bolstered by his domain, would be futile, he sought to maintain distance as much as possible. If he could not win, he would stall until Master returned. Jin Ziqing, realizing Chu Yuan's intentions, laughed maniacally. You think you can hold out until someone comes to rescue you? Sorry, but you won't succeed. Just as Chu Yuan unleashed an ice-based spell, Jin Ziqing sidestepped, allowing several ice shards to graze his sleeve. Finally seizing an opportunity to close in on Chu Yuan. Die! Jin Ziqing roared, lunging forward, his shuriken aimed at Chu Yuan's chest. The smile on Jin Ziqing's face grew increasingly sinister. However, just as the shuriken was about to pierce Chu Yuan, a jade pendant on his chest suddenly emitted a radiant golden light, forming a barrier that deflected the attack with a resounding clang. Jin Ziqing's smile faltered. Apologies, but I have a protective talisman from my master. Chu Yuan, having spoken, summoned his short sword and lunged it towards Jin Shaoqing. Jin Shaoqing hastily raised his arm to block, only to be pulled away by Chu Yuan. His face darkened as he sneered. You are nothing but a useless leech, living off others. Chu Yuan replied, Are you envious of my sustenance? With a cold chuckle, Jin Shaoqing charged once more, his assault becoming increasingly ferocious. Gradually, Chu Yuan discerned an issue. Despite Jin Shaoqing's defenses, his attack seemed incapable of inflicting any harm, merely tearing through his garments. If Jin Shaoqing possessed such physical resilience, he should not require the act of defending at all. Yet, he continued to do so, indicating that his absolute defense likely activated solely during defensive maneuvers. This implied that his offense and defense were not inherently unified. Thus, in the ensuing moments, Chu Yuan began to concentrate his efforts on attacking Jin Shaoqing's eyes and lower body with a barrage of various strikes. These two areas would instinctively provoke a defensive response from anyone under assault. Preoccupied with defense, Jin Shaoqing found it impossible to close the distance. Damn it. Is this all you can do with your pathetic tricks? Jin Shaoqing, initially intent on a swift victory, was now agitated by Chu Yuan's persistence. Cursing, I see you continuously exerting yourself. Your strength will soon wane. At that moment, you shall meet your demise. You have reminded me. Chu Yuan's words momentarily stunned Jin Shaoqing. In the next instant, Chu Yuan retrieved a crystal from his pouch. Grasping the crystal, he drew forth the energy it contained. Instantly, his aura surged, returning to its former peak. Jin Shaoqing stood in astonishment. Meanwhile, a breathtaking figure clad in white soared above the East China Sea, exuding an aura as frigid as frost. Luo Jiqing stood upon the surface of the sea, her garments billowing in the wind. Frowning slightly, she extended her senses, only to perceive that the high-energy fluctuations had abruptly vanished. Strange, the fluctuations were just here, She murmured to herself. Scanning her surroundings, she noted the sea was tranquil, seemingly devoid of anomalies. In the kingdom of Han, a technical officer sat within the command room, monitoring Luo Jiqing's every movement via satellite surveillance. He smiled slightly, gesturing at the screen, boasting to his colleagues. Behold, this is the power of technology. Even the sword immortal cannot uncover any clues. Our devices are seamlessly concealed in the ocean's depths. A mere signal can halt their production of high-energy fluctuations. To find them, she would need to upheave the entire sea. An impossible task. His colleagues nodded in agreement. Indeed, such technology, a unique creation of our great Han, could serve as a strategic asset. Undoubtedly, it will catch other S-class saviors off guard in the future. The atmosphere in the control room was relaxed, imbued with a sense of assured victory. At that moment, the screen displayed Luo Jiqing's figure suddenly moving. She slowly raised her right hand, and an ice-colored longsword materialized out of thin air. Instantly, a cataclysmic surge of sword energy erupted forth. With a vertical slash, the sword energy cleaved through the sky, descending upon the ocean's surface. The screen revealed the entire sea being forcibly split apart, the waters parting to form a bottomless chasm. Where the sword energy passed, the seabed lay exposed, and the hidden spherical device beneath was laid bare. Silence fell upon the command room as everyone gaped in disbelief at the satellite feed. How is this possible? The sea has been cleaved asunder. If that strike were to land on Seoul, wouldn't it split the city in two? The technical officer broke into a cold sweat, slumping in his chair. His complexion ashen. This is the true power of an S-class savior. In the footage, Luo Jiqing utilized her spiritual energy to lift the spherical device from the seabed. Observing it, her gaze turned icy. And suddenly, as if grasping something profound, her expression darkened. With a swift motion, she crushed the device, then rapidly soared towards the Chinese coastline, her white-clad figure vanishing into the horizon. In the command room, another officer placed a reassuring hand on the dazed technical officer's shoulder. Fear not. Although the device has been exposed, our objectives have been achieved. Even the formidable Luo Jiqing will require time to return. Jin Zhaocheng is an invincible existence among A-class saviors, even if Chu Yuan possesses numerous trump cards. Jin Zhaocheng, if he exerts himself fully, can undoubtedly eliminate Chu Yuan. This mission has not failed. Meanwhile, within Jin Zhaocheng's domain, Chu Yuan's expression grew grave. The brilliance of the jade pendant upon his chest had completely dissipated, shattering into fragments upon the ground. Before him, Jin Zhaocheng, covered in abrasions and tattered clothing, laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with pride and madness. Ha ha ha, it's all gone. I senti it. Not long prior, Jin Zhaocheng, who had been on the defensive, suddenly abandoned his guard, focusing entirely on offense. Perhaps he had finally realized that continuing in this manner would allow Chu Yuan to delay until Luo Jiqing's return. Thus, he disregarded all but the most critical defenses, merely warding off the short sword aimed at his vital spots. Thanks to this recklessness, his eye had swollen considerably, and blood marred his brow. His lower body was a gruesome sight. Yet, under the relentless barrage of attacks, Chu Yuan's protective jade pendant had finally been depleted. Now he possessed no further means of safeguarding his life. Chu Yuan's gaze darkened like an abyss. He recognized that even without defense, Jin Zhaocheng retained sufficient resilience. While his attacks were not without effect, their lethality had been significantly diminished, inflicting only superficial wounds. The short sword given to him by Luo Jiqing could indeed deal considerable damage to the unguarded Jin Zhaocheng. But without targeting vital areas, it was impossible to deliver a fatal blow. Jin Zhaocheng was no fool. He naturally defended his critical points. Beyond that, he allowed Chu Yuan's attacks to pass unimpeded, merely seeking to strike at him. Like a rabid dog, he exhibited no skill in evasion, fully embodying the essence of reckless aggression. Nevertheless, it proved effective. Now, with his jade pendant shattered, Chu Yuan faced the utterly reckless Jin Zhaocheng in a position of absolute peril. Ha ha ha, farewell, you leech, become a soul beneath my sword. Jin Zhaocheng, drenched in blood, unleashed his full strength, cackling maniacally as he charged at Chu Yuan. Gazing at the approaching Jin Zhaocheng, Chu Yuan's eyes flickered, and he sighed softly. Is there truly no other way? As his thoughts stirred, a simulation panel materialized before him. Simulation cooldown remaining time, 000000. The cooldown period has concluded. Would you like to initiate the simulation? During the simulation, the flow of time in the real world will be suspended. Upon returning from the simulation, Chu Yuan will gain an additional ability, effectively making him momentarily stronger. faced with the simulator's inquiry. Chu Yuan chose YEST-IN the next instant. His consciousness felt as if it were being swiftly extracted, vanishing from this world. Simultaneously, Jin Zhaoqing's gaze suddenly caught a glimpse of a hollow expression in Chu Yuan's eyes. Initially puzzled, a sadistic grin spread across his face as he bellowed, "Have you given up? It seems you are nothing but a waste relying on women. Die for me." With that, the shuriken glinting with a cold light in his hand shot towards Chu Yuan's throat with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the blade was less than 10 centimeters from Chu Yuan's neck, and Jin Zhaoqing's face radiated with triumph that I've succeeded. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Yuan's figure abruptly vanished from Jin Zaicheng's line of sight. Jin Zaicheng's heart jolted in surprise that instant. He was astonished to discover a slender, pale hand suddenly appearing on his face. The owner of that hand was none other than Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan stood quietly beside Jin Zaicheng, his profile turned slightly away, his head bowed, and his gaze indifferent. Jin Zaicheng's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could utter a word, an overwhelming force struck him suddenly. Chu Yuan bent low and swung his arm, forcefully pressing the back of Jin Zaicheng's head toward the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. The entire space trembled from the force of the blow. The violent collision sent Jin Zaicheng spiraling into dizziness, and as his vision began to clear, he stared at the incredulous scene before him, a mixture of rage and shock coursing through him. Feeling utterly absurd, "How on earth did you manage this?" Chu Yuan offered no reply. Gritting his teeth, Jin Zaicheng lunged to seize Chu Yuan, yet before he could make contact, Chu Yuan's figure once again disappeared from his sight. Realizing this, Jin Zaicheng hurriedly rose, glancing around frantically, when suddenly, he heard Chu Yuan's low voice behind him. "Right here." Jin Zaicheng froze momentarily, poised to turn and strike with his sword at the Chu Yuan behind him. In an instant, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him as blood gushed from his neck, spraying forth like a crimson arrow. Jin Zaicheng's eyes bulged in shock, and he gasped, "Cough." Stumbling backward, he clutched his neck tightly, hunched over, staring in disbelief at the reappeared Chu Yuan in front of him. Chu Yuan stood sideways, his expression calm, idly toying with the dagger stained with Jin Zaicheng's blood, and spoke slowly. "Was it just a little short? What a pity. If only you had completely let down your defenses." Before he could finish, he gripped the dagger, fixing his gaze on Jin Zaicheng, and added, "That last strike severed your artery." An icy chill enveloped Jin Zaicheng's body. The speed and strength exhibited by Chu Yuan surpassed all his comprehension, that a deep-seated fear intermingled with his tone as he demanded, "What on earth is happening? What trickery are you employing?" "What trickery am I employing? I have not employed any trickery," Chu Yuan replied, slowly tilting his head, his gaze descending with an unsettling brilliance flickering in his eyes. He paused for a moment, then gently parted his lips. "I merely halted time." Upon hearing this, Jin Zaicheng's breath quickened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He fixed an unwavering gaze on Chu Yuan, his eyes brimming with disbelief and dread. "Impossible." His voice trembled. "If it were magic, such a degree of magic would undoubtedly be a forbidden spell, even transcending forbidden spells. It must be of S rank or higher to execute. You, in A rank. How could this be possible?" "You are correct." Chu Yuan's voice remained calm and frigid. "This is indeed not magic. It is ability." "Ability? You possess abilities as well. What manner of monster are you?" Jin Zaicheng's voice nearly broke. He was unwilling to accept this truth. However, the look in Chu Yuan's eyes conveyed that everything was indeed real, that a chill swept through Jin Zaicheng's heart. Cultivation, magic, abilities, how much power from his past life does Chu Yuan still harbor? How far behind are they in information in Han country? Just as Jin Zaicheng was engulfed in boundless shock, Chu Yuan's figure abruptly vanished. Jin Zaicheng's nerves tightened instantly, and he instinctively activated his defenses. Yet, he was still a step too late. A soft sound of thud echoed as a sharp pain pierced through his left eye, blood gushing forth and staining half of his face. He let out a piercing scream. Staggering backward, his left eye had completely lost its light, leaving only an abyss of darkness. Chu Yuan, despite the fury boiling within his voice, Jin Zaicheng knew he had no chance of winning. The power of Chu Yuan far exceeded his imagination, and with the use of the time-stopping ability, he was nearly overwhelmed at this juncture. His only option was to flee. Fortunately, it seemed that Chu Yuan's time-stopping ability could not last for long. Gritting his teeth, Jin Zaicheng bore the excruciating pain in his left eye and swiftly dismantled his barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed toward the balcony. Elena walked lightly along the corridor. Approaching Chu Yuan's room, a smile of anticipation graced her lips, her heart fluttering with excitement. She had just learned that Luo Zhiqing had been reassigned to address the potential threat of a catastrophic beast in the East China Sea. This meant that tonight, she could finally stop worrying about the sword infused with Luo Zhiqing's aura blocking her way. For the past week, every night she attempted to sneak into Mr. Dragon's quarters. The moment she drew near, that sword would appear, not attacking her, but obstructing her path. Whenever she moved left, the sword would follow. Whenever she moved right, it would do the same. Her magical attacks would be repelled by the sword's energy waves, rendering her incapable of approaching Mr. Dragon's quarters. But now, she could finally make her move. However, as Elena approached Chu Yuan's door brimming with anticipation, she suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle from within. Accompanied by the sound of furniture shattering, that Elena's expression shifted dramatically as she pressed close to the door, listening as the commotion grew increasingly intense. Unable to contain herself any longer, she used magic to unlock the door and swiftly pushed it open. What met her eyes was a room in disarray, furniture toppled, and the floor littered with splintered wood and plaster. The air was thick with the remnants of battle. Elena's gaze swiftly scanned the room, then fixed upon the balcony. A disheveled man leaped from the balcony, with Chu Yuan standing behind him. Although Chu Yuan bore no injuries, his clothes were slightly disheveled, clearly having just undergone a skirmish. "Mr. Dragon," Elena's voice rang out in the room, laced with urgency and concern. "What happened? Are you all right?" Hearing the familiar call, Chu Yuan turned his head slightly, momentarily taken aback. He had intended to pursue directly but halted upon seeing Elena, simply stating, "Someone attempted to assassinate me, but they couldn't land a blow. Now, they are trying to escape." There was no time for a detailed explanation. There were still many students present if the assassin took hostages. The situation could become exceedingly precarious. Elena felt a slight relief, yet sharply sensed Chu Yuan's urgency. She immediately nodded. "I understand. Mr. Dragon, please hurry and pursue. I will contact others for reinforcement." Chu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly leaped onto the balcony. Watching his figure disappear into the night, Elena took a deep breath and quickly took out her phone to dial Seabass's number. The call connected. "Hello, Seabass." The moonlight bathed the path outside the student dormitory as Jin Zicheng ran with all his might. Behind him, Chu Yuan shadowed him closely, intermittently appearing to close the gap, causing Jin Zicheng's heart to race in terror. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of hope. In the distance, a young woman strolled leisurely under the moonlight. Blissfully unaware of the impending danger, a sinister smile crept across Jin Zicheng's lips, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. He surged forward, accelerating toward the girl. Chu Yuan's expression darkened, his eyes fixated on Jin Zicheng, his speed escalating once more as he prepared to activate the time stop. The girl, noticing the approaching Jin Zicheng, who was bloodied and wore a twisted, maniacal expression, gasped in shock. Just at that critical moment, a tall, steady figure intervened between Jin Zicheng and the girl. Bang! With a dull thud, Jin Zicheng was sent staggering back by a powerful punch, coughing up a mouthful of blood and nearly losing his balance. He looked up in astonishment to find before him an elderly man clad in butler attire, his posture impeccably straight, and his gaze as steady as a mountain, standing protectively in front of a young lady. Chu Yuan halted not far off. "Seabass," Chu Yuan murmured, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The man before him was none other than Seabass, Elena's butler. To his astonishment, Seabass was also an A-class savior, and he appeared to possess formidable strength. Seabass nodded respectfully to Chu Yuan, then turned to the young lady behind him, saying, "Miss, this place is unsafe. You must return to your dormitory at once." The young lady nodded, expressed her gratitude, and hurriedly departed. Jin Zicheng's face turned ashen, his eyes darting back and forth between Seabass and Chu Yuan. Ultimately, he fixed his glare on Seabass, gritting his teeth. "Aren't you just a butler? How could you possess A-class strength? And how did you even appear here?" Seabass remained unfazed, gently removing his tailcoat to reveal a white shirt that hugged his muscular frame. He shook out his sleeves and raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge. "Precisely because I am an A-class savior, I am qualified to serve as the young lady's butler. My duty is to protect her from any threats. I am always on standby nearby, and whenever the young lady requires assistance, I will appear without delay. Currently, the young lady has commanded me to protect Mr. Chu Yuan while apprehending you, the assassin, to safeguard all other students here." Jin Zicheng was intimidated by the imposing presence Seabass exhibited, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His domain ability could only activate when his opponents were isolated and helpless. Now, however, he found himself surrounded by not one, but two individuals who were undeniably his equals. Despair flickered in his eyes. "Make your move, Mr. Chu Yuan," Seabass urged. Chu Yuan nodded, his figure flashing as he and Seabass flanked Jin Ziqing on both sides. Faced with the united assault of Chu Yuan and Seabass, Jin Ziqing quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The cacophony of the battle drew students to peek out from their balconies. Teachers swiftly intervened to maintain order, preventing students from approaching, while briefly explaining the situation, which clarified the events for the onlookers. It turned out that Elena's butler was an A-class. Moreover, he appeared to be a martial artist or a physical enhancement type esper, possessing considerable strength. Some students exclaimed in astonishment. But Chu Yuan is even more extraordinary. His rate of advancement is astonishing, and the power he manifests now is unparalleled among A-class individuals. Not even the A-class teachers we have encountered can compare. The students whispered amongst themselves, their expressions filled with shock, their gazes fixated on Chu Yuan at the center of the scene. In the midst of it all, Jin Ziqing's movements grew sluggish, and his defenses began to falter. Suddenly, Seabass delivered a powerful punch to Jin Ziqing's chest, the immense force causing him to spit blood. With a pained scream, he collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Cheers erupted from the students above, applauding Chu Yuan and Seabass. Seabass stepped forward, grasping Jin Ziqing's head. "Who sent you?" Aware of his impending doom, Jin Ziqing gasped for breath, his face contorted with malice as he grinned through gritted teeth. "I won't tell you." With that, he abruptly lifted his hand, attempting to take his own life. However, in that brief moment, Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he activated his time-stop ability, darting like lightning to Jin Ziqing's side and delivering a kick that sent his hand away from his throat. As the time-stop ended, Jin Ziqing's actions were forcefully interrupted. He paused momentarily, then scoffed. "Stopping me from committing suicide? Useless. Don't underestimate my resolve. I want to speak." Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Are you truly unwilling to divulge anything?" Jin Ziqing simply closed his eyes, falling silent. "If that is the case," Chu Yuan said slowly, "then there is no alternative." He extended his hand, unleashing his spiritual power to render Jin Ziqing's hands and feet useless. "Ah!" Jin Ziqing let out a chilling shriek, his body convulsing as his face turned pale. After a moment of recovery, he was drenched in sweat, gasping and sneering. "It's futile. No matter how much you torture me, I will not speak." Chu Yuan raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to forcibly pry open Jin Ziqing's mouth, preventing him from biting his tongue to end his life. Jin Ziqing's eyes widened in confusion. Chu Yuan looked down at him, his gaze cold and unyielding. "Do not worry. I do not require your words. Have you ever heard of soul searching? Soul searching? Isn't that a technique employed by demonic cultivators?" Jin Ziqing was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes widened in terror, his body trembling to in the next instant. Chu Yuan pressed his hand against Jin Ziqing's head, dark demonic energy seeping into his mind like a living entity, forcefully invading his memories. Jin Ziqing's body began to spasm violently, his eyes rolling back as he emitted pained growls. His consciousness was forcibly torn apart as Chu Yuan extracted information, memories flashing before him like a revolving lantern. All under Chu Yuan's control, Seabass stood nearby, closing his eyes and donning his tailcoat once more. Moments later, Chu Yuan's hand gradually withdrew from Jin Ziqing's head, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. "The Emerald King," Chu Yuan murmured softly. "No, the cold country, the beautiful country, the island nation." Shortly thereafter, Luo Jiqing and Elena arrived almost simultaneously at the scene. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, Luo Jiqing rushed forward, her previously icy demeanor replaced with concern as she anxiously checked him for injuries. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Chu Yuan shook his head, a hint of warmth in his gaze. "I am fine, master." Luo Jiqing sighed in relief. Elena also rushed forward, nuzzling against Chu Yuan. "Mr. Demon Dragon, I am so glad you are unharmed." Luo Jiqing regarded Elena with a frown, choosing to ignore her, her gaze sweeping over Jin Ziqing, whose mind had been shattered, leaving him in a daze. "Is he the assassin?" "Indeed," Chu Yuan replied calmly. "I have completed the reading of his memories." "What did you uncover?" Luo Jiqing inquired. Chu Yuan recounted everything he had gleaned from Jin Ziqing's memories, the Emerald King, the Triple Alliance. As they listened, the expressions on Luo Jiqing and Elena's faces gradually darkened. A glint of sharpness flashed in Luo Jiqing's eyes, her tone ice-cold. the Emerald King, intends to assassinate Mr. Demon Dragon. He shall pay a price for this. Elena, unusually aligned with Luo Jiqing, spoke with a chilling tone. Her aura reminiscent of her former self, the Demon Lord, exuding immense power. In the Emerald King's capital, the atmosphere was ominously tense. Before him stood a high-spec communication device, the screen displaying two figures. The S-Class savior from the beautiful country, Father John, and the S-Class savior from the island nation, Yuichi Murashita. You have failed? John's voice dripped with sarcasm. The ace assassin of the cold country, an invincible presence among A-classes, unable to deal with a mere newly ascended A-class. Not to mention you employed an entire array of tactics to shield him. And what was the outcome? A complete defeat. Du Jinshen clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. I underestimated Chu Yuan. His strength far surpasses that of an ordinary A-class. This misstep was indeed my oversight. However, the pressing matter now is that China will not let this slide. They will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to retaliate against the cold country. John raised an eyebrow. So, what do you plan to do? Surely you didn't expect us to come merely to listen to your lamentations. Du Jinqing took a deep breath, speaking coldly. The resources of the cold country are limited. I require the assistance of the beautiful country and the island nation. The alliance agreement clearly stipulates that if one nation faces a significant threat, the other members are obliged to provide support. Oh, John wore a bemused smile. Of course, we are willing to assist. However, you should understand that assistance comes at a cost. Indeed, Yuichi Murashita coldly interjected, uttering only those two words. John rested his chin on his hands. The benefits you previously accrued from the alliance must now be relinquished, he added. Moreover, to ensure that the beautiful country and the island nation can provide full support, you will need to concede an additional portion of your benefits. Upon hearing these words, Du Jinqing's expression instantly soured. He gritted his teeth, his fists trembling slightly, clearly struggling to suppress the fury boiling within him. You are taking advantage of my misfortune, Du Jinqing finally exclaimed in a voice laced with anger. And what of it? Do you have any choices left? John raised an eyebrow. The muscles in Du Jinqing's face twitched for a moment before he ultimately closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and quelled all his resentment and rage. He finally spoke in a low voice. Very well. I will comply. In the western wilderness of the beautiful nation, an otherworldly realm quietly descended. Its edges radiated an ominous red glow, as if the very air was scorched and distorted. From within this realm emerged a figure, a woman of breathtaking beauty, tall and adorned with cascading, slightly curled red hair that flowed like flames. She clasped her arm, her attire somewhat tattered, as though she had just endured a long and arduous journey, her steps slightly unsteady. The seraphim forces of the beautiful nation stood ready before her, having rushed to the scene at the first sign of the otherworldly incursion, only to be befuddled by the woman's appearance. There were no calamities within the realm, but rather a human had emerged. The commanding officer on site promptly reported to his superiors, who ordered, "Capture her." Thus, the seraphim forces launched an immediate assault on this unknown woman. In the face of their fierce onslaught, the woman merely raised a hand, and red light swirled around her like a vortex. All attacks seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, subsequently being devoured by the crimson glow, leaving not a trace behind. How is this possible? The soldiers of the seraphim forces gasped in disbelief, retreating in alarm. The woman's gaze swept over the soldiers, her eyes akin to those surveying mere insects. She lightly stepped upon the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept through like a tempest, toppling vehicles, weapons, and personnel of the seraphim forces alike. Cough, cough, cough. It's S-Class. The power of S-Class. How could this be? A 10th S-Class being in the world. No, she emerged from the other realm. Perhaps she is not human at all, but a calamity. A being of destruction beyond the S-Class. The officer in the command vehicle crawled from the wreckage, clutching his chest, and trembled as he gazed at the approaching woman, stammering, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" The woman's visage was illuminated by the moonlight, strikingly clear, imbued with ethereal beauty yet tinged with fatigue. Yet the obsession in her distant gaze ran as deep as the ocean. She parted her crimson lips and spoke in a low, resonant tone. "I seek one person, someone for whom I am willing to sacrifice everything for a lifetime." In London, at the Howard family estate, the night descended, casting a veil over the opulently lit manor, where the fountain in the garden shimmered under the moonlight. Amid the expansive European-style architecture, a Gothic castle stood majestically at the center, its ornate window frames reflecting the dazzling lights, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. Within the innermost study of this castle, Adam Howard sat behind his desk, his slender fingers idly tapping on the surface. The fireplace crackled warmly, casting a glow that highlighted his chiseled features as he perused a confidential report from within the conglomerate. Lost in contemplation, just then, the door burst open, and a familiar figure rushed in. "Father." Elena's voice was tinged with urgency. Adam looked up, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing his daughter. "Elena, what brings you back? You could have informed me beforehand." His expression shifted slightly as he noticed the disheveled state and anxious demeanor of Elena. He realized that she had journeyed a great distance from her studies in China for an important matter requiring her father's attention. As expected, Elena's following words confirmed his suspicions. Her gaze fell slightly, biting her lip, revealing a hint of grievance, before she continued, embellishing her tale. "Father, I have an urgent matter to discuss. In China, I nearly fell victim to an assassin sent by the cold nation. And it was Mr. Magic Dragon who saved me. An assassin." Adam's gaze sharpened abruptly, his hand tightening as the paper between his fingers disintegrated into ashes. Elena nodded and continued. "The assassination attempt was orchestrated by the S-class savior of the cold nation, Emerald King, Du Jincheng. He dispatched a top-tier A-class assassin to eliminate Mr. Chu Yuan. After the attempt failed, he even sought to capture other students as hostages, and I was caught in the crossfire. Father, do you know? If it weren't for Mr. Chu Yuan and Sebastian controlling him, I might not even be standing here now." Adam was already familiar with Chu Yuan, having learned of her intentions to travel to China to find him, someone of great importance from her past life. The atmosphere in the study grew tense. Adam's expression deepened, his eyes igniting with a cold, fierce glint. The Emerald King dared. His voice was low yet brimming with suppressed fury. Seizing the moment, Elena pressed on. "Moreover, the Emerald King's actions were a collaborative scheme with the United States and the island nation. They have been targeting China, seeking to thwart Mr. Chu Yuan's growth. This time, they even utilized a high-energy device to divert the Sword Immortal. Seizing the opportunity to assassinate Mr. Magic Dragon, the Sword Immortal." Adam blinked in slight surprise, then his eyes flickered. She had become embroiled in this as well, Elena affirmed. "The Sword Immortal is now aware of everything. She will not let this slide, and we cannot afford to remain silent." Adam fell into deep thought, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk. If the S-class from China were to intervene, it would indeed become intriguing. Originally, the Emerald King stood at the same S-class level, and if he were to confront the cold nation, he would not hold the advantage. At most, he could compel the Emerald King to relinquish some benefits. However, the situation had changed. With the Sword Immortal involved, should two S-class beings join forces, the Emerald King would not escape unscathed. Anyone daring to harm his precious daughter would pay a bloody price. The following night, Chu Yuan sat on Luo Jiqing's soft bed, dressed in his pajamas. The room was bathed in warm, gentle light, casting softly swaying shadows upon the walls, creating an ambience of tranquility and peace. He replayed in his mind the sight of Elena and Luo Jiqing standing side by side, calmly analyzing the situation yesterday. These two women, once adversaries, had set aside their differences to forge an unprecedented consensus. United solely to stand up for him, Luo Jiqing resolved to return the favor, while Elena proposed to return home, enlisting her father, the S-class savior Adam, to join them in confronting the cold nation. According to Elena, she would embellish the details to ensure that Adam would undoubtedly take action. Reflecting on this, Chu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Elena, in the past, had been so kind-hearted and innocent. Since his departure, Elena has gradually developed a heart of indifference, and now she even exhibits a hint of aloofness. Her exterior is pure, yet beneath lies a cunning nature. However, Chu Yuan does not harbor any disdain for this version of Elena. After all, everything she does is for him. In his presence, Elena reveals her former self in all its authenticity, and it is only before him that she allows herself this vulnerability. What resonates deeply within him is the realization that both Elena and Luo Jiqing, two women, have undergone transformations and are willing to compromise for his sake. Just as Chu Yuan's thoughts drifted, the door suddenly swung open. He turned to see Luo Jiqing entering gracefully. At a mere glance, Chu Yuan was rendered speechless. She had shed her usual simplicity, adorned in a delicate silk robe that subtly revealed her fair skin, accentuating her elongated figure. Damp strands of hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a post-bath allure. This was the first time his master had donned such attire. Luo Jiqing lowered her gaze, seemingly avoiding Chu Yuan's eyes, and bit her lip gently. She subtly turned her body, raising a jade-like hand to tuck the damp hair behind her ear, unveiling her slender, porcelain neck. The blush on her cheeks rendered her even more enchanting. Reflecting on yesterday's events, Luo Jiqing, with a hint of shyness, lifted her eyes. "Shall we continue?" As she spoke, her lips parted slightly, ripe and inviting. Chu Yuan felt his throat tighten. The once cold beauty of his master now displayed an endearing shyness, yielding to his whims. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chu Yuan rose and enveloped her tightly in his embrace, savoring her touch and warmth. "Yes, master, this time I desire all of you. I shall not let you down again." With that, he kissed her fervently. Luo Jiqing's back soon met the wall, her soft gasp swallowed by Chu Yuan. Moments later, the room was filled with a symphony of delicate, intermittent sounds from beneath Chu Yuan's shoulder. Luo Jiqing emerged, gasping for breath like a drowning soul, her brows knitted together, tears glistening in her eyes, yet she clung tightly to the nape of Chu Yuan's neck, her gaze revealing a blissful fulfillment. As the night deepened, the only sounds that filled the room were their intertwined breaths. Luo Jiqing lay against Chu Yuan's chest, her hair cascading like a waterfall, flowing over his neck and pillow. The soft light illuminated her flushed cheeks, transforming her from the once cold figure into a warm, alluring silhouette. The light blanket gently covered them, the curves beneath it hinting at a tender intimacy. Chu Yuan raised his hand to tenderly smooth the strands of hair that had fallen beside her face. His fingers gliding through her silky locks, his gaze drifted downward, landing on the faint remnants of a kiss on her neck, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. He couldn't help but caress her alabaster skin, his fingertips lingering, his eyes filled with affection. "Master, did you not employ the sealing technique?" he inquired softly, his tone gentle. Luo Jiqing slightly lifted her head, locking eyes with Chu Yuan, her gaze filled with warmth. She pressed her hand against his chest, her voice tender yet unwavering. "I did not." Her autumnal eyes sparkled, her fingertips lightly tracing his collarbone, her voice a soft whisper, "Because I am willing to bear your child." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan felt as though his heart had paused momentarily. He gazed at Luo Jiqing, emotions surging within him. "Do you not desire it?" Luo Jiqing lowered her gaze slightly, her voice gentle yet laced with an imperceptible tension, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting. Chu Yuan immediately tightened his embrace around her, whispering, "Of course I do not." Upon hearing his words, Luo Jiqing's brows relaxed, revealing a bright smile as she nestled against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. After a while, as her hand traced the contours of his abdominal muscles, she casually remarked, "By the way, I intend to forge more protective talismans and offensive tools for you." "How did the ones I previously gave you fare?" Chu Yuan recalled the earlier battle, letting out a sigh. "I used them all." Luo Jiqing's eyes widened in surprise. "Used them all? For someone at Chu Yuan's caliber at the A level? To rely on protective talismans?" Yet he had exhausted them all. The protective talismans she crafted could withstand an S-class attack, while the most potent ones could endure over 10 strikes from an A-class. By this logic, Chu Yuan must have faced grave danger. Yet, he emerged unscathed, even showcasing overwhelming strength against the assassin named Jin Ziqing. That a mix of curiosity and worry washed over Luo Jiqing. Surely, Chu Yuan must have paid a hefty price. "What truly transpired?" she asked. Chu Yuan, not one to withhold, recounted the events leading up to the confrontation with Jin Ziqing in vivid detail, right until the moment the talisman shattered. And then, Luo Jiqing's tone was tinged with concern. From what she knew, Chu Yuan should have had no additional means left. At her inquiry, Chu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. At that crucial moment, I awakened memories from a past life. In that life, I was an ability user with the power to stop time. With cultivation, magic, and the ability to halt time, Jin Ziqing stood no chance against me. The ability to stop time? Another life? Luo Jiqing was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Chu Yuan possessed a third past existence. This indicated that in that third life, he must have reached a realm at least on par with the nascent soul stage. Each life, a figure of heroic caliber. Luo Jiqing felt a swell of pride and comfort, her earlier worries about the price he might have paid dissipating. She exhaled slowly, unable to resist reaching out to caress Chu Yuan's face, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "You truly worry me," she murmured softly. Chu Yuan grasped her hand, pressing it gently to his lips, smiling. "But I am fine, am I not? I promise, I shall never again engage in actions that cause you worry. Unless it is to protect you, master." Luo Jiqing regarded Chu Yuan, warmth blossoming in her heart. Yet her expression gradually grew complex. With so many past lives, perhaps it was his deeply rooted resilience and unwavering will that enabled him to ascend to such heights in each existence. This meant that in the future, he might awaken more memories of his past lives. She wondered, as time progressed, whether she would continue to hold the same place in his heart as she did now. She loved Chu Yuan and was willing to give him everything, yet she was also a woman. Every woman desires the unwavering gaze of her beloved. Sensing the shift in her emotions, Chu Yuan gently brushed her cheek. His eyes filled with affection, his voice deep and resolute. Master, no matter what, you are the most significant person to me. From the very first life until now, you are my sister, my wife, my mother, encompassing all the vital roles in my life. At Chu Yuan's heartfelt declaration, Luo Jiqing's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing. Chu Yuan continued, regardless of what the future holds or how many past memories I may awaken, your place in my heart will never diminish. Just as you are willing to give me everything, I too am ready to offer you my all. Upon hearing these words, Luo Jiqing's clear eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her heart deeply moved. Emotions surging like a tide at last, she could no longer contain herself and kissed Chu Yuan fervently. Their lips met, entwined in a passionate embrace, as if their very souls sought to merge into one. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Jiqing gently leaned against Chu Yuan, her gaze tenderly fixed upon him, softly asking, "Could you tell me more about your abilities in that past life?" Chu Yuan held her close. "It might take a while. I could speak of it all night. But do you truly wish to hear?" "Yes, I do." Luo Jiqing's cheeks tenderly rested against his chest. Chu Yuan smiled faintly, his hand gently caressing the snow-white shoulder of his beloved. His voice deep and soothing. "All right, master. I shall recount it to you slowly." The night was profound, with starlight cascading from the window, enveloping the tightly embraced couple like a gossamer veil, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and warmth. The continuation of the present storyline occurs in the latter half of chapter 134. Time rewound to a day prior, the moment Chu Yuan entered the simulation. Loading simulation function. Anchoring world. Anchoring the world to the apocalyptic realm of supernatural zombie crisis. Simulation preparation complete. Please select 3 birth traits. Traits ranked from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, gold, rainbow. Sturdy physique. White, your muscles and bones are more developed than those of an ordinary person, granting you greater strength and resilience. Even in times of famine, you can endure longer than others. Group affinity, green, you possess a trait that inspires trust, making it easier to find reliable allies in the apocalypse and to gather your own faction. If utilized correctly, you may dominate a territory. Iron will, blue, your mental resilience far exceeds that of the average person, allowing you to remain lucid in extreme despair, impervious to fear, hopelessness, or pain. Apocalyptic safe house. Purple, you possess a sturdy safe house in the apocalypse. Should you encounter a distressed beauty from school, you can offer her refuge and enjoy abundant blessings. Special gene bearer. Gold, you possess a unique gene, enabling you to maintain your sanity even when infected by the zombie virus. Moreover, zombies will not initiate attacks against you. Super S-level ability random. Rainbow, you will acquire a randomly assigned Super S-level ability. Such abilities are among the world's finest, capable of easily overpowering the weak, possibly even involving rule-level powers, making them exceptionally formidable. After reviewing all the traits, Chu Yuan ultimately chose sturdy physique, white, special gene bearer, gold, and Super S-level ability random, rainbow, as his initial powers. The reason for not selecting group affinity, green, was his lack of ambition that he refrained from choosing iron will, blue, as he had cultivated sufficient resolve over multiple lifetimes. The decision against apocalyptic safe house, purple, stemmed from the fact that being a special gene bearer already rendered him fearless of zombies. Serving as a high-level alternative, the notion of abundant blessings was merely a tantalizing fantasy, one that few would believe, and it did not specify the quantity of resources within the safe house. The simulation device abstracted the process. In contrast, a sturdy physique proved quite advantageous in the apocalypse, as robust physicality could enhance a survivor's capacity to respond effectively in crises. Trait selection successful. The first simulation is now commencing. Chu Yuan's consciousness plunged into darkness. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, only to find the world transformed beyond recognition. Dilapidated skyscrapers, cracked ground, the blood-stained streets were littered with overturned, damaged vehicles, and the walls bore the scars of bullets and claw marks. In the depths of the street, a few partially decayed corpses lay slumped in the corners, their bodies unrecognizable, organs protruding, swarms of flies writhing upon them. The entire world resembled a hellscape. Was this truly the apocalyptic world under the zombie crisis? Chu Yuan was momentarily shaken by the sight, then suddenly sensed something unusual. His sense of smell felt strange. Logically, such an environment should be permeated by a strong stench of decay, yet he could scarcely detect any odor. Bewildered, Chu Yuan glanced down at his hands, only to find his skin displaying a sickly grayish hue. The tips of his fingers sharpened and tinged with a faint bluish black. He vaguely perceived that his breathing was abnormally sluggish, and he could hardly feel the rhythmic beating of his heart. Something was amiss. Chu Yuan attempted to speak, but his voice emerged hoarse and low, akin to air rasping through damaged vocal cords. And he instinctively raised a hand to clutch his throat. However, in the next moment, he inadvertently caught sight of his reflection in the shattered glass on the ground, a figure with cracked lips, bared teeth, and eyes clouded white. Dried blood stained the corners of his mouth, and his neck was marred by grotesque black vascular patterns. A zombie. The term flashed through Chu Yuan's mind in a way. His voice was hoarse and intermittent. To his astonishment, in this simulation, he had become a zombie. The reason he retained some semblance of reason was likely due to the effect of the special gene bearer, gold, trait, first a demon dragon, now a zombie. It seemed that he had only been human during the initial simulation. Aside from that, it felt like a poetic jest. Chu Yuan quickly accepted the situation, attempting to master the body he now inhabited. He tried to move his fingers, discovering that, despite their rigidity, they were still relatively nimble. Looking down at his legs, he felt no significant discomfort as they made contact with the ground. Chu Yuan began to walk forward, observing his surroundings. Before long, he encountered a few of his kind, zombies. These zombies, clad in tattered garments, wandered aimlessly on the street, completely ignoring him as he approached. After a while, Chu Yuan quickened his pace slightly, realizing he was more agile than the other wandering zombies, able to actively control his movements. In stark contrast to those mindless corpses that trembled after a few steps, his movements resembled those of Taizhan. Evoking memories of an old acquaintance. As Chu Yuan continued on, he noticed a zombie that happened to be ambling towards him, blocking his path. "Step aside, do not obstruct me," just as he intended to brush the zombie aside. He was taken aback when the zombie seemed to comprehend his words and automatically moved aside, clearing a path for him. Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a sudden hypothesis surfacing in his mind. "Kneel," he commanded. In the next instant, the zombie collapsed to its knees, prostrating itself, its face pressed against the ground, merely emitting hoarse cries without further movement. Chu Yuan glanced around, astonished to find that the previously slow-moving zombies had all abruptly ceased their actions, gradually lowering themselves to the ground. His eyes widened slightly in surprise as he beheld the scene before him. He could control other zombies. Could it be that this was his ability? If so, these zombies could serve as free labor, requiring no sustenance, tirelessly working year-round without breaks. Indeed, the capitalist rejoiced. Chu Yuan swiftly conducted several experiments, discovering that he could manipulate zombies within a certain range through some form of mental signal, directing them to walk, halt, and even perform tactical maneuvers, such as flanking, encircling, or collectively ambushing. Yet, as the experiments progressed, Chu Yuan quickly realized that his ability had limitations. Beyond a certain range, his influence over the zombies diminished, ultimately approaching zero. Something's off, Chu Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. If this were a Super S-level ability, it should not merely manifest at this level. He had already selected the corresponding traits. Chu Yuan surmised that his ability had yet to be fully activated. Thus, he concentrated his mind, extending his hand towards an empty space, envisioning something emerging that felt reminiscent of his youthful fantasies. Yet unlike those past delusions, this time he genuinely possessed a latent power waiting to be unleashed. However, after a while, nothing responded. Just as Chu Yuan began to feel disheartened, he turned his head and suddenly witnessed an extraordinary scene. The wandering zombies on the street halted in their tracks. The sound of the wind ceased abruptly, and the swirling dust froze mid-air. Everything had come to a standstill. Time had frozen. No, Chu Yuan attempted to sense the zombies, only to find that their minds were entirely unresponsive to his summons. In other words, time had stopped. Chu Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that this was his ability, the power to halt time? He stepped forward, moving within the stillness, reveling in the dominion of solitude amidst the silence. Just as Chu Yuan immersed himself in this experience, a mere 5 seconds elapsed before the world resumed its motion, time flowing once more, the zombies on the street beginning to wander again. and the wind rustling past his ears. Chu Yuan halted, surveying his surroundings, a realization dawning upon him. Was the limit of time stoppage merely 5 seconds? However, it is already quite formidable. It remains uncertain whether time will extend further in the future. Chu Yuan began to persist in his attempts to utilize time stasis. Before long, he uncovered a pattern. Although each instance of his time suspension lasted merely 5 seconds, he found that he could activate it again after a brief interval. As the frequency of his time stasis increased, the intervals between its applications grew longer, ultimately rendering him unable to use it. He would need to recuperate for a period before he could return to his previous frequency of use. After experimenting with his extraordinary ability, Chu Yuan felt quite content. However, in the short term, it remained unclear whether it possessed the potential for growth. If it did, it would be even more extraordinary. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from Chu Yuan's stomach. Protesting its emptiness, he glanced down, pondering, "Am I hungry?" It was hardly surprising, given the extensive use of his abilities, which must have incurred some toll. But what do zombies eat, anyway?